You are all so strong. Why couldn't you come earlier? If you had come to save us in time, my parents, brothers, family, and friends would not have been killed by the barbarians. It's all your fault. You killed them. Under a blood-red setting sun, the battlefield was awash in blood. Amid the corpses, a disheveled girl wailed loudly, her eyes bloodshot, pointing accusingly at an army of more than 20 men before her. All the soldiers were armored. Their insignia marked them as border troops guarding the northern frontier under the command of the most elite chiefing army of Dayu. They formed a semicircle around the girl. At their head was Ren Tianye, a handsome young man in silver armor riding Jia Yushizi and holding a Fantian halberd. Hearing the girl's accusation, he couldn't help frowning slightly. We risked our lives to save you from the barbarians, yet you blame us for coming late. Is this world of female-oriented stories really this absurd? The soldiers nearby were stunned, then anger began to kindle in their eyes. Hey, you're being unreasonable. We charged the barbarian cavalry fearlessly to save you, and several of our brothers were wounded. Yet you still blame us. General Ren guessed that a merchant caravan had been attacked by the barbarians. He led us galloping for a full day and night. Our horses were foaming at the mouth. We came as fast as we could. Is that still late? Your caravan was destroyed by the barbarians. Your parents and brothers were all killed by them. You were cowering before the barbarians just now, yet we slaughtered them all for you, and now you shout at us. Can't you see the blood on us? Do you know what it cost us to save you? And yet you still accuse us so unreasonably. In the darkening sky, only a thread of light remained, illuminating every detail of the border troops. They were covered in blood, some from enemies, some from themselves. Their faces were weary, eyes sunken, yet they still gripped their blades tightly, wary of the barbarian cavalry they had slain around them, and alert for any barbarian reinforcements that might come at any moment. It was clear they had ridden a long distance and immediately plunged into a life-and-death battle. All this was vividly reflected in the girl's eyes. Her tears flowed even more violently, her body trembling uncontrollably. Then she suddenly rose to her feet. It's your fault. Why did you only make your horses foam at the mouth instead of running them to death? Why didn't you charge forward and take the blades meant for my family? Why couldn't you fight the barbarians with reckless abandon? If you had come earlier, fought harder, been more fearless, my parents, brothers, servants, guards, none of them would have died. You killed them. You butchers. The girl's shrill cries echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield, filling the cold, desolate place with terrible resentment. The border troops could hardly contain their anger. Their hands involuntarily tightened on their sword hilts. Yet, this sole survivor was after all a citizen of Dayu. Moreover, she was just a girl. Having suffered such a sudden catastrophe, her mind must be deranged, which was why she spoke such words. Once they brought her back to camp and took good care of her, surely she would soon understand. They, the border troops, were her saviors. Not enemies, and certainly not butchers. The deputy general took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart, and leaned close to Ren Tianye, saying in a low voice, General Ren, the girl is deranged. Perhaps we should first. Before he could finish, Ren Tianye shot out like an arrow from a bow. The Fantian in his hand flashed with a cold gleam, then swept out fiercely. With the swift charge of Jia Yushizi, the halberd strike exploded with overwhelming force. Bang! The halberd's shaft slammed squarely into the girl's body, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. Damned barbarian! How dare you disguise yourself as a girl of Dayu? Ren Tianye roared, changing his grip on the Fantian, raising it high and hurling it with all his strength. The halberd shot through the air like a meteor chasing the moon, piercing the air with a sharp whistle, and struck the flying girl precisely, pinning her ruthlessly to the ground. The girl let out only a single cry of pain, then fell silent forever, clearly dead. The more than 20 border soldiers behind Ren Tianye were completely stunned. In that brief instant, as swift as a falcon striking its prey, the unreasonable girl before them had been killed by their general Ren Tianye. No, she was a citizen of Dayu. As border troops, they were supposed to protect the safety of Dayu's people. How could he just kill her? General. The deputy general leaned in again. This, isn't it? Not quite right. Even though you are a powerful figure at court, you can't just kill like this. Before the deputy general could finish again, Ren Tianye said coldly, what? Shouldn't barbarians be killed? Over the years, they have repeatedly raided southward, killing Dayu's people and defiling Dayu's women. Their crimes are numerous beyond reckoning. If I remember correctly, your father died in a barbarian ambush, didn't he? The deputy general quickly said, General, barbarians should be killed. But this girl? What about this girl? Ren Tianye snorted coldly. We border troops have fought bloody battles with the barbarians for years. Don't you understand their cunning by now? They even tried to disguise one of their women as a girl of Dayu, using this self-inflicted chase as a ruse to infiltrate us. What a scheme. But this general saw through it at a glance. I only regret that my anger made me strike too quickly. I didn't have the chance to properly torment this barbarian girl. It galls me. Ren Tianye spoke with absolute certainty, clearly having made up his mind. The deputy general dared not say anything more. After all, this man had been sent down from the capital 3 months ago. Not only did he have powerful backing, but he was also exceptionally capable. He had always shared life and death struggles with them, and he was their direct superior. They dared not disobey, yet a fierce struggle raged within their hearts. They belonged to the Northern Frontier Army under the command of the Red Beacon Army, and they all admired and yearned for the Red Beacon Army. What each of them dreamed of most was to join its ranks. But the Red Beacon Army was known for loyalty, courage, and righteousness. They would never permit such deeds. Thus their consciences were tormented. By the way, cut off her head and present it to claim credit. Ren Tianye added another instruction, only deepening the deputy commander's distress. Yet faced with Ren Tianye's ironclad military orders, he could only comply and hastily assign men to carry it out. From time to time he stole a glance at Ren Tianye. His handsome face remained cold and stern, his eyes filled with a chilling ruthlessness utterly devoid of the warmth that characterized the Red Beacon Army. General Ren is truly ruthless. What he did not know was that Ren Tianye himself was equally speechless. He had been a well-behaved youth of the modern era, fond of reading male-oriented web novels in his spare time. But he never understood why the website had gone haywire, inexplicably recommending female-oriented novels to him. With the mindset of searching for gold in a pile of dung, he casually flipped through a few only to be infuriated beyond measure, nearly driving him into depression. Even more absurdly, when he woke up, he had directly transmigrated into a female-oriented world. Since he had arrived in his own body, he directly replaced his predecessor, and his memories of the former self were incomplete. Yet he learned that the previous owner was the descendant of a military family, but had become embroiled in a true and false young master scandal. As the true young master who had finally been found and brought home, he suffered all kinds of humiliation daily and was then exiled to this frontier. Moreover, the true young master was also a substitute for the current female emperor. Ren Tianye was utterly speechless. What kind of crap plot was this? The Duke of Ren's mansion and theft for military merits, instead of thinking about resisting the barbarians and expanding the territory, spent all its time favoring the false young master. The female emperor, instead of governing state affairs, was preoccupied with substitute romance. How could this be right? At a loss, he could only first train in the army and accumulate strength. Yet he never expected that after countless life and death battles with the barbarians, it was a young girl today that ignited his fury. Fine. Trying to morally blackmail me, huh? Then go die? As a loyal male-oriented reader, could he swallow this humiliation in a female-oriented novel? His cold gaze swept across the scene. Before his eyes lay corpses strewn everywhere. Besides a few belonging to this family, the rest were slaughtered barbarians, all lifeless. But Ren Tianye still ordered, search carefully. There must be no survivors. Rest assured, General. We will not let a single barbarian escape. This general is not only talking about the barbarians, but also this family. Most of them are probably still hiding. Find them for me. The soldiers were once again baffled. Search among the victims of this attack to find those who were not yet dead. How did General Ren know someone was still alive? No, it was good that some were alive, but why find them? From the general's words, he clearly had no intention of bringing them back to the camp to comfort them. It was obvious he wanted to eliminate the roots. Everyone's heart pounded heavily. Was this really appropriate? But military orders were like mountains, and no one dared to disobey. They all bowed their heads and rummaged through the pile of corpses. They found no living person, but did uncover another issue. General Ren, these are from the Leaf family of Huaiqing. Deputy Commander Wang Ming reported, handing over the discovered clue. It was a jar of tea. They must have crossed the border to sell tea to the barbarians. This was their family's regular trade, and it had never been risky before. It seems that because of this they grew careless. This time, they probably brought along all the clan members, maybe to broaden their horizons. But they never expected the barbarians to be unscrupulous this time. They attacked them, trying to seize the gold and silver they had traded for. Fortunately, the general's brilliant foresight thwarted their scheme. Ren Tianye took the tea jar, opened it, and a fragrant aroma filled the air. One whiff told him it was fine pu'er tea. His already stern expression grew even colder. He asked coldly, "Is this Huaiqing Li family an official tea estate?" Deputy Commander Wang Ming knew clearly. "General, they are not an official estate. They are private tea merchants. However, their ancestors have traded tea for generations, and they are quite renowned in Great Yu." Private. Ren Tianye's voice grew colder. Who allowed a private tea estate to sell tea to the barbarians? Don't they know that using tea to control the barbarians is a national policy of Great Yu? The barbarians had long lived on the grasslands, their diet consisting mainly of beef, mutton, and dairy products, all high in fat and protein. They heavily relied on tea to cut through the greasiness of the meat and the spiciness of the barley. It could be said that tea was a necessity for the barbarians' survival. Because of this, the sale of tea from the Central Plains to the barbarians had been strictly controlled since ancient times. The Central Plains dynasties needed tea to control the barbarians, and they could also exchange tea for the warhorses they needed. After transmigrating, Ren Tianye had occasionally flipped through an ancient text in the camp, which clearly recorded that only 50 jin of tea could be exchanged for one warhorse from the barbarians. The exorbitant profit of tea was unimaginable. The importance of tea for the Central Plains dynasties to dominate the barbarians was also unimaginable. But now, a privately family dared to openly go to the grasslands to sell tea. Who gave them the audacity? General. Deputy Commander Wang Ming stammered. After Her Majesty ascended the throne, she proclaimed to the world that she would forge eternal friendly relations with the barbarians and gradually relax the control over tea. Now anyone can go to the grasslands to sell tea. The female emperor, Ren Tianye, was taken aback then laughed. He laughed bitterly. Every year the barbarians raided southward, treating the people as livestock, burning, killing, and looting without restraint. Countless families were ruined, countless soldiers died on the battlefield. Could she not see that? And she still wanted to forge eternal friendly relations with the grassland barbarians. Not to mention the 5,000 years of history Ren Tianye had read. Even in this world, countless Central Plains dynasties had taught their descendants with bloody lessons those not of our race are bound to be of a different mind. And she still wanted to form an alliance. The only way to deal with the barbarians was to either exterminate them completely, or stir up internal discord among them, or cut them down like weeds every so often with a severe beating. But this female emperor was actually proactively sending them the tea they needed. No wonder Great Yu's military was strong, yet the grassland threat could never be eliminated and was instead growing fiercer. So the root lay with the female emperor. Wait, how could a female emperor so obsessed with substitute romance and so utterly brainless rule over a prosperous era? Was this the power of female-oriented novels? No matter how unreasonable, just conjure it up. As he was thinking, a soldier not far away shouted, "General Ren, there's a survivor here." Ren Tianye immediately turned around. He knew there would be someone left alive who would come back to seek revenge and 20 years ruin his reputation and even kill him. He strode over and saw the soldier helping up a young man of about 18 or 19. The young man had apparently been knocked unconscious by a heavy object. When splashed with water, he slowly came to. "Father, mother." The young man cried out in terror as soon as he opened his eyes. Deputy Commander Wang Ming immediately leaned over to comfort him, using his body to block the young man's view of the tragic scene. But it was useless. The young man still saw through the gaps in the human wall. He suddenly sprang up, rushed to the corpses, and wailed in anguish. "Father, mother, sister, brother-in-law." He wept bitterly. Deputy Commander Wang Ming could not bear it, and went to console him. "Young Masterly, please accept my condolences. The barbarians who attacked you have been slain by our frontier army. We have avenged you, so you can rest assured. He glanced at Ren Tianye, who was turning to fetch something from his horse, and quickly added, "We will help you bury your parents and clansmen. Do not grieve too much." Deputy Commander Wang Ming was soft-hearted and originally wanted to sincerely apologize for guarding the frontier was their duty. Yet barbarians had crossed the border and slaughtered you people. Regardless of the circumstances, it was their dereliction. But his earlier conversation with Ren Tianye had made him realize something. The Huichengli family's route back to Great Yu did not take the main road they guarded. Instead, they had chosen a narrow goat path to evade customs duties, which led to the disaster. So it was not the frontier army's fault. In fact, had the family not been completely wiped out, he would still have been obliged to demand customs duties from the remaining young Masterly. Customs duties were the lifeline of their frontier army. "Are you the frontier army?" Young Masterly abruptly turned around, his eyes fixed intently on Deputy Commander Wang Ming. "Yes, we are the nearby frontier army," Wang Ming explained. General Ren had placed hidden sentries who detected the barbarians' movements. He sensed they might be up to something, so before Wang Ming could finish, young Masterly roared, "You are the frontier army, yet you let barbarians slaughter my Li clan under your very noses. You useless scum." Deputy Commander Wang Ming's face changed. "Young Masterly, what do you mean by that?" The soldiers who had been searching according to Ren Tianye's orders also stood up and looked over, their eyes filled with anger. But the oppressive presence of the 20 or so frontier soldiers did not calm young Masterly. Instead, it made him even more furious and reckless. He pointed a finger at them and cursed, "You useless trash. You collect so much tax money and enjoy it. Has it all gone to the dogs? You couldn't even protect the lives of my Li family. What use is it for us to pay taxes to you? If you aren't useless, then who is? You are the most useless trash. Good for nothing scum." Deputy General Wang Ming was seething with anger. Tax silver. Tax silver. Tax silver. Was that tax silver given to them? How much pay did they actually receive? Moreover, it was clearly you who evaded customs duties, avoiding the main roads, and choosing these desolate paths without reporting to them. If not for General Ren's prowess, you would have been killed and disposed of without anyone knowing. Yet they blame us, and keep calling us useless trash. If not for us useless trash guarding the northern border, the barbarians would have long since invaded southward, and the kingdom of Dayu would have collapsed long ago. How could you then peacefully trade tea? He was about to retort, but suddenly thought of something. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ren Tianye walking back, holding a short knife in his hand. The blade had been unsheathed, reflecting a dim light, exuding a fierce, killing intent. His heart suddenly jumped violently. Now Wang Ming understood why Ren Tianye had gone to the horses earlier. It was because the short knife he wore was hanging on the saddle, and he had gone to fetch it. He was instantly panicked. General Ren had just killed a young girl of Dayu, and now he was going to kill a subject of Dayu. He and his brothers all took the Chiefing army as their model, imitating and learning from them in every aspect. They were most accustomed to the Chiefing army's style of preferring to suffer grievances themselves rather than make things difficult for the people of Dayu. This sudden killing of 2 people by General Ren must have tormented his heart. He quickly shouted at young Master Li, "Shut up! You brat, how dare you try to slander our border army? Shut your mouth and get far away from here." But young Master Li didn't leave. Instead, he roared even more loudly. "You bunch of useless trash, you couldn't even protect my family, and you want me to shut up? You're dreaming. I won't shut up. I'll announce to the world that all you border soldiers are useless. You've taken so much silver, enjoyed yourselves to the fullest, yet you can't even protect the people of Dayu. I will go to the capital. I will appeal to the emperor." Young Master Li's eyes were bulging with rage. "I will make you border soldiers be buried with my Li family. Especially you." He pointed at Deputy General Wang Ming, looking at his father who had been hacked to death on the ground, and roared heart-wrenchingly, "I want you to be chopped to death, like my father. And you?" He randomly pointed at a soldier looking at his mother's decapitated body on the ground. "I want your head to be cut off like my mother's." He pointed at each border soldier, matching each to the death of his clansman. "I want you to be burned alive like my cousin. I want you to be dragged to death by a strong horse like my cousin's sister." Finally, he saw his sister, and his finger pointed at Ren Tianye, who was already approaching him. "I want you to be pierced to death by a halberd like my sister." As his words fell, young Master Li was stunned. He sensed something was off. The barbarians were skilled in using bows and long knives, and other weapons were rare, yet his sister had been killed by a halberd. Do barbarians use halberds? Isn't the halberd something only Dayu soldiers use? His eyes quickly caught sight of the Fangtian Huaji square sky halberd stuck in the ground nearby. On the halberd's shaft, traces of undried blood gleamed under the increasingly blood-red setting sun, exuding a bloodthirsty radiance. "The Fangtian Huaji is mine." Ren Tianye, who had guessed his thoughts, picked up the halberd with one hand, and with a slight movement of his arm shook off the blood on the shaft. He smiled. "I killed your sister." Ignoring young Master Li's horror, he stuck the halberd back into the ground, and said to Deputy General Wang Ming and the soldiers with a smile, "The barbarians nowadays are really not simple. They go all out in their act. To make us believe they not only sent a young female spy, but also specially arranged a brother for her. Tisk, not to be underestimated, not to be underestimated." Ren Tianye's words still carried a smile, his tone light and casual. Young Master Li suddenly changed color, his face pale. Earlier he had been knocked unconscious, so he didn't know what had happened, but now he understood. His sister was not killed by the barbarians. She was killed by the border soldiers before him. She was killed by this young general clad in silver armor with a handsome face. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. How could the border soldiers kill their own people? Didn't the border soldiers all take the Chiefing army as their model? Wasn't the Chiefing army known for loving the people like their own children? Even if someone shit on the Chiefing army's head, they would still smile and respond. These border soldiers followed their example, but now how could they kill his sister, this young general in silver armor? How was he completely different? Not only did he kill his sister, but now, was he going to make a move on him? Go ahead, curse. Why stop now? Weren't you going to let the whole world know about the crimes of our border army? Weren't you going to appeal to the emperor? A mere barbarian putting on quite a show. Ren Tianye's tone remained calm. But young Master Li was already shivering all over, unable to utter a single word. Seeing young Master Li like this, Deputy General Wang Ming cautiously approached and whispered, "General Ren, it seems young Master Li has realized his mistake. Besides, he is young and ignorant. Perhaps we should." Ren Tianye nodded and said, "Since you Deputy General have spoken like this, I'll give you face." Deputy General Wang Ming was overjoyed. The general is wise. Just as he was about to help young Master Li up, he saw Ren Tianye take out the short knife and place it in front of young Master Li. Then he fumbled in his bosom for a while and pulled out a piece of brown sugar. Wang Ming was stunned. "General, what is the meaning of this?" Ren Tianye glanced at young Master Li and said, "Choose. Is this the chance you are giving young Master Li, General?" Wang Ming murmured, then quickly said to young Master Li, "Hurry up and choose. What are you waiting for?" Young Master Li's spirits lifted, and he quickly looked at the knife and sugar on the ground. He immediately knew the answer. He definitely could not choose the knife. Choosing it would mean certain death. So he should choose the sugar. But just as his hand reached out, he hesitated. This silver-armored general seemed different from all the kind border soldiers he had seen before, with thoughts completely opposite. If he chose the sugar, would it happen to violate this general's taboo and instead bring death upon himself? He suddenly stopped and hesitated. Deputy General Wang Ming also gradually understood. This was indeed a difficult choice. He couldn't help asking, "General, do you want young Master Li to choose the sugar?" Ren Tianye nodded. Young Master Li was overjoyed and was about to take it, but then he heard Ren Tianye continue. "If he chooses the sugar, it proves that this child is extremely deep, and scheming must not be spared. Young Master Li's hand stopped, and he immediately moved to take the knife. Then he heard Ren Tianye continue leisurely. If he chooses the knife, it proves he has murderous intent. This child must not be spared. Young Master Li was confused again, but he reacted quickly. He thought of picking up both the sugar and the knife together. Then he heard Ren Tianye's voice. If he chooses both, it proves this child is insatiably greedy, must not be spared. Young Master Li's face filled with terror instantly. Was he supposed to choose nothing? If he chooses neither, it proves he is born rebellious. This child must not be spared. Young Master Li. Deputy General Wang Ming. All the soldiers. Ren Tianye remained leisurely looking at young Master Li, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling, and had not moved for a long time. He smiled. Time is almost up. Still not choosing. Fine, since you won't choose, I'll no longer wait for you. He paused, then continued. I, the general, will overlook your barbarian identity, infiltrating Diyu's territory, attempting to act as a spy, to gather top-secret military intelligence, and even give you a chance to live. But you didn't cherish it at all. Enough. Even if the border army is kind and magnanimous, it cannot be repeatedly provoked. Today, I have no choice but to send you on your way. Swoosh. The blade flashed, then dimmed. A huge head fell with a thud. The heavens and earth fell into silence. The battlefield, drenched in rivers of blood, seemed frozen in time, as if ensnared by a stasis spell. More than 20 border garrison soldiers stood paralyzed, rooted to the spot. They looked at each other at a loss for words. It was not until Ren Tianye's voice rang out that they stirred. Clean up the scene, gather the spoils, expose the corpses to the wilderness. Prepare to return to camp. Only then did the others receive the military order. Mechanical as automatons, they assented and quickly tidied everything, ensuring no living souls remained before departing with Ren Tianye. Half an hour later, amid the field strewn with corpses, a figure emerged from beneath a collapsed carriage. Though still young, he was dressed in splendid attire. He nervously glanced around in all directions, confirming that those detestable border soldiers had completely departed before leaping forth abruptly. Lying about were bodies in chaotic disarray. All of them were his family. Unable to restrain himself, he burst into sobbing wails. Father, mother, elder brother, elder sister, brother-in-law, sister-in-law. His sorrowful cries gradually mingled with his hysterical roars. Those border soldiers are detestable, 100 times more vile than the barbarians. When I grow up, I shall avenge this sea of blood and hatred for all of you. Our Li family has cultivated deep roots among the barbarians over many years. I shall head to the barbarian lands now and offer all our family assets to their eldest prince. When I mature, I will certainly lead the barbarian army southward on an expedition. I will slaughter every last border soldier. I will turn those border soldiers into two-legged lambs. I will make them beg for death, yet be denied it. I will make them cry out to heaven, but heaven will not answer, cry out to earth, but earth will not respond. His harrowing screams echoed across the night sky. The slender crescent moon's cold radiance illuminated his grotesque visage. It also cast forth a long shadow. Stretching from his feet, it extended all the way to the edge of the nearby dense forest. Suddenly realizing something, the youth jerked his body around and saw a figure standing at the edge of the forest, shrouded entirely in shadow, almost merging with the darkened woods, yet appearing all the more imposing. His frame like Mount Tai, radiating an oppressive weight that made it difficult to breathe. Stumbling, the youth fell to his knees. I knew it. How could there truly be no real protagonist? The shadow shifted, revealing a man's true face beneath the moonlight. It was none other than Ren Tianye. What a masterclass in concealment. Ren Tianye muttered to himself. Over 20 experienced border soldiers searching inch by inch, and they still somehow missed you. Absolutely absurd. The youth cried out in fright. Why you? What do you want? Ren Tianye smiled. Fear not, young one. This general is the Northern Frontier Commander, whose life's mission has always been safeguarding the people of Great Yu. Aside from barbarians, I rarely draw my blade. Alas, you are a barbarian, are you not? And you still wear barbarian headgear. Panicked, the youth hastily tried to remove the emerald gemstone ornament from his head, but before he could take it off, he realized every inch of his attire screamed barbarian. His mother had purchased this complete set of clothing after their Li family traded tea with the barbarians, and his entire appearance was styled in the barbarian manner. How could such things be removed in an instant? Alas, you are a barbarian youth at the joyful age when you should be herding horses and riding across the steppes. Why trouble yourself to infiltrate our Great Yu's territory to gather intelligence? Ren Tianye sighed. Nevertheless, this general understands that heaven delights in preserving life. In your youthful ignorance, I shall spare you this once. When we next meet, I will show no mercy. Having said that, Ren Tianye turned and walked away. The Li family youth paused, then breathed a sigh of relief, though his heart churned with surging hatred. Very well. This narrow escape shall be the first thing I settle with you, border commander, once I come of age. Then he noticed Ren Tianye, having walked 2 steps, suddenly halt and turned back. Ren Tianye's eyes were filled with amusement, his face similarly grinning, his teeth even bared neat and white, presenting an utterly innocent, spotless smile under the moonlight. What a coincidence. We meet again. The Li family youth. I told you last time that when we met again this general would not show mercy. The Li family youth. Will you submit willingly, or must this general force you? The Li family youth. It seems I must give you a hand. Ren Tianye drew his short blade. The polished steel emitted a chilling, killing intent under the moonlight as he advanced step by step. A family should always stay together neatly and intact. Your barbarian spy sister has already joined the underworld. Your barbarian spy brother has also gone below. Your barbarian parents, siblings, and clansmen have all departed. What suffering must remain for you, the sole survivor wandering this world utterly alone? This general has always taken pleasure in granting requests. Be good, be obedient. Extend your neck. This general's hand is steady, the blade swift. It won't hurt a bit. These coaxing words drifted into the Li youth's ears like threads of silk, making every hair on his body stand on end. That radiant smiling face before him resembled a living nightmare. In an instant he rolled over and sprang upward, landing atop an old horse beside him. His right fist hammered the horse's flank. Though young and slight, perhaps lacking full strength, the old horse neighed shrilly and galloped forth on four hooves, flying forward with astonishing speed. Whoosh! It shot forward like an arrow. Damn it! If this kid isn't the protagonist, I'll eat my own shit. Ren Tianye cursed furiously in his heart. His border soldiers had already scoured the battlefield and taken all usable horses. The old horse left behind was clearly injured and unable to walk, so why was it now bounding effortlessly and running so damn fast? The youth looked merely a few years old. His riding and archery skills were decent, which could be explained by years of training since childhood, but come on. Could he really flip onto a horse in a single somersault? Was this fucking reasonable? Screw it, female-oriented fiction. I never expected it to make sense. Thankfully this old fox has prepared in advance. Thus the moment the Li youth mounted and had scarcely ridden far, the short blade in Ren Tianye's hand shot forth like an arrow leaving the string. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and repeatedly winning championships, combined with 3 months of military camp training and an inexplicably strengthened physique after transmigrating, his martial prowess was unfathomable. Though he dared not claim equality with the era's top-tier generals, his combat strength was undeniably among the supreme elite. And short blade techniques were his greatest specialty. With this throw the blade raced like a meteor, hurling toward the moon, as swift and precise as an arrow loosed from a bow. Its velocity inconceivable, its accuracy astonishing. True to form, it whizzed straight into the Li youth's back, right between the shoulder blades. The blade pierced clean through, blood spraying explosively in an instant. But the Li youth astride the horse merely staggered once. His speed did not falter the slightest. He continued fleeing like the wind, desperately escaping. Good. Ren Tianye laughed in fury. Is that how you want to play this? A dagger plunged directly into his heart, and he doesn't even flinch. Mirror face guy, huh? Thank heaven this old fox came prepared. Ren Tianye knocked an arrow to his bow. This was a military-grade strong bow, drawing no less than 3 sure, with an effective range of 120 meters. One loose shot could pierce gold and shatter stone. Swish! The arrow shot forth swiftly, as fast as a meteor, striking the young boy of the Li family squarely in the back once again. Its accuracy remained utterly flawless. True to the mirror's position, it pierced straight into the right side of the boy's heart. What difference did it make, even if he were made of living mirror? Under the sharp arrow the doomed must perish. But something that left Ren Tianye dumbfounded appeared before his eyes. The boy on horseback merely staggered slightly. His old steed's pace remained unaffected, and he continued his rapid flight. Not only that, he even had time to reach out and pat the horse's flank, urging it to run faster. This damn thing won't die. His heart isn't on the left nor on the right. Could it be growing on the soles of his feet? Holy crap. Truly outrageous. Ren Tianye did not dare delay. He gave a light whistle, and the highly spiritual Jaya Jade Lion came galloping over at a brisk pace. When it reached him, the Jaya Jade Lion's speed was nearly at its peak, yet it did not slow in the slightest, charging forward still. Ren Tianye immediately reached out, seized the reins, and using the momentum of the charging steed, swung himself onto the horse in a supremely graceful maneuver. With a kick of his legs, the Jaya Jade Lion, sensing his intent, suddenly accelerated once more. It transformed into an arrow flying from a bowstring, racing toward the young boy of the Li family. Tonight he must eliminate the young boy of the Li family. As he had declared, even if Jesus himself arrived, he could not be stopped. Aunt Xiao, someone has fallen. At the front of the carriage convoy a maid cried out in alarm, then quickly descended to inspect, saying, "It is a child about 10 years of age." Oh! A soft murmur sounded from within the carriage. The door was pushed open and a beautiful middle-aged woman emerged. Her palest dress accentuated her unparalleled glamour, her eyes and brows radiating natural allure. After alighting, she cast a single glance and exclaimed in shock, "How did he suffer such severe injuries? Alas, what a sin. He is still so young. Someone help me bring him back into my carriage and tend to him carefully." The maid beside her hurriedly replied, "Aunt Xiao, judging by this child's attire, he ought to be a barbarian." Barbarians are the enemies of our great you. So what? Aunt Xiao interrupted displeasedly. Have you not heard that heaven values the preservation of life? Whether he is a barbarian or a you subject, he is merely a child. Having suffered such grievous wounds, if we encounter him and fail to provide care, he will surely perish here, and we would forfeit years from our own lifespan. Rescue him and nurse him back to health. Yield my carriage to him. The maids dared not tarry. They signaled the two soldiers clearing the path and swiftly conveyed the boy into the carriage, each taking care to offer flattering remarks to Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao is truly kind-hearted. No wonder His Majesty dotes upon Aunt Xiao so dearly. With such a benevolent heart, how could His Majesty not cherish her? I have heard that His Majesty was raised by Aunt Xiao since childhood. Only someone with a pure heart like Aunt Xiao could nurture a ruler like His Majesty who holds compassion in his heart, thereby blessing countless common folk. All the maid's words, whether subtly or deliberately, reached Aunt Xiao's ears, causing the smile upon her beautiful face to widen further. She could not help but boast. As for me, I have been kind-hearted since childhood. I cannot bear to see others suffer, even the slightest hardship. Those stray cats and dogs, and even the flowers and grass by the roadside, I cannot bear to see them wronged. Once I encounter them, I must rescue them. It is precisely for this reason that I was noticed by Miss Back, then appointed as her personal maid, and gradually entrusted with handling all affairs, especially intercepting those who behaved improperly. Later, when Miss and the late Emperor fell deeply in love at first sight, I was the one who delivered their correspondence. Alas! She sighed, her tone brimming with compassionate sorrow. It is truly regrettable that the late Emperor and Miss departed this world too soon, leaving only Luaner and me as companions. Nevertheless, the late Emperor's affection for Miss ran profound. Even though Luaner was a girl, he still supported her ascent to the throne, and thus I became Luaner's right hand. But do not imagine that Luaner values me so highly solely due to our deep bond. More importantly, Luaner knows of my kind heart, which is why she places such trust in me. Lost in reminiscence, Aunt Xiao babbled incessantly until the boy within the carriage uttered a pained groan, at which point she fell silent to investigate. A candle within the carriage provided illumination, shielded by a lampshade, making the confined light even brighter than the exterior, so the injuries were revealed with stark clarity. This caused Aunt Xiao to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. This boy's right chest had been pierced by a sharp arrow, and a slender dagger had been thrust from behind into his left chest. Both wounds were equally mortal, making his survival nothing short of a miracle. Who could harbor such vicious intentions? Showing no mercy, even to a child. Aunt Xiao's anger flushed her jade-like face crimson. A maid beside her recognized the dagger, and hastily reported, Aunt Xiao, judging by the style of this dagger, it is unique to the border garrisons. There are engraved seals upon it indicating it likely belongs to the border forces of Shana City. The border forces of Shana City. The Chiefing Army. Probably not the Chiefing Army proper, but an affiliate thereof. Oomph. Aunt Xiao let out a cold snort. What distinction does that make from the Chiefing Army? Those border troops are truly ruthless, displaying not a shred of compassion or mercy. They rightfully deserve to be eradicated in Luaner's imperial decree. Her expression grew increasingly grim, her chest seething with righteous fury. Yet she treated the young boy of the Li family with utmost care, directing a maid to fetch the palace medicinal ointments they carried personally, cleaning his wounds and applying the salve. Since no physician accompanied the caravan and the Li boy's life hung by a thread, after providing preliminary treatment, she issued the command, increase our pace. Head for the town ahead. This child is so young he cannot endure further delay. The soldier driving the carriage received the order, acknowledged it, and was about to urge the horses onward when he caught sight of a figure moving as swift as a whirlwind hurtling toward them. The gusts it generated whipped the earth into swirling clouds. Such tremendous commotion caused the driver to hesitate involuntarily. Inside the carriage, the young Li boy seemed to sense the approach, and from his unconscious state he awoke with a start. Profound terror flashed within his eyes. His already pallid face lost every trace of color in an instant. Witnessing this, Aunt Xiao offered words of comfort. Little master, do not be afraid. I am here to protect you. I shall ensure your safety. Rest assured, regardless of how high-ranking or powerful the approaching individual may be within the border army, I will safeguard you completely. Seeing the Li boy still tremble, she comforted him further. Simply rest in peace. Even if 200,000 troops from the northern frontier were to pursue us today, with me present, they would dare not lay a hand upon you. Your life I, Aunt Xiao, guarantee. Hiriri. Under Ren Tianye's pull on the reins, the night-shining jade lion came to an abrupt halt, standing steadily before the procession of carriages. Only then did Ren Tianye get a clear view of the carriage that had appeared on the main road. It was drawn by 4 white horses, its body lacquered a deep jujube red adorned with silver cloud-like carvings and a bright yellow phoenix emblem on the roof. He then noticed the 2 armored soldiers clearing the way, each with a long blade at their waist, clad in gleaming silver armor and holding 2 gilded plaques. His heart stirred instantly. This was a carriage from the palace. But the Li family boy he had been pursuing had left a trail of blood that ended right here. So, had the palace people taken him away? Ren Tianye's first thought was that it was impossible. The Li boy was dressed in barbarian attire. Any Yu citizen at first glance would have mistaken the Li boy for a barbarian. And the Great Yu and the barbarians were sworn enemies. The palace people knew this best. How could someone from the palace possibly save a barbarian? But then, Ren Tianye shook his head. Forget it, what logic does a female-oriented novel need anyway? He immediately spurred his horse to stand in the middle of the road, blocking the carriage with his halberd, and shouted, "I am a general pursuing a barbarian. May I ask if any of you have seen an injured barbarian? About 10 years old, dressed in ornate barbarian attire." Ren Tianye detailed the specifics, but the two armored soldiers did not respond until the carriage door was pushed open and a beautiful woman stepped out. She wore a simple palace gown that accentuated her rosy complexion, radiant and striking. Her hair was pinned up with a red gold hairpin into a very neat style, lending her an air of authority. "I am the palace secretariat." "Who are you?" At these words, Ren Tianye instantly knew who she was. Aunt Xiao, the maid of the current Empress, Xiao Mingzhao, who had raised her since childhood, held a higher status than even the Empress's wet nurse. She was the woman most trusted by Empress Xiao Mingzhao throughout the entire Great Yu. But why was Aunt Xiao, who should have been enjoying a life of ease in the Forbidden City, here in this desolate border region? Could it be? Was there something important? What could be so important that it required the Empress's most trusted Aunt Xiao to come out? A barbarian invasion. With the 70,000 Crimson Flame army stationed here, any barbarian invasion would just end in a beating. A mutiny among the border troops. The 70,000 Crimson Flame army were the backbone of the 200,000 border soldiers in the north. With the Crimson Flame army maintaining order, who would dare to rebel? For a moment, Ren Tianye couldn't guess and decided not to bother, saying, "So it's the palace secretariat. I am the roaming general of Shana City. I pay my respects to the palace secretariat. Due to my armor, I cannot dismount to bow. Please forgive me. May I ask if you have seen a severely injured barbarian youth passing by here?" Aunt Xiao said calmly, "I have seen him. He is inside my carriage." "Oh, then please hand him over to me, Your Excellency." "What do you want him for?" "To kill him, of course." Ren Tianye said bluntly, "If I don't kill a barbarian, am I supposed to let them invade my Great Yu and wreak havoc? How dare you?" Aunt Xiao's beautiful eyes widened, and she pointed a trembling finger, scolding, "He is just a youth, only about 10 years old, at the prime of his life. Pursuing him this far is already heinous, and now you want to wipe him out root and branch." Ren Tianye dropped the politeness from his face and the respect due to a superior from his eyes, saying each word deliberately, "He is a barbarian. A barbarian is still a child, and a child you shall not kill." Aunt Xiao shrieked, "As long as I am here today, you will not lay a finger on him." With that, she swept her sleeves and turned, boarding the carriage. She directly ordered, "Move on. Whip the horses and hurry to treat this child's wounds." The armored driver acknowledged the order, but the carriage could not move because Ren Tianye stood alone on his horse in the middle of the road, completely blocking their way. Several armored soldiers had already drawn their waist blades, the cold gleam of the steel bathed in moonlight, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. But Ren Tianye's halberd swept across his aura, overwhelming, unshaken by the threat of these soldiers. Aunt Xiao inside the carriage instantly erupted in fury. With a loud crash, almost disregarding her dignity, she kicked open the carriage door and stepped out again, about to unleash a torrent of abuse. But when she saw Ren Tianye's face, she paused. You are Ren Tianye. Haha, I was wondering who dared to block me. So it's the true young master of the Duke Ren's mansion. Truly audacious. No wonder your fake younger brother kicked you out of the Duke's mansion and exiled you to this desolate land. No wonder His Majesty despises you. Without a shred of mercy, going so far as to kill a youth, you have brought this upon yourself. Recognizing his family background, Aunt Zhao's eyes flared with even more anger. Get out of my way this instant. A good dog doesn't block the path. Ren Tianye's face darkened. It wasn't because of Aunt Zhao's insults about his background. After all, he was a time traveler and didn't even have complete memories of his predecessor. What did Aunt Zhao's insults about his predecessor have to do with him? What annoyed him was that this brainless Aunt Xiao insisted on taking the Li boy away. Even after acknowledging that the Li boy was a barbarian, she still had a fit of misplaced compassion, insisting on treating and taking him away. This put immense pressure on him. He knew that the Li boy definitely had the aura of a protagonist. He had shot arrows at his heart from both sides, yet he still hadn't managed to kill him. Chasing on the night-shining jade lion, the boy had inexplicably shaken him off on an old horse, almost disappearing from sight. If he let such a person live, he would surely become a major threat in the future. He had to kill him today. But this brainless Aunt Xiao was protecting him with her life. Aunt Xiao was Empress Xiao Mingzhao's confidant. If he offended her recklessly today, once she returned and reported to the Empress, embellishing the story, the consequences would be dire. It could even be said that there would be no place for him in the Great Yu. Still not moving, Aunt Xiao shouted coldly. Her sword-wielding maids and the armored soldiers also joined in the scolding. You a discarded son of a duke's mansion who gave you the guts to block Aunt Zhao's way. Get far away and stop being a nuisance. If I think you're tired of living. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know why the flowers are so red. A discarded son of the family, a dead dog in the army, how dare you block the way. Get out of the way and let the road clear. Each insult fell on Ren Tianye's ears, but his heart remained unmoved, only weighing the pros and cons. Then he hardened his heart. Damn it, the Li boy must die today. Offend Aunt Zhao if he must. Even if he had to become a bandit in the mountains and hide for the rest of his life, it was better than being targeted by a protagonist like Li boy. He swung his halberd ready to forcibly demand the boy. Inside the open carriage door, the Li boy, who had just woken up, saw Ren Tianye's expression and shrank fearfully into Aunt Zhao's arms. Save me. I'm scared. Aunt Zhao immediately comforted him. Child, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will protect you. Then her cold eyes swept over like knives, and she scolded. Ren Tianye, how dare you? Do you intend to disrespect me? Can your Duke Ren's mansion bear such a crime? She paused, a sinister smile curling at the corner of her mouth, and her tone became leisurely. Ren Tianye, to tell you the truth, I have no troops accompanying me on this return trip. Just these people here. If you dare to block me again, I could have your legs broken without anyone knowing, and no one would be your witness. You'll just have to bear it. Her smile grew wider. Don't think about submitting a memorial to accuse me. Guess who His Majesty will believe? Your grievances or my words? At these words, the tense atmosphere seemed to relax a little. The maids and soldiers following her also wore smug smiles. The Li boy breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes turning cold and venomous as he looked at Ren Tianye, the deep-seated hatred almost overflowing. But Ren Tianye. His eyes suddenly lit up. You mean it's just you people with no one else following behind? Aunt Zhao sneered. That's right. Haha, why didn't you say so earlier? Ren Tianye's cheerful demeanor left Lady Zhao stunned. She had originally anticipated that upon learning no one had followed, Ren Tianye would be terrified and hastily make way, bowing respectfully to apologize. After all, with no one behind him, beating Ren Tianye would be pointless. But why was he smiling so gleefully? Moreover, he showed no intention of moving aside. Annoyed and worried about the young Li boy's injury, knowing time was of the essence, she wasted no more words and coldly commanded, Ren Tianye, get off your horse immediately. Guards, tie him up. Attendants, give him 30 lashes first. All obeyed. For guards immediately advanced toward Ren Tianye when a chilling gleam from a halberd suddenly flashed. In a flash of lightning, 2 heads the size of bowls flew off. The 2 guards in front instantly fell dead on the ground. Before Lady Zhao could react, she saw Ren Tianye, after cutting down 2 guards with his halberd, continue without pause. With a fierce smash, he reduced the 3rd guard to a bloody pulp. The 4th guard's fate was no better. Seizing the momentum, Ren Tianye swept his halberd horizontally, knocking him in the waist and sending him crashing into a tree. Spitting blood, it was clear that this man, not possessing the aura of a protagonist, was beyond saving. All this happened in a mere instant, accomplished in the blink of an eye. Moreover, Ren Tianye had struck first, his intent to ambush unmistakable. It made Lady Zhao scream instantly. Ren Tianye, how dare you disobey my orders? As she shouted, Ren Tianye had already charged forward with his horse. By the time she finished speaking, the 2 maids nearest to him had each taken a halberd strike. Lady Zhao had brought 8 maids on this journey who not only tended to her daily needs, but also bore the responsibility of protecting her. These 8 maids were all skilled martial artists. Each wielded excellent swordsmanship. But unfortunately, Ren Tianye's martial arts had reached the level of a top-tier general. And before a man of such prowess, no matter how highly trained a woman's martial arts were, it was all in vain. After all, women were naturally disadvantaged in strength. Their martial arts could only follow a path of lightness and agility, utterly unable to clash head-on with men. Once their weapons collided, the sheer force transmitted would instantly split their tiger's mouth and render them combat ineffective. Thus, the 2 maids who had just each received a halberd strike from Ren Tianye were knocked senseless by his overwhelming force. Their weapons flew from their hands, and the halberd's momentum continued, crushing them into meat paste. Ren Tianye had already slain 4, yet his hand never ceased. Wielding his halberd like a war god incarnate, he took down one after another, almost 1 strike per person. Several maids tried to dodge using their more agile figures and sought Ren Tianye's openings, but he would not give them such a chance. Want to dodge? Fine, then I'll go straight for Lady Zhao. You can dodge, but Lady Zhao can't dodge a damn thing. Thus, to protect Lady Zhao, the maids had no choice but to rush back and block Ren Tianye's path, facing his powerful and domineering halberd. One by one, they either spat blood or were flattened outright. In the blink of an eye, all 4 guards and 8 maids had perished under Ren Tianye's halberd. Only Lady Zhao and the young Li boy remained inside the carriage. Ren Tianye swung his halberd, pointing it directly at them, a brilliant smile on his face. So, Lady Zhao, you don't have anyone following you after all. No one's behind you, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Lady Zhao, trembling with fear, struggled to maintain her composure. Ren Tianye, you dare to kill a government official. Are you rebelling? You? Aren't you afraid of implicating the Duke of Ren's mansion? Aren't you afraid of implicating your 9 clans? Aren't you afraid of implicating your friends and family? Ren Tianye's smile grew even more radiant. Lady Xiao, you said it yourself. No one can see, no one can testify. Lady Xiao was stunned. Ren Tianye then put on a serious expression. I, Ren Tianye, am a border soldier defending the lands of Du, loyal to my sovereign and patriotic. How could I rebel? It's just that I pity Lady Xiao for your lack of discernment, trusting the wolfish ambitions of the barbarians. As he spoke, he flicked his halberd, the tip pointing directly at the young Li boy, and shouted coldly, barbarians are indeed vicious. You were severely injured, and Lady Xiao, seeing you young, kindly saved you. Yet you repaid kindness with enmity, poisoning them when they were off guard. You even set fire to the convoy, intending to destroy the evidence. Fortunately, I discovered you, so you couldn't escape the net of justice. It's just a pity that Lady Xiao, who was so loyal to His Majesty, fell victim to your evil hand. I am deeply grieved. The young Li boy's face was completely pale, drained of any color. Even Lady Xiao, a beautiful woman, had lost the rosy hue from her cheeks. Her eyes could not conceal the terror. This Ren Tianye had already imagined her death scene. He was prepared to destroy the evidence. Could he really kill her? Lady Xiao had no time to think further, for the halberd gleamed again. When the light faded, a large, beautiful head rolled to the ground. Lady Xiao dead and gone. But at that very moment, the dying young Li boy leaped out of the carriage, snatched a warhorse, and prepared to gallop away. But this time, even if he had the potential of a protagonist, Ren Tianye would give him no chance. He hurled his halberd with all his might, the heavy weapon crashing into the young Li boy, while the sharp tip pierced his back. Thump! The young Li boy fell from the horse. Ren Tianye dismounted and approached to check. Logically, the boy should be dead beyond doubt, but this female-oriented story didn't follow logic. He was already at death's door, yet he could still leap out of the carriage. How was that reasonable? So he had to be cautious. Before checking, he casually picked up a blade. When he got close, he chopped off the head with one stroke. Ren Tianye finally felt relieved. With no head, even if his heart were in the sole of his foot, he couldn't possibly survive, right? Phew. After finishing all this, he let out a long sigh. He felt that this day had been too turbulent. He had only wanted to save a subject of Du, but so many things had happened. He had encountered one person after another, each more absurd than the last. He had to draw his blade again and again. Fortunately, it seemed everything was finally over. No, it wasn't over yet. He still hadn't disposed of the bodies. Ren Tianye dared not delay. In this absurd female-oriented story, any carelessness could trigger even more ridiculous events. It was better to be cautious. He immediately prepared materials for burning. When he was about ready, he began searching the bodies for anything useful. Then, he found a turquoise head ornament on the young Li boy. Turquoise head ornaments were commonly worn by barbarian nobles. Given that the Li family had a background of transporting tea to the barbarians, it was not surprising to find such an item. But the unique style of the turquoise ornament made Ren Tianye frown. This seems to be a gift from the barbarian great prince. Ren Tianye pondered the various intelligence he had gathered from the military, cross-referencing quickly in his mind. He grew increasingly certain that it was indeed a bestowal from the barbarian great prince to his subordinate. So the Li family actually has a close relationship with the great prince. But that can't be. Ren Tianye was confused. The barbarian great prince was the designated heir of the barbarians, commanding the largest cavalry after the Great Khan, and was the most powerful figure among the barbarians. That the young Li boy could receive a turquoise ornament from him clearly indicated a deep connection. Moreover, the boy had earlier shouted that he was going to seek refuge with the barbarian great prince, which further confirmed this. But the Li family were clearly the great prince's men, yet they were attacked by barbarians. Is there a civil war among the barbarians? Or is there some other mischief? Ren Tianye felt that this matter was of great importance. After returning, he would have to handle it carefully, and if necessary, report to the chiefing army. He tucked the turquoise ornament into his bosom. He then searched the others, mainly focusing on Lady Xiao. After all, it was very likely that she carried an imperial edict. As Ren Tianye had expected, he indeed found a scroll. When he opened it and read it, his expression changed drastically. The Empress wants to annihilate the chiefing army. Ren Tianye almost convinced himself he had misread it. Yet the imperial edict was written with crystal clarity. The commander of the chiefing army, Lin, has held military authority for too long and harbors rebellious ambitions. His 70,000 troops under his insidious influence have disregarded the emperor's grace, repeatedly defied royal decrees, and covertly consolidated power to obstruct northern frontier policy. This is none other than high treason. High treason, a direct and explicit charge of such a grave crime. The edict further stated that the Empress Dowager, remembering the chiefing army's past contributions to guarding the frontier, had shown clemency on multiple occasions. Yet the chiefing army not only failed to repent, but grew ever more audacious in its transgressions. To uphold the law of the nation and secure the state, Her Majesty commands the chiefing army's designation is hereby abolished. Its commander and all 70,000 troops, officers and soldiers alike, shall be executed without a single survivor. Furthermore, all regional forces along the route are ordered to assist in the eradication. Any who secretly release or harbor them shall face execution for their entire clan. The edict was remarkably detailed in its provisions. However, Ren Tianye could clearly see that the charges against the chiefing army were merely a collection of hollow and sweeping accusations, nothing more than fabricated guilt for which one could always find some pretext. There was not a single specific detail explaining exactly what the chiefing army had done to warrant execution. What was most alarming was that it was not merely the commander and senior generals being targeted. They sought to slaughter all 70,000 soldiers of the chiefing army. Ren Tianye had lost count of how many times he had been stunned by the absurdity of this female empire world, yet this time it left him completely dumbfounded. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he simply could not comprehend why the Empress Dowager wanted to annihilate the chiefing army. That was the chiefing army. Among the 200,000 plus troops stationed in the northern frontier to resist the barbarians, the greatest enemy of Great U, the chiefing army was the main force. Including himself, they were little more than support personnel serving the chiefing army. It was precisely because of the chiefing army that the northern frontier had remained secure for so many years, forcing the barbarians to repeatedly assault the borders only to suffer heavy casualties and retreat in humiliation. And now they wanted to slaughter the chiefing army. Moreover, it was to exterminate every single member of the chiefing army. Ren Tianye couldn't help but laugh, laughing from sheer rage. Damn it. In all of recorded history, no such outrageous thing had ever been heard of. Those 70,000 chiefing army soldiers were all elite troops of Great U, and at least 35 million taels of silver had been expended just to raise them. Great U's annual tax revenue amounted to only 50 million taels of silver. This kind of meticulously forged powerful army just wiped out with a word. That vast fortune simply thrown away like nothing. And this was merely the economic dimension. After the destruction of the chiefing army, the impact on all of Great U, and even the entire world, would be devastating beyond imagination. Tell me, after slaughtering the chiefing army, which soldier would still remain loyal to the Great U dynasty? Damn it, that takes absurdity to an entirely new level of lunacy. Ren Tianye couldn't resist his sarcasm. I've heard of executing rebellious generals and killing those whose merits overshadow their sovereign, of slaughtering the upper echelons. But slaughtering 70,000 elite troops, truly for the first time in my life. Ren Tianye mused that even someone like Liu Bang would at most eliminate meritorious officials like Han Xian. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared bloodthirsty with rivers of heads rolling. But damn him, he never dared to destroy his own elite forces. Such madness in this delirious world was truly beyond comprehension. Moreover, Ren Tianye immediately thought of the eunuch Xiao delivering the edict. His caravan was heading back toward the forbidden city of Great U, so it could almost certainly be concluded. Once the edict had been delivered, the execution of 70,000 chiefing army soldiers was already complete, meaning the backbone of the nation, the chiefing army, had been utterly annihilated. Ha ha ha. Ren Tianye found himself laughing again. He now thoroughly understood a certain saying: when a person is utterly speechless, they genuinely do laugh. With the chiefing army gone, who would resist the barbarians' surging armies from this point forward? Who would still sincerely fight against them? He could already foresee the scenes that would follow: the barbarian hordes crushing the Great U dynasty, the imperial capital falling, and the Empress Dowager, Xiao Mingzhao, captured in chains. In that day when the empire fell but the rivers and mountains remained, they, the people of U, would become like stray dogs, falling beneath the barbarians' swords and spears. So utterly absurd. It was now the nth time he had spoken those words. Even with his unwavering will, a sense of bewilderment crept over him. But then, instantly, he jolted. A far more terrifying thought surged into his mind. If 70,000 chiefing army soldiers were massacred, would the Empress Dowager, Xiao Mingzhao, show any mercy to us border troops who were attached to the chiefing army? Ren Tianye's body grew cold with dread. Their unit, much like the chiefing army, had dwelled for years within Shana City, the foremost stronghold of the Great U northern frontier, following chiefing army orders and subordination. The soldiers among them shared deep bonds with the chiefing army personnel. Countless soldiers admired the chiefing army above all others, dreaming of joining their ranks. Now the Empress Dowager had slaughtered the chiefing army. What about them? Would she raise her blade and cleave their skulls as well? Damn it, Xiao Mingzhao, this imbecile dared to butcher Great U's finest 70,000 chiefing army troops. What wouldn't she dare to do to us little minnows? Fuck. I've only been transmigrated for a few months, and already they're charging me with treason and plotting to kill me. 10,000 herds of spiritual horses galloped across Ren Tianye's mind. His profound sense of injustice ignited his will to survive. If Xiao Mingzhao wanted them dead, why should they simply perish without a fight? Fuck rebellion then. A firm resolve flashed in Ren Tianye's eyes. The answer was already clear in his heart. There was no time to waste. He had to return immediately and make plans. The chaos and destruction around him, He had originally planned to set fire to the scene and destroy all evidence, leaving no trace behind. But now, there was no need. Since Xiao Mingzhao accused them of treason, then let them rebel. Let her see who the true rebels were. Who was the one committing treason? A sharp whistle sounded, and the night-lighting jade stallion galloped toward him. Ren Tianye swung himself onto the horse. Before departing, he still took the head of the young Master Li. He was afraid that once he left, some chance-passing medical genius might reattach the young Master Li's head, and if the boy were somehow resurrected, it would only bring more trouble. Hooves thundered as he raced along the road at breakneck speed, seeking out his followers. Moonlight poured down upon the mountain hollow. The hollow was clear and bright, and a bonfire had been kindled, its flames vividly illuminating the resting figures of over 20 soldiers. The men sat around the fire eating dry rations and drinking clear water while awaiting the return of their leader Ren Tianye. The deputy commander Wang Ming wore a worried expression, frequently gazing into the distance. I wonder how General Ren is faring now. He told us to wait here, but he's been gone for so long. Could he have committed more killings? Wang Ming was genuinely terrified of Ren Tianye now. He would kill at the slightest disagreement. Killing barbarians was one thing, but he would also slay you people at the drop of a hat. Though these you might have had their issues, the Crimson Beacon Army would never have acted this way. This left those who yearned to join the Crimson Beacon Army deeply unsettled. The other soldiers shared the same sentiment. Hearing Wang Ming's words, they all couldn't help but look dejected. With General Ren acting like this, how should we report it when we return? We absolutely cannot say that General Ren killed you people. We can only say he killed barbarians. General Ren has shared life and death with us, even shielding us from blades on the battlefield. Even if he violates military discipline, we must not betray him. That goes without saying. The question is, with General Ren's conduct, should we still follow him in the future? Don't look at me. I'm troubled too. I don't know what to do either. Just then the rapid clatter of hooves sounded. The soldiers recognized it as Ren Tianye's mount, the night-shining jade lion. Spirits lifted, they quickly rose to their feet. They saw Ren Tianye galloping toward them. As he drew near, he pulled back on the reins, causing the night-shining jade lion to rear up with a piercing neigh. Ren Tianye dismounted with a graceful leap. The Fantian Huaji in his hand still glistened crimson under the moonlight, blood dripping from it incessantly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. All were battle-hardened soldiers, well aware that the fresh blood on Ren Tianye's weapon indicated he had killed far more than a single man. How many more souls had been claimed by his Fantian Huaji? And yet, how long had they been apart? He had already killed several more. Such behavior, if it occurred in the Crimson Beacon Army, would have cost him his head many times over. Deputy Commander Wang Ming, suppressing his inner turmoil, stepped forward and said, General Ren, the Li family, the Li barbarians have been wiped out by me. Ren Tianye tossed down the head of the Li boy. Even in death, the furious and vicious expression on his face was still clear. Deputy Commander Wang Ming's heart skipped another beat. General Ren, this. I also killed a few who tried to shelter the Li barbarians. Ren Tianye pulled open the bundle on his back, took out a token engraved with the characters, Transmit Imperial Edict, and tossed it to Wang Ming. Later investigation revealed that the one sheltering the Li barbarians was Lady Xiao from the palace. I beheaded her as well. Boom. The name Lady Xiao struck the men like a thunderbolt. These soldiers might not know who their superiors were, or even the names of the various northern defense commanders. But they knew very well of Empress Xiao Mingzhao. They were also well aware of Lady Xiao, the most trusted attendant by the Empress's side. Without needing Ren Tianye to explain, they instantly understood the enormity of what he had done. Their faces turned pale, and several men staggered. Then pandemonium erupted. General Ren, how could you kill Lady Xiao? She is the favored confidant of His Majesty. Killing her, how could the Empress ever forgive you? This will result in the extermination of 9 generations. General, we are your subordinates here with you on this mission. By killing Lady Xiao, you have implicated us. Our 9 generations are also doomed. General Ren, you have brought ruin upon us. None of these 20-odd soldiers were fools. Or rather, anyone who wasn't a typical female-oriented reader would understand the severity of the situation. Killing the most trusted confidant of the Empress would mean far more than the perpetrator suffering death by 1,000 cuts. His subordinates, colleagues, and even superiors would all face a reckoning. And that reckoning would not be as simple as a salary cut, fine, or dismissal. At the very least, it would cost them their lives. More likely, it would implicate their families and bring about the destruction of their 9 generations. So after Ren Tianye's act, their heads no longer belonged to them. This reaction was exactly what Ren Tianye wanted. He then took out the Imperial Edict and said, coincidentally, I found this edict in Lady Xiao's carriage. Take a look. Few soldiers were literate. Fortunately, Deputy Commander Wang Ming had read many books. He hurriedly took the edict, and the moment he scanned it, his entire body trembled violently. Wah! What? The Empress wants to massacre the 70,000 troops of the Crimson Beacon Army. If Ren Tianye's killing of Lady Xiao had been a thunderbolt, then the news that Empress Xiao Mingzhao planned to slaughter the 70,000 Crimson Beacon Army was the sky falling. The scene exploded instantly. What does this mean? What did the Crimson Beacon Army do? They are loyal and patriotic, guarding the borders, ensuring the safety of the Great U realm. How? How could the Empress want to kill them? The edict says the Crimson Beacon Army repeatedly defied royal orders and obstructed the northern frontier policy. What does that mean? The Crimson Beacon Army is utterly loyal, obeying every command. How could they defy orders? And obstructing the northern frontier policy. The policy was to keep the barbarians out of the Mountain River Pass. The Crimson Beacon Army has already done that. Why would they be killed? Are they going to kill even such loyal and brave warriors? The soldiers were agitated, many with reddened eyes. After all, the Crimson Beacon Army was not only the most elite force of Great U, the backbone of the northern frontier, but also the faith of countless soldiers. Especially these men who had lived alongside the Crimson Beacon Army in Mountain River City for years, sharing daily life, and thus felt an even deeper bond. How could they not be united in indignation when the edict slandered the Crimson Beacon Army so? And then Ren Tianye dealt them another heavy blow. Judging from Lady Zhao's itinerary, she has already delivered the edict. So, the Crimson Beacon Army has likely been slaughtered by now. 70,000 loyal souls, all buried in a foreign land. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap echoed in the sky. Many soldiers who had been ready to plead for the Crimson Beacon Army, even at the cost of their own lives, now felt their world collapse completely. All eyes were bloodshot. The entire Crimson Beacon Army slaughtered. Brother Wong, you promised to recommend me to join the Crimson Beacon Army. How could you be killed by the Empress? The Crimson Beacon Army was loyal and brave, every one of them heroes who fought desperately to defend the northern frontier. And now they're all dead. The court is tyrannical. Fuck the Empress. She would kill even such loyal ministers. We have no way out anyway. Might as well rebel. Die either way. Let's avenge the Crimson Beacon Army. The men were filled with fury and cries of revenge, and rebellion grew louder. Seeing the moment was ripe, Ren Tianye raised his Fontian Huaji and shouted, "The court is unrighteous, the Empress absurd, slaughtering 70,000 of the Crimson Beacon Army, killing loyal ministers and good generals. What is there left to serve in such a great U? Let us rebel. Are you willing to follow me in rebellion?" Without hesitation the men roared in unison, "Rebel! Good, then rebel we shall." Ren Tianye's heart surged with fervor. To wait meant possible death. To rebel also meant possible death. Then let it be rebellion. Rebellion against the Empress, against the Great U dynasty, against this maddening female-centric world. He declared loudly, "Good, now immediately pack your belongings and follow me back to the camp to report this news. How can the countless valiant warriors in the army allow 70,000 loyal souls to die in such obscurity?" The soldiers responded with a unanimous roar. They immediately followed Ren Tianye back. They belonged to the Mountain River City under the command of the Crimson Flame Army, the main force resisting the barbarians. However, because the Crimson Flame Army was formidable and held the barbarian main force firmly outside the Mountain River Pass, these auxiliary troops faced less intense barbarian assaults. Their mission became patrolling. They mainly roamed the line between Mountain River Pass and Cloud Ridge City day and night to prevent small-scale infiltration by barbarian forces. Now an 800-strong army was stationed in the distance, serving as the main camp for these squads. All 800 were attached to the Crimson Flame Army. Now that the Crimson Flame Army had been slaughtered, the 800-strong army would surely be gripped by fear upon learning the news. Their ties with the Crimson Flame Army were so close. Would the Empress spare them so easily after massacring the Crimson Flame Army? Even the elite Crimson Flame Army had been butchered. These insignificant troops were merely a casual matter. In the camp of 800 there were maddening female-centric people, but more were normal. Upon hearing this news, would they gamble on the Empress Xiao Mingzhao's magnanimity to spare them? Or gamble on a magnificent future? Ren Tianye believed that normal people could make normal judgments. Thus they sped up. Over 20 soldiers followed closely, not daring to rest. They ate on horseback when hungry and slept on horseback when tired. After a full day and night, they finally reached the station camp. Ren Tianye rode to the front and knocked at the camp gate. Normally the gate guards, tempered by the Crimson Flame Army and experienced in battle, would have responded quickly and opened the gate immediately. But Ren Tianye and his men waited for a long while at the camp entrance before the guards arrived belatedly. After verifying their identities and tokens, they let Ren Tianye and his men in. Why so slow? Since when has our camp become so sluggish? Ren Tianye questioned with displeasure, but he saw the guard raise his head, revealing eyes red from crying. Frowning slightly, his tone softened. Has something happened? General Ren. The young soldier couldn't control his emotions, and as soon as he spoke his voice broke into sobs. The Crimson Flame Army has been slaughtered. Before he finished, tears streamed down his face. These soldiers, deeply influenced by the Crimson Flame Army, naturally felt such grief. But the army already knows about this. The soldiers said, General Ren, the scouts sent out reported massive fires outside Mountain River City, and the Crimson Flame Army seemed to be massacred by the Imperial Guards from the capital, lasting several days. The Crimson Flame Army is finished. Ren Tianye's heart grew heavy. Massive fires, Imperial Guards slaughtering. The awe-inspiring Crimson Flame Army, which had routed the barbarians, had perished at the hands of their own people. Was this something a normal person would do? However, for him, it saved a lot of trouble. There was no need to explain the reasons to everyone, they already knew. So within the 800-strong army, changes were inevitable. Without delay, he led his men at top speed to the mountain camp. The guards they encountered along the way were all dispirited. If not for the strict military discipline, there would have been chaos. But now it was almost as scattered as loose sand. When faith collapses, even 800 battle-hardened troops with weapons and horses had no fighting spirit. Tianye, you're back. As soon as they reached the continuous camp tents on the mountain, someone called out and strode over. Before Ren Tianye could even dismount, the man grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the main command tent. Quick, come with me to see General Zhang. You don't know. The Crimson Flame Army has been slaughtered. 70,000 troops, just butchered like that. Damn it, they didn't die at the hands of foreigners, but were killed by our Empress's decree. If the Empress has killed the Crimson Flame Army, what good fate awaits us border troops who are so close to them? We must act. We cannot just sit and wait for death. This man was named Sun Xiang, holding the same rank as Ren Tianye, a guerrilla general. Like Ren Tianye, he was under the command of General Zhang Wei, roaming the area to eliminate infiltrating barbarian bands. The two were of roughly equal status, but because Ren Tianye had the background of the Duke of Ren's mansion, he actually held a slightly higher position. After learning of the news, I immediately sent out scouts to recall all guerrilla generals from all directions. Sun Xiang said as he pulled Ren Tianye toward the camp general's tent. You were far away. Oh, I thought you wouldn't be back for a while. It's really great that you made it in time. Now that we're all here, let's go see General Zhang Wei and make a decision together. The lives of 800 soldiers are in our hands. We must come up with a plan. Ren Tianye nodded. It felt comfortable talking to normal people. They clearly understood the situation and its pros and cons. Even if they were a bit slow, they grasped it after explanation. How much better than talking to those maddening female-centric people? It was like speaking to a brick wall. Better to use swords than words. The two hurried to the tent of General Zhang Wei and found that all the guerrilla generals had already arrived. Most looked travel-worn, indicating they had rushed back upon hearing the news. Their faces were full of anxiety. However, upon seeing Ren Tianye, they greeted him warmly. Tianye, you're back too. Great, we were worried you were too far away for the scouts to find you. Now that Tianye is here, we're all together. We must make a decision tonight. I wonder which traitorous minister slaughtered the Crimson Flame Army. We absolutely cannot just watch and wait for death. Yes, Tianye, you've always had the best ideas. When we enter the general's tent, you must speak up and tell us what to do. The guerrilla generals were all friendly toward Ren Tianye. But in truth, when Ren Tianye first arrived at this border outpost carrying the title of the Duke of Ren's mansion, he had been greatly resented by these men. The proud Crimson Flame Army, even its auxiliary units, looked down on the gilded nobility transferred from the capital. However, as time passed, they witnessed Ren Tianye's bravery and ferocity in battle, his ruthless attacks on barbarians, his camaraderie with the soldiers, and even his willingness to take a blade for them. Their attitude toward Ren Tianye changed immediately. The bond between soldiers is pure. If you are willing to fight shoulder to shoulder and shield me from harm, you are my brother in life and death, worthy of my trust. But Ren Tianye did not respond at this moment. Instead, he took out the imperial decree he had found on Aunt Shao. Then, all the guerrilla generals exploded. It was the Empress's order. 70,000 Crimson Flame Army soldiers, our 70,000 brothers, died in vain like this. It seems the Empress was determined to slaughter the Crimson Flame Army. Then she will certainly not spare us. If we sit and wait, we will share the same fate. Damn it, is she forcing us to rebel? Where is General Zhang? What is he doing in his tent? With such a huge matter, why hasn't he summoned us yet? The angry and frustrated guerrilla generals immediately vented their fury on the guards protecting the command tent. The guards dared not offend these guerrilla generals, but neither could they disobey General Zhang Wei's orders. They could only offer soothing words. Generals, please wait a moment. General Zhang is sulking because his wife refused to eat and is angry with him. He probably isn't in the mood to receive you right now. Perhaps you could return first. Once the lady stops being angry with the general, he will naturally summon you all. Warrant Officer Zhang Wei, like Ren Tianye, was a man with powerful backing. His connections ran deep and far-reaching, supported by towering mountains of influence. This was precisely why the Ren Duke's mansion had assigned Ren Tianye to this post. In order to ensure someone could keep a firm hand on him. They couldn't let Ren Tianye dominate the military camp, nor could they allow him to live comfortably. Yet having powerful backing didn't mean Zhang Wei was incompetent. Though he lacked the versatility of Ren Tianye, mastering both the spear on horseback and the art of strategy on foot, he possessed solid command talent. Command formations, troop movements, logistics. He excelled at them all. With such capabilities, his position in the military remained rock solid. So even when his outrageous behavior over his wife crossed boundaries, others simply endured it. But ordinary times were one thing. Now they faced a dire situation. 70,000 Red Beacon soldiers had been slaughtered, and the Empress's blade could fall on them at any moment. The lives of 800 warriors rested entirely on their decisions. Behind those 800 warriors stood 800 families, thousands of lives hanging in the balance. Such critical matters deserved no delays over a wife's fleeting temper. The officers erupted in outrage. She refuses to eat. Then she starves. One meal won't kill her, but if we stall any longer we'll all be dead men. Go report to the warrant officer again. If he still refuses to see us, we're breaking in. Can his wife's mood possibly outweigh our fate? Damn it, all day it's wife this, wife that. We march with her, we get whipped for disrespecting her. I'm here to fight barbarians, not to play nursemaid. Get out here and discuss business. Stop dragging her into everything. This is a matter of life and death. What does it matter if his wife is in a bad mood? By the time she's cheerful, we'll be nothing but bones. Stop wasting time. With a dozen officers united in their fury, the guards had no choice but to yield. Generals, please wait. I'll go report immediately. Generals, just a moment. He barely finished before hurrying into the main tent, seething inwardly. The Red Beacon army was annihilated, the Empire's backbone shattered, and they were still obsessing over his wife. Damn his wife. But rank commanded obedience, and with Zhang Wei holding the military tally, he had no choice but to swallow his resentment. Then came a furious shout from inside the tent, "Get out. Tell those generals outside my wife's enraged. He won't eat a single meal, as though the sky itself is crumbling. I've lost all will to live. What mood could I possibly have for military affairs? Scram. All of you get the hell out." The booming voice crushed down on the assembled officers, their faces contorted with suppressed rage. Their warrant officer's dismissal made it clear he wouldn't see them anytime soon, leaving them trapped between desperation and the impossibility of forcing their way in. Beyond the fact that Zhang Wei's personal guards answered only to him, even if they breached the tent, they'd accomplish nothing against such seasoned defenders. And storming in would constitute outright mutiny, a capital offense. The warrant officer held the imperial tally by court appointment. With uncertainty prevailing and morale fracturing, none dared openly defy their superior. The measured officers pleaded desperately, while the more volatile ones cursed under their breath. Warrant officer, this concerns matters of grave importance. Even your influence cannot shield you from the consequences. Your career, perhaps your very life, hang in the balance. How can you squander such critical affairs over a woman's whim? Always wife. When that bitch accompanied the campaign, I should have reported it immediately. Never would have let this disaster take root. Wife this, wife that. Is she your mother or what? Even if she were in a moment like this, you damn well need to set her aside. Understand? Time waits for no one. Every hour we waste could mean catastrophe. Is it really worth sacrificing everything over a woman refusing to eat? Despite every plea and outburst, the command tent remained silent. They were either unwilling or unable to grant an audience, leaving the guerrilla commanders in desperate straits. Sun Xiang, his throat parched, and his temper repeatedly checked, suddenly thought of Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye always possessed sound judgment. Perhaps he alone could persuade Warrant Officer Zhang. Besides, as the son of the Ren Duke's mansion, even if he'd been cast aside, Ren Tianye still carried that prestigious lineage. If Ren Tianye attempted the persuasion, there might be some chance of success. Tianye, go persuade the warrant officer. The words instantly struck the assembled commanders, and they quickly fell in behind him. That's right, Tianye. You must go speak with him. You're different from the rest of us. In times like these, we can only ask you to take that extra step. Brother Tianye, reason with him properly. The warrant officer isn't unreasonable. He's simply lost all sense of proportion whenever his wife fevers or catches a chill. Appeal to both his heart and his judgment, and he'll hear you out. I beg you on my knees. Tianye, we've fought side by side as brothers through every battle. Now we have nowhere else to turn but to you. Two brazier fires flickered outside the command tent, their light wavering in the wind, casting shifting shadows as the officers turned their pleading gazes toward Ren Tianye. But after searching for some time, they couldn't find Ren Tianye anywhere. All the staff officers were present, yet Ren Tianye had vanished without a trace. Wang Ming, do you dare accompany me to the wife's tent? Upon hearing this, Vice Commander Wang Ming froze momentarily. General Ren, aren't the other officers already pleading with Warrant Officer Zhang at his tent? Does he still refuse to meet with them? Why are we going to beg his wife instead? Ren Tianye replied, they're certainly pleading, but I doubt it will accomplish anything. That's why once I learned Zhang Wei refused to see us, I came directly to you. Extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. This is precisely such a moment. Had Vice Commander Wang Ming accompanied Ren Tianye to the warrant officer's tent, he would have recognized that Ren Tianye had no intention of even requesting an audience. He was prepared to implement those extraordinary measures outright. Wang Ming, never one to stubbornly resist, immediately agreed. If you give the order, General, how could I possibly refuse? Ren Tianye replied calmly. What if our visit to the wife's tent isn't to make requests, but to do something rather extreme? Wang Ming's eyelid twitched, but his resolve remained unshaken. He clasped his fists and declared, our lives hang by a thread. In this moment of life and death, I am willing to entrust my fate to you. Whatever you command I will do, even if it means. His eyes hardened with intent, but he left the thought unfinished. To Ren Tianye those unspoken words carried the same weight, as if they'd been spoken aloud. His regard for Vice Commander Wang Ming improved markedly. He had worried Wang Ming might be too soft-hearted and indecisive, but now saw he dared face death, without flinching, ready to sacrifice everything at such a critical juncture. This lifted Ren Tianye's spirits considerably. Here was a genuine man, a proper soldier, who could show mercy yet strike with thunderous force when needed. If everyone in this female-oriented world possessed such awareness, he wouldn't be so enraged. He placed a hand on Wang Ming's shoulder to encourage him. Go now and find men willing to risk everything. Those who dare walk the razor's edge and truly believe in my command. I will lead you to the wife's tent, to accomplish something extraordinary. Adjutant Wang Ming accepted the order and departed. Not long after he returned with 20 men. All of them were brothers who had accompanied Ren Tianye on this expedition. Aside from the wounded, and those feeling unwell due to the stress, tension, and grueling march, everyone had arrived. There was an extraordinary firmness in their eyes. Such expressions were typically reserved for moments when facing the barbarians. It was the resolve of men utterly prepared to lay down their lives who valued nothing but the successful completion of their mission. This gave Ren Tianye great comfort. Without wasting words, he waved his hand and led these 20 men in an impressive procession, bypassing the main camp and heading toward the rear tents. They hadn't gone far when they arrived before General Zhang's wife's tent. The tent occupied the finest position on this small hill and was enormous, more than twice the size of General Zhang's own command tent. The surrounding arrangements were equally elaborate. Not only did over a dozen maids attend to her daily needs, but there were also cooks, servants, and even a tailor specially assigned to create garments for the madam. This scene hardly resembled the harsh life of a military camp. It was no different from that of an aristocratic household. Furthermore, General Zhang was exceedingly narrow-minded and paranoid about other men gazing upon his wife's beauty. No guards were posted around the tent. Security relied entirely on several maids skilled in martial arts. However, General Zhang wielded his whip with brutal severity. Anyone who dared trespass near his wife's tent, whether accidentally or deliberately, would face flogging at minimum and severe beating at worst. This made the soldiers regard the area with the same terror as one would a tiger or wolf, daring not approach, even slightly. But this quite conveniently spared Ren Tianye's party considerable trouble. They approached the tent entrance with brazen audacity. Several braziers infused with precious fragrances burned furiously, casting a brilliant crimson light that increasingly illuminated Ren Tianye and his companions as they drew nearer. Two maids immediately sprang forward with cold reprimands. Halt! Where do you come from, low-ranking soldiers? Seeking to taste the general's whip. How dare you trespass upon this restricted military ground? Before the words had fully left their lips, Ren Tianye had already charged forward. His blade rose and fell in swift arcs. Two heads tumbled to the ground. The 20-plus soldiers, including Adjutant Wang Ming, were equally swift. Long before the maids could react, they had drawn their swords and began rapidly encircling the tent. They killed whoever stood before them, human or spirit alike. Those maids possessed some martial skill, but compared to the female guards under Aunt Xiao, they were pale shadows. Their ability to keep this tent impenetrable and deter anyone from approaching depended entirely on General Zhang's military orders. With their meager capabilities, it would be miraculous if they could have stopped Ren Tianye's battle-hardened veterans. In the blink of an eye, the areas surrounding the tent had been cleared. Ren Tianye immediately ordered, Wang Ming, take 5 men and follow me inside. The rest of you remain here and eliminate all traces. And strip the madam of all her attendants. As the men murmured their agreement in hushed tones, an irritated, scolding voice echoed from within the tent. What commotion is happening outside? Don't you know the madam is in a terrible mood and would rather die than cause trouble now? The tent flap parted, revealing what appeared to be the madam's personal maid, who was immediately struck in the heart by a single blow and killed on the spot. Ren Tianye led the way with Wang Ming close behind, followed by 5 soldiers filing in one after another. Several maids remained inside, their faces frozen in shock. That shock lasted only a moment. No cries escaped their lips. Ren Tianye, Wang Ming, and the 5 soldiers moved with terrifying speed, trading blows and thrusts until the fragrant, warmth-filled tent became a river of blood. But just as Wang Ming raised his broadsword to cleave the final personal maid, Ren Tianye called a halt. Spare her. We'll need someone to deliver news shortly. Yes. Wang Ming halted his blade, but to prevent any treachery from the maid, immediately pressed the cold edge against her neck. The chilling proximity of the steel made Wang Ming's voice grow even colder. Dare harbor thoughts of delivering any message, and I'll cut you down myself. This ruthless bearing deepened Ren Tianye's respect for Wang Ming. Every step they took now involved the fate of 9 generations, and in matters of life and death, any negligence or softness was unacceptable. At times like this, it was better to kill mistakenly than to let anyone escape. This Deputy Commander Wang Ming, who normally possessed a compassionate heart, kind and gentle, had shown exactly the right response at this critical moment, bringing Ren Tianye great relief. He did not pause. In 3 quick strides he reached the curtain, severed it with his blade, and beheld the madam, whom General Zhang cherished above all else. Su Jin. She was truly a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Her pomegranate red court dress framed a fair and exquisite face, with rouge smudged softly at the corners of her eyes. A dangerous, captivating allure that combined with her glancing gazes struck one as peerlessly glamorous at first sight. It was a beauty more radiant than that of Aunt Zhao. After all, Aunt Zhao's features and figure paled in comparison to Su Jin's, and moreover Su Jin was only 24 years old, a young married woman. Any man who laid eyes on her would find it impossible to look away. At this moment Ren Tianye finally understood Boss Chow's preferences. He also understood why everyone wanted to emulate him. Such young married women were living poetry. Indeed, it would be strange if they did not inspire such tenderness. Thus, amid Su Jin's terrified and uncertain gaze, Ren Tianye strode forward and delivered a powerful kick. Su Jin immediately fell. Before she even hit the ground, Ren Tianye struck again. These 2 kicks showed no mercy, sending Su Jin flying 2 meters. Before she could utter a scream, Ren Tianye closed the distance, swiftly crouched low, and grabbed her collar. Dare scream aloud, and I'll cut you to pieces. Su Jin's body arched like a shrimp from the pain, her wailing cry cutting off abruptly as cold sweat poured from every pore. Her fair complexion drained of all color, her eyes brimming with terror. She dared not make a sound. She was being difficult, not foolish. She could see the murderous intent radiating from these aggressive men. This sight filled the soldiers who had followed into the tent with fierce satisfaction. Ever since Su Jin had followed the army, they had known no comfort. They were originally a mobile unit of 800 men supplying their provisions and weapons regularly from Shanha City, with no need to carry excessive baggage. But because of this Su Jin, all 800 of them were forced to carry enormous amounts of trivial items, nearly reducing them to common porters. Women should not have been in the military in the first place, as they easily disrupted morale. Yet she created trouble for Staff Officer Zhang day after day, constantly stirring conflict and keeping the troops' spirits perpetually low. General Zhang protected her at every turn, so whipping soldiers at will was to be expected. But this woman still carried herself with an arrogant air, every day her brows furrowed, and her gaze cold, her very expression filled with contempt. She was merely the daughter of a merchant from Yunji City. What right did she have to such arrogance? Most detestable of all was how she would deliberately choose critical moments, when important military matters required consultation with General Zhang, to torment him with one excuse or another, repeatedly jeopardizing crucial affairs. Everyone had long been resentful toward her. They only regretted that she was General Zhang's wife and dared not rebel against their superior. Now Ren Tianye's kick struck precisely at the heart of their suppressed grievances. He also thoroughly terrified Su Jin, who shook uncontrollably and tears welling in her frightened eyes stammered, "You're going to rebel?" Ren Tianye then calmly replied, "We who have been nurtured by the Red Beacon Army are wholly devoted and loyal. How could we rebel? We merely heard the madam was angry and came specially to persuade her on General Zhang's behalf." He offered a faint smile, a chilling expression. "Now I wonder if the madam has cooled her temper. Are you no longer angry?" Su Jin almost laughed in spite of herself. So this was how Zhang Wei, that worthless coward, tried to appease her. She immediately flared up. "Zhang Wei has such audacity. I deigned to marry him, which was already a great honor, and now he doesn't even care about face." Before she could finish, a blood-stained short blade was pressed against her fair, slender neck. The blade was icy cold, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. All of Su Jin's anger was instantly stifled back into her stomach. She was no fool, otherwise she wouldn't have turned down so many suitors to marry Zhang Wei, a man with powerful connections who was easy to control. This was clearly not Zhang Wei sending someone to coax her. It was a straightforward rebellion. Only the words were sweet. She quickly said, your concubine is no longer angry. Not angry anymore. Not angry." Ren Tianye said increasingly leisurely. "But I see your face still full of anger, not even a smile. How can that be, not angry?" To the left. Almost instinctively Su Jin looked to the left. Slap. Ren Tianye's palm appeared from the left. He slapped her fiercely across the face. Ren Tianye's slap showed no mercy, no chivalrous tenderness. With one blow, Su Jin's delicate left cheek instantly turned bright red and began to swell. She covered her face and cried out in pain, but the moment her eyes met Ren Tianye's gaze, she swallowed her voice. Only her body trembled more and more. Then, she forced a smile. But with her face streaked with tears, the smile she strained to produce was uglier than a grimace. How that smile is utterly unappealing. To the right. Su Jin instinctively turned her head. Even as she moved, she realized her mistake and stopped, but the palm that appeared from the right did not spare her. Slap. The crisp sound echoed through the tent. Su Jin's right cheek also swelled instantly, and her exquisite beautiful face seemed almost deformed at first glance. You're your concubine dares not anymore. General, please stop hitting. Your concubine can surely smile more beautifully. Su Jin knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly. She quickly adjusted her posture and soon revealed a radiant flower-like face brimming with a smile that was utterly enchanting. At that moment her charm was soul-stirring. The smile is good, but not sincere enough. To the left. Slap. Ren Tianye gave Su Jin no time to react. His palm struck from the right. 3 consecutive slaps, each of the same force. With his strength not deliberately restrained, Su Jin's beautiful face had completely turned into a pig's head. Su Jin was so terrified, she begged frantically, then at the fastest speed she could muster she showed a face full of warm smiles and sincere eyes. Ren Tianye nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that Madame smiles so brightly, I am convinced of your sincerity. Madame is indeed no longer angry. I can cheer up Madame on behalf of Advisor Zhang, so this visit was not in vain. But I am a bit curious. No matter how well-connected and deeply entrenched Advisor Zhang is in the capital favored by the emperor, and with many military merits, how could he marry a lowly merchant's daughter and still fail to appease her? Isn't she quite easy to soothe now? Ren Tianye said with implication. Su Jin quickly replied, General, your concubine was wrong. Your concubine knows her mistake. From now on I will never throw tantrums again. Oh, you still want to throw tantrums? No, your concubine will serve the advisor well as a slave or maid and will never make such a mistake again. Ren Tianye nodded. Good. It's never too late to mend one's ways. Madame is indeed a wise woman. But such good news must be reported to Advisor Zhang immediately. Now please send a maidservant to inform Advisor Zhang that Madame is no longer angry and knows her mistake. Let the advisor come and see Madame's reformed self. Su Jin instantly understood Ren Tianye's true intention. He wanted to use her to lure Zhang Wei into her tent. But all the maids and attendants in her tent had been slaughtered. Now only Ren Tianye's men were guarding it. Whenever Zhang Wei came to her, he never brought guards for fear of others seeing her stunning beauty. If Zhang Wei came, his fate was clearly sealed. But if she lost Zhang Wei's protection, her own fate would be even worse. How could she agree? As she was agonizing, she saw Ren Tianye move the short blade from her neck to her face. The chilling, murderous intent from the blade seeped into her skin, making her shiver. She was accustomed to weapons. In Zhang Wei's hands, she had appraised countless precious swords and blades. She had never found anything special about those ornate or sharp weapons. To her, they were not even worth one of her hairpins, and she had always scorned them. But now the blade crawled like a worm over her delicate skin, the piercing cold making her shudder continuously. Only then did Su Jin understand the true power of this blade. It seems Madame is still angry. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to use this knife to draw a smiley face on Madame's face. A drawn smile never fades easily. Advisor Zhang will surely be delighted when he sees it. What do you think, Madame? Su Jin was drenched in cold sweat, fears surging like a violent ocean within her. She blurted out, Your concubine will call Zhang Wei. Your concubine will go and call Zhang Wei right now. She shouted to the only surviving personal maidservant. Why don't you go quickly? What are you waiting for? That's a good girl. Ren Tianye chuckled lightly and said to Wang Ming, Please escort this young lady to Advisor Zhang's command tent. Yes. Follow her at a distance. If this young lady is not sincere in inviting Advisor Zhang to see Madame's reformed self, you come back ahead, and you can help me draw a smiley face on Madame. Yes, General. Wang Ming lifted the maidservant out of the tent like a chick and threatened viciously, If you try to escape my sight, I'll shoot you through with an arrow before you get away. Did you hear me? I heard. The maidservant, pale with fear, answered tremblingly. Fix your face, go with a smile, to invite Advisor Zhang. If you mess up this important matter, I'll still shoot you through with an arrow. Yes. Then get moving. What are you dawdling for? Yes. Deputy General Wang Ming, following Ren Tianye's instructions, kept a distance behind the maidservant. He had already taken down his sturdy bow. Although his archery was not as good as Ren Tianye's, he could still draw a two-stone bow. Within his line of sight, he could absolutely make a killing shot. Still, he was so nervous that cold sweat poured from him, fearing that even the slightest mistake might occur in such a critical matter. Fortunately, his hand was still steady, rock steady. In reality, turned out much better than he had anticipated. The maidservant was also terrified out of her wits. When she arrived at the command tent, she didn't even dare to enter. She stood outside and shouted, Master, and Madame is no longer angry. Madame says she knows she was wrong. Please come over, Master. The guerrilla generals searching for Ren Tianye instantly brightened. The Madame isn't angry anymore. Ha, excellent. The Madame has finally come to her senses. Quite a feat. Lieutenant Zhang, the Madame is no longer angry. Why haven't you come out yet to discuss matters of importance with us? What are you waiting for? Quickly report to Lieutenant Zhang. This is a matter of grave importance. Delay is not an option. One word from the maid dispelled the gloom from all the guerrilla generals' faces, and several nodded approvingly to themselves. Though the Madame was usually temperamental, this time she had shown some sense. unlike her habit of deliberately obstructing whenever military matters arose. Within the officers' camp, Zhang Wei, clad in armor, strode out quickly. His beaming smile rivaled that of the generals, his voice trembling with surprise. "Madam, you truly are no longer angry." Yes, the madam is no longer angry. She says she knows her mistake and requests your presence, sir." "Truly." Lieutenant Zhang's mouth stretched ear to ear as if he'd swallowed a magical fruit, so elated he failed to notice the maid stammering. Excellent. I'll come at once." Let's go. Yet once again the generals barred his path. After all this waiting to see him at a moment so critical, was he really abandoning them for another tryst with his wife? Heaven only knew when that rendezvous would end. 800 lives hung in the balance. Oh, how could he be allowed to delay any longer? Unable to restrain him, they could only watch as Lieutenant Zhang followed the maid toward his wife's tent. That jubilant, almost dancing figure left the general's heated hopes turning to cold disappointment. What good would consultation be with Zhang Wei in such a state? Were they truly to leave their fate to the Empress's mercy? None of this concerned Lieutenant Zhang. Joy bubbled within him like boiling water. He could barely walk, humming a tune, his spirits lighter than they'd been in years. His wife was no longer angry. And worse still, she admitted her mistake. Had his devotion finally melted her cold heart? All these years of careful attention, endless care, and steadfast protection. Had his wife finally seen his sincerity? Zhang Wei grew increasingly excited with each thought, his pace quickening. He overtook the maid and strode towards Su Jin's tent. The maids who usually kept watch around the tent were nowhere to be seen. He noticed nothing, his heart brimming with anticipation of seeing his wife. Even before reaching the entrance, he called out loudly, "Madam, your husband is here." But as he lifted the curtain, a cold gleam shot toward him. The blade came swift and heavy. Lost in his elation, Zhang Wei had no time to react before the sword pierced his chest with a sickening sound. The smile remained frozen on his face as his body went limp and collapsed. Ren Tianye exhaled deeply, finally releasing his tension. Though he had resolved to rebel, the moment of killing his own commander still made his hands tremble. Fortunately, the tension sharpened his focus rather than clouding it. The blade lodged perfectly, wounding Zhang Wei without killing him, just as planned. Kneeling beside him, Ren Tianye asked coldly, "Where is the military tally?" Zhang Wei's fading eyes reflected Ren Tianye's murderous gaze and Su Jin's anguished expression nearby. Understanding crashed over him. His wife had never forgiven him. She hadn't confessed any wrongdoing. This was all Ren Tianye's doing. Ren Tianye, descendant of the noble Duke of Ren, blessed by the court for generations, now sought treason. And at this moment, he coveted the military tally. An unforgivable crime. Both heaven and humanity would despise such betrayal. Summoning his last strength, Zhang Wei roared, "Su Jin, why did you deceive me? How could you lie to me? Don't you love me anymore?" Ren Tianye drew the blade of Vice Commander Wang Ming and drove it into Zhang Wei's left chest, his expression darkening, voice colder still. "Where have you hidden the tally?" Though non-lethal, both wounds drained Zhang Wei's color and vitality, yet this only fueled his raging anger. "Su Jin, speak to me. Why have you deceived me? Do you not love me? Or have you never loved me at all? Hasn't Songwan, that spineless coward, always been what matters most to you? You've never truly forgotten him, have you? You're only with me out of necessity, aren't you? He's always been in your heart. Even now he still occupies your thoughts, doesn't he?" Tears streamed down Zhang Wei's face as he screamed like a broken child. "I always knew. I may have won your body, but I could never capture your heart. The one you truly loved was Songwan. All along it was Songwan. All these years of love and devotion were wasted. Wasted." Even Ren Tianye found himself exasperated by the spectacle. Had he learned the tally's location, Ren Tianye would have slit Zhang Wei's mouth open right then. This bastard had stabbed him twice, demanded the military tally, and the man couldn't bring himself to answer, only babbling about whether his wife loved him. Love my ass. At a moment like this, his mind was nothing but love. Was his head stuffed with filth? Furious beyond measure, Ren Tianye dragged Su Jin forward and commanded coldly, "Ask him where the tally is." Su Jin's eyes swam with tears, her face contorted in anguish. Helpless to stop Zhang Wei's torment, and knowing it was all because of her, Su Jin's heart recoiled in agony. How could she possibly question him on Ren Tianye's behalf? Yet when she met that chilling gaze, a shiver ran through her. She had just witnessed the extent of his ruthless power. As a mere woman, she stood no chance against him. Gritting her teeth, she leaned toward Zhang Wei. Her face streaked with tears, she pleaded, "Husband, stop resisting. Just give the tally to General Ren." Somehow Zhang Wei summoned strength he shouldn't have possessed. Though barely breathing, he roared, "How dare you speak for an outsider? How could you champion a stranger over me? Am I so worthless in your heart? Lesser even than Songwan the coward, and now less than some complete outsider? Jin, I love you with all my being. How could you treat me this way, eh? How could you do this to me?" Ren Tianye's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, desperately wanting to cleave Zhang Wei's skull open and see what madness filled his head. "Can you focus on what actually matters? It's the military tally. The tally. The tally. Not this fucking love bullshit. Witnessing Zhang Wei's wretched state, Su Jin could not bear it. She crouched beside him, gently stroked his face, and whispered softly, "My lord, from the moment I became your wife, I have been yours. How could I ever harbor other loyalties? You must not let your thoughts wander." Before she could finish her sentence, a kick came from the side, sending her flying 2 meters away. Burning with fury, Ren Tianye roared, "I told you to retrieve the military tally, not to come here, making love to this bastard Zhang Wei. Wanna die, do you? Wang Ming. Here, strip this woman bare and have the brothers line up. Today I shall use this woman to reward the entire army." "Yes." Wang Ming acknowledged the order, giving a shout as the 5 soldiers around them surged forward all at once. Su Jin's face drained of color in sheer terror. The sight also jolted Zhang Wei awake. Don't. Ren Tianye, don't touch my wife. I'll tell you where the military tally is." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ren Tianye knew perfectly well that losing his temper now was a fatal mistake, yet his emotions refused to settle. These love-struck fools were tormenting him beyond endurance. He barely dared to imagine what would happen if he raised his troops, and the entire Great Yu realm was filled with such incoherent love-brained fools. His head would split from the migraine. Fortunately, he managed to suppress those thoughts and immediately barked coldly, "Where is the tally?" "My personal guards are watching it," Zhang Wei replied. "All you need to do is present my waist badge to my guards, and they will hand it over. That's it." Ren Tianye was suspicious, sensing a trap. The military tally meant absolutely everything to a general. In fact, losing one's tally was a capital offense worthy of beheading. Such a crucial artifact could be obtained merely by showing a waist badge. Those personal guards would never simply hand it over without verification. "Are you playing games with me, you bastard? Believe it or not, I'll immediately exile this woman to the army." Zhang Wei panicked. No, Ren Tianye, I'm not deceiving you. Just use my waist badge, it truly works. My lady often takes my tally to play with. Every time I send someone with my waist badge to retrieve it. If they refuse, I have my guards flogged. After going back and forth enough times, they simply never dared to deny me." With Su Jin's few words soothing his torment, Zhang Wei had calmed considerably, no longer consumed by his romantic entanglement with her. Instead, his thoughts turned entirely to how he and Su Jin could survive. His words were remarkably sincere, which only left Ren Tianye utterly speechless. "The lady plays with the military tally. What an obscure excuse. That tally is no jade hairpin or jewelry you buy at the market. A mere woman wanting to play with it, and you hand it over eagerly. The fact that these 800 men survived under your command this long is nothing short of a miracle. If their luck were any worse, and some barbarian raid struck while you couldn't produce the tally to summon troops, they'd all be dead." Struggling to keep his temper in check, Ren Tianye gave his vice commander, Wang Ming, a glance. Wang Ming immediately began searching Zhang Wei's body. A precious item like the military tally was unlikely to be carried on his person, but the waist badge certainly would be. As expected, Wang Ming soon found it. "Take that maid along with you to retrieve the tally." "Yes, General." Wang Ming had done this once before and was quite experienced. The maid had also done this before and was equally familiar with the routine. The two worked seamlessly together. The maid trembled as she led the way ahead, while Wang Ming still held a sturdy bow poised, as if ready to loose an arrow, keeping the maid under intimidation. Shortly after, the maid arrived at the general's camp entrance. As before, she dared not enter, and instead called out, "Where are the guards?" "What is it?" "General's orders. The madam wishes to play with the military tally. Bring it out and give it to me." The maid held up Commandant Zhang's waist badge. The guard took the badge, inspected it, and confirmed it was authentic. Seeing that it was this madam's personal maid coming to collect it, they naturally did not dare to delay. However, their heads shook instinctively like rattle drums. This was the military tally. It had already been handed over to the madam to play with more than once. This imperial bestowal, the very thing that controlled the lives of 800 soldiers. Was it truly so worthless to them? Meanwhile, the gathering of guerrilla generals at the camp entrance erupted instantly. They had never known before that the madam treated the military tally as a plaything. Previously, she had always retrieved it within the tent, and this was the first time it had been displayed openly before others. The revelation filled every guerrilla general with fury. Absurd. Simply absurd. That is a military tally, not rouge or powder, not fabric or jewelry. How can it be shown so carelessly to outsiders? Play with it. Damn that bitch, does she want to play with everything? Why doesn't she go play with the imperial seal? Commandant Zhang actually treats the military tally as a toy for their bedroom amusements. This is an affront to our honor. Absolutely intolerable. So Commandant Zhang and his madam have already gone to such lengths in their depravity. Damn it, I hate myself for not fighting to the death back, then to stop that witch from corrupting our camp. As the guerrilla generals seethed with indignation, a chilling dread crept into their hearts. With Commandant Zhang behaving this way, what good would any discussion with him accomplish? Would Commandant Zhang care about the lives of these 800 men? Surely not. He had only his madam in his heart. At this life and death juncture, he would only think of ensuring his madam survived, and survived well. These men of theirs were worth less than common weeds. Brothers. At this moment Sun Xiang spoke, first his voice strained. Perhaps we should make our own decisions. Sun Xiang's proposal was reasonable and struck a chord with everyone, quickly winning their support. All were seething with emotion. After all, first the 70,000 chiefing army had been betrayed and slaughtered by the Empress, and now Commandant Zhang was jeopardizing everything for his woman. They were all fuming with rage. At this critical moment of life and death, they had already become reckless. Gathering in a circle before Commandant Zhang's camp tent, they each voiced their opinions freely. Commandant Zhang cannot be relied upon, we must depend on ourselves. I say we take the initiative now. His Majesty could strike against us at any moment. Rather than sitting and waiting to die, we should unite with other forces and petition the throne together. Under such pressure His Majesty will likely overlook our transgressions. Unwise. Most of our connections are border troops. If the Empress dares to massacre the chiefing army, why wouldn't she dare the same to us? I say we simply find a mountain and become bandits. Good wine, good meat, what a life. That suggestion is utterly ridiculous. We worked so hard, risked our lives time and again to earn these merits. If we become bandits, not only will our achievements vanish, but we'll also be hunted down by government troops. Even if ordinary soldiers can't defeat us, would you really give up your existing ranks so casually? I think the best course is to find a powerful patron to join us. The chiefing army is destroyed, but beyond it there remain elite forces in this world. Our 800 men are no joke. Surely someone will accept us. Accepting us is no different from rebellion. Who dares to open that can? The Empress executed the most elite chiefing army. Others will see her ruthlessness and dare not harbor us. I say we surrender our weapons, beg the Empress for mercy, and request permission to return to civilian life. One after another they exchanged views. Sun Xiang also offered his opinions, but with so many voices, and all being guerrilla generals of equal standing, no one yielded to anyone else. Meanwhile, Wang Ming had already returned to the madam's camp with the maid and the military tally. It is indeed the military tally. Ren Tianye held the tally, his heart brimming with joy. The military tally was forged from dark iron, its front bearing the 8 gilded characters, Red Beacon, subsidiary guardian of the mountains and rivers, while the reverse was engraved with the words 800 of the guard, and the emblem of the Red Beacon flame. It was exactly what he sought. With this tally in hand, these 800 men would nominally be under his command. He could now initiate his uprising. Ren Tianye, I have given you the tally. Zhang Wei, lying on the ground with 2 knives embedded in his body, was still alive, speaking in a faint voice. Can you now release me and my wife? I promise you, as long as you let us go, the tally is yours to do with as you wish. I will not interfere. Ren Tianye drew a soldier's blade, and with a single stroke severed Zhang Wei's head. He sneered, fool. With you dead, the tally is still mine to command. Ren Tianye looked outward. Follow me, we shall meet the mobile corps generals. Yes, General. The crowd followed Ren Tianye back in a grand procession. Unlike their anxious arrival, now their hearts were at ease. With the tally in hand, they could survive a few more days, and their spirits soared. Soon they reached the camp, but the mobile corps generals had already moved their discussion to Sun Xiang's tent. Ren Tianye learned of this and barged in with his men. Tianye, where have you been? Why so late? But you've come at the right time. Sun Xiang's face lit up with joy upon seeing Ren Tianye. Assistant General Zhang is no longer reliable. We brothers were just discussing what to do next. But we haven't reached a good strategy. You've always been the most resourceful, and everyone respects you. You decide what we should do. Sun Xiang's words were echoed by several mobile corps generals. Yes, Tianye, you're the most capable. We brothers trust you. Tell us, what should we do? Tianye, speak quickly. What should we do? We can't just sit and wait for death. That would surely be the end. Tianye, our lives depend on your plan. Don't disappear again this time. Ren Tianye nodded, but did not immediately reveal his thoughts. Instead he asked, brothers, what have you concluded from your discussion? Alas, no conclusion. Sun Xiang sighed. Old Zhang suggests we unite with other forces and submit a joint petition. Old Lu thinks we should seek someone to pledge allegiance to. Old Wang says we might as well beg the Empress for mercy. In short, opinions vary, and no one can convince the other. Ren Tianye nodded again, gaining a comprehensive understanding of their ideas. With his mind now clear, he finally spoke. He said slowly, I hear all your thoughts lean toward compromise. But have you ever considered, where will compromise lead? Will we live forever dependent on others' whims? If we join other forces to pressure the Empress, are you not afraid of retaliation later? If we turn to banditry, do you not worry about constant suppression by the Imperial Army? If we seek refuge with someone, can we be sure it's genuine shelter and not a trap? As for pleading with the Empress, that is even more inadvisable. Wouldn't that be offering our heads to the Empress, letting her chop them off with a single stroke? At that moment we would be the fish and meat, and she the chopping block. Even if we survive, we would live in constant fear for the rest of our lives. Is that the fate you are willing to accept, brothers? Ren Tianye's voice was low, but every word struck deep into their hearts, leaving the tent in dead silence. The more they thought, the more they realized Ren Tianye was right. Their situation with these 800 men was already dire. Making such choices would only make it worse. They might as well submit to the slaughter. Damn it, if that's the case, why not surrender to the barbarians? I refuse to believe there's no place in this world for our 800. Old Lu, hot-tempered as ever, blurted out recklessly. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Barbarians. They had fought these barbarians for years, their enmity steeped in blood. The barbarians never treated the people as human, often using them as livestock. Surrender to the barbarians. Even if they could survive, their conscience would never allow it, and they would be cursed through history. Fortunately, the other mobile corps generals knew old Lu's temper and let it pass, but they all sank into deep thought. Looking around, there was still no way out. Sun Xiang, quick to react, said, Tianye, since you've spoken this way, you must have a plan. Tell us, and we'll follow you. This reminder roused the others. Tianye, do you have a good idea? Speak quickly, don't keep us waiting. Tianye, we all trust you. Whatever you say, we'll do. Seeing the time was right, Ren Tianye dropped all pretense and declared directly, rather than wait for death, let's gamble on a life of untold riches. This realm has been ruled by the Dayu for 800 years. Now it's time for a change. Boom. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, rolling thunder crashed over the multitude. All the guerrilla generals were stunned into stillness. Rebellion. In the 800 years since the founding of Dayu, the realm had only heard of peasant uprisings. Never had soldiers mutinied. The mere word rebellion weighed upon their hearts like a crushing mountain, leaving them gasping for breath. Yet, if not rebellion, what else could they do? The 7,000 elite chiefing army had been butchered. The Empress's blade hung ominously above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. The paths they had discussed were fraught with compromise and offered no guarantee of survival. Death loomed either way, if not rebellion. What then? Damn it, let's revolt. Sun Xiang was the first to voice his stance, his face hardened with ruthlessness. Since the Empress won't let us live, being massacred by her is death, and rebelling is also death. Either way, the outcome is the same. Let's gamble it all. With someone taking the lead, the atmosphere shifted. Several guerrilla generals began to speak up. Tianye is right. The best we can hope for by compromising is a life of humiliation. Better to rise up. My life must end on the battlefield. Whether fighting barbarians or in rebellion, it makes no difference. Damn it. 7,000 chiefing soldiers were slaughtered on a whim. If the Empress values the realm's elite so little, then this Dayu is not worth serving. Let's revolt and build a new dynasty. Exactly. Ever since the late emperor took that bitch as Empress, Dayu has not been the same. Now this female sovereign is outright insane. Following such a ruler will only lead us to ruin. Let's rebel. The crowd, seething with indignation, voiced their support one after another. Even those who did not speak out did not step forward to stop it. That was enough. By then they would be aboard the pirate ship, swept along by the tide with no chance to jump off even if they wanted to. Ren Tianye immediately shouted, good. Brothers, since we've decided to revolt, let's make careful plans. Sun Xiang interjected, what's there to plan? We're all of similar rank. No one's orders carry more weight. But everyone trusts you. Let you be our leader. Whatever you say, we'll do. This was a direct move to appoint the chief. Though success in rebellion could lead to a new sovereign, failure meant certain death for Ren Tianye, while others might still have a slim chance. Such a simple truth was clear to everyone. None were love-struck fools. So many agreed. Sun Xiang is right. Tianye, you be our leader. Tell us what to do, and we'll follow. Tianye, everyone trusts you. From now on, our lives are in your hands. Ren Tianye was equally stirred. Being the leader of a rebellion left no retreat. No retreat, then. Even if he died on the path of revolt, this journey through time would not be in vain. The blood he shed would not disgrace his identity as a time traveler. He declared loudly, good. Since you all trust me so much today, I will take this role as leader, lead you to conquer this vast realm, and share riches and honor with everyone. Again, Sun Xiang knelt on one knee with a thud. General Sun Xiang pays homage to the Grand General. The nearby guerrilla generals immediately followed suit. Pay homage to the Grand General. Pay homage to the Grand General. Pay homage to the Grand General. The shouts shook the roof tiles. In an instant, 6 men had knelt, each calling out, Grand General, elevating Ren Tianye's status from guerrilla general to the supreme commander of the realm's military forces. Yet there were exceptions. 3 guerrilla generals remained standing, not kneeling. Obviously, they had not made up their minds about the leadership and were not fully convinced by Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye said nothing more. Instead, he retrieved the military talisman from his bosom, raised it high above his head, and proclaimed, I have slain Adjutant Zhang and obtained the talisman. Generals, follow me. Beat the war drums and summon the entire army. The talisman, forged from dark iron, emitted a faint glow in the tent, its 8 gilded characters stinging the eyes. The 3 guerrilla generals who had not yet paid homage instantly changed color. The talisman, Adjutant Zhang's talisman, the token that could legitimately command these 800 men, was now in Ren Tianye's hands. While they were still bickering, Ren Tianye had decisively slain Adjutant Zhang and seized the talisman that determined the fate of 800 soldiers. If such a man was not fit to be leader, who was? With thuds they all knelt. Pay homage to the Grand General. Pay homage to the Grand General. Pay homage to the Grand General. Seeing this, Ren Tianye breathed a sigh of relief. With the talisman in hand and the guerrilla generals won over, the 800 soldiers were fully under his control. The grand plan was nearly settled. He took a deep breath. He shouted again, "Beat the drums." The rumbling drums rolled out like muffled thunder, their rhythm vigorous and urgent, piercing through the entire camp. After the first drum roll, all junior officers gathered at the headquarters. After the second, all soldiers assembled in the drill ground. After the third, everyone was present. Even the 2 soldiers guarding Su Jin and her maid escorted them to the drill ground, where they stood in ranks awaiting the commander. Ren Tianye strode up onto the platform. Clad in silver armor, gripping his halberd, his face stern and solemn, he looked imposing and forbidding in the flickering torchlight. For a moment, even the soldiers, curious about why Adjutant Zhang was absent, kept their mouths shut, not daring to make a sound. Brothers, by now you must have heard. 7,000 soldiers of the chiefing army were burned alive outside Shana City by the Imperial Guard, then pursued and slaughtered. Of the 7,000, almost none survived. That's 7,000 men. 7,000 of our brothers and comrades. Dead for nothing. Ren Tianye's speech was highly strategic. He began by invoking the 7,000 chiefing soldiers. These 800 men were originally attached to the chiefing army and had long lived alongside them in Shanha City, forming deep bonds. The sudden news of the chiefing army's annihilation had already pierced their hearts. Ren Tianye's words only intensified the grief that was already overwhelming. After his speech, at least half of the 800 men wore expressions of sorrow, feeling a kinship in their shared fate. Ren Tianye pointed at a young soldier in the front row. "Go Wazi, I remember that Uncle Wang, the squad leader of the chiefing army, was very kind to you. He taught you skills, gave you weapons, and stood up for you when you were bullied. He said he would recommend you to join the chiefing army. But now, he's either dead in that fire or slain by the Imperial Guard. Can you bear it?" Go Wazi, still young and unable to suppress his emotions, burst into loud sobs at Ren Tianye's words. Uncle Wang, he died so horribly. And you, Ren Tianye pointed his halberd at each one in turn, naming them. Remember when we were surrounded by barbarians? The chiefing army rode through the night to save us, risking their own lives. We are a subsidiary force, often short of weapons and supplies. But the chiefing army would rather go cold and hungry themselves than let us lack anything. They treated us with true hearts. How many of us dreamed of joining the chiefing army? We always took pride in being their auxiliaries. But now the chiefing army has been executed by the Empress's decree. 7,000 loyal souls lie buried outside Shana City. Can we stand by and do nothing? Can we accept this? A roar evoked 1,000 responses. Countless tear-streaked soldiers shouted in unison, "No. No. No." The sound thundered like rolling thunder. Right, we cannot. But because we cannot, the Empress intends to strike us down too. If she could show no mercy to 7,000 loyal souls, how can she spare our 800 lives? We are about to die. Our families will have no good days. The wives you married will be taken by others. Your children will call another man father. Your parents and elders will have no one to care for them, left to suffer and die. I ask you, are you willing to accept this? A sound even more earth-shattering erupted. No, no, no. Ren Tianye raised his arm and shouted, "If we are not willing, what shall we do?" Several guerrilla generals immediately led the cry. "Let's revolt, damn it." By now the atmosphere was charged. The soldiers, their hearts ablaze, joined in shouting. To hell with it, revolt. Rebel. Let's rebel. Ren Tianye raised the talisman and shouted, "The court is infested with treacherous ministers who slandered and killed 7,000 loyal souls. How can we stand by? We must clear the sovereign's side. For the 7,000 loyal souls and for ourselves, let us vindicate our names." Ren Tianye did not immediately label the action as rebellion. That was understood privately but not openly declared. 5,000 years of history had taught him that rebellion might not always end badly, but the first to raise the banner would surely die. So outwardly they were not rebelling. They were clearing the sovereign's side. As long as it was not called rebellion, it would not invite universal opposition. It would give them a chance to survive and grow against the behemoth of the Dayu dynasty, and perhaps even ascend to rule the realm. At this thought, Ren Tianye couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Whoever came up with it. Clear the sovereign's side. That excuse was truly irrefutable. Though any discerning person could see it was nonsense, as long as he designated a few key ministers around the Empress as traitors, plenty of people would still believe him and follow him. After defining the nature of their action, Ren Tianye gave a look to his deputy, Wang Ming, who quickly brought an object. He grabbed it and raised it together with the talisman. He shouted, "The 7,000 souls of the chiefing army have not yet found peace. The executioner's blade hangs over our heads. At this critical moment of life and death, our adjutant Zhang Wei, because his wife was angry, neglected military affairs. He used the army command token for his boudoir pleasures. Our lives hang by a thread, yet he cared only about his beautiful wife. Are our lives so cheap? Are we even less than ants? I could not bear it. Now I have beheaded Zhang Wei. Ren Tianye threw Zhang Wei's head down. With a heavy thud, the wooden platform shook. The soldiers below were stunned. Zhang Wei's personal guards erupted into turmoil. Adjutant Zhang was dead. Of course. If he were alive, how could Ren Tianye have the talisman? They were about to act. But looking around, they saw that the soldiers surrounding them were all trusted men of the guerrilla generals, forming an impenetrable ring. Worse, the rest of the army pressed in like a surging tide, eyeing them menacingly. They knew this was because Adjutant Zhang, due to his wife's meddling, had often punished arbitrarily and lost the people's support. In normal times, official authority kept them in check. But now, with the chiefing army annihilated and Ren Tianye rallying the troops, the situation had changed completely. One by one, they stood frozen, unsure whether to move or not. Ren Tianye had no intention of slaughtering these personal guards. Nearly 200 men, all elite soldiers. With his current numbers, killing them would be like cutting off his own arm. So he continued holding the talisman high and declared, Zhang Wei is dead. I am now your commander. As long as you are willing to follow me to seek justice from the court, I will treat you as brothers. Are you willing to follow me? The crowd immediately shouted in unison. The personal guards, swept up by the rising tide of voices, some reluctantly, others involuntarily, joined in the shouting. We are willing to follow the general. We will follow you even unto death. Ren Tianye shouted, good. Now I order everyone to return to your tents, pack your belongings, and eat your fill. In a few days I will lead you all to clear the sovereign's side. The crowd roared in unison, clear the sovereign's side. Clear the sovereign's side. Clear the sovereign's side. Their spirits soared like a rainbow, piercing the clouds. Ren Tianye nodded in satisfaction. The tide had turned. He turned and strode back into his tent. Wang Ming, this subordinate, is present. You and Lao Zhang each lead a squadron. Scatter Zhang Sanjiang's personal troops and disperse them across various camps. Should there be any resistance, kill without mercy. Ren Tianye's attitude toward handling Zhang Sanjiang's personal troops was clear. Utilize them, guard against them, and then scatter them. As the rebellion grew stronger and his ranks swelled, those personal troops who had not resisted were fully drawn into his cause. Once committed, there would be no turning back. Yes, I shall proceed at once. Wang Ming accepted the orders and departed, leaving the tent empty. Ren Tianye felt waves of dizziness rising, and without needing to ask, he knew it came from days of overwork and mental strain. In just a few days, he had transformed from a guerrilla general who killed a disguised girl of Great Yu into the leader of a righteous army commanding 800 men. His subordinates hailed him as Great General. Though the glory was intoxicating, the genuine exhaustion, tension, and fear weighed heavily upon him, leaving him utterly drained. However, Ren Tianye understood clearly that now was not yet the time to rest. Though 800 soldiers fell under his command, his path of rebellion had only just begun. In the present moment, there lay an almost insurmountable chasm ahead. News of their purging the emperor's side would send shockwaves through the court and realm. The imperial forces would swiftly return to suppress them. With the imperial guards nearby, any delay would mean death for all 800 men. I must find a way out for the brothers immediately, Ren Tianye pondered. Soon after, the guerrilla generals, having settled their respective matters, arrived and spotted him bent over a terrain map. They immediately reported and inquired. Great General, the brothers are all prepared and ready to march at a moment's notice. Where shall we go next? Great General, should we head straight for the capital? Are you mad? With so few men, going to the capital would be walking to certain death. I suggest we first move to nearby prefectures to gather supplies and recruits before planning our next move. That's a good idea, exactly right. Indeed, a sound plan. All the guerrilla generals agreed with this approach. Plunder the nearby prefectures first to strengthen their ranks, then consider other options. However, Ren Tianye rejected this outright. The northern frontier prefectures are guarded by formidable troops nearby. Do you think we could defeat them? If we march south, it would indeed be easy to capture, but once the court reacts and surrounds us from all sides, where would be our path to survival? As for expanding our forces, that's even less likely. The realm is currently at peace. Even if you raised your arm and called out, few would be willing to join. Moreover, with our small numbers and lack of deep roots, how many capable people could we attract? Ren Tianye analyzed each point and said, the only thing we must do now is find a place to establish ourselves. When turmoil comes to the realm, we can then strike at the right opportunity. That is the superior strategy. These guerrilla generals had no issue charging into battle, but none possessed the vision and strategic perspective to plan the bigger picture. Upon hearing Ren Tianye's analysis, they all nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, plundering the prefectures would be satisfying, but they would too easily fall into the court's encirclement. It was better to find a place to establish a stronghold. Currently, few knew of the news that 70,000 chiefing army soldiers had been buried alive. Once word spread throughout Great Yu, how could the realm remain peaceful? Only then would they have the chance to display their full capabilities. Great General, we follow your lead. Tell us, where should we find a place to establish ourselves? Ren Tianye replied. A place with high city walls and thick fortifications, easy to defend and difficult to assault, with ample military supplies that could sustain us for months, even under siege. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. Such places were abundant in Great U. But wherever such conditions existed, wasn't it always heavily guarded by troops? Expected them to attack such cities with only 800 men. What was the difference from walking to their deaths? This was far more difficult than plundering the prefectures. Everyone couldn't help but shout out. Great General, attacking fortified cities and strategic towns with us is like moths flying into flames, courting our own destruction. Indeed, General, our strength lies in mobile rapid warfare. Large-scale siege operations are not our forte. Besides, where would we even find the resources for a large-scale assault? Great General, while this strategy is sound, we can only mobilize 800 men. Ren Tianye's eyes flashed with determination. 800 is 800. With 800 men, we can still seize a major fortress and great city. Strong fire and confidence surged within Ren Tianye's heart. With 800 men, someone dared to stand firm at Xuanwu Gate. With 800 men, someone dared to rise under heaven's mandate to quell the turmoil. With 800 men, someone could hold the 4 treasuries warehouse. Even the him before transmigration would dare to shout, 800 is 800. What now that he has transmigrated and is raising troops in rebellion, he's afraid of 800 men. Impossible. Ren Tianye's gaze was resolute. 3 people make a crowd. We have 800, which is more than enough. As long as we operate properly, even a mighty fortress will fall into our hands. Ren Tianye's confidence was indeed inspiring to the morale. Several guerrilla generals had the unconquered fire ignited within their chests. Damn it, they had already strapped their lives to their waists long ago. Whatever the great general said would be done. With 800 men, what was there to fear about attacking a city? Great General, tell us, where shall we strike? Why not directly attack Shanha City? Shanha City bordered the frontier with the barbarian tribes. Since the founding of Great U, it had served as the most crucial barrier of the northern frontier. Through continuous repair and reinforcement, it had become the largest metropolis in the northern frontier, known as the first city of the northern border. Beneath its northern gate hung a plaque left by the ancestral emperor, engraved with 8 large characters. Within Great U's territory, barbarians are forbidden to pass. Having set the objective, it was time to devise a detailed battle plan. Yet as soon as the discussion began, every general wore a furrowed brow. Compared to Shanha City, the mightiest stronghold in the northern frontier, Yunji City, might seem simpler, but for their meager force of 800 it remained an insurmountable challenge. Yunji City was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and built halfway up a slope, creating a natural fortress. To truly attack it, even if they had 80,000 men, they would not fare well, let alone a mere 800. Moreover, the city's defender Zhang Shubai was no pushover. Since assuming office, he had worked tirelessly and with utmost diligence, either reinforcing the city walls or intensifying troop training, making Yunji City even more formidable than its already daunting natural defenses. The city was also amply stocked with supplies. With such an impenetrable fortress, a shrewd commander, and abundant military provisions, how could their 800 men possibly conquer it? The generals furrowed their brows in thought until suddenly one of them caught on to something and exchanged a knowing glance with the man beside him. The other immediately understood and feigned a sudden realization. Thus the tense atmosphere shifted except for Ren Tianye. Winks and meaningful glances were exchanged, all faces wearing a teasing, gossipy expression. Ren Tianye noticed the change and asked, "What's with those looks? Have you made some crucial discovery?" What about Zhang Shubai? Ren Tianye asked, his mind naturally conjuring what he knew of the man. He was a direct appointment from the imperial court. Known in the Northern Frontier Army for his diligent and painstaking efforts, he was reputed to be quite capable, having managed Yunji City with remarkable order. He seemed a fine general. So were the generals afraid. But their expressions didn't look like fear. They looked like eager spectators. Slightly annoyed, Ren Tianye frowned. What is going on? Out with it. Don't beat around the bush. General, it's Zhang Shubai. Sun Xiang repeated the reminder, leaving Ren Tianye even more baffled. It's Zhang Shubai, so what? Did he sleep with the Empress Dowager? Why were they all making that face? He was about to grow angry, but just as the words were on his lips, a sudden jolt struck him. Furthermore, his own predecessor had also been one of the Empress's body doubles, but one who had fallen out of favor. That was why he had been exiled to this desolate borderland, and the Empress had not spoken a word in his defense. So, in the eyes of these generals, my decision to attack Yunji City first isn't just because it's the most suitable place to establish a foothold. It's also because I want to take revenge on Zhang Shubai. They think this is a rivalry between the Empress's body doubles. At that moment, 1,000 horses stampeded through Ren Tianye's mind. It was as if he had just conquered the capital only for a woman to leap out joyfully and exclaim, "Elder brother Ren, you've conquered the world for me. I'm so happy." Ren Tianye's appetite was instantly ruined. He wanted the world. What did the Empress have to do with it? The whole body double melodrama only disgusted him. Even as a calm and rational man, he almost opened his mouth to explain, but he managed to hold back. Words were useless, only actions mattered. It was precisely his decisive and resolute behavior that kept these generals, their gossipy hearts burning with curiosity from daring to say anything reckless in front of him. So he would use even greater actions to make these generals understand that he, Ren Tianye, had nothing to do with the love-struck foolishness of this female-centric world. Not a single bit. His face gradually turned stern. I don't care if he's Zhang Shubai or Zhang Shuqian. All I know is that he is the defender of Yunji City, and Yunji City is what we must take. If he stands in our way, I will root him out. At his cold and fierce tone, the generals put away their nosy expressions and began to seriously analyze how to capture Yunji City. From the current situation, a frontal assault was clearly unrealistic. They would have to use cunning. But what kind of scheme? Ren Tianye pondered. They had two advantages. First, no one yet knew they were rebelling. They could disguise their identities and seize the element of surprise. Second, the news of the 70,000 chiefing army soldiers being slaughtered would shake the world. They could exploit that. Suddenly Ren Tianye's eyes lit up. He had a plan. Wang Ming, your subordinate is here. Wang Ming, who had returned from his errand, strode into the tent. I have a task for you. Take 100 brothers and 200 horses. Ride quickly to the place where I killed that barbarian youth. There you'll find Aunt Zhao's carriage and some scattered palace items. Bring them back. Remember, speed is paramount. Spare no expense to bring them back as fast as possible. Understood. Deputy General Wang Ming accepted the order and left. Ren Tianye then asked the others, does anyone in the army know how to forge an imperial decree? It was a tentative question, but the answer surprised him. Madam once had a passion for carving. Staff Officer Zhang specially brought in a man, he's in the army. Oh, Ren Tianye was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected that Su Jin, that spendthrift woman, would inadvertently help him. Find that man and have him forge an imperial decree for me. By the way, Su Jin's family home is in Yunji City, isn't it? Perfect. Let her provide information about the city to fill the gaps in our intelligence. He paused, his expression turning grave. Gentlemen, I have decided on a strategy. I will disguise myself as an envoy delivering an imperial decree to trick the city gates open. You will lie in ambush behind. When you hear my signal, arrow charge in together. We'll fight street by street. A bloody, desperate battle. The generals roared their agreement. The preparations will take a few days, then we'll head straight for Yunji City. In the meantime, boost morale and strictly curb any misconduct until we seize the city. The generals accepted the orders and left. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and everything was ready. The 800-man army stood in full formation, ready to march. Yet inside the tent, several generals couldn't help but tremble with tension. When it came to the actual rebellion, no matter how bold their words or how fearless they had seemed, sweat poured from every pore. After all, once this step was taken, there was no turning back. And they had only 800 men, yet they were about to plot against a giant city like Yunji. The psychological pressure was immense. How about I cast a divination for this expedition? The guerrilla general Old Zhang immediately stood up, took out 2 tortoise shells, and threw them to the ground. As the shells tumbled, the omen was revealed. He was about to explain, but a flying kick sent him stumbling. What divination? If the omen is unlucky, do we stop fighting? We'll still smash Yunji City with 800 men. Sun Xiang bellowed furiously, leaving Old Zhang now on the ground, utterly depressed. In his heart, he was screaming wildly. It's auspicious. I know whether my divination is lucky or not. It's absolutely auspicious. Damn it. I just lost the chance for the first merit. Yunjiqing was hemmed in by mountains on 3 sides, with only a winding road descending from the main gate. The night was profound and utterly dark, yet a convoy gradually approached. By the flickering firelight, 2 armored soldiers led the way, long swords at their waists and gilded tokens held aloft in their hands. Behind them followed a carriage drawn by 4 white horses, its body painted a deep maroon, with intricate cloud-patterned carvings adorning the compartment. Atop the carriage gleamed a bright yellow phoenix emblem. Flanking the carriage were 20 golden armored soldiers bearing torches. This procession drew ever nearer to Yunjiqing until before long they arrived beneath its walls. The convoy halted. Deputy General Wang Ming, following Ren Tianye's instructions, shouted toward the walls, by imperial decree, the garrison commander of Yunjiqing, Zhang Shubai, is summoned to receive the edict. Chaos erupted instantly on the city walls. Someone cried out, the imperial envoy sent by His Majesty. Quickly inform General Zhang. Immediately a voice rang out from the gate tower, esteemed imperial envoy, your subordinate pays respects. However, as it is currently curfew hours, we cannot permit immediate entry. Please await instructions from the general. Once General Zhang's orders arrive, we shall open the gates without delay. These words provoked Ren Tianye's immediate fury. Are you blind? Cannot you see we are imperial envoys dispatched by His Majesty? How many lives do you possess to dare obstruct this official from delivering the decree? Open the gates this instant. The man shouting from the walls replied deferentially, "Pardon me, esteemed envoy. Yunjiqing's military regulations are extremely strict. We must first obtain the general's approval before opening the city gates at night. Please, esteemed envoy, understand our predicament." Ren Tianye grew anxious. What he sought was total surprise. If they waited to consult Zhang Shubai, the garrison within would be alerted, which would prove extremely unfavorable for them. He then delivered an even more severe reprimand. "This official has traveled through the night to arrive here precisely because matters of great urgency brook no delay. How dare mere soldiers obstruct this official with your gates? If this grave matter suffers delay, do you not fear His Majesty executing your entire clan?" Such threats were severe enough. Yet though the garrison soldiers of Yunjiqing cowered, utterly berated, and not daring to show their faces, they absolutely refused to open the gates. This suddenly left Ren Tianye's group stranded, somewhat at a loss. Who would have thought that their meticulously devised strategy would crumble instantly against Yunjiqing's rigid military discipline? This clearly demonstrated that Zhang Shubai was indeed a man of considerable talent. His command of military affairs was exemplary. Yet now this very quality left Ren Tianye frantic with anxiety. 800 soldiers lay in ambush nearby awaiting the signal arrow. He could not linger here. Delay invites disaster. Yet with Yunjiqing's formidable defenses, even his most cunning stratagem proved useless at this moment. All he could do was wait. Anxiously wait. Within Yunjiqing, in a modest, even shabby military quarters near the general's mansion, only a single candle burned. Zhang Shubai bent over his desk, writing assiduously. He had maintained this posture for a full 2 hours, his entire body weary beyond measure, yet he refused to relax in the slightest. Only after completing all the day's affairs of Yunjiqing did he rise to his feet. A satisfied smile crept across his lips. His eyes inevitably drifted to a potted plant beside him, its petals white as snow and translucent, growing increasingly magnificent under the candlelight. He had personally picked it from the mountains, called Spirit Ghost Adumbra. Carefully tended, its petals were now in full bloom, particularly enchanting at night. It was a gift he intended for the Empress. The image of the Empress's world-diverting beauty involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and Zhang Shubai's smile grew tender, even entranced. "Your Majesty, you promised this subject," he murmured as if in a dream. "As long as this subject can defend Yunjiqing as securely as a fortress of iron, you will allow this subject to return to the capital and stay by your side. This subject has been diligent and tireless over these years, never slacking in the slightest, reinforcing city walls and training soldiers, all bearing fruit remarkably. Although Yunjiqing cannot compare with Shana City, with merely a few thousand garrison troops under this subject's management, it can repulse 1,000,000 mighty soldiers. Your Majesty, this subject's meritorious deeds have been continuously reported back. Surely you will allow this subject to return now." As he spoke, his emotions grew ever more intense, tears faintly glistening on his cheeks. In the depth of his passion, he even exclaimed, "Your Majesty, this subject misses you." Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps shattered the tranquility, disturbing Zhang Shubai's reverie. Frowning and about to fly into a rage, the messenger, who rushed and gasped for breath as he reported, "General, His Majesty has sent someone to deliver an imperial edict." What? Zhang Shubai's anger transformed into delight, his face alight with ecstatic joy. "Is it the delegation from the capital?" "Yes, General. Our men have verified it. It is indeed a delegation from the capital with armored soldiers leading the way, tokens in hand, and a phoenix emblem on the carriage. It must be the team from the capital." Ha ha ha. Zhang Shubai was overjoyed. "It must be that your Majesty has witnessed this subject's meritorious service in defending Yunjiqing and has come to bring this subject back. The countless efforts this subject has poured into Yunjiqing were not in vain. Your Majesty, this subject shall finally see you again." In his ecstasy, he even forgot to don his armor, striding out in the same shabby clothes indistinguishable from an ordinary soldier. Grasping his weapon and accompanied by guards, he charged toward Yunjiqing's main gate. Creak. The city gate was opened. His gaze swept across, falling upon the person who had come to deliver the decree. Instantly his body froze. At the same moment, Ren Tianye also beheld the newcomer. The leading figure was tall with fair skin. Though simply dressed, he held a long spear, giving him the bearing of a scholarly general. Behind him followed over 100 soldiers, each imposing and clearly elite troops, honed through years of rigorous training. Though Ren Tianye had never met Zhang Shubai, one glance was enough to confirm his identity. The man before him was indeed the garrison commander of Yunjiqing, Zhang Shubai. Only, he studied him carefully. In what way could this person possibly resemble me? As substitutes nurtured by Empress Xiao Mingzhao, they were supposed to bear resemblance, yet Ren Tianye could not detect any whatsoever. If one insisted on finding a similarity, perhaps only their physical appearance bore a slight resemblance. However, such thoughts flashed only briefly through Ren Tianye's mind. These trivial matters bored him. What concerned him now was how to seize Yunjiqing. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. With garrison commander Zhang Shubai already present, Yunjiqing was on guard. Even if he loosed the signal arrow now with their mere 20-odd men, they would likely not survive until the 800 troops arrived. Fortunately, Ren Tianye remained composed. At this moment, he could only respond to changes with constancy. Is it you? Ren Tianye. To Ren Tianye's astonishment, the moment Zhang Shubai saw his face, he instantly lost composure. The man who had been all smiles and sitting steadily on his horse now wavered, nearly falling off. How could this be you? How could this possibly be you? Zhang Shubai's face was full of disbelief. Delivering an imperial edict is a momentous occasion granted only to court eunuchs or the Empress's intimate associates. You are merely a substitute discarded by His Majesty. How could you possibly deliver an edict on His Majesty's behalf? This is impossible. Your Majesty never granted me such an honor. Why would he grant it to you? Why? What makes you superior to me? He let out a long, anguished cry that seemed to rend the very heavens. His face was filled with devastation, as if someone had killed his mother. Ren Tianye was stunned. Not this again. How many of these idiots had he encountered these past days? Why did he keep running into them? Composing himself and sensing an opportunity, Ren Tianye spoke unhurriedly, deliberately, kicking Zhang Shubai in his lame leg, targeting his deepest fear. What makes it impossible? Is our imperial procession counterfeit? Are these tokens fake? Or perhaps, you think this imperial edict in my hand is forged? I'll tell you the truth. His Majesty's relationship with me is extraordinarily close, far beyond what you could ever compare to. These words indeed pierced Zhang Shubai to the quick. Like a cat stepped on its tail, he immediately leapt down from his horse, pointing accusingly at Ren Tianye. You lie. His Majesty clearly despises you. You never heed His Majesty's commands. The tasks His Majesty assigned you, you perfunctorily fulfill, never considering His Majesty's concerns. You are a useless waste. His Majesty abandoned you long ago. Otherwise, when the Duke of Ren's mansion cast you into the military, why would His Majesty not speak up for you? You are so disconnected from His Majesty. How could His Majesty possibly be close to you? Closer than to me. You lie. You lie. You lie. You lie. Zhang Shubai's cries grew increasingly mournful and deafening. But the more he shouted, the more it revealed his inner fear and panic. Ren Tianye understood this perfectly and remained silent, merely coldly smirking at him. Zhang Shubai only collapsed further. Until tears streamed down his face, he kept murmuring, impossible, impossible. Seeing this weak display, Ren Tianye sensed an opening and pressed, even more ruthlessly, still impossible. Do you know what His Majesty's edict orders you to do? His Majesty commands your death. As he said this, Ren Tianye silently praised his own brilliance. The forged edict was originally meant merely as a show. But striving for authenticity, he had fabricated the lie that Zhang Shubai had colluded with the chiefing army and that His Majesty intended to execute Zhang Shubai. Now it had actually come in handy. He hurled the edict at Zhang Shubai. Look at it yourself. You surely recognize His Majesty's handwriting. Zhang Shubai had no mood to examine the handwriting. Seizing the edict, he flipped it open immediately. The moment he saw the words, execute death, his vision went dark. Then he erupted into even more frantic screaming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His Majesty executed the chiefing army because their commander Lin Yi opposed His Majesty's marriage, obstructing His Majesty's love. That is why His Majesty struck them down. Although this subject loves His Majesty deeply, this subject would never oppose him. This subject only wishes to be by his side, an unobtrusive companion. His Majesty knows this subject's heart. How could he possibly think this subject colluded with the chiefing army? This is impossible. Ren Tianye staggered on the carriage. Everyone thought they had misheard. What? The Empress slaughtered 70,000 troops of the chiefing army because their commander Lin Yi opposed her marriage. He hindered her love, so the chiefing army was wiped out. What the hell kind of preposterous excuse is that? He knew female-oriented fiction could be absurd, but how could it reach such extremes? Absolutely out of this world. And this Zhang Shubai in front of him, willingly playing the role of a mistress. Hey, you're a full-grown man, playing the third party and being proud of it. I'm seriously done with this bullshit logic. Ren Tianye took a deep breath, struggling for a long moment before suppressing his emotions. The situation before him was wildly absurd, but for him it might not be a terrible opportunity. He continued his provocation. Humph, do you deny collusion without proof? Are you questioning the Emperor's judgment? Such insubordination. Zhang Shubai, as the imperial envoy, I ask you, will you bind your own hands, or shall I take the matter into my own hands? Zhang Shubai did not bind his hands, nor did he let Ren Tianye lay a finger on him. Instead, like a madman, he pointed at Ren Tianye and cursed furiously. I understand now, I understand. It's you. It must be you. You bewitched the Emperor while I was away with your honeyed words, and now you want the Emperor to sentence me to death. Ren Tianye, I see you clearly now. You want to eliminate your rival and take my place in the Emperor's heart. Dream on. Let me tell you, in the Emperor's eyes, I will forever be the first mistress, while you can at best be the fourth. I will always be above you. Rumble. These words echoed like thunder. The soldiers accompanying Ren Tianye were all dumbfounded. In all their lives they had never heard anything so outrageous. Strangely, Zhang Shubai's soldiers, and those still on the city walls, remained solemn. Not a single expression changed on their faces. This level of discipline could no longer be described as merely strict, it resembled a silence born from iron-fisted suppression. Ren Tianye's sudden scheming faded immediately. He had been considering whether he could deliver a killing blow, while Zhang Shubai was emotionally shaken. But after careful thought he abandoned the idea. Not only was Zhang Shubai's combat ability formidable and not easily defeated, even if he succeeded, Ren Tianye feared he would be riddled with arrows on the spot. Looks like I'll just have to keep kicking that cripple's leg. A sneer curled his lips. Above you. Zhang Shubai, do you even know what impression you've made on the Emperor? Heh. The Emperor herself personally wrote to me saying you. Ren Tianye spoke in a leisurely tone, a great tree hanging chili peppers. Silence. An eerie stillness fell over the city gates, broken only by the crackling of torches. Zhang Shubai's eyes widened. No, I remembered wrong. Ren Tianye added casually, not chili peppers, but rather a great tree hanging bean sprouts. Zhang Shubai's face turned pale as death. He forgot all about shouting at Ren Tianye, instead muttering to himself, the Emperor keeps herself pure and upright. She has nothing to do with me. How could she? How could she possibly evaluate me this way? On the city walls, spears and halberds stood like a forest. A young soldier curiously whispered, what does a great tree hanging bean sprouts mean? Be quiet. An old veteran hissed, have you forgotten General Zhang's ruthless methods? Daring to speak ill of him behind his back. The young soldier was terrified and dared not speak further. He simply returned to his post, standing at full attention according to military discipline. Ren Tianye now knew he had struck exactly where it hurt most. Regardless of the truth, Zhang Shubai was terribly afraid of any negative evaluation from the Empress. A textbook simp archetype. He immediately amplified it, summoning all his strength to shout loud enough for everyone to hear, your great tree hangs bean sprouts, yet you expect the Emperor to favor you. What woman in this world would desire a man whose great tree hangs bean sprouts? What, you yourself are a bean sprout, yet you demand others must like you. After 3 repeated emphases, seeing all color drain from Zhang Shubai's face, Ren Tianye added, bean sprout, if you know what's good for you, commit suicide right here. I can discuss with the Emperor and declare publicly that you died from exhaustion while managing the military affairs of Yanji City. You will receive martyr's compensation. Otherwise, I will not only execute you under imperial mandate, but I will also spread word across the entire nation of your bean sprout status, letting everyone know the Emperor despises a man like you. Zhang Shubai's body swayed back and forth again and again. With Ren Tianye repeatedly calling him bean sprout, he nearly vomited blood. I am not a bean sprout. Absolutely not. I am the person the Emperor trusts most. I have served her with dedication and diligence in all matters she entrusted to me. She will believe me. Zhang Shubai roared wildly, I need to see the Emperor. I will tell her myself in person that I am not a bean sprout. Before his shout faded, he lashed his whip fiercely onto his steed. The warhorse neighed loudly and bolted forward. In an instant he was 10 meters away. Looking again, he had already disappeared swiftly along the winding road, swallowed by the firelight. The horse's neighing gradually faded until it could no longer be heard. The defenders at Yanji City's gates and on the walls were dumbfounded. Their commander just left like that. From what he said, he was going to the capital to tell the Emperor he's not a bean sprout. Then who would guard Yanji City? Ren Tianye also paused. Such fragile mentality. Has licking the Empress driven him brain dead from oxygen deprivation? A forged imperial decree, and he completely loses composure, running off to beg for forgiveness. Damn it, if it was this easy from the start, I wouldn't have needed all those plans. Taking a deep breath, he announced loudly, the Emperor commanded Zhang Shubai to defend Yanji City, yet he brazenly defied the imperial decree and abandoned the city. Truly unforgivable. However, Yanji City sits at a strategic location guarding the borders of Great Yu and blocking the path of the barbarian tribes. It cannot be without a commander for even a single day. The imperial envoy shall now take over Yanji City in Zhang Shubai's stead. Open the city gates. The soldiers of Yanji City could not immediately process this sudden change, standing about in confusion. Ren Tianye barked again, what are you waiting for? Open the gates now. Still hoping Zhang Shubai will return. Or do you wish to taste my blade? With Yanji City leaderless and Ren Tianye bearing the authority of an imperial envoy, his shout carried overwhelming force. No one dared delay further. The city gates swung wide open, inviting Ren Tianye inside. Ren Tianye went straight to the city general's manor, first securing the military tally and official seal. A great weight lifted from his heart. Yanji City was finally in his hands. But wasn't this far too simple? In his imagination, 800 men would have stormed through the opening gates, clashing with Yanji City's soldiers in a bloodbath. But now, without shedding a single drop of blood, he had won Yanji City. Ren Tianye felt as though he were dreaming. After a long moment, he couldn't help but smile. I'm starting to think having more love-brained fools in the Great Yu Empire might not be such a bad thing. He paused, then called out Wang Ming. This subordinate is here. Go inform General Sun Xiang and have them bring their troops into the city. Yanji City is now ours. Yes, General. Oh, and have Sun Xiang's men take a few soldiers to finish Zhang Shubai while his mind is still in disarray. Understood, General. About 5 li outside Yunji City in the depths of a dense forest, 800 elite soldiers waited in full battle array. Hidden at this location, they awaited the signal of the arrow whistle, ready to surge forward like arrows released from a bowstring. At such a short distance with their vanguard possessing warhorses, it would take only the time it takes to drink a cup of tea to reach the walls of Yunji City and engage in battle. All they awaited was the signal. The deployment and tactics were well rehearsed by the 800 soldiers. Several of the guerrilla generals accustomed to confronting small bands of barbarian infiltrators in their daily operations were truly battle-hardened veterans. Yet at this moment they appeared as nervous novices sweating profusely. Sun Xiang kept muttering repeatedly, "The Grand General has been gone for quite some time. Could something have happened to him? Why is the signal not coming? Was it not agreed that we would signal once the city gates were tricked open? Why is there not even the slightest sound? Please, Great General, do not come to any harm. If something happens to you, we shall be nothing but a disorganized mob." Seeing them like this, the guerrilla general Zhang Shi by his side couldn't help but sneer. "Humph, all this trouble is your fault. If only you had let me cast the divination, there would be no need for so much anxiety now." Sun Xiang shot him a resentful glance. How could he possibly allow this man to steal his credit? He and the Grand General had shared a bond of deep trust over the years, and in moments such as these the first merit rightfully belonged to him. Divination? Only in his dreams. Just then they detected movement ahead in the darkness. Too dark to see clearly perhaps, but their years of nighttime operations had sharpened their senses far beyond ordinary men. They could tell at once that it was a single rider galloping hard. How did someone come out? The guerrilla generals were instantly alarmed. Ren Tianye was still below the walls of Yunji City, yet someone was emerging from within. This situation made no sense at all. Every hand gripped their sword hilts ready to strike at any moment. But one keen-eyed soldier recognized him. "Doesn't that look like Zhang Shubai?" Yes, I think so too. I've had a brief encounter with him before. I know that figure. But why would he be coming out? I think it is Zhang Shubai as well, but this doesn't make sense. Isn't Zhang Shubai the one who holds Yunji City most dear? Day and night, he trains troops and reinforces the walls, treating Yunji City as his greatest treasure. With a great battle about to erupt, why has he fled? Truly strange, truly strange. On the eve of war, Zhang Shubai would abandon the very heart of Yunji City. What madness is this? Too suspicious. As far as I know, Zhang Shubai was tasked by the Empress herself with guarding Yunji City. It was supposedly her test of his abilities. What? Has he already completed his trial? The gathered guerrilla generals could not make sense of it. Everyone in the northern frontier knew that Zhang Shubai held Yunji City dearest. Calling him a man who treated it as his very life would not be an exaggeration. Yet at such a critical moment he fled. Was this even normal? Nevertheless, Zhang Shubai's departure brought them some measure of relief. For them, it was a favorable sign. If the defending general of Yunji City had already run off, then Ren Tianye should face no great danger. They therefore continued to wait in place, following the military orders Ren Tianye had issued before departing. They waited for over half a sun, until Vice Commander Wang Ming arrived with several men, torches in hand. "How is it? How did it go? Where is the Grand General? Did you trick open the city gates? We saw Zhang Shubai fleeing. Has the situation changed?" Wang Ming's expression remained dazed, clearly still struggling to process what he had just witnessed. Only after being surrounded by the assembled officers did he speak. "I know you may find it hard to believe, but it is the truth. Yunji City has fallen to the Grand General without a single drop of blood shed." In an instant a chorus of exclamations erupted. Wang Ming still seemed half in a dream, but his eyes now carried an air of reverent awe. The Grand General is no ordinary man. He is the true mandate-born sovereign. The others pressed on with questions, piecing together the full account. Afterward they could only stare at one another dumbfounded. Yunji City, impregnable by nature, well supplied with military resources, held by Zhang Shubai as solid as a golden bastion and unscalable as a celestial moat, had simply fallen into their hands. Too easy. And as for Zhang Shubai, who had always boasted an impeccable reputation throughout the northern frontier forces, what had gotten into his head? Someone could not resist chiming in with a jest. "Hey, the Empress entrusted Yunji City to Zhang Shubai, and he lost it. I'm genuinely curious. What will his face look like when he finally realizes what he's done?" "Haha, I'd love to see that too, but I'm more interested in how he plans to explain himself to the Empress when he flees to the capital." Tisk, he'll certainly have to first admit his own incompetence, then claim that an inadequate commander like him could not hold Yunji City. Haha, Zhang Shubai's situation is like a soldier who's won first place year after year in military drills only to fail completely when the barbarians actually attack. What failure? That's a zero, a complete zero. An incompetent fool leading zero results to face the Empress. The gathered men wasted no time in their merciless mockery. Vice Commander Wang Ming cut through the chatter. "The Grand General has another order. Send someone to kill Zhang Shubai." The The guerrilla generals immediately accepted the order. Sun Xiang, whose mind was clear and sharp, was tasked with organizing the details. He directly dispatched 10 skilled archers and laid out precise instructions. Zhang Shubai is no ordinary fighter. You must not approach him directly. Harass him from range and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Once arrangements were made, he led the 800 brothers flooding into Yunji City, while several guerrilla generals rushed ahead to the commander's residence. They found Ren Tianye, with one hand clasped behind his back, listening to the report from Yunji City's garrison. There are 7,000 soldiers within the city, and all the registers are here. Your Imperial Commissioner, please conduct the inspection. 7,000 soldiers. Hearing this number, Ren Tianye felt both elation and apprehension. On the one hand, this single move had multiplied his forces tenfold. From merely 800 men, a guerrilla force that dared only swift strikes, to nearly 10,000, he could now gamble openly. On the other hand, these 7,000 soldiers did not yet truly belong to him. These 7,000 were different from the 800 men under his direct command. His 800 men shared deep loyalty to the chiefing army and faced the same threat of annihilation at the Empress's hands, forcing them into rebellion. The cause of uprising had taken root among them. They were wholly his to command. But these 7,000 were estranged from him. While he could command them under the authority of his Imperial Commission, if he were to cry out, "Purge the court's traitors," it might spark an immediate mutiny. Within moments, blades would press against his throat. His head would be traded for boundless wealth and power. Still, though nominally under his command, he had many means to bring these 7,000 soldiers over to his side. It would be far preferable to direct confrontation. After a moment's thought, he wasted no time. First issuing instructions to Sun Xiang, Zhang Shi, and the other guerrilla generals, then summoning the senior officers of Yunji City. They arrived swiftly, even faster than Ren Tianye had expected. Taking his seat upon the general's chair, Ren Tianye spoke coldly. "You've likely heard of the fire beyond Shana City's walls, or at the very least sensed something was amiss. I shall not conceal this from you. That was where 70,000 soldiers of the chiefing army met their end. The elite forces of Great Yu, 70,000 strong, have perished." Ignoring the panic and commotion erupting around him, Ren Tianye's voice rang out like a bronze bell. With the destruction of the chiefing army, the borders are certain to descend into chaos. In such a crisis, harsh measures are imperative. I have several orders. Listen carefully. The people of Yunji City were unaware of the exact details regarding the chiefing army, though the city's numerous merchants and travelers had brought whispers over the past couple of days. Whispers that Zhang Shubai had suppressed. Now, with Imperial Commissioner Ren Tianye's sudden arrival and the revelation of such news, they instinctively found everything falling into place. None dared to question or delay. They knelt as one awaiting his commands. First, seal the city gates and sever all communication. From this day forward, Yunji City permits entry but prohibits exit. Second, I shall establish a patrol force bearing the Emperor's token to monitor the city day and night. Any found plotting against us will be executed without mercy. Third, Yunji City is hereby placed under martial law. All weapons, ammunition, and grain supplies will be centrally controlled. No one, soldier or officer alike, may receive rations, pay, or arms without my written orders and supply vouchers. Ren Tianye's decrees grew increasingly severe and stringent with each order. His true intent was clear: to seal the gate, station his own 800 men as overseers, and maintain tight control over the soldiers' economic lifelines. Through such measures, he would swiftly bring these 7,000 under his complete control. Yet beyond these stern orders there remained the most crucial directive. Ren Tianye offered a faint smile and declared, "Finally, all soldiers and officers within Yunji City shall receive double their wages." Salary doubled. The impact of these 4 words was extraordinary. It must be understood that in any dynasty, soldiers' treatment was never good, and they often faced the court's arrears in pay. This was precisely why throughout 5 millennia of history, so many renowned generals, after capturing a city, would tacitly allow their soldiers to loot, burn, and slaughter, even committing massacres. Without this carrot, soldiers would never be able to muster fighting spirit under harsh conditions. Ren Tianye directly doubled everyone's salary. With these tangible benefits, winning over people's hearts became much easier. Sure enough, the mid and high-ranking officers of Yunji City couldn't help but hold their breath. Seeing this, Ren Tianye smiled and said, "All right, go and issue the Imperial envoy's orders. By the way, where is the quartermaster? Your subordinate is here. Bring me the military supply ledgers." "Yes." Shortly after the ledgers were presented, Ren Tianye opened them and looked. After just one glance, his brow furrowed, and the deeper he read, the deeper his frown became. Gradually, his face was filled with disbelief. In the military supply ledgers, how can the salaries be so little? Ren Tianye asked. "The ordinary soldiers of Yunji City get less than 500 copper coins a month, and mostly paid with the backlog of medicinal herbs in Yunji City." Ren Tianye could hardly believe it. The Great Yu had been established for 800 years, and the treatment of soldiers had always been mediocre. Even the most elite chiefing army only received 2 5 taels of silver per month plus some grain subsidies, winter cotton coats, and a death gratuity. For those attached to the chiefing army like them, the treatment was instantly much worse. Ordinary soldiers got 2 taels per month, which seemed not too different, but the problem was that the court often defaulted on pay. As for various subsidies, without the help of the chiefing army, what they could actually get might not be much. They were miserable enough already. The soldiers of Yunji City were even more pitiful. Logically, Yunji City was a key stronghold in the northern frontier responsible for defending against the northern barbarian tribes. Although it was not on the main road, and thus didn't have to face the barbarian armies head-on, its geographical position determined that it should be more important than ordinary towns. Soldiers' salaries should also be higher than those in ordinary towns. If he remembered correctly, the salary for ordinary soldiers in Yunji City should be 1 tael of silver plus a special subsidy of 200 copper coins per month for each soldier. That's 1,200 copper coins in total. How? Now it's 500. This damn thing is only 500 copper coins. The soldiers also have families, parents, and children to support. Giving them 500 copper coins, and even that paid with the most backlogged herbs in Yunji City. This simply leaves them no way to survive. Ren Tianye was somewhat bewildered at this point. This Zhang Shubai might be infatuated, but when it didn't involve Empress Xiao Mingzhao, wasn't he quite normal? He was known as a capable general and had built Yunji City into an impregnable fortress. How could the soldiers under his command be living so miserably? Ren Tianye's gaze gradually turned sharp. Staring at the quartermaster, who was sweating all over but remained silent, he said coldly, "The soldiers' monthly pay differs so greatly from what the court stipulates. Could it be that you have embezzled it? Confess honestly or face military punishment." Thud. The quartermaster fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. His teeth chattered, but he still refused to speak. It was only when Wang Ming placed his sword on his neck that he reluctantly spoke. "Your Excellency, we are wronged. How would we dare to embezzle? These shortfalls were all diverted by General Zhang. Zhang Shubai diverted them." Ren Tianye narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing something suspicious. This Zhang Shubai seemed different from the rumors. "Your Excellency, General Zhang was diligent and hardworking. Since arriving at Yunji City, he toiled day and night, personally drawing city defense maps, going to supervise work before dawn, and inspecting the quality of Yunji City late at night. Over 3 years, he finally raised the city walls of Yunji City by 3 zhang, thickened them by 2 zhang, laid anti-slip bricks on the wall surface, cast the city gates with cold iron, added several watchtowers, and dug 3 moats." The quartermaster recounted one by one, and Ren Tianye secretly felt a chill, thinking that it was fortunate they hadn't attacked head-on. Otherwise, with Yunji City's natural steepness and Zhang Shubai's construction, let alone their 800 men, even 200,000 men, would have a hard time. But, the quartermaster said tearfully, all these achievements that General Zhang is so eager to show His Majesty were scraped from the flesh and blood of the soldiers. He cut the salaries of nearly all officers and soldiers, forced them to work 2 extra hours each day after training, and also conscripted the city's civilians to participate. Everyone was miserable. But if any complaint reached his ears, the inspection team established by General Zhang would either beat and curse them for minor offenses or behead them for serious ones. He also forced the soldiers to train without giving them rations, imposed heavy punishments, and diverted all subsidies. As the quartermaster recounted, his face was covered in tears. He almost couldn't continue. Yet Ren Tianye felt a sudden realization. No wonder he had felt that the military discipline in Yunji City was harsh to the point of perversity. Even when he presented the most direct evidence and claimed to be the imperial envoy, they still dared to risk decapitation by not opening the city gates. He had thought Zhang Shubai was a talented general, but it turned out he was a damn tyrant, using the bones of Yunji City's soldiers as political achievements to curry favor with the Empress. Unbelievable. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen too many love-struck fools, but one as self-abasing, fearful, and hysterical as Zhang Shubai was truly a first. The most terrifying thing was, in this female-centric world, there must be no shortage of love-struck fools like Zhang Shubai. Thinking of this, Ren Tianye felt somewhat weary. He wished he could ascend the throne immediately and sweep away all these love-struck fools, sanctimonious hypocrites, moralizers, and other imbeciles across the realm. Reaching out to help the quartermaster up, Ren Tianye's face had already switched to a look of sympathetic tears, so sincere, it was almost unbelievable. This Zhang Shubai deserves to die. Fortunately, this imperial envoy has arrived. So go prepare. This imperial envoy will now order that all soldiers willing to be loyal to me shall have their salaries set according to the standard of the chiefing army. The quartermaster was startled. Your Excellency. Go prepare. Your subordinate, on behalf of the 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City, thanks the imperial envoy for his grace. Go. After dismissing the quartermaster, and also sending away the remaining officers of Yunji City, the general's mansion was left with the roving generals who followed Ren Tianye. Their eyes were also shining at this moment. Having captured Yunji City and gained a foothold, they too had ambitions. Ren Tianye looked at the glaring red numbers in the military supply ledger, his heart skipping a beat, but his face still wore a gentle smile. Our 800 men will also have their salaries doubled. All subsidies will be given priority. The several roving generals were instantly overjoyed. Doubling the salary was already a rare blessing, but the most important thing was the priority supply of subsidies. That was a privilege only the chiefing army enjoyed. As for you few, Ren Tianye's gaze swept over them. I won't grant any official posts now. It's meaningless at this point. However, it seems there are quite a few good things in the treasury of Yunji City. You can choose freely, take whatever you want, no need to register. The few of them were so excited they almost jumped up. They were just roving generals. When had they ever dared to dream of such a good thing? Freely selecting from the treasury, without even registering. This was the treasury of Yunji City. Even at its worst, it contained countless gold, silver treasures, weapons, and armor. If they could take as they pleased, wouldn't that be amazing? They immediately knelt down in unison to thank him. Thank you, great general. Gazing upon the jubilant faces of the regional commanders, Ren Tianye could not help but feel a wave of melancholy. How little these oxen and horses demanded. A doubling of wages was enough to keep them sleepless with joy, and a few rewards could make them willing to sacrifice their lives. Such compliant oxen and horses, so easily maintained. Why could those female commanders not cherish them? Had they but regarded these soldiers as human beings, where in this vast realm would rebellion find fertile ground? Exhaling a long breath, he said, celebrate when celebration is due, revel when revelry is warranted. Our first step has proceeded smoothly, worthy of rejoicing. However, let us not grow careless. The situation in Yunji City is known to all 7,000 soldiers who are not of one heart and mind with us. Should we handle matters poorly and incur their backlash, our 800 men could be buried beneath blade and spear at any moment. Ren Tianye's composure swiftly sobered the regional commanders, each one consciously gathering their scattered thoughts. Ren Tianye continued, what matters most now is that the several decrees I have promulgated be carried out with unwavering resolve. With carrots and sticks in hand, I am confident we can win over the hearts of many soldiers in Yunji City. But even the most ruthless rulers have their beneficiaries, their faithful followers. Once they come to their senses, they will not submit willingly. We must remain vigilant against such individuals. The regional commanders nodded in earnest, then began offering their counsel, deliberating on solutions. These matters happened to be precisely where their expertise lay. Each spoke with eloquence, their words flowing endlessly like an unceasing river. Even those regional commanders, typically quiet in disposition, now spoke with remarkable initiative, contributing their perspectives and suggestions, their fervor running high. Ren Tianye joined them in deliberation, deferring primarily to their judgment. Hours slipped by unnoticed, and when they finally raised their eyes, daylight streamed through the windows. No one felt the slightest hint of exhaustion. Each sparkled with vitality. Yet the various plans and detailed protocols had been established. Very well, time grows late. I shall not keep you any longer. Go forth and execute what we have discussed. Yes. The regional commanders rose and prepared to take their leave. A soldier's voice suddenly rang out from beyond the door. Report. Grand General, urgent news. Deputy Commander Wang Ming stepped forward first, helping the soldier inside. Noticing the man's haggard face and wounds upon his body, his heart lurched with alarm. Could the court have sent forces to attack? Responding so swiftly. Sun Xiang's voice dispelled his worry. Why have you returned? Weren't you ordered to kill Zhang Shubua? Wang Ming exhaled in relief. So this was a soldier dispatched to assassinate Zhang Shubua. But hadn't 10 men been sent to pursue and kill Zhang Shubua? In such a wretched state. The soldier's face paled as he said, forgive me, General. I have failed in my duty and could not kill Zhang Shubua. Zhang Shubua's martial prowess is truly extraordinary. The 10 of us carried out the remote ambush as instructed, yet even though he was clearly disoriented, he somehow evaded all our concealed arrows. He even wounded several brothers with stones he picked up. If only Zhang Shubua had been wearing armor or carrying about, the 10 of us might have lost our lives right there. Sun Xiang's heart tightened. He had known Zhang Shubua possessed formidable martial skills, yet he had never imagined them to be so prodigious. Such a fierce warrior. His abilities must be approaching those of the Grand General himself. He hastened to ask, what became of Zhang Shubua? After he wounded us, we dared not approach. His horse, which he whipped mercilessly along the way, collapsed foaming at the mouth. Without his mount, he could not pursue us. However, he has grown suspicious. The few of us likely cannot fulfill this mission. I had no choice but to return and implore the general for guidance. Grand General? Sun Xiang turned to seek Ren Tianye's counsel. Shall I dispatch additional men? No matter how formidable Zhang Shubua's martial prowess, send 100 men, and he will surely die. Before Ren Tianye could respond, the soldier spoke again. Grand General Zhang Shubua has returned. What? Zhang Shubua, acting most bizarrely after evading our pursuit, slapped his head and rode back. Only without his horse, he has been searching for one. But he also used this opportunity to slip past our surveillance. Now his whereabouts are unknown. Only then did Ren Tianye's voice arise unhurried. It seems Zhang Shubua has come to his senses. But what does it matter if he has? If Yunji City were in his hands, he would be a force to be reckoned with. But Yunji City is now in my hands. What can his return accomplish? While he spoke thus, Ren Tianye did not relax his vigilance. He said, nevertheless, Zhang Shubua has governed Yunji City for years, uncounted, his roots run deep. His return will surely unsettle the city. All generals, we must swiftly gain control over those 7,000 soldiers in Yunji City. Only when the soldiers' hearts turn to us can Yunji City truly belong to us. The regional commanders nodded in agreement and promptly departed on their missions. The logistics camp. The 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City all held grain vouchers issued from General Ren Tianye's garrison and lined up to receive their stipends. Following the hierarchy of their original ranks, the quartermasters distributed payments one by one. Everything proceeded as Ren Tianye had instructed. Even the lowest-ranking soldier in Yunji City received the same monthly pay as a chiefing army soldier. 2. 5 taels of silver, plus an extra bag of millet for each person. Such generosity illuminated the soldiers' faces with delight, their eyes blazing with extraordinary radiance. 2. 5 taels. Originally, they had only received 501, and even that had been deducted through various pretexts. This represented an increase of nearly 5-fold. We thank the Imperial Envoy, we thank the Imperial Envoy. Old Lu never imagined a day when I would receive such generous compensation. This practically matches the chiefing army's benefits. Alas, if only the Imperial Envoy were our commander here in Yunji City. The soldiers of Yunji City discussed amongst themselves, all expressing heartfelt recognition of the newly arrived Imperial Envoy. The atmosphere resembled a joyous sea of celebration. Suddenly this was shattered. Hey, why was my position in the inspection corps abolished? And you only give me 5 taels of silver. Before my monthly pay was 5 taels. This is a straight reduction by half. Everyone's attention was drawn, heads turning to look. It was a soldier of rugged features and robust build whom all recognized as Wang Hu, one of the fierce tigers of the inspection corps established by Zhang Shubua. Wang Hu's eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. Pointing at the quartermaster distributing the stipends, he roared, "Are you courting death? Do you not fear this pair of fists of Tiger Grandfather?" The quartermaster trembled in fear, and the surrounding soldiers instantly fell silent, daring not to utter another word. Over the years, the inspection corps had always lorded over them, accumulating such fearsome authority. They genuinely dreaded incurring the inspection corps' displeasure, for even now, with the Imperial Envoy declaring the corps disbanded, that deep-seated terror remained etched in their hearts. However, Wang Hu's bravado did not last long. In merely a moment, an entirely new disciplinary corps composed of elite soldiers from the 800 army arrived, led by Zhang, sure the most skilled diviner among them. He coldly glanced at Wang Hu. "What's the matter? You think it's not enough?" Every member of the disciplinary corps rested their hand upon their sword hilt. Zhang Shi's commanding presence instantly crushed Wang Hu's indignation and arrogance. He hastily stammered, I wouldn't dare. If you had better genuinely not dare." Zhang Shi did not press the matter further, but raised his voice. "All of this was established by the Imperial Envoy himself. Whoever dares to defy, just let me show them my blade." After handling this minor dispute, the disciplinary corps immediately departed for other areas to carry out their duties. The anxiety that had knotted Wang Hu's heart gradually dissipated, yet his face remained displeased. "Damn it, with so little money, how am I supposed to support that delicate, helpless concubine of mine?" The soldiers murmured amongst themselves, their dissatisfaction barely audible. "Father brought money home. Father brought money home." A small child snatched the salary that Wang Hu had brought back, then turned and handed it to the concubine Wang Hu had taken as a secondary wife. That concubine's features were delicate and soft, her form so slender that a gust of wind might topple her, presenting an appearance of utter helplessness that would move anyone to compassion. However, after weighing the money bag in her hand, she frowned almost imperceptibly. When she opened it and finished counting, her brow furrowed even deeper. She glanced at Wang Hu, who seemed to have something to say, then softly asked, "Hu Gij, why is the salary so much less this time? Did Hu Gij go drinking at the pleasure houses?" It's all Xiao Lian's fault. I didn't make Hu Gij happy, so you had to seek entertainment outside." No, absolutely not." Wang Hu quickly explained, "How could I not be happy with you? If I wasn't happy with you, why would I have taken you into my household in the first place? Why would I have divorced my wife for you? Since being with you, Xiao Lian, I haven't set foot in any pleasure house." "Then where did the money?" "Alas." Wang Hu sighed. "An imperial inspector has arrived in Yunji City. While General Zhan went to the capital to see the emperor, he changed the regulations. The inspection team has been disbanded. Now I'm no different from an ordinary soldier. So I can only receive this much. And in the future this will be all I get." At this point Wang Hu was also furious. He thumped his fist on the table, smashing the teacup. Xiao Lian's eyes instantly turned red. First she crouched down to pick up the broken pieces of the teacup, accidentally cutting her fair finger in the process. Then she stood up, ignoring her wounded hand, and poured tea for Wang Hu. Softly she said, Hu Gij, please don't let your anger harm your health. Xiao Lian knows Hu Gij isn't pleased. Before this you were a respected member of the inspection team in Yunji City. Everyone who saw you would greet you respectfully. The family never lacked for money, and Hu Gij always found ways to bring some back. Xiao Lian and our son could always get new clothes and dress up nicely. But now you're no different from ordinary soldiers, and the salary will only be this much going forward. How are we supposed to live? As she spoke, Xiao Lian's eyes grew even redder, tears threatening to spill. Combined with her bleeding, injured finger, she truly presented a pitiable sight. Any man would feel his heart ache for her. Wang Hu quickly pulled Xiao Lian into his embrace, while his other hand stroked his son's head. Yet within his eyes the fury and unwillingness grew ever more intense. Hu Gij, Xiao Lian whispered softly near his ear, you're not like ordinary soldiers at all. You're so capable. Even General Zhan praised you. When you rescued Xiao Lian, you were such a hero. How could you be treated the same as those common soldiers forced to repair walls and dig moats? That would be such a humiliation for Hu Gij. You're so capable, how could you end up in such a state? Before she could finish speaking, the child beside her immediately cried out with childish innocence, if you're not capable, you don't deserve to be my father. Nonsense. Go play over there. Xiao Lian quickly restrained her son. When she turned to face Wang, whose eyes, tears instantly rolled down her fair cheeks like glistening pearls. Hu Gij, Xiao Lian is just a weak woman who doesn't understand great principles. But even Xiao Lian knows that a capable person like you shouldn't end up like this. With your abilities, you could definitely climb higher. General Zhan valued you. Why can't a new master appreciate you? Hu Gij, for Xiao Lian, sake for our son, sake for the sake of our little family of 3. Shouldn't you fight for what's rightfully yours? The fury in Wang, whose gaze was gradually replaced by a surging, determined ambition. His fists clenched involuntarily. Indeed, when General Zhan was here, Wang, who could become a member of the inspection team. Now that an imperial inspector has replaced him, why can't Wang Hu become a member of the newly formed disciplinary team? Even if he couldn't become a member of the disciplinary team, he at least deserved to get back his previous treatment. In his heart, Wang Hu immediately sketched out a rough plan. He knew that the newly arrived imperial inspector didn't like their brothers from the inspection team at all, and would even deliberately suppress them. But he could no longer endure this. He must fight for his rights. Together with his former brothers from the inspection team, he must fight together. By now Xiao Lian was wiping her tears with a handkerchief, her face wearing an expression of helplessness. Hu Gij, Xiao Lian isn't asking you to cause trouble. Xiao Lian just feels heartache for Gij. Doesn't want Gij to suffer such great injustice. Hu Gij, why don't you go discuss this with our former brothers? Together you could talk to the new imperial inspector. We can't just keep enduring such injustice forever. As her words fell, Wang Hu's resolve also solidified. He slapped the table again, making the house beams tremble, and rose abruptly. Xiao Lian, you're absolutely right. Wang Hu. What a heroic figure. How could I possibly be treated the same as those ordinary soldiers? Oomph. This is deliberately humiliating me, Wang Hu. I will not accept this. After a pause, he said to Xiao Lian, rest assured. I'll go find those brothers right away. Many of them are also dissatisfied with the new imperial inspector. We'll discuss this among ourselves. If the new imperial inspector restores our previous treatment, then fine. But if he doesn't restore it, as the saying goes, even a dragon shouldn't oppress a local snake. Wang Hu will make this new imperial inspector understand that we are not to be trifled with. Wang Hu rose and walked out. He happened to bump into his son, whom Xiao Lian had sent outside to play. The child was holding an exquisitely crafted bamboo dragonfly, beaming as he ran toward his father. The emotions churning in Wang Hu's chest grew even more turbulent. This bamboo dragonfly had cost him 2 taels of silver to buy for his son. Just buying a toy was this expensive. If he only had 5 taels of silver per month, how could he support his son and this delicate, helpless concubine of his? He must act. He absolutely must act. Soon he left home and sought out his former brothers from the inspection team, discovering that the vast majority shared the same thoughts. Why should the new imperial inspector reduce their treatment? Had General Zhan only just left Yunji City, and they were already trying to push them around? They were veterans of Yunji City families who had lived here for generations. They were the local snakes. How could they be so easily bullied? Together, they deliberated, continuously reaching out to more brothers. The more they contacted, the more they discovered that too many brothers in Yunji City were dissatisfied. Some even speculated that the new imperial inspector had deliberately used false information about the chiefing army to deceive them, wanting nothing more than to seize control of Yunji City's military power. I think this imperial inspector is trying to suppress our General Zhan, wanting to compete with our General Zhan for the emperor's favor. I think so too. This new imperial inspector harbors ulterior motives. We've received General Zhan's deep kindness and must help General Zhan defend Yunji City. Those 800 men, the moment they arrived, occupied every important position. They've taken control of all the city's grain and salaries. Clearly, they have ulterior motives. General Zhan may have gone to the capital, but we can't let General Zhan suffer such a loss. Well said. Let's go confront the Imperial Inspector. If he can't explain himself, clearly we'll all go on strike. Let's see if this Imperial Inspector can handle so many people refusing to work. Right? We must also let this new Imperial Inspector know what we're capable of. These people needed only one day to gather over 500 people, all of them loyal followers of Jean Chubua. After their discussion, the group set out at dawn the next day, marching in a grand procession straight toward the Yunji City General's mansion. They were going to demand justice for themselves, to demand justice for Jean Chubua, and most importantly to let Ren Tianye know exactly who they were. At the first light of dawn, the thick fog had yet to dissipate. Over 500 people gathered in the bitter wind before the general's mansion, each face burning with indignation. Jean Chubua regarded Yunji City as his very life, relentlessly training his soldiers. Though their status was elevated and they were spared the toil of fortifying defenses, training was indispensable. It could be said that every one of them was an elite soldier. Thus the assembly of these 500 men coalesced into a formidable aura, a powerful presence only soldiers could muster. This emboldened the crowd further. One by one they stood at the gates of the general's mansion in Yunji City shouting, "Imperial Envoy, grant us justice. Imperial Envoy, each of us has poured our hearts and souls into this city, building its high walls and strong defenses until it became impregnable. Yet you strip us of our ranks. Grant us an explanation. General Jean has been gone but a few days, and you act in such a manner. What place does that leave for General Jean?" The creak of the mansion's doors drew attention as Vice General Wang Ming strode out. His gaze swept the crowd, first confirming no one carried weapons, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Then he declared loudly, "Gathering to incite a disturbance is hardly a commendable habit. If you have grievances, you may file a complaint at the court or speak to me privately. Such public clamor serves you ill. I advise you all to disperse. General Ren has his reasons for these arrangements, and you." He paused, his tone now laced with warning, "Do not jeopardize your own future." Wang Ming's words only fueled their fervor. Their shouts, already earth-shaking, seemed intent on letting the entire city of Yunji hear their grievances, and cries now threatening to overturn the very heavens. "We are merely seeking justice for ourselves. How is that gathering to incite a disturbance? Does Lord Ren enjoy pinning such labels on us? We have labored for Yunji City for so many years, and with a single word from the new Imperial Envoy we are cast down from the clouds. Where in this world is there such injustice? Today an explanation must be given. Yes, our treatment must be restored to what it was. Merely restoring the past, that is not enough. We demand better treatment, and the new Imperial Envoy must apologize to us. Yes, an apology, not only to us, but also to General Jean." Amid the shouts, Wang, who in the crowd, pushed forward with all his might, shouting as he went. Though he was the most active instigator of this incident, and had once served as a member of the inspection team under Jean Chubua, he was still insignificant compared to the mid and high-ranking officers. Thus within this massive group of over 500, he could not reach the front ranks, only drifting in the middle. How infuriating this was for Wang Hu. Such an opportunity to demand better treatment. He had to be at the very front. So taking advantage of the chaos and lack of order, he forced his way to the first row, raised his fist, and shouted loudly, "If the Imperial Envoy does not apologize to General Jean, does not apologize to us, and does not improve our treatment, we will go on strike. Then when Yunji City is thrown into chaos, do not regret it." Wang Hu's words struck a chord with many, and the crowd immediately echoed him. "Ren Tianye, come out and apologize. Ren Tianye, apologize to us. Ren Tianye, apologize to General Jean." The cries surged wave after wave, causing Wang Ming, standing at the gate of the general's mansion, to flash with anger in his eyes. These people were so insolent. They dared to call the general by his name. Enough, enough. He thought wearily that good advice was wasted on the damned. Today, he could not save them. So he said no more, merely standing at the gate with his blade, forbidding anyone from entering. This seemingly submissive stance only intensified the shouts of the 500, with Wang Hu now at the front, gradually taking the lead, until a soft footstep sounded from within the mansion. A figure slowly emerged. It was Ren Tianye. He wore no armor, only a plain robe, and as he reached the gate his gaze swept calmly over the crowd. Though his movements were light and his demeanor seemed casual, his identity as Imperial Envoy swiftly silenced the 500 before him. Yet within mere breaths of the silence, someone shouted loudly, "Imperial Envoy, if you do not wish to see Yunji City turned upside down, you must apologize to us and to General Jean. Furthermore, it would be best if you restored our treatment. Otherwise we cannot be sure what we might do." It was Wang Hu who spoke. He had surpassed his former superiors, shouting loudly, and at this moment felt himself to be not a mere inspection team member, but half the leader of Yunji City. Ren Tianye's gaze fell upon him. With a light laugh, he said, "Well spoken. This general will remember you." Turning to Vice General Wang Ming, he asked, "Gathering to incite a disturbance, insubordination, threatening a superior. What is the penalty?" Wang Ming promptly replied, "According to the laws of the Great Yu, the ringleader is to be executed immediately. The followers are to be held for execution after autumn." Ren Tianye nodded. This meant that the one leading the disturbance would be beheaded on the spot, and those who followed would be hanged after the autumn harvest. He lightly raised his hand and said, "In that case, carry out the sentence." As the words fell, more than 20 of his personal guards burst out from behind him, each armed with a crossbow. At the same time, hundreds of armored soldiers emerged from around the general's mansion, swiftly encircling the crowd, also armed with crossbows. They were all among the original 800 soldiers who had followed Ren Tianye from the beginning. This sudden turn of events fell upon them abruptly, instantly, plunging the 500 into dead silence. Horror swiftly spread across every face. Were they about to be killed? Wang, who at the very front of the 500, shouted, "Who are you trying to scare?" His shout briefly restored their courage. They were 500 strong, long-time residents of Yunji City. Scattered they were nothing, but gathered together their momentum could shake heaven and earth. Who would dare kill them? Even Zhang Shubai had not dared such a thing. This newcomer was merely an imperial envoy, not their actual direct superior. How could he have the audacity? He wanted to scare them. But in the next moment, arrows fell like rain. The first 3 rows of the 500 screamed in agony and collapsed one after another. At that moment, the 500 fell utterly silent. No more shouts, no more bravado. Wang, who was still standing. Just moments ago, his brothers surrounded him. Brothers who had shared meat and wine side by side under General Zhang Shubai. It was the bond of brotherhood that had filled him with endless courage, making him fear nothing. Not even Ren Tianye's command of immediate execution. What was there to fear from a newly appointed imperial envoy when he had over 500 brothers at his side? Furthermore, if he proved himself sufficiently, not only would his standing improve considerably now, but once General Zhang returned, he would be even more deeply trusted. But in the next instant, all his brothers lay scattered across the ground around him, breath-gone hearts stilled with only rivers of blood flowing beneath them. Wang, whose face drained of color, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He understood, because he had dared to speak out against the imperial envoy. Ren Tianye's men had deliberately spared him while shooting down the front 3 rows of his brothers. Yet now an overwhelming tide of terror surged within him. "Great sir, I was wrong, humble one was wrong." Wang, who buried his face in the ground, smashing his forehead again and again. The Ren Tianye he had once demanded an apology from was now someone he didn't even dare to glance at. He only knew how to kowtow, desperately striking his head until it bled, begging desperately for mercy. In his panic, he even betrayed his helpless concubine, kept outside the main household. "Great sir, spare my life. I too was bewitched. It was my concubine, with a heart poisonous as snake and scorpion. I did not dare oppose you, but she insisted I rally everyone. Great sir, I. Upon hearing this, Ren Tianye raised a hand slightly, and the 2 soldiers restraining Wang, who instantly froze. Ren Tianye continued, "So there was a mastermind behind all this. Wang Ming, the instigator. What punishment does he deserve? Report General the same crime. Someone go and fetch this brother's helpless concubine." A cold smirk curled at Ren Tianye's lips. "Bring her here." "Yes." 2 soldiers immediately set out. Wang, who still kneeling on the ground, felt a flicker of relief and continued to plead for mercy. "Great sir, I have already confessed the mastermind behind it all. Can you show some leniency?" "Naturally," Ren Tianye replied. Overcome with joy, Wang, who prepared to kowtow, but then heard Ren Tianye order, "Make it quick with the blade, spare him unnecessary suffering." Wang, who, the soldier beside him, raised his sword and brought it down in one stroke. A head tumbled to the ground. Ren Tianye's gaze then swept coldly over those who had not been shot by arrows. "The rest of you imprisoned. Execution after autumn." The remaining men were already terrified beyond reason by Ren Tianye's ruthless methods. With ambush troops already surrounding them, and every enemy soldier armored and armed, they had no courage left to resist. In an instant, one after another, they dropped to their knees with thuds, all voices raised in desperate pleas for mercy. Still, one by one, they were bound hand and foot and dragged toward the prison. Even as the scene remained in chaos, the 2 soldiers returned with their prize, a woman and a child in tow. Before them lay mountains of bones and rivers of blood. The woman collapsed to the ground with a gasp, trembling. But only a moment later, she forced herself to kneel properly before Ren Tianye and begged, "Great sir, it was not I who incited the rebellion. I am but a fragile woman. At home, Wang, who beat and cursed me daily. How would I dare to manipulate him? This was all Wang whose own doing. It is not my fault." Xiao Lian knelt on the ground, tears streaming freely. Already delicate and pale, the evening breeze brushed against her robes, making her slender frame seem even more ethereal and pitiful. This heartbreakingly beautiful sight immediately drew the attention of the gathered soldiers. Even several of Ren Tianye's personal guards turned their heads to look. Xiao Lian was sharp and perceptive. Catching sight of them glancing her way, her eyes grew redder still, and she wept even more bitterly, a tear-stained flower trembling in the wind. Suppressing her fear, she threw herself onto Wang, whose corpse. Her crimson eyes brimmed with wronged sorrow, and though her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, every word rang clear. "Wang, who, you have destroyed me. You took me by force and made me submit to your will. Now you gather a mob rebel against your new master, and simply walk away, leaving a mother and child with nowhere to turn. What shall we do? From now on in this vast Yunqing city, a mother and son like us will have no place to call our own. She wept even more fiercely, her tears drenching her clothes. By contrast, the child's face showed little emotion. Instead, he grew restless and grumbled, "Mother, father is dead, so what? Haven't you always complained he didn't earn enough? Now you can find someone else." Xiao Lian's expression flickered. Judging that the boy's voice was low enough to escape most ears, she quickly reprimanded him. "What nonsense are you spouting? How have I taught you to behave? In front of others you must uphold your father's honor." "Oh, I understand." The scolded boy looked unhappy. He glanced down at Wang Hu's corpse, then up at Ren Tianye, who was surrounded by a cluster of attendants. Suddenly he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it with all his might toward Ren Tianye. At the same time he cried out, "You terrible person! You killed my father. I will grow up fast, lead an army, kill you, and avenge my father." The child's strength was weak. The stone fell short, landing just before Ren Tianye, with a clinking roll that came to rest at his feet. This sudden movement sent the personal guards into alarm. They immediately drew their blades, forming a protective circle around Ren Tianye. Several soldiers cursed themselves inwardly. They had been so captivated by Xiao Lian's fragile, heart-melting beauty that they had nearly forgotten their duty to protect the general. If the general had suffered even a single scratch, they would all have been destroyed, dying without so much as a burial site. Even Xiao Lian's expression changed. She quickly grabbed her son and scolded loudly, "What reckless behavior is this?" "Mother, I'm not being reckless." The boy's outburst somehow recalled how Wang Hu used to treat him well, and his eyes reddened slightly. "He killed father. Now no one will buy me delicious food or fun toys anymore. I want to grow up strong, chop off his head, hang it on a stick to play with, and avenge father, tearing him to pieces." Before he could finish, Xiao Lian clamped her hand tightly over his mouth. She immediately turned to beg, "Great sir, he is only a child. Children speak without malice. His words mean nothing. I beg you, do not hold it against him." As she spoke, Xiao Lian knelt once more and bowed her head deeply 3 times before Ren Tianye. But as she knelt, her collar slipped open slightly, revealing her slender collarbone and smooth white skin. She looked fragile and deeply pitiable, an image meant to melt any man's heart. Ren Tianye could not help but smile. So it seemed that within Yunqing City, besides the sleeping dragon Zhan Shubai, there also existed a phoenix like Xiao Lian. "You incited Wang Hu to gather a rebellious mob. You deserve the same punishment as he. Your son provoked this general, you deserve death. However, this general has a principle: I never kill women or children." Vice General Wang Ming turned his head, a look of astonishment on his face. Xiao Lian immediately breathed a great sigh of relief. She knew full well that no man could bear to harm her, and that men found a woman like her most desirable. Hadn't even these rough, uncultured soldiers been bewitched by her? This new arrival would surely be no exception. She prepared to continue her performance. If she could climb onto the branch of such a high-placed imperial envoy, it would be 10,000 times better than being with Wang Hu. Just as she was about to speak, in her softest, most coaxing tone, Ren Tianye laughed and said, "How unfortunate. You are not a child, and your son is not a woman." Xiao Lian. The personal guards. Wang Ming sighed. "Execute her." Inside the general's mansion in the study. "Grand General, following your instructions, the ringleaders of the rioters who defied orders have all been hung in front of the military camp for public display. The followers have all been thrown into death row." As Sun Xiang reported, his heart was filled with trepidation. Having garrisoned the border for decades and fought countless battles against the barbarians, he was no stranger to scenes of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. He should have been numb to any ruthlessness. Yet today, Grand General Ren Tianye had once again thoroughly shocked him. "What is the situation outside?" Ren Tianye asked. Sun Xiang immediately replied heavily, "Everyone dares not disobey." As he said this, Sun Xiang thought, how could the soldiers of Yunji City dare to harbor any disloyalty? After this move, the soldiers of Yunji City clearly saw that if they followed them, well, everyone would receive generous pay. But if they harbored treacherous intentions, death awaited. Today, over 500 people had rioted. As a result, 34 were shot or beheaded in public. The rest would all be hanged after the autumn harvest. With such ruthlessness, which soldier in Yunji City would not weigh the choice between loyal following and betrayal? Thinking thus, Sun Xiang felt not only awe, but also growing admiration for Ren Tianye. In just a few days, their 800 men had not only captured Yunji City, this key northern frontier stronghold, but also, under the Grand General's brilliant strategy, had easily taken over the garrison troops. Following such a master, the world seemed not unattainable. "It's good that they are convinced," Ren Tianye said leisurely. "Once these people are convinced, our army has truly expanded. We now command nearly 10,000 soldiers. In the future, whether attacking or defending, we have the capital. However, to make the people of Yunji City fully follow us, we still lack something." Ren Tianye had already employed many cunning schemes. This morning he had foreseen that loyalists of Zhan Shubai would cause trouble, so he had them ambushed, leading to this harvest. Sun Xiang had long been sincerely convinced. Now hearing Ren Tianye speak again, he almost habitually asked, Grand General, what is still lacking? Of course, force them to rebel. Ren Tianye said, they are only obeying me now, but they may not be willing to revolt. So we need to push them. As he spoke, a smile bloomed on Ren Tianye's lips. Originally there was no hurry. We will eventually encounter the Imperial Army. When that happens after a great battle, they will have no choice but to rebel. So I didn't take it seriously. But unexpectedly, in these days while cleaning up the general's mansion, I found another gain. Sun Xiang was curious. Grand General, what gain? Ren Tianye did not answer directly, but changed the subject. I have been in the northern frontier for only a little over 3 months. I am far less familiar with the situation here than you. Therefore I would like to confirm something with you. What is the situation inside the barbarian tribe? Who is the next ruler among them? Sun Xiang was indeed familiar with this. He immediately said, of course, the great prince of the barbarians. He has long been designated as the next Khan, holds a heavy army, and has many supporters. Moreover, this man is extremely brave and quite cunning. When the chiefing army was still here, they often said that the great enemy of the northern frontier in the future would be this great prince. Furthermore, Sun Xiang continued, the ones constantly fighting with our 800 men are all the great prince's people. Only the great prince's faction would send small bands of barbarians to invade our central plains. Ren Tianye shook his head. You are wrong. Previously the ones our 800 men eliminated were mostly the great prince's men, but recently they are not necessarily the great prince's men. Rather, they are the third prince's men. Sun Xiang was bewildered. The third prince's men. Exactly, Ren Tianye said. Or more precisely, they are assassins sent by the third prince to target the great prince's faction. As he spoke, Ren Tianye's mind involuntarily conjured the Huiqingli family who had morally blackmailed him and sold tea to the barbarians. Back then, after killing the youth of the Huiqingli family who possessed the potential of a protagonist, he obtained a turquoise hair ornament from the youth. That ornament was bestowed by the great prince, proving that the Huiqingli family had a close relationship with the great prince. Yet they were pursued by barbarians and annihilated. At that time he was puzzled and felt something was amiss. He had planned to report to the chiefing army upon return, but then the Empress slaughtered 70,000 chiefing soldiers, forcing him to rebel. He had once forgotten about this matter. Unexpectedly in Yunji City, he accidentally found the answer. The barbarians' has civil strife is likely about to erupt. He paused, then called out Su Jin. Shortly after, the study door opened, and Su Jin entered gracefully. Su Jin, who was once the wife of the military counselor Zhang Wei, had now shed her luxurious attire and dressed like an ordinary maidservant. She entered with respectful obedience, bowed, and placed a box in her hands gently on Ren Tianye's desk. Ren Tianye had just arrived in Yunji City. His subordinates were mostly military officers lacking civil officials, so he was overwhelmed with administrative work. Thus he assigned Su Jin, who could read and write, to serve as an attendant secretary, helping him organize documents. Su Jin performed quite well. Unlike when she was under the protection of Counselor Zhang Wei, where she acted willfully, she was now respectful, obedient, cautious, and even had no temper at all. This made Ren Tianye sigh with emotion. Was it a problem with the person or with the world? Had he been transported here by fate to correct the absurd social customs of this world? As he thought, he reached out and opened the box Su Jin had placed. Inside were some letters. Ren Tianye took out a few and handed them to Sun Xiang. Take a look. Yes. Sun Xiang opened them, and his face changed dramatically after just a glance. What? The Empress actually instructed Zhang Shubai to collude with the barbarians. Sun Xiang abruptly stood up, his face full of anger. The barbarians are the great enemy of our Dayu. For centuries, both sides have been at war. How many soldiers have been buried on the battlefield defending against them? How could the Empress do this? Ren Tianye was somewhat helpless and gestured for Sun Xiang to sit down. What are you shouting for? Finish reading first. Yes, Grand General. Sun Xiang barely calmed himself and read again. The anger on his face turned to astonishment. The Empress instructed Zhang Shubai to assist the third prince. She had Zhang Shubai help the third prince ambush the great prince's men. No wonder barbarians have been entering the border all this time. It's all the Empress's doing. But Sun Xiang was still puzzled. But what is the Empress's intention? Could it be to support the third prince to the throne, thereby disrupting the barbarian situation? Ren Tianye smiled helplessly. What the Empress really means we will know later. For now it's none of our business. But Zhang Shubai's collusion with the barbarians is proven by these letters. Ren Tianye said slowly. Tell me, if the defender of Yunji City colludes with the barbarians committing a heinous crime, would the soldiers of Yunji City be implicated and also charged with the great crime of colluding with the barbarians? Sun Xiang's eyes lit up. The garrison commander of Yunji City, Zhang Shubai, has colluded with the barbarians. How could the 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City be absolved of suspicion? As long as we tamper with these letters, cutting off the beginning and the end, removing the Empress's instructions to Zhang Shubai, and leaving only the content of his collusion with the barbarians. Then make them public. What would the 7,000 soldiers in Yunji City think? Regardless of their loyalty to the court, they would all be branded with the heinous crime of colluding with the barbarians, a death sentence. Doesn't it force the 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City to turn to our side? Sun Xiang grew excited. Ren Tianye smiled, retrieved the letter from his hand, and took out several letters that had already been doctored from the box, leaving only the content of Zhang Shubai's collusion with the barbarians, and handed them to Sun Xiang. He said, "These letters have been burned by Su Jin, and the remaining content is just right. Later have someone post them throughout the military camp, making sure the soldiers of Yunji City see them clearly." "Yes, General." "Also," Ren Tianye continued, "send some men to create a panic. Say that the 70,000 loyal souls of the chiefing army were all slaughtered merely for disobeying orders. Then what fate awaits these 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City who were suspected of colluding with the barbarians?" Sun Xiang fully understood, and his heart surged with even more fervor. He had long known that these 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City would inevitably become part of their rebel force, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. With the general's ruthless tactics and unparalleled schemes, these 7,000 soldiers were now completely within their grasp. "General, I will see it done." Ren Tianye nodded in approval, but a hint of confusion appeared on his face. "However, what you just said has left me somewhat puzzled. Whether the Empress truly intends to stir up the situation among the barbarians is debatable. But this third prince she supports, what kind of man is he? How can he contend with the deeply entrenched first prince?" This question also stumped Sun Xiang. He echoed with confusion, "Indeed, General. Based on our understanding, the first prince has a solid foundation and wields the most power. No other prince can rival him. Even if other princes harbor rebellious intentions, the ones likely to emerge would be the second prince, the 8th prince, the 9th prince, the 10th prince, or the 13th prince. After all, each of them has some distinction, bravery in battle, unmatched strategy, powerful family backgrounds, or the favor of the old man emperor. But who is this third prince? I've never known. Even if you hadn't shown me these documents today, General, I wouldn't have known that the Man tribe even had a third prince. I thought he was some prince who died young." Ren Tianye grew even more perplexed. So even Sun Xiang had no idea who this third prince was. Sun Xiang was a veteran of the Northern Frontier Army and had always had good relations with the chiefing army, with access to far more intelligence than the average person. Yet, he didn't know either. How strange. Where did this third prince suddenly come from? How could he receive such support from the Empress? It was clearly intended to back him as the Man Emperor. General." Just then a soft voice came from the side. Su Jin, looking quite nervous, said, "Your concubine knows something about this matter." "Oh, you know?" Ren Tianye asked, then recalled. This Su Jin was no ordinary woman either. She was a daughter of the Su family, a prominent clan in Yunji City that had long resided in the northern frontier and engaged in border trade. It was hardly surprising that she knew such things. "Yes, your concubine has heard a little." Su Jin swallowed hard, trying to keep her words from trembling. "General, the mother of this third prince was born from a drunken encounter between the old man emperor and a foreign woman. Thus he has never been favored since childhood. He has been a hostage in various countries. Now that he is in the Man tribe, I suppose he has returned." Ren Tianye finally gained a basic understanding of the Man third prince, but his curiosity only deepened. Although the Man tribe had established a dynasty and a kingdom, compared to the Central Plains Diu dynasty, they were far inferior in every aspect, and thus were always referred to by the Diu people as a barbarian state. They called their emperor the Great Khan. But from Su Jin's words, this third prince was actually called a barbarian by the Man tribe themselves. What did that mean? A barbarian among barbarians. He then asked, "Which tribe does the third prince's mother belong to?" Su Jin quickly replied, "I heard she is a Warren." Creak creak. Ren Tianye suddenly felt his teeth itch. Good heavens, a Warren. So this third prince had half man blood and half Warren blood. The enmity was truly maxed out. But it only deepened his confusion. Why would the Empress support such a third prince? Was there some profound meaning? No, could this outrageous Empress even have a profound meaning? After pondering for a moment, and finding no answer, Ren Tianye stopped thinking. He sent Sun Xiang out to carry out the tasks, and resumed leafing through the account books that had been sitting on his desk for days. Su Jin stood respectfully by his side. The study was silent, not a single sound. However, just as Ren Tianye's brow furrowed deeper, Su Jin mustered her courage to speak. "General, your concubine has a word, but I do not know if I should say it." "Speak." "Your concubine knows that you are short of military supplies and provisions, unable to sustain your great cause for long. But I have a method that could help you obtain a large amount of military resources." Ren Tianye narrowed his eyes. "You seem to know quite a bit." Thud. Su Jin's body swayed, and she quickly knelt down, trembling with fear. "General, your concubine did not spy deliberately. I happened to see it while helping you record the accounts. I have no other intentions. I beg for your forgiveness." Ren Tianye remained noncommittal. Since he had let Su Jin assist him with the documents, he had taken full precautions and was not afraid of her seeing military secrets. However, this woman needed to be kept in check from time to time. Otherwise she might cause trouble like before when she was under Zhang Wei's protection, disrupting military discipline. He said flatly, then tell me what method do you have? Su Jin raised her head suppressing her trembling and said, General in Yunji City, my Su family is the largest clan. We have been merchants for generations with immense wealth and our elders have served as officials in the court. Even the former garrison commander Zhang Shubai dared not provoke us. If you are willing to marry a daughter of the Su family, my family will naturally support you with money and supplies to solve your urgent needs. Ren Tianye frowned. Was this a push for him to join a powerful family? But it was not a problem. He had already learned about the Su family. Though outwardly a merchant clan, they were deeply rooted with influence extending beyond Yunji City to the entire northern frontier. If he married a Su daughter, he would not only solve the shortage of military supplies, but also benefit greatly in his future development across the northern frontier. As for the psychological burden of relying on his in-laws' power, Ren Tianye felt none at all. A man who achieves greatness does not dwell on trifles. How many emperors in history had rapidly expanded their power by relying on the influence of their wives' families? There was nothing wrong with taking this path, as long as the result was that he controlled the woman's family rather than being controlled by them. On this point Ren Tianye had great confidence. Thinking this, he said, agreed. I, the general, will marry a daughter of the Su family. Su Jin was overjoyed. Her soft and enchanting face radiated with brilliance, and her beauty was no less than when she was in Zhang Wei's camp. General, is that true? Of course. Ren Tianye asked, do you have an elder sister or a younger sister? Su Jin's expression quickly dimmed. The hope she had carefully crafted was shattered by Ren Tianye's single sentence. But she had to muster her spirits and answer seriously. Your concubine has 2 younger sisters. The second Su Xiu is aloof and proud, looking down on all men. She is not a suitable match for you. The third Su Li has been gentle since childhood. Now 18, she is graceful and innocent. She is the most suitable for you. Ren Tianye asked again, are you 3 sisters born of the same mother? General, we are not. I am the eldest daughter. The second sister Su Xiu is the legitimate daughter, and the third sister Su Li was born to a mistress. Ren Tianye nodded, stood up, and said, then choose your second sister. You will handle this matter, and I will send General Wang Ming to assist you. With that he left the study and went to the military camp to find Wang Ming. Only Su Jin remained in the room stunned. After a long while she let out a heavy sigh. This Ren Tianye was truly different from any man she had ever known. She would likely have to remain obedient and compliant from now on. The sun shone upon Yunji City. Under the magnificent myriad golden rays, the city, half encircled by 3 steep cloud-piercing peaks, stood like a work of art. Perched on the mountainside, it safeguarded its people with its sturdy, mighty arms, becoming a haven and a faith for them under the iron hooves of the barbarian tribes. At the same time, this Yunji City was also the faith of Zhang Shubai. When he appeared beneath its walls, tattered and ragged, all the fear and trepidation from the journey vanished completely. Gazing at Yunji City, so close at hand, a gentle smile involuntarily spread across Zhang Shubai's face. This city, which he had nurtured with toil and sweat for years, had imperceptibly become the greatest safe haven in his heart. Now, he had finally returned to this safe haven. Finally, I've arrived. Zhang Shubai wiped the muddy sweat from his face, and a warm smile appeared on his handsome features. However, after the weary journey, he was now almost devoid of strength. When he could barely lift his legs to walk, his expression shifted from joy to anger, and he cursed bitterly in his heart. He damn well knew that Ren Tianye, that petty man, was trying to suppress him. To steal his position as the third favorite in the emperor's eyes, Ren Tianye had even sent assassins after him. Damn it, fortunately his martial skills were extraordinary, so he managed to escape. However, his steed, which he had whipped mercilessly to speed its gallop, soon collapsed foaming at the mouth. He then searched everywhere for a mount along the road, but found none. Thus he was forced to measure the land beneath his feet. For several days and nights, traveling almost without rest, he finally returned to this Yunji City. At last I am about to retrieve the immortal soul flower I intend to present to His Majesty. Once I offer this gift, His Majesty will surely see my loyalty and understand my true intent. Those slanders and Ren Tianye's nonsense about me being a mere bean sprout will naturally collapse. Zhang Shubai's eyes were firm as he thought this. He mustered his last ounce of strength and strode toward the city gates. After struggling to get close, he saw that the massive gates, which he had personally supervised the installation of, were tightly shut, exuding an air of stern solemnity. However, Zhang Shubai was not perturbed. Although he had not built this city, he had reinforced it brick by brick. His familiarity with it gave him a strong sense of control. He immediately shouted at the soldiers on the gate tower. Someone, open the gate for this general. His voice was not loud, but clear enough to be heard. But the scene he had anticipated, the gates flung open to welcome him back, did not occur. Instead, the soldiers on the tower were all poised for action. Some had even drawn their powerful bows. Then, they shouted reprimands. Yunji City is under lockdown. No one is allowed in or out. You beggar, go beg elsewhere. These words sent Zhang Shubai into a rage. What the hell? Beggar. Were these soldiers of Yunji City blind? How dare they take him for a beggar? He was just tired and dirty from the journey, but his extraordinary heroic bearing. Could a beggar compare? Later I'll make sure these blind soldiers taste the power of my disciplinary squad. He thought, his face full of anger. It's me, Zhang Shubai. Open the gate for this general. In an instant, chaos erupted on the wall. It's Zhang Shubai. Wow, Zhang Shubai. Quick, don't let him escape. Go report to the master. Zhang Shubai is back. This panicked scene made Zhang Shubai's face involuntarily show a hint of smugness. As the king of this Yunji city, these soldiers under his command should tremble at the sound of his name. But he felt a slight doubt. Why did they say don't let him escape? Frowning, he looked up and was startled to discover that the soldiers standing guard with halberds on the wall were all unfamiliar to him. He had poured all his efforts into Yunji City, toiling day and night for years, personally overseeing construction and training the 7,000 soldiers. He might not be able to call all of them by name, but he definitely recognized their faces. But now as he glanced over, he didn't recognize a single one. The strangeness surprised him, until a sentence rang out. Someone has already gone to report to General Ren. Don't let Zhang Shubai escape. If this fellow brings troops to seize our Yunji city, it will be trouble. Zhang Shubai's heart suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Their Yunji city. Since when had this city become Ren Tianye's? It was his, Zhang Shubai's. It was entrusted to him by the emperor for him to carefully nurture. Over these years he had worked diligently, finally turning Yunji city into a world-renowned fortress, no less than Shana city. Just when he was about to report back to the emperor and earn his return to the imperial side, how could it become Ren Tianye's? What did this mean? Zhang Shubai's heart grew more and more panicked. He jerked his head up to question them, but saw that the soldiers on the wall were all holding powerful bows. The bows were drawn like full moons, arrows knocked on the strings. Like a net from heaven and earth they enveloped him. Now without armor, and without a weapon to parry, if these men loosed their arrows, he would be almost certainly dead. At this moment Zhang Shubai finally understood. Completely understood. Yunji city had been taken over by Ren Tianye. Rage and anguish consumed him, and he couldn't help but burst into curses. Ren Tianye, you shameless bastard. I painstakingly built this Yunji city, a natural moat to present to the emperor, and you to steal my position as third favorite in the emperor's eyes, you forcibly seize it. You have no shame. The more he cursed, the greater his anger, and the greater his panic. He lunged forward shouting, open the gate, and slammed into the city gates. He struck several times, but the gates did not budge. He also knew how solidly he had personally supervised the construction of these gates, and that alone he had no chance. He backed away to the foot of the wall and shouted frantically at the guards above, open the gate, open the gate. I want to go find Ren Tianye and demand justice. He must return Yunji city to me. Yunji city is mine. It is what I intend to present to the emperor. He cannot take it away. But no matter how hysterically Zhang Shubai shouted, the soldiers on the wall gave no response at all. They kept their bowstrings taut, ready to rain arrows at the slightest sign. This silent response only drove Zhang Shubai more frantic. Open the gate, open the gate. Open the gate for me. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a familiar face not far away on the wall. He immediately shouted, this general remembers you. You are a member of my disciplinary squad. Go inform my disciplinary squad to come open the gate and accompany me to find Ren Tianye. The man was startled and immediately replied, the disciplinary squad abused soldiers, defied superiors, and caused trouble. They were wiped out long ago by General Ren. Where is there any disciplinary squad now? Now I am a soldier under General Ren's command guarding the city. Do not speak nonsense anymore, or don't blame me for my merciless arrows. Zhang Shubai's face turned pale. What? The disciplinary squad, annihilated by Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye, you stop at nothing to steal my position in the emperor's eyes. You even destroyed my disciplinary squad. While screaming, he saw another person in the distance and grabbed at him like a lifeline. Yang Huabing, you are my company commander. Come open the city gate for me. This Yunji city is mine. No one can take it away. Yang Huabing immediately replied, nonsense. I am a soldier under General Ren guarding the city. How would I recognize a beggar like you? Don't try to claim false connections. Otherwise the arrows in my hand are not vegetarian. Zhang Shubai nearly spat blood. A wave of intense despair surged into his heart. He fully understood now Ren Tianye had stolen his Yunji city, stolen the gift he was to present to the emperor. This was the product of years of hard labor, painstakingly built. It was almost the only gift that could allow him to hold his head high before the emperor. Was it completely no longer his? He instantly became nearly mad. Ren Tianye, you have no shame. You deceived the emperor with sweet words. You stole my Yunji city. You stole my life's work. Why don't you prepare your own gift? What's the meaning of stealing mine? As he shouted, tears began to flow. His face wore an expression of utter grievance. Ren Tianye, you have no shame, you damn shameless. Just then the city gate creaked open and a cavalry unit of over 100 rode out in single file. At the front was Ren Tianye's guerrilla general Sun Xiang. The moment Sun Xiang saw Zhang Shubai, his eyes lit up. walking right into the traps. Good, good, good. Last time you wounded my brothers today, I'll see how much martial prowess you still have. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him immediately surrounded Zhang Shubai, intent on capturing him alive. Blades and spears were merciless, and killing intent filled the air. Zhang Shubai's eyes were full of aggrieved tears and his body was exhausted from days of travel, yet his martial skills remained formidable. Alone against 100, he surprisingly did not lose ground. He even managed to snatch a soldier's weapon and counterattack, wounding several cavalrymen with a few thrusts of his spear. He continued to wield his spear, fending off the endless stream of soldiers sent by Sun Xiang, but his mind was entirely on Yunji City. He fought while cursing, cursed while weeping. Return my Yunji City. Return my Yunji City. Return my Yunji City. Ren Tianye, you bastard, return my Yunji City. Until he was exhausted and subdued by the combined efforts of the soldiers. Sun Xiang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his face. This Zhang Shubai's martial arts were truly extraordinary. Even in such a state of exhaustion, he still had such combat power. He had wounded several of his soldiers. Damn, that was absurd. Judging by this strength, as far as he knew, in the entire frontier army, only the naturally mighty and skilled Grand General could surpass him. Damn. A somewhat frightened Sun Xiang kicked Zhang Shubai hard. You sure can fight. But the kick seemed to have no effect on Zhang Shubai. He just wore a tear-streaked face, looking more miserable than if his own mother had died, muttering, "Return my Yunji City. Please return my Yunji City. I cannot live without Yunji City." In the inner city barracks of Yunji City, in front of the dense barracks connected to the city gate tower, several letters had been posted on the city wall. Over the past 2 days, they had attracted the attention of countless soldiers. Even though many of them were illiterate, they would listen to the literate ones read out the contents one by one and explain their meaning. The explanation concerned the collusion between the former garrison commander Zhang Shubai and the barbarian tribes. Every explanation inevitably caused an uproar. This time was no exception. Zhang Shubai has truly outrageous audacity. To dare collude with the barbarians. He deserves death, but he has implicated us. Damn it. That Zhang Shubai oppressed us every day when he was in power, and that was bad enough, but colluding with the barbarians. He is worse than a beast. What should we do now? Zhang Shubai colluded with the barbarians, but he was our superior. Do you think the imperial court will investigate and punish us? Probably. Haven't you heard? The 70,000 Shifeng army were all slaughtered just because they disobeyed the emperor's orders. They were the elite of our great Yu, and if that happened to them, how could the emperor pardon us? Are we doomed to die? We have worked hard all our lives, suffering hunger and rags. We finally got the imperial envoy, and now, after just 2 days of good life, we are going to die. I have an old mother to support and young children to feed. If I die, what will become of my family? Panic spread, and everyone felt endangered. The inner city barracks of Yunji City were like a powder keg. A single spark would cause a massive explosion. And standing in the distance, silently observing all this, Ren Tianye's eyes were deep as the sea. After the Empress slaughtered the 70,000 Shifeng army, the world was bound to fall into chaos. Not to mention within Great Yu, but the barbarians. Without the Shifeng army to suppress them, how could they not seize this unprecedented opportunity? Yunji City lies at the border between Great Yu and the barbarian tribes. Although it is not on the main route of the barbarians' southward invasion, it will inevitably face their military might. It was almost predictable that a great calamity was about to befall Yunji City. As for the 7,000 soldiers, if they rose up early to resist, they still had hope of surviving the barbarian iron cavalry. But if they remained sluggish and passive, then before long Yunji City would become a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Follow me, your general, and I will protect your lives. And Ren Tianye's eyes sharpened. As the saying goes, who says nobles and generals are born to their status? They were not without the possibility of becoming nobles and generals. Great general. A personal guard who rushed over whispered, Zhang Shubai has returned. At the city gate, General Sun Xiang has taken men to arrest him. Returned. Ren Tianye's spirit jolted. How many troops did he bring? Just him alone. Alone. Ren Tianye frowned. How can he retake Yunji City alone? Could it be a lure? To trick us into opening the city gates with an ambush hidden behind? Ren Tianye analyzed, but looking at the sky, he felt something was off. The day was clear and bright, with sunlight shining everywhere. An ambush in broad daylight. Did he really think the regular sentries of Yunji City were useless? At the very least, it would have to be a starless, moonless night. What is Zhang Shubai really planning? Ren Tianye couldn't figure it out. He could only respond to changes with constancy. He led his men on horseback quickly to the city gate, where he saw Zhang Shubai being held by Sun Xiang's men, bound tightly, kneeling on the ground. The clatter of hooves startled Zhang Shubai. He immediately raised his head, and the moment he saw Ren Tianye, his already aggrieved face became even more tearful, and his cries shook the heavens. Ren Tianye, you are shameless. I guarded Yunji City day and night, and built it with all my heart just to give it as a gift to His Majesty in exchange for returning to the capital to be by his side. How could you take it away? If you take it, what will I present to His Majesty? Hurry and give Yunji City back to me. You must give it back. If you don't, I'll kneel here and cry. Cry until you soften. Cry until you relent. Cry until your conscience is disturbed. Ren Tianye. No bro, I really thought you had come to your senses and brought men to seize Yunji City, but instead you pull this shit. Still crying. Damn it. Ren Tianye couldn't help but boil inside. These love-struck fools, their thoughts were really damn hard to guess. Ren Tianye, please give Yunji City back to me, okay? Seeing that Ren Tianye remained silent, Zhang Shubai thought he was wavering and quickly intensified his attack. Fine, I admit defeat. From now on you can be His Majesty's third lover, and I'll be content to be the fourth. I won't compete with you anymore. Okay, I'm not even competing with you for the third mistress position anymore. Isn't that enough? Zhang Shubai staggered trying to stand up, but Sun Xiang's men pushed him down. He was still unconvinced and his tone became more intense. His demeanor finally ceased to resemble a child whose toy had been snatched. Ren Tianye, you must return Yunji City to me. Otherwise. Zhang Shubai's gaze suddenly turned vicious, his tone filled with heavy threat. Otherwise I'll hang myself at this city gate. Let His Majesty know you are a scoundrel. If I can't be His Majesty's third lover, you won't be the fourth either. Creak, creak. Ren Tianye's fists clenched with a creaking sound. It wasn't because of Zhang Shubai's words, but purely because of Zhang Shubai himself. He was very skilled in martial arts and diligent, but if he were normal and just a steady general, he would surely benefit the people. How did he become such a fucking simp? Simping to the point of insanity. This damn outrageous female-oriented novel was always giving him shocks and surprises. Speak up, Ren Tianye. Are you afraid? Humph, if you're scared, then quickly agree to return Yunji City to me. Ren Tianye snapped back to reality and nodded. Indeed, I'm scared. So scared. Zhang Shubai's eyes lit up. So you agree? Ren Tianye nodded. I agree. Agree to return Yunji City to me. Agree to hang you up. Ren Tianye's expression turned stern, and he coldly ordered Sun Xiang. Your subordinate is here. Fulfill General Zhang's wish. Hang him on the city gate. Yes. If he can't get up there, give him a hand. Make sure General Zhang is satisfied. Remember, we strive for 0 negative reviews. Yes. Although Sun Xiang didn't understand what Ren Tianye meant by 0 negative reviews, he understood perfectly that they were to hang Zhang Shubai. To be honest, he had long wanted to hang this Zhang Shubai up. Damn. In all his life, he had never seen someone threaten others by hanging themselves at the city gate. It was truly shocking. If he didn't help Zhang Shubai fulfill this wish, he wouldn't be able to eat dinner. So amid Zhang Shubai's furious roars, the bound man was hoisted into the air by a group of soldiers using a sturdy rope. Zhang Shubai continued to roar. Unfortunately, this time the hanging at the city gate service he was provided had the fulcrum at his neck. As he shouted, he gradually stopped shouting. The city gate of Yunji City finally fell silent. The first light of dawn broke through, yet the thick fog had not dispersed. A fine drizzle still drifted from the sky, casting the already gloomy heavens in a pallid gray. Again, before the general's mansion, a dense multitude of Yunji City soldiers had gathered. Unlike the frenzied clamor of the 500 men, last time this crowd was far larger. Stretching as far as the eye could see, the main road before the mansion was packed to the brim. There were likely several thousand in number. Moreover, soldiers continued to arrive and join the ranks. Yet not a single person uttered a sound. They arrived in silence, then knelt with a thud, letting the drizzle from the sky soak them through. Their clothes were drenched, and the chill seeped into their very hearts. They knelt for nearly an hour until the mansion's gate opened. Vice General Wang Ming stepped out, glanced at them, sighed, and urged everyone, please return. What you ask is of grave importance, and it puts General Ren in a difficult position. Let him think it over carefully. With these words, not a single soldier among the Yunji City troops rose. They remained kneeling in reverence, their faces streaked with tears. General Wang, it is not that we lack sympathy for the Imperial Commissioner, but we are at a critical juncture of life and death. That scoundrel Zhang Shubai colluded with the barbarians and implicated us all. If His Majesty in his wrath decides to slay us, then several thousand of us will be buried in this Yunji City. We beseech General Wang to speak to the Imperial Commissioner on our behalf and plead for mercy from His Majesty. Indeed, General Wang. His Majesty even executed the 70,000 of the chiefing army. We are only 7,000 and already burdened by Zhang Shubai's crime of colluding with the barbarians. How can we possibly survive? General Wang, we are not afraid to die, but we have wives and children at home. If we die in such obscurity and disgrace, how will they manage? Please, Imperial Commissioner, save us. Their pleas rose from all sides, and some even kowtowed heavily. The sound echoed through the rain, a scene of utter sorrow. At that moment, Ren Tianye slowly emerged from the mansion's gate, his face equally sorrowful. He sighed first, then said, Gentlemen, I have understood your intentions. To be honest, I have already submitted a memorial to His Majesty pleading for your lives, but no reply has come. Ren Tianye's voice, choked with emotion, the profound grief in his eyes unmistakably genuine. I have truly done my utmost for you. But alas, my words carry little weight. I am truly powerless. Vice General Wang Ming stood stiffly beside him, his heart aching at the sight of the kneeling Yunji City soldiers. Yet he knew this was not the time to speak. He sighed inwardly. He understood that he was not needed here. Instead, Ren Tianye had assigned him the task of marrying the second daughter of the Su family. So taking advantage of the distraction, he went to find Su Jin. He would leave matters to the general. Only someone like the general could handle this. He himself could barely bear to watch. It seemed that being a vice general for the rest of his life was just fine. General, what are we to do? The kneeling men had been rejected by Ren Tianye before. Many of them had come to plead with him over the past few days. But each time Ren Tianye claimed he was powerless. They knew that the emperor's decree was not something Ren Tianye, as an imperial commissioner, could change or overturn. Yet aside from relying on him, who else could they turn to? Imperial commissioner is death, truly our only option. Imperial commissioner, I cannot accept this. I have toiled all my life, fought the barbarians on the battlefield, and now I must die in such disgrace. Imperial commissioner, show us a way out. We cannot die like this. Standing on the steps of the mansion, Ren Tianye, his face, full of sorrow, seemed moved by these words. He suddenly straightened his back. Enough, enough. At worst it is but death. His voice grew resolute. Let me be frank with you all. The imperial court is infested with treacherous ministers, and His Majesty is blinded. He ordered the slaughter of 70,000 loyal souls of the chiefing army. I argued to no avail, and was sent to Yunji City hoping to guard the vast borders of Dayu. But then Zhang Shubai colluded with the barbarians and dragged everyone down with him. 70,000 loyal souls were slain, and your 7,000 have almost no chance of survival. I am well aware of this. I have submitted 10 memorials, but they were all intercepted by the treacherous ministers and never reached His Majesty. As he spoke, Ren Tianye grew even more sorrowful, projecting an image of profound concern for the state. How can I stand by while the treacherous ministers in the court act so wantonly, driving you to your deaths? For your sake, for the sake of Dayu, I will go so far as to. Ren Tianye's voice rang out, piercing the clouds. Let us all enter the capital together, present ourselves before His Majesty, and beg him to purge the court of evil. A thunderclap seemed to roar across the sky. But this thunder falling upon the 7,000 of Yunji City brought a terror entirely different from that felt by the 800 before. Most of them were calm, even joyful in their eyes. The matter of purging the court had spread through the army from some unknown source. Everyone knew it was a path to certain death, and they had long made peace with it. They were but soldiers seeking to survive. First, Zhang Shubai's cruelty had forced them to merely scrape by, and now they faced an inevitable death sentence, not even allowed to live like ants. If so, what else could they do but rebel? Thus, moments after Ren Tianye's words, the cry of "Purge the court" began to rise sporadically among the 7,000. The chant grew louder and louder, eventually shaking the heavens and earth. My lord is willing to stand up for us, risking life and limb. We kneel in gratitude, and are willing to follow you to purge the court of evil. Under Zhang Shubai we could not survive. It was you who gave us wages and provisions, becoming our benefactor. Now you are willing to lead us on a path to survival. Henceforth, whether through fire or water, we will follow you to the death. We will follow the general to purge the court. Purge the court. Purge the court. Purge the court. The roar of anger echoed through the entire scene. Not far away, Su Jin, who had just emerged with Vice General Wang Ming, stopped in her tracks and stared blankly. She looked at the man on the steps of the mansion. She could easily see that he was merely putting on an act. She also believed that among the 7,000 of Yunji City, at least several hundred could see through it and guess the scheme. But what did it matter? The situation was now like a raging torrent. When everyone surged forward, no amount of clarity, calm, or rationality could prevent being swept along. From this moment on, the 7,000 garrison soldiers of Yunji City were utterly loyal to the man before her. Su Jin's heart trembled with fear, her dread of this man reaching its peak. Such a man, only days ago a mere guerrilla general under her husband Zhang Wei, had now seized control of nearly 10,000 elite soldiers. The potential and ruthlessness he displayed left no room for her, a weak woman, to use any cunning. Her heart suddenly clenched, and a determined expression appeared on her fair, striking face. She said to Vice General Wang Ming, "General Wang, please accompany me to the Su residence once more." Oh, Wang Ming was surprised. From what I saw, the Su family seems reluctant to form a marriage alliance with our general. Would another visit be meaningful? Of course it will. Su Jin's voice was as sharp as a blade. This time, no matter what, I will make my second sister marry the general. Even if I have to tie her up and deliver her to the general's bed. The Su family dares not defy the general's will. Vice General Wang Ming nodded. Very well. Then I shall not report this to the general for now. I will go with you again. Su Jin led the way, and Vice General Wang Ming followed. The group soon disappeared into the vast drizzle of the northern frontier. The Yunji City soldiers outside the mansion were quickly ordered by Ren Tianye to return to their camps. Unlike the trepidation of the past 2 days, now that the decision was made, their hearts were at ease. Staying meant death, a slow death, like a frog in boiling water. Following the general meant death, at worst as well. Moreover, the general treated them so well, providing ample pay and rations. If they followed him sincerely, they might yet achieve a better outcome. 3 days later, on the city wall of Yunji City, Zhang Shi, the guerrilla general best skilled in divination, arrived energetically to relieve the guard. The soldier on duty, Sun Xiang, could not help but tease, "Hey old Zhang, you're early again. Every time you come to relieve me, you're early. This time you're a full half-hour early. That's not like you. I remember before, even when an order came from the chiefing army, you would wait until the last moment. You'd consider it unlucky to be even half a cup of tea early. Why are you so diligent now?" Zhang Shi grinned. How can it be the same? The orders of the chiefing army were the chiefing armies. Now, he looked at the winding broad road outside the city wall and said leisurely, "Now we're working for ourselves. How can it be the same?" As he spoke, Zhang Shi felt an unprecedented exhilaration in his heart. The last time he felt this good was when he was promoted to guerrilla general. That day he was as proud as the spring breeze, spending several taels of silver in a single day to treat everyone to wine and meat. But in the blink of an eye, nearly 10 years had passed. No matter how hard he fought, his position seemed nailed to that of guerrilla general. He had exhausted all means, even sending considerable money and silver to the counselor Zhang Wei, who had made grand promises. Yet in the end he remained a guerrilla general. But now, everything was different. Zhang Shi gazed at the road outside Yunji City, then turned to look at the vast city within. He felt that even the floating air carried a faint sweetness. In just a few days he had come to feel deeply that Yunji City was their home, their everything. Now being able to guard the city stirred an irrepressible passion in his heart. Well said, Sun Xiang echoed. Although Zhang Shi had come to relieve him, he stayed, sharing in the unprecedented satisfaction and a restless urge to take action. The world beyond Yunji City, they might yet set foot upon it. Everything was perfect, except that the general had named their 800 men the 800 Army. 800 Army. The name was a bit vulgar and lacked any grandeur. He had thought it would be something like the Yufeng Army or Changlin Army, something that could awe the world. However, the general said that the number 800 held a mysterious power. Though he did not understand what that power was, since the general said, so it must be right. As long as they followed the general, their future held hope. So standing on the city wall, he and Zhang Shi chatted aimlessly, savoring the rare peace after these days of turmoil. Suddenly they saw a scout galloping toward them. Report. 10 li outside the city, the Imperial Guards have appeared, numbering about 20,000, marching toward Yunji City. Sun Xiang and Zhang Shi's faces turned ashen. What? The court reacted so quickly. Damn it. The general only just secured Yunji City, and now the Imperial troops are here. Fuck, we'll fight them. I've only just gotten this far, and I won't let them take it away. When the news reached the general's mansion, Ren Tianye was in the midst of arranging the betrothal gifts. Under the meticulous arrangements of Su Jin, the insider planted within the Su family, everything was carefully prepared for the betrothal gifts to be presented to Su Xiao, the second miss of the Su family. Ren Tianye was no stingy man. Everything was arranged in lavish abundance according to the established protocols. The task was still delegated to Su Jin and Vice Commander Wang Ming to oversee. They had hardly set out to deliver the betrothal gifts when a messenger arrived with dire news. Report, Great General. A contingent of the Imperial Guard is approaching at full speed from 10 li outside Yunji City, numbering approximately 20,000, fully organized and formidable in strength. Ren Tianye's body tensed. The court had already sent troops. How swift. A light sweat formed on his palms. Though he now commanded over 7,000 elite soldiers, all under his absolute control, answering only to his orders. Yet the Great Yu dynasty had stood for 800 years. Even a centipede does not die upon being trampled. Moreover, the Great Yu dynasty now stood at the height of its prosperity. If calculated purely by troop numbers, even the permanent garrisons alone could spare several 100,000 soldiers. There was no way he could resist such force. And the Imperial Guards arriving this time were hailed as the most elite in the realm. Though their true combat prowess might fall short of the already destroyed chiefing army, a reputation well-earned breeds no false soldiers, and the strength of the Imperial Guard still pressed heavily upon him. Let us go and take a look. Ren Tianye exited the mansion, swung himself onto his Jade Knight Lion, and in a thunder of hooves headed straight for the walls of Yunji City. As soon as he reached the battlements, Sun Xiang and Zhang Shi closed in. How is the situation? Reporting to the Great General, our scouts have been sending continuous reports, but as of now we have not yet spotted the Imperial Guards. Ren Tianye gazed out beyond Yunji City, but saw nothing at all. In truth, the unaided human eye can discern relatively distant large-scale targets, mountain ranges, city outlines, rivers, and the like. 20,000 Imperial soldiers certainly qualified as a sizable target and should have been visible. Besides, they stood at a height advantage. Yet alas, Yunji City possessed certain disadvantages. Built against three sides of mountains, the lowlands not far below were riddled with thorny thickets and rolling hills that easily obscured the line of sight. Thus, no matter how hard he strained his gaze, he could make out nothing. Still, he issued orders at once: summon the troops. Enter a state of high alert. Yes. Zhang Shi immediately went to relay the command. Sun Xiang remained by Ren Tianye's side on the walls, awaiting the approaching imperial forces. The scout reports came in rapid and breathless succession. Report. The imperial guards are now 8 li away. Report. The imperial guards have reached 7 li. Report. The imperial guards are at 6 li. Report. The imperial guards are at 5 li. During wartime, the reporting frequency of scout riders was far greater than usual. Moreover, the unique terrain of Yunji City demanded constant updates. Yet this rhythm of reports weighed heavily upon Ren Tianye, Sun Xiang, and the many soldiers on the walls. Everyone perceived one thing with crystal clarity. The imperial guards are moving frightfully fast. Are they attempting a blitzkrieg? Ren Tianye wiped a bead of sweat. Nevertheless, he did not panic. After all, Yunji City had been fortified by Zhan Shubai to rival Shanhe City, and in terms of defense alone, it was even more fearsome than Shanhe City. 20,000 imperial guards were formidable, but to expect them to breach Yunji City in a single stroke was sheer delusion. Furthermore, the soldiers within the city barracks had also taken their positions. Every one of them had eyes burning with fury. The Empress truly intends to slaughter us. Damn it, those treacherous officials in the court won't even grant us a sliver of mercy. Thank the heavens General Ren is willing to protect us, or today would have been our death sentence. To hell with it, I'd rather take 2 of them down with me before I die. Morale among the soldiers surged to a fever pitch. This only steadied Ren Tianye further. And then he saw it. At the farthest edge of vision, an army came thundering forth, stirring clouds of dust that billowed upward in magnificent, fearsome splendor. At this distance, fine details were invisible, but based on his knowledge of the Imperial Guards, Ren Tianye quickly drew his conclusion. The emblem on their chests was surely the mysterious bird totem, and they all wore helmets bearing the character Xian. They likely also carried waist tablets inscribed with the same character. Imperial Guards. The guards who defend the Forbidden City. I suppose these are the very ones who slaughtered 70,000 soldiers of the chiefing army. So then, Ren Tianye mused. After carrying out the massacre, they learned of our rebellion and were ordered to come at once to crush us. I wonder who commands this contingent. Their battlefield acuity and decisive action are quite remarkable. However, 20,000 Imperial Guards. I doubt it will be enough. Ren Tianye's gaze grew ever more resolute. Once the 20,000 Imperial soldiers came within visual range, the advantages of Yunji City were fully brought to bear. Yunji City was built midway up a mountainside, accessible by only a single broad road, wide enough for countless riders abreast. Yet it wound and coiled like a serpent. Like a great dragon, its head lay at the city gate, while its tail coiled at the mountain base. Any force attempting to siege Yunji City would be forced to charge upward from below, an enormously disadvantageous position. One could almost call it a military taboo. But precisely that was the design of Yunji City, to ensnare every invading force within this very trap of military folly. As he pondered this, he noticed the 20,000 Imperial troops ahead of him suddenly halt, pitch camp at the foot of Yunji City's walls, and show no further sign of movement. Presently, a squadron of some 20 riders, led by a figure clad head to toe in golden armor and helmet, each mounted on a snow-white warhorse with hooves flying, charged straight toward the gates of Yunji City. General, they likely come to negotiate. Sun Xiang, a man of wide experience, spoke at once. Yunji City was easy to defend and hard to assault. 20,000 Imperial Guards, however formidable, would find it delusional to seize a prepared fortress. The best outcome would be mutual destruction, and with the Imperial Guards suffering far heavier casualties than the defenders. Ren Tianye nodded. If they wish to negotiate, then let us talk. After all, we are in no hurry. Sun Xiang understood Ren Tianye meant to hold his forces in readiness, wait for the turmoil of the realm to unfold, and then strike when the moment was right. He steadied himself and waited for the envoy. In mere moments, the 20-odd riders arrived at the city gate. They crossed the moat without hesitation, showing not the slightest concern for defense. Their composure carried an air of arrogance that rankled the defenders of Yunji City. They could now clearly see the leader, a young man in golden armor, his face as flawless as polished jade, thick brows sweeping toward his temples, the corners of his eyes slightly upturned, carrying an air of playful scrutiny. Indeed, a striking countenance. His adjutant beside him immediately bellowed. Who gave you the audacity to obstruct our young master? Open the city gates at once. Open the gates. The few on the walls were stunned once more. Wait, does he actually want us to open the gates? Is he coming in to negotiate? Looks like it. Doesn't he have a death wish? Facing rebels like us, he dares to ride directly into our territory to negotiate. Doesn't he have the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Great General, what should we do? Ren Tianye's eyes narrowed as he gazed toward the Imperial Guard stationed in the distance, fully 5 li away. Even if the city gates were thrown open and these 20 men ran amok, the Imperial Guards could never possibly charge over within such a short span of time. Their city gates remained as steadfast as Mount Tai. He said directly, "Open the city gates and let them in." "Yes. All of you follow me to the city gate to meet this envoy sent by the court. I would very much like to know what schemes they are harboring. How dare they come to negotiate with this general?" "Yes." After the city gates of Yenji City were opened, Ren Tianye immediately led his men down from the tower only to find the gateway completely empty. Those 20-plus individuals who had just entered had vanished without a trace. "Where did they go?" Ren Tianye asked in astonishment. The guards beside him also wore expressions of utter bewilderment, saying, "Great General," they were. They were quite strange. The moment they entered the city gates, they immediately mounted their horses and rode away. From what we overheard, they said something about purchasing gifts to present to someone. Right now, they've all ridden far away. Ren Tianye was left completely flabbergasted. What in the world? They fled. Were they not here to negotiate? They had arrived with 20,000 Imperial Guards looking so fierce and impatient. Wasn't this a mobilization to attack their Yenji City or to negotiate with him? What the hell was going to buy things? What could possibly be more important than Yenji City? Ren Tianye's head throbbed with pain. He felt that he might have once again fallen into a cognitive trap, that one must not measure this female-oriented world with the thinking of an ordinary person. This was absolutely absurd. Reporting Great General. Within the general's residence, soldiers dispatched to keep watch returned in waves bringing information about the more than 20 riders who had entered the city. "Those people have gone to the Eastern Market." "Great General, they have now gone to the Western Market." "Great General, those people have gone to Linlang Street." "Great General, those people are at Linlang Street, leisurely strolling about, having dismounted, moving at a relaxed pace." Ren Tianye listened, his brows knitting ever deeper. First the Eastern Market, then the Western Market, and finally Linlang Street. This was quite obviously evidence that they held no interest in ordinary streets like the Eastern and Western Markets. Linlang Street, as the most opulent thoroughfare in Yenji City, had always been the gathering place for the city's high-end merchants. Moreover, if the city gates had not been closed in recent days, it would have attracted a great many merchants conducting trade between Great Yu and the barbarian tribes. It could be considered the most renowned shopping district in the entire northern frontier. These people going to Linlang Street clearly did indeed have shopping on their minds. But damn it, what goods were they buying? They had brought Imperial Guards here. Shouldn't this be a battlefield confrontation between two armies? How did it turn into purchasing goods? Ren Tianye once again deeply understood. Never attempt to guess the thoughts of those in female-oriented stories, for you simply cannot fathom them. And who exactly was this leader at the forefront? How could they be so utterly clueless? "Great General," from what we overheard, they kept calling out, "Young Master Gong." I also heard someone address him as Young Master Lu. Young Master Gong. Surname Lu. Ren Tianye's heart immediately formed a guess. In Great Yu, noble titles were divided into 5 ranks, excluding the royal princes. These were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. Those who could be referred to as Young Master Gong held a status akin to that of his predecessor. They must be the legitimate son of a duke's mansion. Given that he also bore the surname Lu, he could almost certainly confirm it. This dam is the son of Duke Fugua. Young Master Lu. Ren Tianye felt utterly drained. He issued an order, continue monitoring them. As long as they do not cause any disturbances, do not make a move against them for now. This general would very much like to see what tricks they plan to play. Yes. Linlang Street. Young Master Lu Jun led his companions in a leisurely stroll. Beside him walked someone who appeared to be his deputy commander, but was actually a steward arranged by the Duke's mansion, who could not help but say, "Young Master, we should hurry. If the Imperial Guards withdraw their forces, and we are delayed, I fear we shall face impeachment." Yet young Master Lu Jun showed no concern whatsoever, replying coolly, "Impeach this Marquis. Who dares to refuse such an honor?" Seeing that the young master still would not listen, the steward could only continue. "Young Master, even if court ministers dare not impeach us, there is hardly any point in our remaining here. That second daughter of the Su family has already clearly rejected you. You are the son of a duke. What woman could you not obtain? Why invest so much effort in a mere merchant's daughter? Perhaps you should return." Young Master Lu Jun remained unmoved, and instead replied, "You, my friend, do not understand at all. This is merely Miss Su's strategy of playing hard to get. I have seen such games of push and pull countless times, but..." A sinister smile curled at the corners of young Master Lu Jun's mouth. "Su Xiao is the only one with whom this Marquis wishes to play this game to its very end." The steward. "However, Miss Su has indeed repeated again and again that you and she are not destined to be together, urging you to give up on her." "Give up on her? Perhaps in my next life. In this lifetime, Su Xiao will never escape from the palm of my hand." The steward. Young Master Lu Jun no longer paid attention to his steward. Spotting a shop nearby, he said, "I have heard that Su Xiao greatly enjoys calligraphy and painting. This Marquis shall gift her the finest writing treasures." He led his men and strode into the shop. The shop attendant immediately came forward to greet them. These past few days, although Yunji City had experienced continual unrest, it had been essentially confined to the military camps and had posed little disruption to ordinary households. There had simply been no outside customers. Young Master Lu Jun's party was the first group to arrive. This made the shop attendant, who had already considered them extraordinary, all the more eager and attentive. "Master, might I ask what you require?" "The writing treasures in our shop are the finest across the entire northern frontier, all of top grade, absolutely unrivaled, even by those from the capital." Young Master Lu Jun nodded, casually picking up several items to inspect them, and said, "Indeed, there is no exaggeration. The quality is genuinely quite good." "Then, Master, which ones would you like to select?" Young Master Lu Jun's eyes swept across the display, then lingered on several pieces of writing treasures. "This one, and that one. Yes, and the one at the very bottom." Selecting one by one, he named 4 or 5 items in rapid succession. This instantly excited both the shop attendant and even the shop owner. Over the past 2 days, the garrison's mysterious activities had cut off all outside customers, leaving them without substantial business for many days. Who would have expected a group to arrive today, spending so lavishly and selecting so many items at once? Hurriedly flattering, he said, "Master has an excellent eye. These are all the treasured pieces of our shop." "I don't want any of these," young Master Lu Jun said calmly. The shop attendant. The shop owner. "Besides these." Without so much as blinking, young Master Lu Jun continued, "Wrap up everything remaining. This marquis will take them all." The shop attendant. The shop owner. Reacting quickly, the shop owner immediately hurried over. "Master, do you truly intend to purchase all of these? The price?" "Money is no concern. As long as the goods are fine and the young miss likes them, that is all that matters." Young Master Lu Jun spoke in a cool manner, then waved his hand. 2 golden-armored soldiers behind him immediately produced handfuls upon handfuls of gold coins. They were placed upon the counter with a heavy clang. The shop owner and the shop attendant were momentarily blinded by the gleam. This was real gold, truly. So much of it. Where on earth had such a wealthy patron come from? "Let's go to the next shop," the young marquis said without further ado, turning to leave the store. The shopkeeper, seeing such a generous customer, knew he couldn't let him slip away easily. He hurriedly approached and recommended, "Sir, if you wish to give a gift to a lady, why not consider some intimate apparel? It would show both your thoughtfulness and your care for her. She would surely be deeply touched." "That's an excellent idea. You shall be rewarded." "Thank you, sir." The shopkeeper, having received his reward, introduced the place with even more enthusiasm. "Just down this alley there's a small shop called Jinhua Pavilion. Though small, it sells exclusively ladies' intimate items, much favored by the nobility. Even the ladies of the Su family in our Yunji city are quite fond of it." At these words, the young marquis's eyes lit up. The Su family ladies liked it. That meant Su Xiu liked it too. He immediately asked, "Where is it?" "Sir, I'll lead the way." The shopkeeper guided him through the alley to the depths where the Jinhua Pavilion stood. An inconspicuous black lacquered wooden door with no signboard, only the word Jinhua carved in seal script above the lintel. The young marquis understood that women's intimate garments were usually sewn at home and rarely sold. Even if they were sold, it was in such discreet establishments. He followed the shopkeeper inside. The interior turned out to be a hidden gem. The outer hall was partitioned by screens furnished with rare rosewood chairs and tables. A faint fragrance of white plum blossoms filled the air, and 2 respectful maidservants dressed in plain but precious silk stood quietly. They were clearly well-trained, speaking softly and exuding a serene, composed demeanor. The young Marquis Lu Jun nodded in approval. Yes, this was presentable, not inferior to the discreet establishments in the capital. The shopkeeper had already announced his arrival, and after receiving the young Marquis's reward, took his leave. From within the Jinhua Pavilion emerged a woman in her 30s or 40s with a graceful and open demeanor that immediately inspired goodwill. "Sir, are you looking for some gifts?" "Yes," said the young Marquis Lu Jun. "Do you have anything nice?" "Price is no object. Please come this way, sir." The female owner of Jinhua Pavilion led the way, and as they rounded the screen, the space opened up, revealing the custom order area. The display counter was filled with a dazzling array of goods. The young Marquis Lu Jun glanced over them. Intimate garments for women, specialized cleansing soaps for menstrual use, sitting cushions, abdominal warmers, and sachets. There were also unique cosmetics, such as jade-like facial creams, fragrance pills, and temple sachets. Lu Jun found himself quite impressed. Such items were rare, even in the capital, yet here in Yunji City, a remote border town in the northern frontier, there were so many high-end customized products for women. No wonder people said trade here was lucrative. Evidently the wealth in Yunji City must be astronomical. "Sir, if the lady you're gifting is not yet a close acquaintance, you might also consider these storage boxes. For instance, this multi-layered lacquer storage box has built-in compartments perfect for storing Jinhua towels, sachets, jade cream, and the like. And this portable silk pouch made of genuine silk can be embroidered with the customer's exclusive emblem, ideal for carrying things while traveling." The female owner introduced item after item, mostly storage accessories, since few men ever came to her shop. and for men who did come intimate articles seemed inappropriate. Unexpectedly, the young Marquis Lu Jun frowned slightly and said coldly, "Why are you only introducing these boxes? I'll take everything you have on display. Everything. Yes, everything, in the best quality. Money is not an issue." The young Marquis spoke coolly. The female owner of Jinhua Pavilion was momentarily stunned. Just now the shopkeeper had told her this customer was extremely generous, and she had been skeptical. Now she was completely convinced. This was truly extravagant. However, patrons like this, such fat sheep or such distinguished guests, were rare. Not recommending the most expensive items would do a disservice to the reputation of Jinhua Pavilion. She immediately said, "Sir, you have excellent taste to recognize the quality of our humble shop. The lady you are gifting is truly fortunate to be so valued by you. However, I also have some goods reserved exclusively for customers like you, sir. Would you be interested?" "Of course," the young Marquis Lu Jun said nonchalantly. "As long as they are good, I'm interested." "Then please follow me, sir." The female owner led the young Marquis further inside and brought out the items, saying, "These are the most precious treasures of Jinhua Pavilion. Take this lady's intimate garment. The inner layer is made entirely of skin-friendly mulberry silk with pearl-embroidered cuffs. And this cleansing soap, unlike ordinary ones, contains powdered North Sea pearls, offering superior results. And this." "Enough." The young Marquis cut her off. "I'll take these. Only these are worthy of Sister Sue's status." "Very well, very well." The female owner nodded hastily. "How many would you like, sir?" "All of them." "Very well, very well." The female owner was nearly beaming with joy. "Please wait a moment, sir, I'll have my assistants pack them and calculate the total." Just as she was about to leave, the young Marquis Lu Jun suddenly stopped her, pointing at one item. "Why is this so plain?" The female owner quickly looked. He was referring to the menstrual cloth which, after being packaged by Jinhua Pavilion, had been rebranded as their signature Jinhua towel. She smiled and said, "Sir, these are also quite special. The outer layer is fine cloud brocade, the inner layer is Taihu cotton, and the leak-proof layer is lined with an extremely thin, high-quality oil paper." The young Marquis interrupted impatiently, "Such plainness, how is that special? I want all of these to be studded with diamonds." "What?" The female owner was taken aback and stammered, "Sir, you might not know this, but it's really not suitable for diamond studs. Others may not be able to, but how can I give Sister Sue anything less than perfect?" With that, the young Marquis pulled out a thick stack of banknotes from his bosom and slammed it onto the table. "What I give Sister Sue must be the best. Go embed diamonds into every one of these Jinhua towels." The female owner broke out in a cold sweat. She had never encountered such a request before. But seeing the thick stack of banknotes on the table, she gritted her teeth and dared not refuse. "Very well, sir. Whatever you wish we shall do. However, please wait outside for a while. Embedding diamonds into these Jinhua towels will take some time." "That's fine. For Sister Sue I can wait a little." The young Marquis was courteously escorted to the outer hall. The female owner immediately ordered her staff to stud the menstrual towels with diamonds, vowing to close the shop for a few days after this group left, lest they come back and cause trouble. Yet her internal complaints never ceased. In all her years, she had never been asked to diamond-encrusted menstrual towels. What kind of bizarre customer had wandered in from some remote corner? 2 hours later, young Master Lu's party emerged from Jinhua Pavilion, but the steward's face had turned completely black. All because the inner chambers of Jinhua Pavilion did not allow too many people inside, and as a result the young master had diamonds inlaid on a menstrual cloth. Madness. They advised him to return it, but he refused and insisted on giving Su Xiu the finest. To hell with his grandmother. However, thinking about it, this might work out. Making Su Xiu angry at their young master could serve their purpose, so they could promptly return to the imperial camp. Then he made a substantial purchase on Linlang Street and headed straight for the Su residence. Before long, an impressive mansion with ornately carved beams and magnificent architecture came into view. In terms of grandeur, it was hardly inferior to the Duke's mansion in the capital. Yet rather than being displeased by this overstepping architecture, the young master nodded approvingly, finding his interest growing the more extravagant it became. After announcing himself at the gate and revealing his identity, he was turned away directly, yet the young master showed no anger, only growing more intrigued. "No woman has ever dared to be so audacious before this Marquis. However, I do admire this bold and fearless demeanor. Then I shall wait for you. I would like to see how long you can continue refusing this Marquis." The young master simply brought his attendants and waited at the Su residence gate for another 2 hours. By midday, jewelry jingled within the Su residence before a group of people emerged. The leading woman wore a moon-white gown with sparse plum blossoms embroidered on the hem outlined in gold thread, giving her an elegant yet aloof appearance. She was stunning. Brows like distant mountains, skin so pale it appeared translucent with a hint of pallor at her ear tips, and a cold, distant gaze. It was Su Xiu, the second miss of the Su family. Young Master Lu Jun nodded. "Such breathtaking beauty. I glimpsed her once in the capital, but seeing her again is truly astonishing. She is indeed a woman worthy of this Marquis's attention." But Su Xiu gave him nothing but a cold look. It was merely a chance encounter when she entered the capital, yet she ended up with an unbearable nuisance who wouldn't leave her alone. Especially galling now since she was already upset about her eldest sister helping Ren Tianye with a marriage proposal. She said coldly, "What do you want? I've told you I have no interest in you. You can leave now." Rather than being offended by her rebuke, the young master's eyes brightened with excitement, and he responded with a charming smile. "Excellent, excellent. Woman, you have successfully caught this Marquis's attention. Do you think you can escape so easily? And nothing in this world escapes this Marquis. Not even you." Su Xiu's expression grew colder, desperate to dismiss him. "What exactly do you want?" "To deliver some gifts to Sister Su." The young master proudly gestured to the newly purchased goods. "These are the finest, perfectly suited for you, Sister Su. Especially this Genua cloth. This Marquis waited 2 hours specifically to have diamonds set into it for you. If anyone this Marquis chooses deserves only the finest Genua cloth." His guards behind him broke into cold sweats. What kind of madness was this? Giving gifts was one thing, but announcing it so brazenly in public. They were mortified, wishing to disappear. Su Xiu could only stare in disbelief. She almost thought she had misheard, but when the young master deliberately displayed it for everyone to see, her heart sank completely. It was true. This young master had actually gifted her a menstrual cloth, a woman's most private item, and worse, he had encrusted it with diamonds. Frustrated and exasperated, she reminded herself he meant well and decided not to press the matter further. "Very well, I'll overlook this given your sincere intentions. Someone accept these." "Huh." Young Master Lu Jun smiled. "Women always say no with their faces, but their hearts are already captivated by this Marquis, aren't they, eh?" Su Xiu's expression darkened again. "Enough. The gift has been delivered. You may leave now." "Oh, playing hard to get. Excellent. This Marquis likes it." Growing exasperated, she demanded, "Will you leave or not? As a Marquis, surely you have more pressing matters. This Marquis does have many commitments, but with you I have all the time in the world." Su Xiu felt cornered by his words, frustration and rising anger mingling on her face. But she knew arguing further would be futile. She shifted tactics. "Aren't you supposed to be in the capital? Why have you suddenly appeared here? Seems you care quite a lot about this Marquis." "Then I'll tell you. I came to the northern frontier on the Emperor's business," young Master Lu Jun said proudly. "For the Emperor's marriage." Su Xiu's curiosity piqued. At last the Dayu realm had a female sovereign, which brought her great comfort. She knew that you would prosper under the Empress's rule, with all people at peace and the nation strong. As for why she trusted the Empress so deeply, because the Empress was a woman, and women are born with the capacity for love. Indeed, it concerns the Emperor's marriage. Speaking of serving the Empress, young Master Lu was quite proud. When the barbarian third prince was held as a hostage in our Dayu, he met the Emperor once. That meeting they fell in love at first sight and pledged themselves to each other across 3 lifetimes. Now that the barbarian third prince has returned to the northern frontier, the Emperor wishes to wed him and spend their lives together in love. However, this matter has faced opposition from countless ministers, especially Lin Yi, commander of the Crimson Beacon Army. Lin Yi has held military power for so long that he refuses to obey the Emperor's decree. His 70,000 troops, swayed by his influence, have repeatedly defied the sovereign's grace and resisted the Emperor's marriage with the barbarian third prince. What makes it even more detestable is that Lin Yi has secretly allied with numerous ministers to oppose the Emperor. The Emperor, remembering Lin Yi and his Crimson Beacon Army's contributions to guarding the borders, has shown mercy repeatedly. Yet Lin Yi and his army not only fail to repent, but have grown ever more audacious. They resolutely oppose the Emperor's marriage to the barbarian third prince. The Emperor had no choice but to dispatch us, commanding 200,000 Crimson Beacon soldiers to the northern frontier, to slay the 70,000 rebel troops below the walls of Shana City. Now that the matter is resolved and the army prepares to return, this Marquis has had the opportunity to visit you, Sister Su. Su Xiu listened, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper until her face was consumed with anger. The Emperor has acted rightly. He deserves to die. Lin Yi is merely the commander of the Crimson Beacon Army. How dare he obstruct the Emperor's marriage? Does he not understand that a woman's marriage is like a second birth? To marry someone she does not love would bring a lifetime of suffering. Lin Yi disregards a woman's happiness altogether. He deserved his fate. And those 70,000 Crimson Beacon soldiers who sided with Lin Yi, their deaths were even more justified. Su Xiu grew increasingly agitated. Have all the families of those criminals been executed? Especially the families of the ringleaders? The young Duke Lu Jun replied, aside from a few escaped fish, all have been punished. Su Xiu became dissatisfied. How can there still be survivors? Doesn't that fail to demonstrate His Majesty's iron-fisted measures? These wretched men always lording over us women. Now that we have finally produced a female sage ruler, how can we allow these despicable men to continue pressing down on us? If we don't show them what we're capable of, they won't learn that we women can hold up half the sky, no, the entire sky. Su Xiu's reaction greatly surprised the young Duke Lu Jun, who had thought this woman would remain cold and indifferent toward him. He never expected that when discussing such matters she would become so talkative and vehemently indignant. He could only say, the Red Beacon army was formidable after all. The reason we could annihilate them completely was that they had just fought a bloody battle with the barbarians, and we used clever stratagems to achieve total destruction. However, a trace of arrogance appeared on the young Duke Lu Jun's face. It's a pity that I am not the commander of the Imperial Guard, or else I would have made sure that not a single soldier of the Red Beacon army survived, and none of their families would escape. As the two discussed the true cause and process of the annihilation of the 70,000-strong Red Beacon army, several passers-by turned pale with shock. After quickly walking to the street corner, they shed their disguises and galloped to the general's mansion, reporting every word they had heard to Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye was instantly stunned. What the hell? The reason the Empress slaughtered the 70,000-strong Red Beacon army is that its commander Lin Yi opposed her marriage to the barbarian third prince. No. Damn it. Ren Tianye couldn't help but curse. Because of the young Duke Lu Jun's entry into the city, several guerrilla generals, including Vice General Wang Ming, were also present and erupted in uproar. Is the Empress insane? Those are barbarians. The barbarians have been enemies of Dayu for generations. How can she marry a barbarian? Does the Empress not feel ashamed before the border army soldiers who have died over the centuries? What about the common people slaughtered by the barbarians on the border? 70,000 loyal souls buried beneath Shana's city, all because of the Empress's marriage. The Empress still marries the barbarians. If the 70,000 loyal souls knew in the underworld, how could they rest in peace? No wonder Commander Lin refused to approve the Empress's marriage and risked his life to stop it. It turns out that the Empress's marriage partner is a barbarian. Commander Lin spent his entire life fighting barbarians, well aware of their wolfish ambitions. How could he possibly agree? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They lamented the injustice done to the 70,000 Red Beacon soldiers, yet also felt a sense of relief. If they had not been so decisive in killing Deputy General Zhang Wei and capturing Yunji City immediately. Given the Empress's temperament, their own fate would likely have been equally miserable, but among them none was more shaken than Ren Tianye. At this moment, Ren Tianye connected all the events of the past days. The Empress Xiao Mingzhao, in order to help the third prince secure his position, ordered the former defender of Yunji City Zhang Shubai to secretly communicate with the third prince and feed him information. This allowed the third prince to send men to pursue and suppress the first prince's faction, helping him gain a foothold among the barbarians and even contend for the throne of the barbarian king. Such actions had likely been ongoing for a long time. Now that the time was ripe, the Empress could not wait to marry the barbarian third prince. To achieve this, she eliminated the ministers who obstructed her in the court, especially Lin Yi, the commander of the 70,000 Red Beacon army. But that third prince is a barbarian. He is a barbarian who has been an enemy of Dayu for generations. Moreover, Ren Tianye's eyes narrowed. This third prince is not just a simple barbarian. He also carries the blood of the Wa people. Barbarian blood inevitably carries wolfish ambition, while blood inevitably brings treachery and cunning. Ren Tianye knew very little about the barbarian third prince, but he could already sketch a figure in his mind. He must be a scheming scoundrel. If Empress Xiao Mingzhao insists on marrying the barbarian third prince, it will bring great disaster in the future. It is even highly possible that she will use the empire as a dowry, destroying the 800-year-old Dayu dynasty in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Ren Tianye couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. He had thought that after the news of the massacre of the 70,000 Red Beacon army spread, the world would be thrown into turmoil. Now the Empress is about to marry the barbarian third prince, and without the Red Beacon army to suppress them, the barbarians will surely stir. The impending chaos in the realm is likely to be even more terrifying than imagined. Beneath the seemingly calm surface of the sea, turbulent waves are already churning. At any moment, monstrous waves could rise. With one great wave, countless people would perish. But his current boat is still too small. Not to mention having the strength to contend for the world, he is even unable to weather the storm. It seems I must accelerate my foundation development and army building. With these thoughts in mind, he said to the spy reporting before him, continue to monitor the young Duke Lu Jun. Report any sign of activity immediately. Yes. One by one, the generals redisguised themselves as ordinary commoners and passed by the Su residence, trying not to miss a single word or movement. Yet they discovered that after all this time, the second miss of the Su family, Su Xiao, still had not invited the young Duke Lu Jun into the Su residence. Instead, she had once again given him a dismissal. Young Duke, it's getting late. Your army is waiting outside the city. I won't keep you. Please return. Su Xiao turned cold again, her face as calm as an ancient well, her eyes revealing a sense of aloof arrogance. Yet this demeanor only made the young Duke more fascinated. In the capital, countless women chased after him. He could have any woman in the world he desired. But he didn't like those who came too easily. Su Xiao, on the other hand, suited his tastes perfectly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the jingling of ornaments mixed with clamor. Looking up, he saw a procession emerging from the Su residence's main gate. He recognized the leader. She had once gone to the capital with Su Xiao. It was Su Xiao's elder sister Su Jin who was rumored to have married a deputy general with deep connections in the military. But a mere deputy general was beneath his notice. Even if that deputy general had countless connections in the capital, what connections could be worth mentioning before him? The young duke. Behind Su Jin followed a troop of soldiers looking quite imposing. He still acted as if he hadn't seen them, but still politely greeted Su Jin. Elder sister, long time no see. Why are you dressed so plainly? Young duke. Su Jin was also quite surprised. What are you doing here? I came to see Sister Su. Su Jin looked at Su Xiao, then at the young duke, and shook her head. Young duke, give up this hope. Xiao is going to marry my general. The young marquis had not yet spoken when Su Xiao angrily declared, I have already said it. I shall not marry. Su Jin remarked coolly, Xiao, this is hardly a decision for you to make. I told you I will not marry. I, Su Xiao, will only wed for love in this lifetime. You expect me to marry a complete stranger I have never even met. In your dreams. With that, a furious Su Xiao spun on her heel and marched straight back to the Su residence. Su Jin could not help but sigh with her second sister's obstinate nature if she were truly forced to marry General Ren, who knew what chaos might unfold. But right now General Ren had already chosen her second sister. If her sister refused outright, Su Jin would have no way to shield her. And with General Ren's methods, the fallout could spiral into something far worse than anyone could imagine. I hope it never comes to that, she thought, though an undercurrent of dread lingered in her chest. Beside her, the young marquis had already narrowed his eyes. The full picture crystallized in just a few words. Someone, his Su Mimi, was being forced to marry some garrison commander. Preposterous. Lu Jun, the young marquis, spoke with icy contempt. How dare someone attempt to force a woman under my protection? It seems he has grown weary of living. Steward, at your service, my lord. You have the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Bring me everything about this garrison commander. The steward fell silent. A single cup of tea to uncover an entire commander's background. Did the young master truly believe they were still in the capital within the dominion of the Fugwa Duke's estate? Even their one cup of tea would not be enough to dash out the door, let alone gather such intelligence. Yet defying the young master's order was unthinkable. As panic set in, a solution struck him. Young master, the garrison commander of Yunji City is Zhang Shubai. Who is Zhang Shubai? The steward glanced around quickly before leaning close to whisper the details into Lu Jun's ear. Lu Jun listened, then a cold smirk curled his lips. Ah, that Zhang Shubai, I do recall him. He came from nothing, broken by poverty, and felt utterly captivated by the emperor's favor at first sight. But the emperor never gave him a second glance, assigning him only menial labor. When we were in the capital, the mere mention of my name sent this wretched creature scrambling into the shadows. Now he dares to rival me for a woman. The very sight of his servile, despicable nature is laughable. Then it struck him, Zhang Shubai never disobeyed imperial decrees. Yet here he was secretly courting another woman behind the emperor's back. Well, has the sun risen in the west? Su Jin frowned slightly at such absurd claims, her heart heavy with sorrow. Had she remained with Adjutant Zhang Wei, she might have joined in the gossip herself. But now, serving under Ren Tianye, she had shed all her former illusions and seen the world through different eyes. The young marquis and even her second sister struck her as nothing short of ridiculous. Absolutely laughable. She offered a quiet reminder. The garrison commander of Yunji City is no longer Zhang Shubai. It is my general, Ren Tianye. Su Jin pronounced the three characters with deliberate care, her voice carrying both reverence and a touch of fear. Yet Lu Jun appeared even more bewildered. Who is Ren Tianye? Steward, one cup of tea, that is all I need. I want everything on this person. The steward fell silent again. Here we go again. Fortunately, the steward was quite familiar with the name Ren Tianye, for the drama surrounding the true and false young masters of the Ringwood Duke's mansion had made quite a stir. He immediately leaned in to whisper details into the young marquis's ear. Lu Jun burst into hearty laughter. So it is him after all, the discarded heir of the Ren Duke's household. What audacity for a mere castaway to threaten Sister Su. Go. The young marquis gestured toward one of his attendants. Send word for Ren Tianye to come before me. Yes, young master. Tell him to run. Yes, young master. The soldier immediately spurred his horse toward the general's mansion at full gallop. Dust kicked up by the hooves billowed across the entrance of the Su residence, catching both Su Jin and her accompanying deputy, Wang Ming, off guard. They stared at the young marquis in disbelief, his cold and haughty features radiating sheer dominance. Wang Ming, the deputy general, decided to let it go. If this was going to reach the grand general anyway, it was better handled by him directly. He departed alongside Su Jin. Before long, they spotted the messenger returning, face buried in his hands, moving faster than he had arrived. As expected, Wang Ming thought, dismissing the matter. The messenger barely dismounted before the young marquis's brows furrowed sharply. What happened to you? Why is your face red? Who struck you? The soldier looked deeply wronged. Young master, I followed your orders to deliver the message to the Grand General, but before I could even reach the gate, their personal guards seized me. I did not dare diminish your authority. I stood outside the mansion and loudly cursed Ren Tianye's audacity, revealing your identity, and demanding he come running to meet you. But Ren Tianye ordered his guards to strike me 10 times across the face, and told me to get lost. He called me nothing but a dog, just a light punishment for a cur, or he would have had my head. Hearing this, the young Marquis finally saw the messenger's battered face, nearly unrecognizable from the beating. His handsome features darkened instantly. Ren Tianye, who gave him the audacity to defy me? How dare he strike one of my men? A cold snort escaped him as rage flashed in his eyes. His voice cut through the air like steel as he declared, heaven may be defied, yet there are exceptions. But to defy me, there shall be no mercy. Reaching into another soldier's pack, he produced a slender bamboo staff with a small firework tube bound to its tip, the messenger signal used by the military. A flag rocket. He lit the fuse and watched as the rocket spiraled skyward, its brilliant trail cutting through the heavens like a falling star. It detonated overhead with the sharp crack of cannon fire. Bang! The sound, fierce and crystalline, drew every gaze in Yunji City upward. Ren Tianye rushed from the general's residence, his expression darkening as he recognized it. A flag rocket, the signal for an attack. Someone is launching an assault. Who? Before Ren Tianye's doubts could linger, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. General, the 20,000 Imperial Guards stationed outside the city have attacked Yunji. Imperial Guards? Ren Tianye paused. So this is the signal for the Guards' attack? No, the signal originated within the city. Who fired it? It cannot possibly be that young Marquis Kennett. He is trapped inside the city. Ordering an attack from outside would be pure suicide. Ren Tianye did not dwell on his confusion for long before he found his answer. The man tasked with surveilling the young master Lu Jun had returned in such haste that he hadn't even removed his disguise, galloping up to report. Great General, the young master Lu Jun has fired the signal flare. Is it truly him? The young master Lu Jun also declared, even defying heaven may have exceptions, but defying him leaves no hope of survival. That is why he sounded the alarm. Defying heaven may have exceptions. Defying him leaves no hope of survival. The more Ren Tianye listened, the more he detected the unmistakable aura of a domineering CEO. Combined with the continuous reports from his scouts, the young master's words and deeds were already assembling themselves into a coherent picture within his mind. Soon he formed a clear understanding of this young master. Then between anger and helplessness, all he could feel was exasperation. What kind of female-oriented fiction is this? Anyone and everyone can appear in these stories. Has the domineering CEO trend blown all the way here as well? Let us go. Follow me to meet this young master. Ren Tianye immediately mounted his horse. He led over 20 personal guards reinforced by 100 escorts from the general's mansion, totaling more than 120 riders. They surged toward the Su residence in a grand procession. As they exited the gate, they happened upon Deputy Commander Wang Ming, who was returning. He was brought along as they pressed onward. The cavalry moved with extraordinary speed, their hooves striking like swift swallows. Soon they caught sight of the young master, his face draped in arrogance. Humph! Dragging him wouldn't move him, beating him only makes him dig his heels in deeper. Good for nothing. No wonder he was cast out by the Ren Duke's mansion. If this Marquis doesn't teach you a lesson, you truly believe you amount to something. As the cold mockery rang out, the young master promptly turned his back, showing absolutely no inclination to beg or curry favor with Ren Tianye. The guards surrounding the young master, including his steward, all shared his demeanor, cold faces and haughty expressions. They awaited Ren Tianye to kowtow and apologize, certain that forgiveness would never come. Seize them. The moment Ren Tianye's forces came to a halt, he waved his hand. His subordinates, ever obedient and thoroughly elite, moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, they encircled the young master's 20 or so men. Assigning roles immediately, 4 or 5 attackers took on each of the young master's men. This display earned Ren Tianye an inward nod of approval. These 100 guards had been specially selected from the 7,000 defenders of Yunji City as a gesture of trust. Their military training standards had largely been brought over from the previous city commander Zhang Shubai. He had not expected such outstanding results. Zhang Shubai had indeed cultivated many capable talents for him. Thus, under the ferocious assault of these wolf-like troops, the young master's side instantly paled. Ren Tianye, how dare you? This Marquis is the legitimate son of the Fuguid Duke's mansion. Who gave you the audacity? Yet such cries fell entirely on deaf ears. If anything, Ren Tianye's men fought with even greater fervor. In a short while, the entire group, whether killed or captured, was brought under control. Even the young master Lu Jun was tightly bound by Deputy Commander Wang Ming's men and personally dragged before Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye. The young master's eyes bulged with fury. You are merely a discarded pawn of the humble Ren Duke's mansion. How dare you show such disrespect to this Marquis? This Marquis. Slap. Before he could finish, a heavy palm struck his left cheek. You. Slap. Before the words could escape, his right cheek received an equally forceful blow. Young Master Lu Jun had never endured such humiliation in all his years. The stinging marks on his cheeks filled him only with a sense of profound disgrace. Not a trace of fear remained. Coldly he declared, "Excellent. Simply excellent. Truly excellent. Ren Tianye, you have successfully enraged this marquis. This marquis will make you pay with the lives of every soul in Yunji City. This marquis knows that behind your daring lies someone pulling the strings. But let me tell you this, whether you have someone behind you, or even a prince at your back, this marquis will kill you all the same." Young Master Lu Jun's thunderous declarations bolstered his 20 men immensely. They struggled and roared with equal fervor. "A mere garrison commander of Yunji City dares show disrespect to our lord. When our army storms this city, not a bone of yours shall remain. Absolutely outrageous. Our young master is the legitimate son of the Fugwa Duke's mansion. How dare you act so presumptuously? Let us go at once and kneel to beg for mercy. Perhaps our young master will show clemency and leave your corpse intact. You have already committed a crime worthy of 9 generations executed. You still dare to be arrogant. You truly believe our young master is made of clay. Have you not heard the drums of the Imperial Guard's assault? With your insolence, when the 20,000 Imperial Guards enter the city, Yunji City shall be left with not a single piece of armor standing, and rivers of blood shall flow." Ren Tianye and I suddenly felt like laughing from sheer exasperation. Calling these people fools was unfair. In the face of such danger, they showed not an ounce of fear, displaying a strange measure of heroic spirit. Calling them heroes was equally unjust. Damn it, they couldn't read the situation at all. Already beaten and broken, yet still daring to threaten with such arrogance. And bringing up 20,000 Imperial Guards. Who knew whether those 20,000 could breach Yunji City even after Zhang Shubai's fortifications? And even if they did break through, so what? I'd chop your head off first. Ren Tianye grumbled to himself, repeatedly soothing his mind. There was no need to lose his temper over such absurd characters from a female-oriented novel. After several breaths, he managed to suppress his emotions. Coldly he commanded, "Wang Ming, at your service." They seem unconvinced. "Beat them until they are." "Yes, sir." Slap after slap echoed through the air. Ren Tianye wasted no time. Already he could faintly hear the dense drum beats beyond the city walls. Dong dong dong. Growing ever more urgent, signaling that the Imperial Guard had begun their assault. 20,000 Imperial Guards attacking the city. Regardless of how confident he felt about Yunji City's defenses, he could not afford to be careless. Leaving some men with Deputy Commander Wang Ming, he immediately mounted his horse and rode straight for the city wall. As soon as he arrived, Sun Xiang rushed to meet him. His face etched with urgency. "Great General, the Imperial Guard has reached the base of the wall. They move with incredible speed. It appears they intend to storm the city. Let us go and see." Climbing to the wall, they could see the dark mass of Imperial Guard soldiers completely blocking the main road outside Yunji City, leaving only a narrow path through the center where several floating bridges were being transported. Behind the bridge transport team came over a dozen simple ladders and a battering ram somewhat damaged. This formation made it clear they were determined to capture Yunji City. Their speed of action and unwavering execution of orders startled Ren Tianye, but quickly gave way to profound speechlessness. These Imperial Guards, including young Master Lu Jun, clearly had no idea of the rebellion they had already instigated. Otherwise, the young master would never have dared enter the city with only 20 men. Thus, whether in the young master's eyes or the Imperial Guard's eyes, Yunji City still belonged to the Great Yu dynasty. And so, they genuinely believed they were attacking the Great Yu's Yunji City. All because the young master was displeased, he dared to recklessly order an attack on his own city walls. And these Imperial Guards dared to obey and launch an immediate assault. "Damn it, do you take yourselves for Lanyu? What the hell?" Ren Tianye cursed inwardly, yet his face remained stern and grim. "All right, launching a full-scale assault on the city. Then let us see whether any of you can even scratch Yunji City." He issued his command. "Sun Xiang, at your service. Go to the barracks and bring 3,000 men." "Yes." Sun Xiang saluted, ordered the war drums beaten, and personally set out to deploy troops as needed. The 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City had long since surged out of the main camp. Upon reaching the barracks, their faces a mixture of bewilderment and dread as they felt the thunderous tremors echoing from beyond the walls from time to time. 20,000 Imperial Guards are attacking. By order of the Grand General, deploy immediately. City defense camp. Hundreds of voices roared in unison here. You 2,000 men climb to the ramparts without delay. Yes. Reserve camp. Here. Detach 1,000 to reinforce the city defense camp. The rest maintain vigilance and stand ready to ascend the walls at any moment. Yes. Transport camp. Here. Ensure all weaponry and supplies are prepared without a single shortfall. Yes. Sun Xiang issued order after order, and each unit answered with soaring morale. Finally he thundered, "Gentlemen with me. Onto the walls. Let us defend Yunji City." He led the way, and the troops followed swiftly behind. The inner camp of Yunji City connected directly to the ramparts, and since the soldiers had already been roused early, they moved with remarkable speed, pouring toward the city walls. Yet their faces were painted with fury. Her Majesty refuses to spare us. It was Zhang Shubai who colluded with the barbarians, yet she seeks to exterminate us all the same. Damn it, we might as well fight the court forces to the death. If we fight, there is a sliver of survival. If not, we die here today anyway. Thank heavens General Ren is willing to protect us. Without him, our heads would already be on the block. Now that the court dares to strike our Yunji City, even if I perish, I will take at least one of them with me. These soldiers of Yunji City clearly regarded this Imperial Guard force as the very troops dispatched by Empress Xiao Mingzhao to annihilate them. Already seething with indignation, their fury only mounted. Morale soared. Soon they reached the ramparts and took their positions with the discipline of daily drills, standing in orderly formation. Meanwhile, the 20,000 Imperial Guards were hurriedly constructing floating bridges. They appeared to have made little preparation. In fact, one could say they had not anticipated this battle at all. There were no prefabricated bridges, and instead, relying solely on their numerical superiority, they felled trees and hurled logs into the moat. Their plan was to clog the moat with the fallen timber. After all, the surrounding area was thick with forests, making wood readily available. But they could never have imagined that before Ren Tianye, a previous governor, eager beyond measure to curry favor with the Empress, had already widened and deepened the moat. He had dug no fewer than 3 concentric ditches. This rendered the Imperial Guard's efforts utterly laughable. Every floating log was swept away, and after endless toil they achieved nothing. Forced to start anew, they painstakingly constructed 3 floating bridges. Then the 20,000 Imperial Guards charged forward, loosing wave after wave of arrows from their powerful crossbows and bows. Yet because Yunji City's walls were so lofty, very few of the guards' arrows even reached the ramparts, posing little threat. Those that did strike the walls proved comical. When the arrows landed upon the bluish-green wall surface, the tremendous impact caused not the slightest damage. Instead, each one merely ricocheted and fell to the ground. If this had already discouraged the Imperial Guards, then the true devastation awaited them with their siege ladders. These had been carried along as emergency provisions. After enduring hardship at Shanshan City, they had not even been repaired and were hastily dragged back into service. Yet these ladders were not tall enough. They were simply far too short. When propped against the wall, the ladders could not even reach the parapets. In the perilous heat of battle, every guard fought desperately. Many scrambled up ladders that had not even been secured properly. After barely evading the arrow storm, they reached the top only to discover still a gap to the battlements. The Imperial Guards were utterly defeated in spirit. They had come to siege a city, not to serve as someone's punchline. Meanwhile, the defenders of Yunji City presented a completely different scene. Their morale needed no mention. The siege defenses had been meticulously prepared by Zhang Shubai, and they held the strategic high ground. Against these Imperial Guards, it was a dimensional strike. Simply standing atop the walls and loosing arrows downward was enough to hear one cry of agony after another, turning every guard who crossed the moat into a living target. From the very beginning, the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of Yunji City. This greatly bolstered the soldiers' confidence. After all, war is won on morale. An inferior army facing elite troops, even with advantages in numbers, equipment, and terrain, still suffers profound psychological fear. Such fear often grants the elite forces an opportunity to achieve victory against overwhelming odds. But now the situation heavily favored the soldiers of Yunji City. Their mounting confidence erased any lingering dread of the Imperial Guards on the battlefield. Grand General, these Imperial Guards are nothing special. Sun Xiang even managed to jest, then added earnestly, Grand General, may I take over command from here? Blades have no mercy, Ren Tianye replied. Return to the General's manor and direct operations from there. Sun Xiang was acting out of concern for Ren Tianye. After all, although these Imperial Guards were poorly equipped and disadvantaged by terrain, the 20,000 soldiers were not without capability, though some of their archers could indeed reach the ramparts. During the past half hour, despite enjoying every advantage of heaven, earth, and human harmony, many Yunji City soldiers had still fallen to wayward arrows. Yet Ren Tianye shook his head. He knew full well that as commander-in-chief and the absolute core of over 7,000 men, his life was too precious. Under normal circumstances, he should have retreated to the general's manor to coordinate from afar. But this was not a normal situation. This was the first time he had stood shoulder to shoulder with his brothers in arms. Therefore he could not retreat, not even one step. Authority and respect were forged in moments like these. Ren Tianye understood this perfectly. I am unharmed, he declared. This general stands together with his brothers. He spoke each word deliberately, his resonant voice ringing across the entire rampart. The morale of Yunji City's soldiers surged once more, and arrows fell upon the enemy like rain. The 20,000 Imperial Guards had to advance all the way to the base of the walls before they could assault, leaving them unable to deploy effectively. They were forced to employ a piecemeal tactic, feeding troops into the battle one fragment at a time. In less than an hour they had suffered hundreds of casualties, and their morale crumbled. Then came another devastating barrage of arrows, and they could no longer hold their ground. From the Imperial camp rang the sound of the brass gong, signaling retreat. The guards withdrew in disarray. Thus ended the farce that had lasted nearly an hour, leaving several hundred corpses scattered behind them. The soldiers of Yunji City erupted in shouts. "We won! We have won! Ha! The Empress thinks she can kill us. In your dreams. Glory to the Grand General. He has led us to victory against the Imperial Guard's charge. We are alive." In the sudden ocean of jubilation, a scout stumbled toward Ren Tianye, his face contorted with panic. "Grand General, another contingent of Imperial Guards approaches, 5,000 strong. They are racing toward our Yunji City at full speed." All jubilation ceased abruptly at that moment. On the walls of Yunji City, it was as if heaven had pressed the pause button. Even Ren Tianye found it unbelievable, asking, "What did you say?" "General, another 50,000 Imperial Guards are approaching. They are not far from Yunji City and will arrive momentarily." Ren Tianye immediately gazed into the distance. At the limit of his vision, he could faintly see dust rising in the distance, clearly indicating a large army advancing. It was advancing at an extremely rapid pace. This phenomenon was not only visible to Ren Tianye, but also to many soldiers on the city wall. Some even instinctively sensed the intimidating presence of the 50,000 troops, 50,000 elite Imperial Guards, adding the current 20,000 that made 70,000 Imperial Guards in total. This was an army comparable in size to the Chiefing Army, and its combat effectiveness, even if inferior to the Chiefing Army, would not be far behind. After all, they were the Dayu Imperial Guards. From this name alone, they were the most elite troops of the entire Dayu dynasty. So, 70,000 Imperial Guards were besieging their Yunji City. The soldiers' excitement, which had just soared, was suddenly drenched in cold water. Many were filled with panic and worry. They had only over 7,000 men, while the Imperial Guards had 70,000. A 10-to-1 ratio of forces. Could Yunji City hold out? Even Ren Tianye had such a doubt. Could Yunji City withstand the assault? Although Yunji City enjoyed great geographical advantages, had been fortified to an impregnable state by Zhang Shubai, and its soldiers were well trained, they were still facing 70,000 enemies. 70,000 Imperial Guards. The most elite troops of the Dayu dynasty. And Yunji City was surrounded by mountains on three sides, with only this one wall facing the enemy. That meant they would directly confront 70,000 Imperial Guards. Could their 7,000 men hold out? But then the fleeting fear and worry in Ren Tianye's heart were replaced by an overwhelming rage. Just because of the young master's domineering behavior, they had to send 70,000 Imperial Guards to attack the city, and they were to become the sacrificial victims of that young master Lu Jun's show of arrogance. This female-centric world was absurd to such an extent. It left no room for normal people to survive. Then they would fight to the bitter end. At worst they would die. Ren Tianye turned around facing most of the soldiers on the wall and shouted, "Everyone, you see clearly now, don't you? You see the true face of the court, don't you? Our Yunji City is still nominally under the jurisdiction of the court, yet 70,000 Imperial Guards dare to besiege us without hesitation. The court simply doesn't care about your lives or mine. Is such a court worth being loyal to?" Almost as soon as Ren Tianye's voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted. "No, no, no. The court is overrun with treacherous ministers. The Empress is muddled and blind. First they slaughtered 70,000 chiefing soldiers, and now they want to seize our Yunji City. The realm is in dire straits." Ren Tianye's voice rang out again, word by word. "Such a court is not worth it. But Yunji City is our home. Without a home, not only do we lose our way to live, but our parents, brothers, children also lose all hope. My fellow soldiers, are you willing to fight with me? To the death without retreat." The people of Yunji City, stirred by Ren Tianye's encouragement, had dispelled the fear in their hearts. The crowd was seething with passion. The court was unjust. The Empress muddled and treacherous ministers ruled. They were like meat on a chopping board at the mercy of the blade. But they refused. They wanted to live. So they shouted in unison, "Fight to the death without retreat. Fight to the death without retreat. Fight to the death without retreat." "Good," shouted Ren Tianye. "Then let's beat these arrogant Imperial Guards to a pulp." He immediately gave orders. "Sun Xiang, your subordinate is here. Muster all the troops from the inner camp along with the 800 army and have them all ascend the wall. This battle concerns life and death. We may be overrun, but we will never retreat." Sun Xiang loudly accepted the order. Yes. Without even going to the inner camp to muster the troops, he directly ordered the war drums to be beaten. After 3 rounds of drum beats, the remaining soldiers in Yunji City surged up, each with fury blazing in their eyes, holding sharp weapons, vowing to live or die with Yunji City. This was the advantage of Yunji City. With only one side of the wall, there was no need to allocate troops or keep a mobile reserve. Everyone went up on the wall and just fought. Just as they finished preparing, the 50,000 Imperial Guards beneath the city arrived. Ren Tianye could clearly see that the morale of the 20,000 Imperial Guards who had failed in their earlier assault was rapidly rising. He immediately knew that the commander of these 50,000 Imperial Guards must be a highly prestigious general in the army. Under this general's command, before the 50,000 troops had even fully halted, they immediately organized an assault. The 20,000 who had just retreated also howled and charged again. This time they brought siege equipment, and their attack was even more ferocious. Beneath Yunji City, which had been quiet for only a brief moment, the thunderous cries of battle once again erupted. The soldiers of Yunji City immediately launched their fiercest counterattack. They set up crossbows targeting the gaps in the front lines of the Imperial Guards. Trebuchets positioned high above hurled enormous stones and burning oil down. Their targets were the concentrated clusters of Imperial Guards, as well as the floating bridges and battering rams the Imperial Guards had set up. The rolling stones and logs that had been prepared on the city wall were also thrown down. Not only did they crush the Imperial Guards who had rushed close into pulp, but some rolling stones, leveraging the terrain, even rolled madly down the main road outside Yunji City. Yet even with such tight and deadly defenses, too many of the 70,000 Imperial Guards still charged forward, fearlessly risking their lives. Using the scaling ladders they had brought, they climbed up frantically. But Zhang Shubai's preparations had been too thorough. Boiling hot oil was poured down directly. Combined with fire arrows, this caused a fierce conflagration on the wall. One by one, the Imperial Guards turned into torches and tumbled down the ladders. Even so, there were still exceptionally brave Imperial Guards who managed to fight their way onto the wall. However, the soldiers of Yunji City were extremely well trained. They used long halberds and hooked spears to stab, hook, and drag. They flipped those Imperial Guards who coveted the honor of being the first to breach the wall, sending them falling. With such a set of operations, the short-blade soldiers hidden behind the crenellations had little to do, as basically no scattered troops managed to get onto the city wall. Thus, from the very beginning, the battle was unsurprisingly extremely unbalanced, with the soldiers of Yunji City holding an absolute advantage. Yet the Imperial Guards did not give up. Even though the bodies beneath Yunji City were piled up like mountains, the Imperial Guards still charged wave after wave. Behind them were their overseers. This went on for 2 full hours until dusk was about to fall. The two sides were still locked in a stalemate. The Imperial Guards had not advanced a single step, and the soldiers of Yunji City had also paid a considerable price. At this point, torches had been lit beneath the city. Under the glare of the red flames, a general in golden armor, surrounded by a crowd, appeared arrogantly. Pointing with his horsewhip, he soon slowed the Imperial Guards' assault. He then had someone shout, "I have campaigned far and wide for so long, and I have never seen anyone who dared to hold out against me for so long. Kid, you are the first. Well done, you have successfully angered me. Now I order you to crawl down, tie yourself up, and respectfully send my nephew out. I might consider giving you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I will not let your Yunji City die too easily." Due to the distance, Ren Tianye could not see clearly, but from the silhouette and build he could discern that this person bore a certain resemblance to the young Duke Lu Jun. Coupled with the fact that he addressed the young Duke Lu Jun as his nephew, it was essentially confirmed that this was also a figure from the Duke of Auxiliary State's mansion. This left Ren Tianye speechless once again. Damn it, is the gene for being a domineering CEO hereditary, or what? Why does this bastard talk in the same tone as the young Duke Lu Jun? Ren Tianye found the Imperial Guard commander's words utterly exasperating and dumbfounding. What did he mean by never having seen anyone resist for so long? If that were the case, following the Imperial Guard commander's logic, should they not actually fight back when faced with the Imperial Guard's assault, but instead surrender after a brief skirmish? They had held Yunji City through terrain and strength. It was not a gift freely bestowed by the Imperial Guard. The more he thought, the more his anger flared. Communicating with these people from female-oriented stories always gave him a sense of futility, as if talking to a dog. The Chinese characters were perfectly articulated, yet the meaning was always absurd and exaggerated. In a fit of rage, he immediately ordered the defenders of Yunji City to launch a full counterattack, hurling down the defensive items Zhang Shubai had prepared with all their might. He was gradually coming to realize from this siege that although the Imperial Guard were numerous and elite, the treacherous terrain of Yunji City was something no human force could overcome. 7,000 against 70,000. It would be a crushing victory. Sure enough, under the renewed counterattack, the Imperial Guard, already unable to advance a single step, erupted in incessant screams. One by one, they fell dead beneath the walls of Yunji City, piling up into ever higher mounds. Not far away, the Imperial Guard commander's face had turned pale. He ordered someone to shout, "What audacity! How dare you provoke this general? I will make you regret today's decision. Once I break into Yunji City, I will make you wish for death, but find none. Even if Her Majesty pleads, I will not spare her face." Ren Tianye immediately shouted back with several others, "Stop your fucking nonsense. If you've got the guts, break in." After cursing, he said with a cold, stern face, "Where's Wang Ming? Go summon him. Tell him to bring that young Duke Lu Jun as well." "Yes." In just a moment, Deputy General Wang Ming hurried over at a jog. "General, you called for me. Where is the young Duke Lu Jun? Have you beaten him into submission?" "He's been subdued," Wang Ming said, "and had the young Duke Lu Jun brought over." At first glance Ren Tianye almost didn't recognize him. He almost blurted out, "Who is this pig's head?" Only after a closer look did he make out that it was the young Duke Lu Jun. He had been beaten beyond recognition. His once handsome face was not only flushed red, but his cheeks were severely swollen, almost indistinguishable from a pig's head. It seems he's truly been beaten into submission. Ren Tianye thought, reaching out to grab the young Duke Lu Jun by the collar. The young Duke, now as skittish as a startled bird, trembled all over and desperately knelt to kowtow and beg for mercy. I dare not, I will never pretend again. Next time I won't make your general run over. I'll have him walk instead." Deputy General Wang Ming. Sweating, he explained, "General, this young Duke's verbal tick is really incorrigible." Ren Tianye sighed helplessly. Such a tough nut to crack. Even with a blade at his throat, he couldn't shed his domineering CEO persona. From that perspective, he was a talent in his own right. So he let it go, grabbed the young Duke Lu Jun, pulled him up to the battlement, and demanded sternly, "That man down there, do you know him?" The young Duke Lu Jun, battered and dazed, was jolted awake by the sharp command. He opened his eyes and saw his uncle below the city wall. He immediately became excited. "Second uncle, save me, save me." Ren Tianye pulled him back and asked, "Who is that man?" "My second uncle. I'm asking you his name and official position." "Lu Qing, his name is Lu Qing. He holds the post of Guard General, and favored by Her Majesty concurrently, serves as Vanguard General." Ren Tianye muttered to himself, no wonder. The Guard General was already the pinnacle of the Dayu military hierarchy, a high-ranking general second only to the Grand General of Cavalry and the Grand General of Chariots, commanding one of the 3 camps of the Imperial Guard. And with the concurrent post of Vanguard General, he not only commanded one of the 3 Imperial Guard camps, but also one of the 4 camps guarding the capital's cardinal directions. This was truly a position of high authority and power. No wonder he commanded such prestige. It was no wonder these Imperial Guard troops were so docile and obeyed his every command. "How dare you lay hands on my nephew? You will now climb down immediately and slap yourself until I am satisfied, and only then will I consider granting you a whole corpse. As for the soldiers of Yunji City, I will only behead them, not exterminate their 9 clans." Below the city walls, the shouts of Guard General Lu Qing rang out once more. But these brainless words made Ren Tianye's head throb with pain. "Your nephew is beaten to a pulp under my command, and you still dare to threaten me?" No, this could no longer even be called a threat. It was sheer lunacy. Then he would see just how Lu Qing intended to have him torn to pieces. Immediately he slapped the young Duke Lu Jun across the face. Finding the force too great and his hand stinging, he had Wang Ming do it instead. Wang Ming, usually a kind-hearted man, showed no mercy this time. Damn it, after nearly a whole day of fighting, it was still like this. How could he report to the general? So he struck left and right. The slaps rang out sharply. Ren Tianye, still not satisfied, ordered torches to be raised, and the young Duke Lu Jun's face turned toward the army below the city, so everyone could see clearly. Thus on the walls of Yunji City, an utterly absurd scene unfolded. Below, the Imperial Guards stormed the city. Above, the young Duke Lu Jun was being mercilessly beaten. Amid the shouts of battle, the screams of the young Duke Lu Jun mingled. Every detail was vividly etched into the eyes of Lu Qing below the city walls. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Too outrageous. How dare they treat my nephew like this? He truly wants to die. Lu Qing shouted furiously. The deputy general beside him wanted to speak, but dared not utter a word. The man before him who dared to block the Imperial Guard's charge had long since ceased to care about living. What effect did your threats have besides provoking him further? It would be better to think of some other plan. A moment later, watching his nephew on the city walls beaten nearly to death, Lu Qing's heart ached even more. He sighed, enough. I will not stoop to his level. Someone sound the retreat. The gongs rang out, echoing across the 3 armies. The Imperial Guard, unable to advance a single step, began a hasty retreat. In a short while, not a single attacker remained beneath the walls of Yunji City save for the corpses they had left behind. The soldiers of Yunji City had fought for hours from broad daylight to the darkening sky. As they watched the Imperial Guard withdraw, a sudden silence fell over the crowd. It was the abrupt relaxation after prolonged resistance, and these soldiers who had never experienced a proper siege took a moment to react. Then after a few heartbeats, earth-shattering cheers erupted. We won. We won. We defeated the Imperial Guard. 7,000 of us defeated 70,000. Regardless of how much the terrain and timing favored them, a victory was a victory, and at a minimal cost. The heartfelt shouts resonated through Yunji City. Even Ren Tianye felt his spirits stir. He knew that from this moment on, his army of nearly 10,000 had gained a soul. They were no longer a scattered mass. They were battle-hardened warriors. Even compared to the most elite troops, they only lacked in details and experience, but the crucial spirit of blood and fearlessness had been forged. Feeling relieved, he turned his gaze to the unconscious young Duke. He commanded, "Take him back to the general's mansion. I still need to properly discipline him." "Yes, General." "General, this Ren Tianye seems to have rebelled. He dares to fight against our Imperial Guard, showing no regard for your authority. If he hasn't already revolted, he is on the path to doing so. The deputy cautiously advised General Lu Qing, General, with Ren Tianye's stance and the high thick walls of Yunji City and our inadequate siege equipment, it seems we cannot take Yunji City in a short time. Perhaps we should consider another approach. What do you mean? Lu Qing turned sharply, his gaze piercing. Are you suggesting I abandon my nephew? Though he is not my son, he is the son of my elder brother and Ryue's son. Even if it costs me my life, I must save him. Faced with Lu Qing's fury, the deputy shuddered, knowing that this man was quick to kill. He dared not speak further, but staying silent was not an option either. The defender of Yunji City had inexplicably changed from the pathetic waste Zhang Shubai to this Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye was clearly a discarded son of the Duke of Ren's mansion. How had he become so ruthless? How dare he block the Imperial Guard? Yet he had them pinned down here. 70,000 Imperial Guards. Could they be mobilized on a whim? If it only took 2 or 3 days to slaughter Yunji City, that would be fine. But the delay could cause enormous trouble, especially now, in these turbulent times. But how could he persuade General Lu to face reality without angering him? While vexed, a soldier reported from outside the tent. General, there is a letter for you. Lu Qing took it, opened it, and after a single glance erupted in fury. Outrageous. I am stationed in the capital, yet someone dares to defy me. Utterly outrageous. After reading it thoroughly, his face turned ashen. The deputy cautiously asked, General, what? What happened? Remnants of the chiefing army have fled south, stirring up rebellion. Now someone has raised the slogan, the emperor is blind and kills the loyal, rise to quell the rebellion, rallying 200,000 troops straight for the capital. The deputy was shocked. 200,000 troops, heading straight for the capital. This threatened to overthrow the state. He seized the opportunity. General, this is of utmost importance. We cannot delay here at Yunji City. We must swiftly suppress the rebellion. Lu Qing's eyes were icy. When I lead the troops there, I will teach these rebels how to be loyal to the Empress and to Dayu. But after speaking, he showed a trace of irritation. 200,000 troops in the south were rebelling, and he had to rush to fight. Yet what about his nephew trapped in Yunji City? He could not abandon him. That was Ryue's child. He could not protect Ryue in person, but he would protect her child. Thus he sighed, rarely frustrated. Fine, I'll spare Yunji City this time. You. He pointed at the deputy. Go immediately to the city walls and tell the defender that I will not pursue this matter. Just release my nephew. The deputy was dumbfounded. Hadn't they fought fiercely all day, leaving corpses and rivers of blood? Now with a single, I won't hold you accountable, he expected them to release the hostage. Yunji City's defiance showed they were not timid. This was nothing but asking for humiliation. Why haven't you left yet? General. The deputy humbly pleaded. It's not that I won't go, but I fear it will be futile. Futile? Are you saying the defender of Yunji City wants my written oath? The audacity. The deputy was speechless. General Lu Qing had clearly inherited the Duke of Assistance's excellence in military command, training his Imperial Guard to be disciplined and fierce. Even the former chiefing army admired that. But his brain, had it failed to inherit that legacy? Or had it gone bad at some point? He quickly said, General, I mean that we must offer Yunji City's defender sufficient sincerity as a ransom to retrieve the young Duke. What? He dares. The deputy interrupted unusually firmly. General, the young Duke is the priority. He is Ryue's son. For her sake, I urge you to swallow this anger. The name Ryue was like a spell. The moment it was spoken, Lu Qing calmed down. But he still could not accept bowing and paying ransom. As a general of the guard, deeply trusted by the Empress, commanding one of the 4 main camps and entrusted with the mission to destroy the chiefing army, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? But when he thought of Ryue's gentle face, all his anger was suppressed. Fine, for Ryue's sake, I will offer sincerity. You? He pointed at the deputy. Go summon the defender of Yunji City. I will ask him personally what conditions he wants. Yes. The deputy, overjoyed after his painstaking persuasion, hurried off. At the foot of Yunji City he shouted. The message soon reached Ren Tianye. At that moment Ren Tianye had not yet returned to the general's mansion. Riding on his horse, he was replaying the day's battle with the Imperial Guard in his mind, sensing many problems. The biggest problem was the fear he had felt facing the Imperial Guard, which had driven him to deploy all of Yunji City's troops to the walls in a rush. No rotation, no reserves. That was a grave error. So when facing future attacks, whether from the Imperial Guard or stronger armies, I must remain methodical and never repeat today's mistake. As he pondered, the messenger's words startled him. The Imperial Guard is asking for the young Duke Lu Jun again. Yes, General. But the man at the city gate spoke politely, saying everything is negotiable and asking us to name our terms. Oh, so they've been beaten and are now negotiating. A smile crept onto Ren Tianye's lips. Good, let's see. He ascended the wall again and saw at a considerable distance from Yunji City a 100-man squad of Imperial Guards surrounding the golden-armored Lu Qing. The torchlight flickered, casting shifting shadows on his face. Defender on the wall. Release my nephew and name your own terms. Lu Qing will not haggle. Oh, They couldn't take the city, so they came to ransom. But those words grated. Name your own terms. Could he really accept them? So Ren Tianye made an exorbitant demand. If you want me to release Lu Jun, it's easy. Leave behind all the armor, weapons, and equipment of your 70,000 Imperial Guards. Lu Qing's voice drifted over, agreed. Ren Tianye. Damn. Ren Tianye had never expected that he had actually underbid. It was well known that the equipment of elite soldiers was extremely costly. Take the chiefing army, which he knew best. Their armor alone was composed of over 1,000 individual plates and required 200 craftsmen, half a year to forge. On top of that came weapons, backup arms, stirrup saddles, and so on. A complete set commanded an even higher price. After transmigrating, he had once made an estimate based on rice prices as a standard of value, which came to roughly 1 yuan. This was precisely why he was so utterly shocked after the Empress had slaughtered 70,000 chiefing soldiers. Setting aside everything else, the cost of just their equipment alone was an astronomical figure. The Imperial Guards before him, though slightly inferior in combat effectiveness to the chiefing army, were certainly not worse equipped, and might even surpass them. That meant each set of equipment cost 1,200,000. 4,700 sets, the total would reach 8.4 billion. 8.4 billion. What an absurdly inflated number. This was why he had declared his price without hesitation, yet he could never have imagined that Lu Qing would simply agree outright. Was this master so extravagantly wealthy? He immediately called out, what I meant was including the horses. Done. Lu Qing's voice echoed from afar. Those around him nearly lost their minds entirely. The deputy general pleaded urgently. General, this cannot be done. If our Imperial Guards are stripped of their weapons and armor, it is like stripping the fangs from a tiger. If we march south immediately to quell the rebellion clad in plain cloth wielding wooden sticks on foot, we would simply be delivering ourselves to the rebels. Lu Qing snorted coldly. What difference does it make if we wear plain cloth? Under my command, even the Imperial Guards without a stitch on could beat those rebels until they cry for their mothers. My mind is made up. There is no need to persuade me further. Having scolded those around him, Lu Qing raised his head and looked at Ren Tianye, his voice icy. The items you want, I shall give you all of them. Now release my nephew. Not until I have received all the equipment. Insolence. The Ren Duke's mansion keeps its word without fail. How dare you insinuate that I, Lu Qing, would break my promise to you? Damn you. Regardless, I will not release your nephew until I see the equipment. You'll see. Lu Qing barked. Order the army to remove their equipment immediately and deliver it to Yunji City. The Imperial Guards outside Yunji City erupted into chaos at once. Watching this, Ren Tianye felt a restless stir within him. If he sent troops to attack while the guards were unarmed, he felt it would result in a decisive victory. However, after some thought, he set the idea aside. His primary objective was not to annihilate the combat forces of Great Yu, so there was no need for such an action. It was better to wait until the realm plunged into chaos, when Great Yu would be too overwhelmed to respond, and then he could rise and seize all under heaven. Still, at this moment, it was time to pay a visit to young Master Lu Jun. Splash! A basin of cold water was thrown over the unconscious young Master Lu Jun, rousing him only partially. You woman dare to splash water on me. Excellent. You have successfully aroused my interest. In this life you shall never escape my grasp. Smack! A heavy slap landed squarely. This time young Master Lu Jun woke fully. After taking in his surroundings, his eyes cleared instantly. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. I will never dare to compete with you, General, for women again. My lord, please stop beating me, I beg you, I truly cannot endure anymore. Ren Tianye casually kicked the cowardly fellow and walked over to sit on a chair. His expression turned cold as he spoke. I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly, and it will be fine. But if you dare lie to me. I wouldn't dare. I will tell you everything without holding back anything. That's good. Ren Tianye asked, apart from the 70,000 chiefing soldiers, how did the Empress deal with the remaining troops? At these words, the several Yuji generals nearby instantly perked up. Not only them. The 800 army soldiers present also strained their ears to listen. According to His Majesty's decree, the northern border troops are to be handled differently, depending on their circumstances. Those who were close to the chiefing army, execute them all. Before the words had even finished echoing, many present sucked in their breaths sharply, especially the men of the 800 army. Though they had long suspected the Empress might be this ruthless, hearing it confirmed sent tremors through their bodies. She actually killed them. The Empress truly went all the way. Almost immediately they felt overwhelming relief. Thank the heavens, the Grand General acted decisively, killing military advisor Zhang Wei, first seizing power, then rebelling and swiftly capturing Yunji City. Otherwise they would already have been corpses beneath the Imperial Guard's blades. As for those who were not particularly close to the chiefing army, young Master Lu Jun continued. Her Majesty in her magnanimity did not pursue them. She merely ordered them to disband and return home to farm. At first glance this seemed to show the Empress's mercy. But Ren Tianye instantly perceived the impossibility of the situation. 200,000 troops on the northern frontier. Excluding the 70,000 chiefing soldiers and those allied with them, there are at least 100,000, or more, left, all ordered to lay down their arms and return to civilian life. Young Master Lu Jun quickly replied, "Yes, my lord. My second uncle delivered the imperial edict on Her Majesty's behalf, and they did indeed lay down their arms and disperse." Ren Tianye. Wait, 100,000 troops and a single edict disbanded them all. Was that really how affairs were handled? Could these 100,000 soldiers simply lay down their arms and go home so cleanly? Almost instinctively, Ren Tianye's mind painted a picture of the future situation in the northern frontier. Countless bandits and robbers would emerge across the land, ones that the government would be utterly unable to suppress. The Empress's method of disbanding the army is truly both brutal and absurd. While lamenting inwardly, Ren Tianye detected another troubling inconsistency. Frowning, he asked, with the 200,000 northern troops either killed or disbanded, who will defend the northern frontier? Local constables? Regional forces? Can they hold Shanha City and repel barbarian invasions? The barbarians will not invade anymore. Furthermore, they have no need to. Young Master Lu Jun said, "Her Majesty has arranged a marriage pact with the third prince of the barbarians, Toba Xiangtai. From now on, the barbarians and the people of you shall be one family. Moreover, Her Majesty has gifted Shanha City to the third prince of the barbarians, Toba Xiangtai, as part of her dowry. Henceforth, Shanha City belongs to the barbarians, and there is no longer any need to defend the northern frontier. Her Majesty also declared that she wishes barbarians and you people to live as one family henceforth, that there shall be no distinction between barbarians and you people, and that all under heaven shall live in great harmony." Young Master Lu Jun continued speaking earnestly, unaware that an eerie silence had fallen around them, so deep that even the air seemed to freeze solid. Shanha City was given to the barbarians as a dowry. These words struck the hearts of all like a heavy hammer. That was Shanha City, the foremost city of the northern frontier, the formidable pass defending the northern borders of Great Yu. For 800 years since the founding of Great Yu, countless righteous souls had shed their blood here, and innumerable soldiers had wrapped themselves in their horses' hides. It had become an eternal pain in the hearts of the barbarian tribes. But now, it was given to the barbarians, taken without a single battle. Among those present, aside from a few promoted soldiers of Yunji City, all were former members of the 800 army belonging to the chiefing army who had long been stationed at Shanha City. Ren Tianye was relatively calm, having only crossed over 3 or 4 months ago, but the others of the 800 army had left years, a decade, or even decades of their lives in Shanha City. They bore profound affection for Shanha City. For a moment, it was hard to accept. What is going on in that Empress's mind? How could she give Shanha City to the barbarians? The chiefing army was slaughtered. Shanha City was given away. From now on, this realm will no longer be Great Yu's domain. Once the barbarians take Shanha City, they will surely attack. Where will the Empress weep then? The crowd roared with indignation, terrifying the young duke, who shrank back, afraid to say another word. Ren Tianye, however, remained relatively composed. He immediately grasped the key point. Once Shanha City fell into barbarian hands, it would be far easier for them to invade the Central Plains. With the northern frontier now defenseless, he could almost be certain that the barbarians would sweep across the entire northern region and then march on the capital. Moreover, when news of the chiefing army's massacre spread, the realm would surely be thrown into chaos. Thus, a war that would engulf the entire land would surge forth, and the 800-year prosperity of Great Yu would crumble in an instant. But this was a good thing for him. Only in times of turmoil could the elite forces of Great Yu afford them no attention, giving them the opportunity to rapidly grow and become a dominant power, then scheme for the realm. From this perspective, the actions of Empress Xiao Mingzhao, though infuriating, could maximize his gains. Ren Tianye's mind raced, but then he startled, realizing something. A cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He immediately said to the young Duke Lu Jun, "Your second uncle plans to pay a heavy ransom for you. I have agreed, but I have some conditions." The despairing young Duke Lu Jun was suddenly overjoyed. His second uncle was coming to save him. Indeed, his mother had been right. His second uncle would never abandon him. He quickly said, "Please speak, my lord. Whatever the conditions, my second uncle will agree. He would do anything for me." But on this point, Lu Jun was mistaken. When Ren Tianye atop the city wall shouted a second condition at Lu Qing immediately flew into a rage. "How dare you? Still trying to haggle with me? Do you think my words are worth so little? I am a man of my word. I said I'd give you 70,000 sets of equipment, and that's what you'll get. Don't even think of asking for an extra arrow or a single dagger." Lu Qing was clearly still subconsciously maintaining his domineering image. This was his pride. A man of his word. Ren Tianye wasted no words. He slapped the young Duke Lu Jun across the face. Adding to the young Duke's injuries, Lu Jun screamed in pain, shouting at Lu Qing below the walls of Yunji City. "Second uncle, agree to him. If you don't, he'll kill me. If I die, how will you explain to my mother? Are you really going to betray my mother? She will be heartbroken. This cry startled both the soldiers of Yunji City and the Imperial guards on the walls and below. Second uncle. Your mother. Betray. There seemed to be something behind this. Lu Qing, however, did not realize the implication. He sighed in frustration and finally said, enough, enough. Listen, defenders on the wall. This is my last condition. But if you dare overstep, don't blame me for being rude. Ren Tianye breathed a slight sigh of relief. The first condition, the 70,000 sets of equipment, was still being methodically arranged by the Imperial guards at the base of Yunji City, not yet fully in his hands. Naturally, there was no need to lose the big for the small. He said, this request is simple. Just have the Imperial guards clear a path and write a written order. I need to send someone to Shauna City. Lu Qing frowned. What for? I have some friends and brothers still in Shauna City. I want to bring them back. That's not difficult. Very well, I agree to this request. Lu Qing waved his hand, and with his domineering style quickly wrote the order. He had his soldiers shoot the order with an arrow onto the wall of Yunji City. Ren Tianye opened it, and a weight lifted from his heart. Beside him, several guerrilla commanders and soldiers of the 800 army could no longer hold back their tears. They knew what Ren Tianye wanted. It was their families stranded in Shauna City. Their parents, brothers, sons, daughters, and wives. Since their uprising, the 800 army had always harbored this worry. Though they faced constant danger of execution, there was also the possibility of meritorious service, eternal glory, and blessings for their descendants. But their families were innocent. Over these days, the general had indeed sent many scouts to gather information, but there had been no news. Little did they expect that the general still remembered. He had exhausted every means to help bring back their families trapped in Shauna City. General, from now on I give my life to you. Order me to walk through fire or leap into a sea of flames. I'll do it. General, we swear to stand guard by your side to the death. Whatever you command, we will not disobey. If we break this oath, may heaven strike us down. I may never see my mother who raised me again. General, I won't say more. From now on, I am your most loyal soldier. Ren Tianye helped them up and said, I promised you all, and I will keep my word. He paused, then called out, Sun Xiang. Your subordinate is here. I entrust this task to you. Your subordinate will not fail the mission. Sun Xiang said with a solemn expression. As he spoke, his heart trembled slightly. He had lost his wife early, leaving only a 3-year-old child and a seriously ill mother at home. For years they had barely survived on his meager salary. Now that he had risen in rebellion and taken Yunji City, his heart was filled with exhilaration. But when the night grew deep and quiet, the longing for his family surged like a torrential sea, flooding his soul and disturbing his peace, causing him to dream every night with restless thoughts. He was always worried, how would his elderly mother and young child manage now that he was gone? Would the Empress's blade fall upon them? Every time he thought of this, the pain was unbearable. Now, the general had given him a chance to rescue his family. Even if it cost him his life, he would carry out the general's orders. Good. Ren Tianye nodded. But on this journey, you must remember a few words. Please give your instructions, General. Ren Tianye spoke slowly, emphasizing each word. Be swift and efficient, be decisive and resolute, and avoid unnecessary disputes. Bringing back the families of the 800 army is your primary mission. Yes, General. Your subordinate understands. Within the walls of Shauna City, fellow townsfolk, the female emperor has already given Shauna City to the barbarians as a dowry gift. The barbarians will be entering the city very soon. We have always shared deep bonds of friendship with all of you. At a time like this, we certainly cannot allow you to remain here and lose your lives for nothing. Come, everyone, follow us. Sun Xiang, the guerrilla general, stood upon an elevated position and bellowed these words. By order of Ren Tianye, he had led 1,000 soldiers to Shauna City to evacuate the people. Armed with Lu Qing's official warrant, gathering the families of the 800 army proved effortless, and they were swiftly assembled together. They were ready to depart at any moment. However, since the families of the 800 army had lived alongside numerous friends and neighbors, this mass movement naturally caused quite a stir throughout the area. These were neighbors who had always coexisted harmoniously, supporting one another through the years. At such a critical moment, Sun Xiang was loath to abandon these people behind. On his journey here, he had already glimpsed the barbarians' vanguard cavalry from afar. He could confirm with absolute certainty that the barbarian forces would arrive at Shauna City within these very days. How well he knew the savagery with which the barbarians treated the Yu people. Therefore, he wished to bring these fellow townspeople along, returning to Yunji City to rise in rebellion against the female emperor together. Most of the townsfolk appeared deeply grateful. They immediately began packing simple belongings and set off with Sun Xiang without hesitation. After all, the massacre of the Crimson Flame army, whom they had revered as gods, remained fresh in their memories. If not now, then when should they flee? Must they wait until the barbarians slaughter the entire city? Yet within the crowd there were always those who adamantly refused. The rice shop owner stepped forward, immediately declaring, "Do not heed these people's words. We are already aware of the news regarding the barbarians entering the city. It is because Her Majesty is to wed the third prince of the barbarians that she has given Shauna City to them. This news has circulated throughout the city for days now. Everyone here is already aware of it. What is there to fear? From now on the barbarians and our you people will be one family. We shall coexist in peace. Why flee? Flee to where? Abandoning our homes, our friends, our loved ones to run to Yunji City, where we know not a single soul. If you want to leave, then leave. I for one am not going anywhere. The rice shop owner's outburst caused many who had been wavering to become even more indecisive. This put Sun Xiang in a difficult position. These were his fellow townspeople. When the Crimson Flame Army was stationed here, they had received no small amount of care from these people. Was he to stand by and watch them due to a single moment of hesitation fall into the hands of the barbarians? Could the barbarians truly coexist peacefully with the you people? Could centuries of hatred be erased by a single grand wedding? Impossible. He was about to persuade them further when the instructions from General-in-Chief Ren Tianye echoed in his mind before his departure. Be swift and decisive. Execute without hesitation. Do not engage in futile arguments. Your paramount mission is to bring back the families of the 800 army. Sun Xiang snapped to attention, forcing back the words of persuasion he wished to speak. Very well. If you refuse to leave, then do not leave. Those who still wish to remain simply stay behind. The rest of you, those willing to follow me, we depart in half a stick of incense's time. Any delays in my army will not wait for anyone. After biting through these words, Sun Xiang felt as though his entire body had broken into a sweat, thoroughly drenched. For he knew deeply that with these words of his he might be sentencing many innocent lives to destruction. If the dead were barbarians or strangers he did not know, he would not have cared in the slightest. But the ones who might perish were his fellow townspeople. People who had lived in the same place as he for over a decade, people who had helped one another, people who had all been kind. The anguish in his heart surged like a boundless sea. At this moment the image of General-in-Chief Ren Tianye could not help but surface in his mind. When we 800 men rose in rebellion, the situation we faced was 100 times more dire than it is now. The psychological torment and suffering we endured was incomparably more severe. Yet the General-in-Chief, within the span of a heartbeat, slew Colonel Zhang, without the slightest hesitation, instantly forging the 800 men into a single unified force. Truly the General-in-Chief is the General-in-Chief. He is someone I can never compare to. Serving as a guerrilla general under such a commander is more than enough. As Sun Xiang's thoughts wandered aimlessly, the appointed time arrived. He suppressed the sea of pressure churning within his heart and led his people away. Scarcely had he led the nearly 10,000 people out of the city when in the distance he spotted the barbarian vanguard forces already patrolling on horseback around Shanha City. Clearly they had already claimed Shanha City as their own territory. Sun Xiang kept General Ren Tianye's instructions firmly in mind, guiding his people to depart cautiously without stirring the slightest alarm. Fortunately, the barbarian forces outside Shanha City were not numerous and their surveillance was not particularly strict, allowing him to successfully escape with the people from Shanha City. However, they had not traveled even a li when the soldier behind them rushed forward with urgent news. General Sun, the barbarians are in pursuit. Damn it. We were discovered after all. Sun Xiang's expression turned fierce. He immediately commanded, send out 500 soldiers to hold back these barbarians. Sun Xiang had served in the military for over a decade, and the killing aura he possessed had been honed against the barbarians. When facing them, he felt utterly fearless without the slightest hint of timidity or hesitation. He led 500 men to the rear of the procession and ordered the soldiers to lie in ambush on both flanks. He himself continued urging everyone to move forward swiftly. Just as the nearly 10,000 people had hastily departed, over 100 barbarians appeared behind them. Damn it all. With only 100 some barbarians they dare chase after our 10,000. He simply sat motionless on his horse, awaiting the barbarians' approach. When those barbarians charged past, catching sight of Sun Xiang and the vast stream of humanity before him, their faces broke into wild, exhilarated laughter. They're all two-legged sheep. Slaughter these two-legged sheep to celebrate the third prince's wedding. It looks like they've fled from Shanha City. Shanha City is our territory now. How dare they flee from our land? They deserve death. Almost the instant they crossed paths, those 100-some barbarians drew their bows in perfect unison, loosing a storm of arrows. Sun Xiang charged forward to meet them head-on. The soldiers who had been lying in ambush on both flanks also burst forth from the shadows, striking at these barbarians who had fallen into their encirclement. For a moment the battle cries shook the very heavens. Though each of these barbarians was exceptionally formidable, Sun Xiang was a battle-hardened warrior who had slain countless barbarians. Furthermore, the enemy numbered merely a fifth of his own forces, and he had surrounded them completely. The slaughter was swift and effortless. In no great, while these howling barbarians tumbled one after another from their mounts. However, a few individual barbarians did break through the encirclement. Though each was ultimately cut down, they had nonetheless scattered the fleeing masses into disarray. Sun Xiang had once served with the Crimson Flame Army, undertaking the mission of escorting the citizens of Greater Yu. He possessed considerable experience in handling such situations. But back then the Crimson Flame Army, when escorting the citizens of Greater, you would rather die in battle themselves than abandon even a single straggler from among the people they protected. Yet the situation before him now. Sun Xiang found himself deeply conflicted. The moment those 100-some barbarians perished, it would inevitably alert the main barbarian forces. If they delayed any longer waiting for the main barbarian army to arrive, even their 1,000 soldiers would likely perish right there. The instructions from Ren Tianye could not help but echo once more in his mind. Immediately he gritted his teeth and bellowed the command. Everyone accelerate your pace. Those who were scattered and cannot be found, forget about them for now. Having spoken, he wheeled his horse to organize the crowd for swift escape. Before the horse had even turned its head, a young man stumbled forward and seized its reins. No, we cannot leave. Wait, please wait. Anxiety was etched across the young man's face. My beloved has been separated in the chaos. I haven't found her yet. None of you are permitted to leave. Everyone must wait for her. Sun Xiang's mind went blank. He already felt somewhat guilty, for he had long followed the orders of the chiefing army, which absolutely forbade abandoning even a single subject of Dayu. Deeply influenced by this doctrine, although he had rebelled alongside General Ren Tianye, in recent days many thoughts had been neglected, and he had been swept along by the surging tide, whether consciously or not. But those matters were decided by the general. Whatever General Ren Tianye said he would do. His inner drive was more inclined to obey military orders. Now with the troops under his own command, the deepest logic in his heart involuntarily surfaced. He had already felt guilty about having to abandon some of his followers, and now he was struck by a shameful sense of being exposed on the spot. For a moment he was utterly mortified. Fortunately Sun Xiang was also strong-willed, always keeping Ren Tianye's instructions in mind, and soon said, the troops cannot stop. The main barbarian force could arrive at any moment. But don't worry too much. After we move on normally, I will leave a 100-man team to search along the way for any lost subjects of Dayu. I believe they will be fine. For now, let's move. The young man utterly disagreed, still firmly holding Sun Xiang's horse, shouting, no. If we leave, my beloved won't find us. She will be in danger. You must stay. You must stay and wait for her. Sun Xiang was anxious, but all these people, should they wait? They all must wait. Sun Xiang. At that moment he suddenly missed being a transparent figure beside General Ren Tianye, who always had a way to handle such complex situations that even tested one's moral limits. But this thought also sparked a flash of inspiration. He wondered what General Ren Tianye would do if he were here now. I must wait for her. If my beloved doesn't come, I won't leave. You people simply don't understand love. You don't know how to protect love. The young man kept rambling, and in that brief delay Sun Xiang figured out what General Ren Tianye would do. Suddenly his expression hardened, and he said coldly, then stay and wait for her. Guards, leave him behind. Let him wait for his beloved. 2 soldiers stepped out from either side, pulled the young man away, and when he tried to resist they kicked him to the ground. He could no longer block Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang immediately shouted, everyone move quickly toward Yunji City. The main force, especially the families of the 800 army, were very disciplined, especially knowing that the barbarians would likely be chasing them. Those barbarians were fierce and never treated the people of Dayu as human. They did not want to stay and become victims beneath barbarian blades. Every one of them obeyed, and their pace noticeably quickened. However, some were still dissatisfied. Before Sun Xiang had gone 2 steps, an elderly woman stopped him. How can you abandon him? Don't you remember him? He's the friend of the child of the younger brother of the second son of your great aunt's elder sister's family. He's a relative by marriage. How can you leave him behind? Have you no conscience? Stop the troops and bring him back. This string of names left Sun Xiang confused again, unable to figure out what kind of relative he was to that abandoned young man. But with the experience of dealing with the young man, the moral mountain weighing on Sun Xiang's heart had already loosened. With the situation now critical, he did not hesitate any longer, and said coldly, since you pity that lad, you can stay too. Guards, throw this person out as well. Yes. The same 2 soldiers dragged the old woman out of the ranks and cast her aside. This time Sun Xiang directly spurred his horse into a gallop. He had taken the lead of the troops, shouldering the responsibility of a commander, yet even after all his efforts, he was still being cursed. How can you ride while we walk? Don't you see how old I am? Get down and let me ride, you walk. The speaker was a middle-aged woman. After walking so far, she showed no sign of being out of breath or flushed, but as she spoke she put her hands on her hips, as if it were her due. It was infuriating. Sun Xiang immediately drew his waist blade, rode forward, and struck off her head with one blow. Instantly the troops fell into utter silence. There was no sound at all. Apart from the families of the 800 army who had already followed the rules, everyone else, those who had been complaining, fell silent at once. A deathly silence. The pace of the troops also quickened instantly. The chance of escaping the barbarian main force's pursuit grew greater. At that moment Sun Xiang understood. I think I finally grasped the general's advice. I think I understand the general. So this is what he wanted. His spirits lifted, he shouted fiercely, hear me all soldiers. During the march, anyone who disobeys discipline, deliberately delays, or even dares to obstruct the main force shall be executed without mercy. The 1,000 soldiers he brought thundered their acknowledgement. The kind expression on their faces instantly switched to icy cold ruthlessness. Thus, the nearly 10,000-strong force moved even faster without any dissent, and the people became as obedient as soldiers in the army. The march was extremely smooth. Soon they left the battlefield far behind, and the chance of being pursued by the barbarian main force diminished, gradually easing Sun Xiang's mind. He even began to feel somewhat relaxed. Recalling his previous days escorting the people of Dayu with the chiefing army, he had been constantly anxious, often having to stop to search for stragglers. When they were finally found, he had to console each one. The trouble was that many refused to be comforted even after a long time. Only when the barbarians caught up, forcing a bloody battle that cost the lives of several, or even a dozen soldiers, could they barely complete the mission of escorting the Dayu people. He suddenly felt that his previous life had been so hard. Escorting the people of Dayu wasn't that difficult. Faster. Let's reach Yunji City as soon as possible, once we're there we'll be completely safe. He urged again, and Sun Xiang, riding at the front, led the vast procession straight toward Yunji City. Less than an hour after Sun Xiang departed, a barbarian cavalry force of 3,000 arrived. Seeing the ground littered with the corpses of their kin, each one burned with fury. They gave chase along the road. Based on their past experience fighting the chiefing army, these two-legged sheep could never have gone far. But this time, after searching for half a day, they found nothing. Moreover, today was the grand occasion of their tribe taking over Shana City, so they could not tarry too long. One by one they cursed the heavens. These you dogs have run fast this time. We cannot delay any longer. The third prince will soon arrive. If we don't return now, we'll miss his entry into the city. Let these two-legged sheep off this once. Damn it. Next time let's see if they can run this fast again. With that, the 3,000-strong barbarian troop wheeled their horses and galloped back toward Shana City. By the time they arrived, the main barbarian army was already marching in orderly ranks into the city. They had indeed been delayed. Daring not to make a sound, they cautiously merged into the barbarian ranks. Before long, they reached the north gate of Shana City. If Shana City was the impregnable fortress barring their advance southward, then the north gate was the bridgehead of that fortress. Over the years, countless barbarian corpses had been buried beneath its walls, enough to pile up into mountains. But now Shana City belonged to them. This north gate was theirs to enter and exit as they pleased. At that moment, a crowd had gathered beneath the north gate. Looking closer, one could see in the center a young man of handsome and elegant bearing. A face like polished jade, fine brows and eyes, entirely the image of a graceful gentleman. It was none other than the barbarian third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai. He stood with his hands behind his back, facing a stone stele. The stele was ancient, its surface covered with cracks and worn with age, yet not a single patch of moss grew on it. Clearly someone had been wiping it clean all along. On the front of the stele were 8 characters carved in vigorous strokes. Within Dayu's borders, barbarians forbidden to tread. This had been erected by the Dayu dynasty many years ago. Dayu had always adhered to this decree. Over the years, though, they had gradually allowed trade and permitted barbarian merchants to travel south. The Dayu army had always been blocked before this stele, unable to advance a single step. But now, Tuoba Xiangtai said calmly, "Smash it." Yes. The barbarian soldiers surged with fervor. Having no hammers, they used their curved sabers to hack furiously at the stele. The stele was sturdy, having withstood countless battles. Mere curved sabers could only scratch its surface. But the barbarian soldiers were many. 1 saber failed, so 10. 10 failed, so 100. 100 failed, so 1,000. 10,000. This time their barbarian army numbered a full 100,000. With the chiefing army gone from Shanha City and the city itself given as a dowry by the Empress Xiao Mingzhao herself, the barbarians could do as they pleased within its walls. If they wished, they could even tear down the city walls of Shanha City inch by inch. These walls, stained with the blood of countless barbarian brothers, friends, and kin. They could, if they pleased, grind every single brick to dust, to ashes. The crackling sound of smashing grew fiercer. The barbarian third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai, who had given the order, still wore an unchanged expression, calm and composed. But the light in his eyes blazed ever brighter. Only when the steel was on the verge of shattering did he mount his horse, lead the barbarian army, and enter the city. Enter Shana City. Enter the city that had stopped them from advancing even a single step for centuries. He rode a tall horse, his face calm, but unable to hide his arrogance. The moment his horse's hooves stepped into Shana City, he felt as if he were floating on clouds. The barbarians have finally come. May the two kingdoms be forever bound in friendship. The Empress and the third prince's wedding, we too share in the joy. Warmly celebrate the barbarians' arrival in our Shanha City. At the city gate, 300 or 400 original residents of Shanha City had gathered at some unknown time. They had waited long and finally welcomed the barbarians' arrival. The barbarians had come. The blood-deep enmity between barbarians and Dayu was laid to rest by the Empress's marriage. From now on, Shanha City would no longer be a place of conflict between the two sides, but a land of friendship between the two peoples. They would no longer suffer the horrors of war. How could they not be overjoyed? It's a pity those other fools are brainless. They didn't come to welcome the barbarian army, but hid in their homes with doors shut. I'm short-sighted. While the rice shop owner greeted loudly, he inwardly cursed those without vision, especially Sun Xiang. He had even tried to take him away. Fortunately, he was firm in his resolve and extremely sharp-witted, not swayed by Sun Xiang's deception. Otherwise, how could he now be standing in the front row personally welcoming the barbarians into the city? My lord, are you the third prince? We have long awaited your wedding with our Empress. The rice shop owner naturally could not miss this chance to shine. He rushed to the front hoping to leave a good impression on the third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai. Though he had no idea what such a good impression would do for him, leaving a favorable mark in the eyes of a barbarian dignitary could never be a bad thing. Silence. A light cavalryman beside the third prince barked coldly, drawing the precious saber at his waist. With a casual swing, the blade gleamed brightly, and then the rice shop owner's head fell to the ground. Kill all these noisy, you dogs. The light cavalryman was clearly a guard of the third prince of no low rank, and capable of giving orders. Thus at his command the surrounding barbarians sprang into action. Blades flashed continuously, heads kept falling. Those you people who had come to curry favor with the third prince instantly turned pale. Wasn't the barbarian third prince supposed to marry the Empress? Weren't the barbarians and the you to be permanently at peace? Hadn't Shanha City been given to the third prince as a dowry? The future should have been bright. They would no longer suffer the scourge of war. They could enjoy the city's prosperity and peace, witness the grand flourishing era jointly created by the barbarians and the you. But why were the barbarians raising their blades against them? The blades were so swift, so bright. So swift they could not react, so bright they could not open their eyes. They only felt one head after another flying before them, only saw countless sprays of blood until the blade edge approached themselves. They screamed, desperately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, cried for their parents, but none could escape the flashes of the blades. Until they fell straight and stiff, their breath gone forever. Under the north gate of Shanha City, silence fell completely. The third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai, finally spoke unhurriedly. Stop. Do not be reckless. This prince has already wed the Dayu Empress in eternal union. Henceforth our two nations are one family. In broad daylight we must not harm the you people. Yes. The barbarians, having returned to formation, answered in unison. Let's go. Pay a visit to the northern pacifying general's mansion. The general of the northern fortress commanded all the northern frontier forces. In wartime, he could lead 200,000 soldiers of the northern territory. In peacetime, he commanded 70,000 troops of the Red Beacon Army. This position had always been held by the commander-in-chief of the Red Beacon Army, Lin Yi. Now that Lin Yi was dead, his severed head had been delivered to the Man tribe's yurt for public display. Of the 70,000 Red Beacon soldiers, almost all had perished save for a few remnants. The general of the northern fortress's mansion stood empty. The place that once inspired such fear and reverence in the Man people, the mere mention of which sent shivers down their spines, could now be entered at will. And if one were in ill spirits, they could even tear it down and rebuild it. Like a fallen woman, from this day forth the renowned general of the northern fortress's mansion would possess not a shred of dignity. Tuoba Xiangtai rode his horse at leisure, wandering comfortably through the general of the northern fortress's mansion. The residence was grand and imposing, yet its interior was stark, even desolate. It was inferior even to their grassland yurts. Truly an honest man. They say the Red Beacon Army loved the people as their own, and that their commander Lin Yi was a famed general of his generation. Indeed, that was the case. But even a legendary general ultimately falls. What a pity not having faced Lin Yi in fair and open combat. A great regret indeed. A faint smile curved his lips. Whether genuine or feigned one could not tell, only that it lingered there, refusing to fade. Thus the prince wandered about, examining this and that in no hurry whatsoever, even displaying genuine curiosity. It was not until nightfall. Thunderous war cries erupted beyond the walls of the general of the northern fortress's mansion. Flames soon rose in the distance. Countless you people screamed themselves hoarse. The city of Shanha, which had known peace and prosperity mere months ago, had instantaneously become a hell on earth. But was this not precisely as it should be? Over the centuries, at least 1 million man soldiers had perished beneath the walls of Shanha. A blood debt must be repaid in blood. Judging the time to be right, he leisurely strolled into the main hall of the general of the northern fortress's mansion, where numerous Man clan chieftains had already gathered. Upon the tiger throne of the general of the northern fortress sat a man with rugged features, a powerful build, and hawk-like eyes that gleamed with sharpness. It was his elder brother, the crown prince of the Man clan, recently elevated to that position. Elder brother. Tuoba Xiangtai bowed respectfully. The crown prince deigned not to acknowledge him. Instead, he burst into laughter, jesting with those assembled in the hall. I've long wondered what it would feel like to sit in the general of the northern fortress's tiger throne. Today I finally know. Nothing special really. It's far inferior to my golden tent, I must say. though I suppose I'm content to sit here for now. The implication was unmistakable. He was making clear that the Great Yu dynasty, which the Man clan would conquer, would one day belong to him. Everyone understood perfectly. Being officers loyal to the crown prince, they chimed in with approval. Tuoba Xiangtai heard it all clearly, yet offered no objection. A faint smile played across his face. Amicable on the surface, contemptuous within. Sitting in the Great Yu's general of the northern fortress's tiger throne meant nothing. Having the mettle to remain seated was what mattered. The crown prince would soon have to rise. The great king arrives. At the guard's announcement, an elderly man, weathered and weary, strode in with a long blade in hand. Bloodstains still clung to the blade's surface. His face radiated unprecedented satisfaction. He was the current great king of the Man clan, Tuoba Ashina. Everyone rose to their feet upon his entrance. Even the crown prince, who had been seated on the general of the northern fortress's tiger throne, hastily stood. Tuoba Xiangtai could not help but smile. As he had said, the crown prince could not hold his seat. The great king Tuoba Ashina was in high spirits, seeming years younger. Delightful. What sheer delight. I have never felt so thoroughly refreshed. The city of Shanha, which held us at bay for centuries, is now ours. The general of the northern fortress's mansion, which plagued this king so endlessly, is now ours. And in time the entire Great Yu under heaven shall be ours. The great king Tuoba Ashina's words laid bare his ambition. The Great Yu's dominion. They, the Man clan, desired it. They had always desired it. And now the timing could not be better. This time, the great king Tuoba Ashina began distributing honors. Third son shall be credited with the greatest contribution. However, eldest son's coordination efforts were also commendable. The father king shall reward you both in due time. But such an opportunity comes but once in a millennium. Now that the Man clan has seized Shanha City, we must press forward with vigor and take the Great Yu. What plans do you have? The crown prince of the Man clan stepped forward immediately. Father king, what is there to discuss? Let us marshal every cavalry from the entire grassland and march directly toward the capital tomorrow. The northern frontier, having been ravaged by the Great Yu's female emperor, is now a hollow shell. No one can stop us. If we march tomorrow under normal circumstances, our forces can reach the capital in 3 to 5 days. We will catch the Great Yu completely off guard, strike the capital, and drag the female emperor, Xiao Mingzhao, back to our grassland. With the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao in our grasp, will not the entire Great Yu be ours to manipulate? The crown prince's words struck a chord with the assembled man warriors, and a chorus of approval erupted. The crown prince speaks truly. If we march now, we can reach the capital in 3 to 5 days. That female emperor Xiao Mingzhao still dreams of marriage alliances. Let us seize this moment and drag her back to the grasslands. Excellent idea. Our swiftness will catch the capital utterly unprepared. It is entirely possible to capture the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao before they even have time to react. Great king, this plan is magnificent. With the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao in our hands, the Man clan's centuries-old grudge will be avenged. The Yu people will hesitate to act rashly, and we will have them completely under our thumb. The great king Tuoba Ashina nodded. Such was his thinking as well. With the Great Yu's northern frontier left defenseless and lacking soldiers to mount resistance, their southward march would proceed unimpeded. They could march straight to the capital. If they moved swiftly enough, the Great Yu would surely be caught unprepared. Capturing the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao, or even the entire Great Yu royal family, was by no means impossible. He was about to render his decision. However, his gaze swept across the third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai, and paused for a moment. This third prince had been born from a passing encounter with a Wa woman servant during one of the great king's drunken nights. The king had never favored him, and over the years had kept him as a hostage in various foreign courts. He had even been held as a hostage in the Great Yu before. Tuoba Xiangtai had always been quiet and reserved, so even after being recalled to the grasslands he had garnered little attention. Yet who could have imagined that he would cause the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao to act so recklessly, presenting the Man clan with an extraordinary opportunity? In that case, one could not afford to overlook him entirely. He asked, "Third son, what do you think?" Tuoba Xiangtai replied respectfully, "Father king, I also believe that elder brother's plan is excellent. Capturing Xiao Mingzhao in the south would be a masterful move." Tuoba Ashina, the great king of the barbarian tribe, brightened. It was rare for the third prince to agree with this scheme, for since he had begun to rise to prominence among the barbarians, he seldom saw eye to eye with the eldest prince. A surge of elation filled his heart. He praised, "Eldest, it seems the third prince is quite in favor of your proposal. Truly this is the path we must take." The eldest prince, who had been glaring sharply at the third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai, relaxed upon hearing this, and then burst into laughter. "We must do this. If all goes smoothly, within 10 days at most, the female emperor, Xiao Mingzhao, will be in our grasp. Although Xiao Mingzhao's mind is somewhat addled, I have heard she possesses a beauty that could topple cities. A face no man can forget upon first sight. I, the prince, am eager to taste her flavor." The words were utterly lecherous. At his remark, the entire council chamber erupted in raucous laughter. Since most of those present were confidants of the eldest prince, they showed no regard for the third prince, Tuoba Xiangtai's dignity, growing even more unrestrained. Indeed. The female emperor Xiao Mingzhao, with her flower-like visage and moon-like beauty, is nothing like the women of our barbarian tribe. Eldest prince, will the brothers be allowed to line up for a turn? The eldest prince has always been generous and magnanimous. How could he forget us? Unless the third prince objects. The third prince might not be willing to let us partake. Why would the third prince refuse? At worst, let him enjoy her first, then we can take our turn. The council chamber was filled with obscenities and laughter. The great king Ashina and the eldest prince laughed the loudest, while even the third prince Tuoba Xiangtai showed no sign of anger or displeasure, maintaining his usual faint smile. He was utterly indifferent to the insults and mockery his brothers and subordinates heaped upon his betrothed, the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao. Only when the laughter in the hall gradually subsided and the noise diminished did he speak slowly. Immediately leading the army south to capture Xiao Mingzhao is indeed a brilliant idea. However, there are still some complications. Tuoba Xiangtai almost always spoke in a soft, gentle tone, but whenever he spoke the entire hall invariably fell silent. As now, the moment he uttered these words, the dwindling noise in the council chamber abruptly ceased, and everyone turned to look at him. Tuoba Xiangtai continued, everyone knows that the Great Yu dynasty has stood for 800 years. Its national strength is not to be underestimated, especially the Imperial Guards stationed in the capital. The four main garrisons of the Imperial Guards possess formidable combat strength. Even if they cannot match the Red Flame Army, they are not far behind. Moreover, they number 200,000. If we march south with 100,000 men to attack the capital, the northern frontier will naturally be a smooth ride, and crossing the Yellow River will only cost us time. But what about when we reach the capital? We will inevitably face the 200,000 Imperial Guards. Tuoba Xiangtai's words filtered into everyone's ears, and the anger on the eldest prince's face grew more intense. This third brother, who had kept a low profile for over a decade, always wore that irritating expression. Every statement was inevitably followed by a but. Damn it, he had gotten his hopes up for nothing. He retorted angrily, what fear is there of 200,000 Imperial Guards? Our barbarian tribe has trained its soldiers for decades. Are we afraid of 200,000 Imperial Guards? We'll crush them head on. Tuoba Xiangtai smiled, elder brother speaks sense. But I am concerned that if we cannot defeat the 200,000 Imperial Guards quickly, and are delayed, then the loyalist troops from all over the Great Yu will rise in full force. It will be easy to go in but hard to come back. Humph. The eldest prince snorted. In war, who dares to avoid risk? If we always hesitate and vacillate, what can we ever accomplish? Father, please grant me permission to lead the troops. I guarantee that within 10 days I will take the capital, capture the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao, and present her to you for your amusement. The great king Tuoba Ashina neither refused nor agreed. He gave Tuoba Xiangtai a deep look and said, third, what exactly are you suggesting? Tuoba Xiangtai said, leisurely marching south to strike the capital and capture Xiao Mingzhao is a clever move, but it carries high risk. Thus I believe there is another path. For example, the northern frontier. Tuoba Xiangtai continued, as elder brother just said, with a single order from Xiao Mingzhao, 70,000 troops of the Red Flame Army were slaughtered, and most of the northern soldiers were dismissed and returned to their fields. The northern frontier is now extremely vulnerable. If we attack, the entire Great Yu northern frontier can be claimed by our barbarian tribe in an instant, turning from Great Yu territory into our barbarian land. The northern frontier has always been Great Yu's shield, with high terrain and numerous strategic passes. Once we seize it, we will be in an invincible position. Advancing, we can reach the capital. Retreating, we can return to the grasslands. Tuoba Xiangtai laid out the plan step by step, his voice low, but his tone resolute. At that time, holding the northern frontier, the heartland of Great Yu, will be under our control. With Xiao Mingzhao slaughtering 70,000 Red Flame soldiers and forcing the northern troops to lay down their arms, how can the Great Yu realm ever be peaceful? Rebellions, uprisings, and unrest will surely arise. We only need to wait. Wait for the Great Yu to fall into chaos, and then this 800-year-old dynasty will be completely within our grasp. How could Xiao Mingzhao ever escape our clutches? Tuoba Xiangtai enunciated each word, conveying an alternative path to everyone. This path cooled the surging blood of everyone in the council chamber, leaving them somewhat disgruntled, yet it also prompted many to ponder deeply. The great king Tuoba Ashina furrowed his brow. Charging south to attack the capital and capture the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao was what he most desired to do now. If he could accomplish this, centuries of humiliation his barbarian tribe had suffered under Great Yu would be wiped away. They had endured for so many years waiting for just such an opportunity, and he was loath to let it slip. But upon careful consideration, he realized Tuoba Xiangtai was indeed right. A swift southern advance would be exhilarating, but far too risky. The safest course was to seize the northern frontier. Once they held the northern frontier with its geographical advantage, even if the Great Yu dynasty underwent changes, they could defend it. A deal that could never be a loss. But which choice to make? The eldest prince shared the same dilemma. Though he resented Tuoba Xiangtai, upon careful listening, he inwardly agreed with the plan to take the northern frontier. Seizing the northern frontier was indeed more realistic, easier to achieve, and less risky than capturing the female emperor Xiao Mingzhao in the south. However, it would mean being overshadowed by Tuoba Xiangtai once again, which irked him greatly. If we wish to take the northern frontier, Tuoba Xiangtai's voice drifted in, but it had already imperceptibly set the course for everyone, making them abandon the plan to capture Xiao Mingzhao in the south. The first step is to open the two entrances to the northern frontier from our barbarian lands. One is Shanha City, which we have already taken. Next, Tuoba Xiangtai stepped forward, pointing to the sand table in the council chamber, is Yunji City. Yunji City and Shanha City form a pincer guarding the roads to the northern frontier. Although they have never been highly valued by the Great Yu dynasty, if we intend to seize the northern frontier directly, Yunji City is a must. Led by Tuoba Xiangtai, all the barbarian chieftains in the council chamber gathered around, gazing at Yunji City on the sand table. They nodded in agreement. Shanha City and Yunji City guarded the throat between the barbarian tribe and the northern frontier. If they wanted to seize Great Yu's northern frontier, they had to take Yunji City. Otherwise, once events unfolded, Yunji City would become a dagger stuck in their path, preventing them from advancing or retreating. Unless they disregarded everything and marched south on a gamble. Otherwise, they had to take Yunji City. The eldest prince, having understood the situation, immediately said, "Father, leave Yunji City to me. Within 3 days I will conquer the city, slay its ruler, and bring Yunji City into our barbarian fold." Ashina, wishing to grant this merit to the eldest prince, was about to nod, when Tuoba Xiangtai's voice drifted in unhurriedly, "Elder brother need not go to such trouble. I have already written to Xiao Mingzhao. Since she was willing to give Shanha City as a dowry, a mere Yunji City insignificant to her, I believe it will soon be delivered into our hands." Yunji City. The Yuji general had gone to Shanha City and had now returned. He came to report to Ren Tianye. "General, on this trip, I have brought back all the families of the 800 army without leaving a single one behind. Besides that, I also brought back many citizens from Shanha City, over 5,000 people, and have temporarily settled them." Ren Tianye nodded, the heavy stone in his heart finally lifted. With the families of the 800 army brought back, there would be no more worries about the rear. However, the extra 5,000 people brought back needed to be properly arranged. Moreover, he must immediately begin recruiting soldiers and acquiring horses to expand his strength. As he was thinking, Sun Xiang added, "General, when I was returning, I looked back at Shanha City. Under the night sky, the sounds of battle cries and weeping shook the heavens and earth, and there were unending great fires. I fear the barbarians are massacring the city." Massacre. The moment these two words were uttered by Sun Xiang, even Ren Tianye, who had long been mentally prepared, could not help but shudder. But he said nothing more. Instead, he remarked, "Xiao Mingzhao just handed over Shanha City to the barbarians as a dowry, and they already dare to massacre the city. It seems Xiao Mingzhao's trust in the third prince of the barbarians has reached an absurd level." But it's only natural." He paused, then asked, "Any other discoveries?" "Yes," Sun Xiang said. "General, after I left the city, barbarians pursued us. But unlike before, they didn't give up relentlessly. Instead, after failing to find us, they returned to Shanha City. I found it suspicious, so I turned back and watched for a while. I could vaguely sense that a barbarian army was entering Shanha City. Moreover, the numbers were substantial, likely tens of thousands. The scouts accompanying me also reported that, judging by the barbarian army, the number entering Shanha City might be as high as 100,000. 100,000. These two words struck Ren Tianye's ears immediately, putting him on high alert. The barbarians entered Shanha City with 100,000 soldiers. It should be so, even if not exactly, it won't be far off. Then things are not right. Ren Tianye furrowed his brow. He had a good grasp of the barbarians' basic troop strength. Previously, under the strong suppression of the chiefing army, although the barbarians were powerful, they could hardly develop much. Thus, according to statistics, the number of able-bodied soldiers was about 1500, including approximately 400 light cavalry, around 500 heavy cavalry, some elite ranged cavalry and infantry, along with nearly 100 logistics and support personnel. Moreover, these forces were shared among multiple tribes. That is to say, besides the royal clan, the 10 powerful tribes of the grasslands and many peripheral tribes had to unite to muster such numbers. Only 1500 in total. Now 100,000 had arrived at Shanha City. 2/3 of the entire grasslands forces had gathered at Shanha City. Moreover, most were combat-ready soldiers, with only a small portion being logistic support. This is the rhythm of war. Ren Tianye thought to himself. Although he knew the barbarians harbored ill intentions, he never expected them to move so swiftly, directly stationing 100,000 troops in Shanha City. This clearly meant a great battle was imminent. But what move would they make? Ren Tianye pondered. According to barbarian customs, they rarely attacked cities or seized territory. Instead, they always employed hit-and-run tactics, raiding like a whirlwind. But 100,000 troops on the move would not be merely a simple raid. Ren Tianye tried to put himself in the barbarian's shoes considering their next actions and methods. Soon, his eyes lit up. Southward. The barbarians want to go south. Sun Xiang was startled. Southward. Then the target would be the capital. Now the northern frontier is a mere facade, and the impassable natural barrier no longer exists. If the barbarians lead forces of Zero light cavalry with their speed, they could cross the Yellow River in just a few days and march straight toward the capital. Sun Xiang gasped. If so, the Dayu Empire is in imminent danger. The Empress, I fear, before she even realizes it, will become a prisoner of the barbarians. But Ren Tianye was excited. This is good news. The barbarians going south will make the already chaotic world even more disordered. If they can successfully capture the Empress, then the realm will have no ruler, and it will be the perfect time for us to rise. Then when the realm changes hands, we will neither bear the infamy of illegitimate succession nor lack the prestige of sweeping away the barbarians and restoring the sun and moon over the rivers and mountains. Thinking of this, Ren Tianye could no longer hide the smile on his face. This was a golden opportunity. Let the barbarians handle the resistance to overthrowing Dayu. They would follow behind, reaping great benefits, while also becoming a righteous army. The barbarians' move was brilliant. General, Sun Xiang said. But what if the barbarians don't go south but instead encroach upon our Dayu's northern territory? Ren Tianye's eyes glinted sharply. Not go south, but annex the northern territory. My Yunji city is the throat of the northern frontier. If the barbarians want to annex the north, they must take Yunji city. If they obediently go south, fine. But if they dare to come to Yunji city, even if they are tigers, I will pull their teeth out. Let them know that Yunji city is as impregnable as a fortress, not something they can meddle with. They better go south obediently and capture the Empress. That's the right path. Sun Xiang understood. The key lay in their Yunji city. As long as Yunji city stood, the barbarians could not take the northern territory, otherwise they would constantly worry about rear turmoil, risking total collapse at any moment. Thus, as long as they guarded Yunji city, the barbarians would have no choice but to go south. All right, you may go rest now, Ren Tianye said at that moment. I'm afraid from today onward there will be endless work for you in Yunji city. Yes. Sun Xiang accepted the order and left. Ren Tianye's mind was still racing. The situation was becoming more favorable to them, but their foundation was still insufficient. Soldiers were not a big problem. Yunji city had hundreds of thousands of residents, so recruitment was easy. Armor and weapons were not lacking for now. Lu Qing had left him 700 sets of Imperial Guard equipment, including 1500 sets of heavy cavalry equipment, 300 sets of heavy infantry equipment, and many sets for logistics support units. This was enough to form a powerful army. The biggest problem now was still money and grain. In Yunji city, Zhang Shubai had spent all the money and grain on city fortifications and troop training, leaving them insufficient. Now, without court support, things were becoming tight. The simplest solution would be to let the troops plunder. The wealth among Yunji city's civilians is unimaginable, but that would be tantamount to destroying our own foundation. So it's still. Ren Tianye's eyes hardened. The Su family. These days he had investigated the Su family again, and found that they were far more powerful and wealthy than he had imagined. With generations of accumulation, it was not an exaggeration to say they were as rich as a nation. If he could obtain the full support of the Su family, the money and grain problem would cease to be an issue in the short term. Thinking of this, he ordered, "Summon Su Jin." Before long, Su Jin arrived hastily in plain clothes, knelt and bowed. Her incomparably beautiful face was full of unease, wondering why the general had suddenly summoned her. "How is the preparation for my wedding going?" Hearing this, Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "General, my younger sister Su Xiao has agreed to the marriage with you. However, my sister is concerned about you taking her as your principal wife." Before she could finish, Ren Tianye interrupted. "What principal wife? I only said I would marry her, not that she would be my principal wife." Su Jin was stunned. As far as she knew, the general had never been married. Wasn't his first marriage supposed to be a principal wife? Could it be a concubine? How would her second sister agree? Their Su family would never allow it. A wife is a wife. In my book, there is no distinction between principal wife and first wife. Understand? Su Jin understood. All wives would have equal status. That meant he could marry multiple wives and rely on the power behind each wife. So the more wives he married, the stronger he would become. How heretical this was. But when it came to the general, Su Jin dared not show any dissatisfaction or objection. Instead, she warned herself inwardly that she must not speak of this openly and must not let her second sister know. By then, when the rice was cooked, her second sister Su Xiao would have no choice. So she continued the previous topic. "Regarding the matter of the general marrying my second sister, Su Xiao, my sister, is rather aloof and not very happy, so she will likely ask for a larger betrothal gift. No matter, just give her more." Ren Tianye was indifferent on this point. After all, Dayu was a ritualistic dynasty with a standard set of marriage rites. Women valued this, believing that the betrothal gift represented face and power. Normally, as a general commanding nearly 10,000 men, and holding Yunji City, marrying a merchant's daughter would not even require a lower-grade betrothal gift. A lower-grade betrothal gift besides the 3 rites of Natsai Najing and Shining required a pair of gold hairpins, a pair of jade bracelets, some silverware, and a fine jade pendant. It also required 50 bolts of fine silk and 100 bolts of cotton cloth. Ren Tianye would give this betrothal gift. No, he would raise the grade. He would give her a middle-grade betrothal gift. That is, besides the 3 rites, he would give a pair of mutton fat jade rui, 8 sets of pure gold jewelry, some pearls, and jade, 50 bolts each of shu brocade and yun brocade, and 200 bolts of fine silks and satins. With these items he would exchange for the full support of the Su family. He declared that he would agree to such a deal as many times as it came. Then this humble one will thank the general on behalf of my second sister. Good, go prepare. In 3 days I will marry your second sister, Su Xiao. Yes, general. The next day Ren Tianye rose early. He set up a notice at the city gate to recruit soldiers. Meanwhile, he ordered the guerrilla generals under his command to distribute the equipment obtained from the Imperial Guard and begin training. Everything was progressing in a tense but orderly manner. Unbeknownst to all, Yunji City's strength was growing increasingly formidable. Ren Tianye worked until nightfall before returning to the general's mansion, but he only ate a few hurried bites before plunging back into piles of official documents. Deputy General Wang Ming stood guard outside the door, ensuring security. Suddenly, he heard the sound of carriage wheels and horses' hooves. Stepping out of the general's mansion, he saw a carriage approaching slowly. It was luxurious, crafted entirely of solid wood with intricate carvings adorning its surface, a display of elegance and extraordinary nobility. Wang Ming recognized it as the Su family's carriage. Moreover, it belonged to the second Miss, Su Xiao. He couldn't help but frown slightly. The Grand General's marriage to Su Xiao was imminent. Why would the second Miss come in person? Hadn't this second Miss always been dissatisfied with the Grand General? If not for Su Jin and his uncle's persuasion and even threats, this marriage would have ultimately been forced. And now the second Miss, Su Xiao, had come. But regardless, since she was to become the Grand General's woman, Wang Ming dared not be presumptuous. He quickly strode forward and stood respectfully to the side. The carriage stopped, and as the curtain was lifted, a woman stepped out. She was somewhat delicate, dressed in relatively fine clothes. But compared to the usual attire of the Su family, it was far inferior. Only then did Wang Ming realize that the visitor was not the second Miss, Su Xiao, at all, but her personal maidservant. Having been busy with Su Jin over the Grand General's wedding arrangements these past days, he recognized her. Her name, he recalled, was Xiao Tao. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing here? How dare a mere maidservant ride in your mistress's carriage?" Xiao Tao, usually quiet and obedient before Su Xiao showing patience and diligence, revealed a completely different demeanor when away from her mistress. She was aloof and arrogant, bearing a strong resemblance to the second Miss, Su Xiao. "Humph, I came on my lady's orders. Why shouldn't I ride her carriage? You're just a minor deputy general. Your reach is far too long." Deputy General Wang Ming's expression soured instantly. Ever since the Grand General had taken command and become the master of Yunji City, even officers far superior in rank had treated him with courtesy, never daring to slight him. It had been a long time since he had endured such reproach. Nevertheless, he was magnanimous and unwilling to argue with a mere girl, so he suppressed his anger and asked, "What exactly are you here for? Call your Grand General out. I have a few words to say on behalf of my lady." "Call out the Grand General to speak on behalf of your lady." Deputy General Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Even if your lady herself came, she would have to wait outside obediently until the Grand General had time to receive her. "Who do you think you are?" He snapped coldly. "Nonsense. The Grand General is overwhelmed with military affairs. He's not at your beck and call. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, be on your way." "Nonsense. The Grand General is overwhelmed with military affairs. He's not someone you can see just because you want to. If you have business, say it quickly. If not, go back immediately." Xiao Tao's pretty face flushed with anger. "What airs? I represent my lady. Your Grand General is truly ungrateful, and he dares to make me wait." Her voice was loud enough to alarm several guards at the entrance of the general's mansion, causing Deputy General Wang Ming to grow anxious. If the Grand General heard this, Xiao Tao's head would likely be off her shoulders in an instant. He quickly urged, "Hush. Don't shout. If you disturb the Grand General, you'll have no good end." Pausing, he added impatiently, "What exactly is your business? If nothing, leave at once, and don't interrupt the Grand General's work." This cold dismissal made Xiao Tao so angry that her chest heaved, her pretty face turned frosty, and her fingers clenched until they cracked. Very well, very well. Since your Grand General dares to treat me like this, I will report everything to my lady when I return. Tell your general to think twice. Don't regret it later." Having said that, Xiao Tao dared not neglect the task assigned by the second Miss, Su Xiao. She jumped down from the carriage, waved her hand, and ordered 2 servants to bring out several boxes. They placed them one by one at the entrance of the general's mansion. Deputy General Wang Ming stared in bewilderment, for he recognized these boxes. He himself had delivered them to the Su mansion. They were the betrothal gifts for the second Miss, Su Xiao. What? Was the marriage to be unilaterally called off? No way. This match had been arranged only after Su Jin begged him not to tell the Grand General, secretly making several trips, and then forced through by the authority of Su Jin's uncle, who had pressured the family. Though Su Jin's uncle was not yet the true head of the Su family, after Su Jin's father passed away, the grandmother had taken overall control of the Su mansion. In reality, he handled all major and minor affairs. He had obtained the grandmother's approval, issued the order, finalized the marriage, and even informed the Su family's relatives and friends. And now they dared to break off the engagement. Were they insane? But Deputy General Wang Ming had clearly misunderstood. Xiao Tao said, "My lady told me these worthless trinkets are not fit to enter the Su mansion, and she doesn't want them. If the Grand General wishes to marry her, he must follow her rules." Deputy General Wang Ming's heart, which had just settled, leaped again. Rules? What rules? Could it be that the second Miss, Su Xiao, wanted top-grade betrothal gifts? Wang Ming, having been busy with Su Jin over the Grand General's wedding, was now well-versed in the intricacies. Marriage was about matching families. For Ren Tianye, a Grand General, to marry a merchant's daughter, even offering low-grade betrothal gifts, was already a favor. He had given middle-grade gifts, and now she wanted top-grade. To receive top-grade betrothal gifts, the bride's family would need to be a royal princess, a duke's daughter, or a chancellor's daughter. How dare Su Xiao, a mere merchant's daughter, have such audacity? "Listen carefully to my lady's rules," Xiao Tao said, still fuming. "Pass them on to your ignorant Grand General, and don't get them wrong. To marry my lady, the 6 rites must be complete: not Sai, Wenming, Naji, Najing, Qingqi, and Xinying, not one missing. As for gifts, they must include a pair of Hetian jade discs, 8 pairs of goldenate treasure hairpins, 10 strings of Dongju pearls, 2 coral trees." As Xiao Tao recited a long list, Wang Ming's heart finally sank. This really was a demand for top-grade betrothal gifts. How dare a mere merchant's daughter? Then Xiao Tao changed her tone. "Of course, these are not the most important part. The most important thing is that your Grand General must write a guarantee. After marrying my second miss, he must obey all her commands. He must not make her unhappy. If she is unhappy more than 3 times, she may divorce him. And upon divorce, half of your Grand General's property, including but not limited to his troops and soldiers, shall belong to my lady. Do you understand? If you do, have your Grand General write the guarantee, so I can take it back to my lady. The most important thing is that your Grand General must write a guarantee. After marrying my second miss, he must obey all her commands. He must not make her unhappy. If she is unhappy more than 3 times, she may divorce him. And upon divorce, half of your Grand General's property, including but not limited to his troops and soldiers, shall belong to my lady. Do you understand? If you do, have your Grand General write the guarantee, so I can take it back to my lady. Do you understand? If you do, have your Grand General write the guarantee, so I can take it back to my lady." Xiao Tao's voice rang out with tremendous volume as she shouted these words. It seemed she intended the entire general's mansion to hear, clearly aiming to convey her message to Ren Tianye. After speaking, her expression remained cold and haughty, believing that once her mistress married the Grand General, she would rise in status as well, and the soldiers before her were merely her servants and attendants. She scorned them with disdain. This conduct, however, made Deputy General Wang Ming pause in his tracks. His innate kindness could no longer prevail. He looked at Xiao Tao with pity and even glimpsed the second Miss Su Xiao behind her. He shook his head. Good words are wasted on a doomed soul. This girl Xiao Tao had already sealed her fate, so he would not stop her. Stopping her would be futile. He said calmly, "Wait here, I'll go summon the Grand General." "Hurry up," Xiao Tao said. "I'm waiting to take your Grand General's written guarantee back to my mistress to report. I have no time to waste here with you." Deputy General Wang Ming said no more and turned to enter the mansion when suddenly he heard the rapid galloping of horses. Glancing sideways, he saw several riders charging swiftly. The leading rider, still at a distance, shouted urgently, "General Wang, wait a moment." Lanterns illuminated the front of the mansion. Through the faint red glow, the outline of the approaching figure could be discerned. Deputy General Wang Ming stopped and recognized Su Hong of the Su family. He was the second uncle of the 3 sisters, Su Jin, Su Xiao, and Su Li. Because the father of the 3 sisters had died of illness 2 years ago, Su Hong had taken charge of all Su family affairs. Although there was still the grandmother Su overseeing things, he managed all matters big and small. The betrothal between Su Xiao and the Grand General had also reached its current stage thanks to his strong support. Wang Ming had dealt with Su Hong several times and knew him to be shrewd and calm. He had always treated him with great courtesy. As the saying goes, if you respect the Buddha, you respect the monk, so he stopped. In that brief pause, Su Hong arrived on horseback with several servants. He clearly had no martial training, his riding skills were mediocre and clumsy. Yet even before the horse had fully stopped, he staggered and dismounted. First he courteously bowed to Wang Ming, then turned to face Xiao Tao, his eyes blazing with fury. "I had already ordered that the marriage between Xiao and the Grand General be left entirely to Jiner and me. You are not allowed to take any action privately. Do you take my words as mere wind?" Su Hong's long-established authority caused Xiao Tao, who had just been arrogant, to tremble like a leaf. She explained, It's Miss who sent me. Miss worried that the Grand General would not obey her orders after marriage and would show disrespect, so she sent me to give him a warning and set some rules. It's all Mrs. orders. Before she finished speaking, Su Hong slapped her across the face. The sound of "pa" was crisp and clear. His face was full of rage and murderous intent surfaced. If not for the presence of Deputy General Wang Ming, he would have demanded to know how dare she. The Grand General marrying Su Xiao was not a condescending match, but a prestigious one for Su Xiao. In a prestigious match, she still wants to set rules. And she starts before the wedding. Moreover, Yunji City now belongs entirely to the Grand General. To put it bluntly, we are the fish on the chopping block. The lives of the entire Su family are in the Grand General's hands, and yet she dares to set rules for him. If she can marry him without the Grand General imposing rules on her, that alone would be commendable. How could his niece still be so foolish at this point? And she brought such a foolish maid. Pack up all the betrothal gifts from the Grand General and return them safely to the Su residence. If even a single item is damaged, I'll have your life. Xiao Tao's face was red with a slap mark, and she was so frightened that tears streamed down. She quickly said, yes, yes. After you return, go to the steward and be demoted to a lower-ranking maid. From now on, you are not allowed to serve the second miss. Xiao Tao's body swayed, and she nearly fainted. Lower-ranking maid. She was currently a first-class maid in the Su residence. This was equivalent to falling from the clouds to the dust. When that happened, countless people who had previously held grudges against her would surely find ways to torment her. Yet she dared not say anything. She could only wipe her tears, nod in agreement, and obediently do as Su Hong instructed. Only then did Su Hong force himself to calm down. He turned and bowed again to Deputy General Wang Ming, offering an apologetic smile. General Wang, you must forgive me. The people in my household were tactless and caused you trouble. It's nothing. General Wang. Su Hong stepped closer, pulled a stack of banknotes from his sleeve, and tried to press them into Wang Ming's hand. Such trivial matters, I beg you, General Wang, not to inform the Grand General for now. The Grand General is busy with military affairs. This small matter should not disturb him. Wang Ming, however, did not accept the banknotes and did not respond. Su Hong had dealt with Wang Ming several times and knew his character, so he did not insist. He continued with a smile. Xiao is young, naive, and ignorant. As her second uncle, I will certainly discipline her properly when I return. I assure you she will not offend the Grand General after the wedding. I beg you, General Wang, to show mercy. This humble stance made Wang Ming think for a moment before he replied. If the Grand General does not mind, I will not speak of it. But if the Grand General asks, I will report everything truthfully. In that case, I am deeply grateful to you, General Wang. Su Hong knew this was already quite good, so he bowed deeply to Wang Ming. After rising, he said, these past few days I have been traveling outside the city to prepare the dowry for Xiao. I have only just returned and wish to present it to the Grand General as soon as possible. General Wang, if the Grand General is not occupied with military affairs, please announce me. Deputy General Wang Ming nodded. He turned and entered the General's mansion, and after a short while came out and said, the Grand General invites you. Thank you, General Wang. Su Hong ordered all the servants to stay outside the mansion. He took a deep breath and strode inside. When he saw Ren Tianye, he still bowed respectfully, not daring to act as an elder. Second uncle. Ren Tianye was also quite courteous. Why have you come so late at night? Su Hong knew that this matter could not be hidden from Ren Tianye. As long as Wang Ming did not exaggerate, he could still salvage some room for maneuver. He quickly said, I am ashamed to say that it was my second niece who was rather thoughtless. However, when I return, I will certainly discipline her well and not cause you any worry, Grand General. After explaining this, he quickly took out 3 documents from his bosom, handed them to the guards to pass to Ren Tianye, and said, Grand General, this is Xiao's dowry. Please have a look. Is there anything else to add? Ren Tianye was not fully aware of the outside incident, but judging by Su Hong's demeanor, it must have been serious. However, he did not immediately say whether he would pursue the matter or not. Instead, he first opened the dowry list to see what was written. The first document clearly stated, 2 million taels of silver, 50,000 shur of grain, 3,000 jin of medicinal herbs, 800 warhorses, 30,000 jin of copper ore, and 50,000 jin of iron ore. Ren Tianye calculated silently in his mind. Given the number of his soldiers and the monthly salary of 2.5 taels per soldier, the silver would cover approximately 3 months' expenses. This Su Hong had calculated quite precisely. Grand General? Su Hong's voice sounded. The Su family's commercial network spans the northern frontier, but we do not have much ready cash. However, since you are to marry my niece in a few days, I dared not delay. I went out of the city 2 days ago precisely to raise these funds. Of the 2 million taels of silver, 1 million is provided by the Yunji City Money House, and the other million is from the Haiyan City Bank reserves. The 50,000 shur of grain were urgently transferred from the Huiqing City Granary and will arrive tomorrow. The 3,000 jin of medicinal herbs were collected in Haiyan City and are ready to be transported and will be delivered to Yunji City before the wedding. The warhorses were obtained from the black market in Shanha City, and the copper and iron ores were shipped directly from the mines outside Yunji City. They should also arrive tomorrow. Ren Tianye nodded. The Su family's business spread across the northern frontier, and the military supplies he needed could not be provided solely by Yunji City. Looking at Su Hong's travel-worn appearance, he must have put considerable effort into these past days. With this thought, he opened the second document. Looking at Su Hong's travel-worn appearance, he must have put considerable effort into these past days. With this thought, he opened the second document. The second post was written succinctly. It did not contain physical items, but rather promises. 800,000 taels of silver per month, 10,000 shur of grain, 5,000 caddies of copper or 8,000 caddies of iron ore, 2,000 caddies of medicinal herbs, 300 warhorses. Ren Tianye scanned the list at a glance, then raised his head to look at Su Hong. Su Hong hastened to say, "Our Su family's enterprises span the northern frontier. Our main businesses include grain shops, salt houses, copper mines, trade routes, tea warhorses, processing workshops, and banking institutions. The monthly earnings are substantial. These 800,000 taels per month represent 40% of our northern frontier business profits. Grain will be coordinated monthly by Huaiqing City and Yunji City. Minerals will be supplied directly from Yunji City's external mines. Medicinal herbs will be dispatched straight from Haiyan City. Warhorses will be gathered through the Shanha City black market. I will oversee the logistics centrally and ensure timely delivery to Yunji City every month." After a pause, Su Hong added, "On this second dowry list, there are still some matters inconvenient to put in writing. Let me report to the Great General one by one. The Su family's cross-border tea trade is incredibly profitable. For our Yunji City tea business, I am willing to hand over 30% to the Great General. The other shops of the Su family will also pay a 10% tax. This may seem modest at present primarily because our Su family's enterprises are vast with clan members spread across the northern frontier. Before the Great General marries my niece, most clan members have been taking a wait-and-see stance. Once the Great General wed my niece, Su Xiao, our Su clan members will certainly support you without holding back." Ren Tianye couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. What Su Hong had said was consistent with his own investigation and estimates. The Su family possessed such formidable financial strength in the northern frontier, and their willingness to offer so much demonstrated considerable sincerity. Indeed, there was even an undertone of unwavering commitment. It appeared that Su Hong was not merely acting under the pressure of the Great General's army, but harbored considerable ambitions of his own. This filled Ren Tianye with immense delight. Ambition was not something to fear, for ambition bred motivation. If his plan succeeded, he would not mind granting the Su family the status of imperial merchants as long as he could keep the Su estate firmly under his control. And this was precisely why he had chosen the second daughter Su Xiao without hesitation among the three Su sisters. Whether Su Xiao was beautiful or plain, whether her temperament was amiable or difficult, all of this was utterly irrelevant. What mattered was that Su Xiao held the status of the Su family's legitimate daughter. The Great Yu dynasty, after all, placed great importance on propriety and ritual. By marrying Su Xiao, he could bind the Su family irrevocably to himself, and the Su clan members across the northern frontier would rally to his cause with all their might, providing him with a continuous stream of financial support. One could even say that as long as he married Su Xiao, even his current army of fewer than 10,000 soldiers could be fully sustained by the Su family alone. This support would not merely last for 3 or 5 months. It could endure for 30 to 50 years. If the Su family did not decline and continued their support, 30 or 50 years was entirely plausible. As he pondered these thoughts, a smile gradually appeared on his face. He opened the third post. This third post, in contrast, truly resembled an actual dowry. 100,000 taels of gold, countless jewels, worth approximately 1 million taels. Straightforward and concise, without even listing the specific details of the jewels. It seemed Su Hong understood Ren Tianye quite well indeed. Such enormous wealth had long exceeded the scope of a mere dowry. It more closely resembled reserve funds earmarked for his army, meant to prepare for unexpected contingencies. Ren Tianye closed the post, his smile growing even broader. Rising to his feet, he said, "Uncle Second, you have worked tirelessly these past days. I accept all 3 dowries in full. We are family now, so let us speak plainly. If I succeed, I will not forget your contributions, uncle." Su Hong instantly breathed a tremendous sigh of relief. However, he dared not become careless for a moment, and said, earlier outside the door, "Mere petty disturbances. Why concern yourself with them?" Ren Tianye dismissed it outright. "Just put your mind at ease, uncle. From now on we only need to await the day I wed your esteemed niece." "Thank you, Great General." Su Hong still maintained his respectful posture, then added somewhat helplessly, "Great General, my niece Su Xiao was pampered since childhood and has a quick temper. Should she inadvertently offend you after marrying into the Great General's mansion, I beg your indulgence." As he spoke, Su Hong's voice trembled slightly. Having been raised by his eldest brother since childhood, they shared a profound bond. After his brother passed away, he naturally spared no effort in caring for his brother's only legitimate daughter. But he also knew exactly what sort of temper Su Xiu possessed, and this was essentially a preemptive apology. Ren Tianye smiled and said, "No matter. As long as Miss Su Xiu does not overstep, I will not hold it against her." These words were sincere from Ren Tianye. How many beauties were there in the world? With his current status, if he so desired, a mere gesture of his finger within Yunji City alone could bring him countless companions. For Su Xiu, the significance was primarily political. If Su Xiu proved obedient and gentle after marrying into his mansion, he would naturally respect her. If her temper was fiery and her actions reckless, he would simply keep her like a canary in a gilded cage. Marrying Su Xiu was about the Su family providing 3 square meals a day. He had always been clear about this. Then allow me to thank the general on behalf of Xiu'er. The night grows deep, so I shall not further intrude. I take my leave now. Su Hong left the great general's mansion and let out a long breath. Today, being able to satisfy the great general meant their Su estate likely held great promise for the future. However, there were still some unstable factors that must be extinguished in their embryonic stage. He immediately hurried back to the Su residence and headed straight for Su Xiu's room. Originally, he had intended to send someone to summon Su Xiu to the main hall for their conversation. After all, Su Xiu was grown now, and even as her uncle, he should observe propriety between the sexes. But upon hearing that the maid Xiaotao was conversing with Su Xiu, anger surged within him. He strode to the door and kicked it open with a single strike. As expected, he saw Xiaotao with red, tear-stained eyes pleading pitifully towards Su Xiu. "How dare you," he roared. "Have you forgotten what I told you?" Xiaotao's body trembled in fright, but Su Xiu responded with displeasure. "Uncle second Xiaotao is my servant. How could you discipline her without my consent? You?" Su Hong pointed at this useless niece, his hand trembling with rage, then sighed heavily, waved his hand to dismiss Xiaotao, and instructed the servants to close the door. Only then did he speak earnestly. "Xiu'er, your uncle knows you are reluctant to marry the great general, but this is a circumstance beyond my control. If our family had a daughter of our own, we certainly would not be sending you." "I know," Su Xiu replied, her tone filled with impatience. Such words had been spoken to her countless times by her elder sisters Su Jin and her uncle. Now that the chiefing army has been annihilated, chaos will surely engulf the realm. The barbarians have seized Shanhe City and likely harbor designs of disloyalty. In these turbulent times, merchants like us are nothing but tender meat, easily despised, plundered, and devoured. The Su family's centuries of glory in the northern frontier now rest upon your shoulders in this moment of survival. You must not act recklessly." Seeing Su Xiu fall silent, Su Hong quickly continued, "Moreover, the great general is young and handsome, unmatched in martial prowess, and maintains strict discipline. He will surely achieve greatness in the years ahead. Most crucially, the great general is a man of genuine compassion." Speaking of this, Su Hong seemed somewhat moved, pausing in thought before continuing, "The great general keeps the families of the 800 soldiers constantly in his heart. He even requested a route from Luqing to bring all the families back safely. By this alone one can see the great general's virtuous character. If you marry him and temper your temperament somewhat, he will surely treat you well." "I know," Su Xiu replied again, though her tone was somewhat somber this time. "Elder sister has already told me that as long as I do not overstep, Ren Tianye is actually a decent man." "Phew." Su Hong exhaled deeply. "By aligning ourselves with the great general now and marrying you to him, when the great general eventually achieves his ambitions, given his virtuous character, he will certainly not forget old ties. Most likely he will Empress. The honor of Empress ruling as the mother of the realm is what countless women can only dream of. Xiu'er, you must seize this opportunity wisely." Su Hong continued his lengthy exhortations until he felt Su Xiu had understood his good intentions, whereupon he rose to depart. But at the doorway he suddenly paused. He remained uneasy about his niece. Therefore he turned back and bowed deeply towards Su Xiu. "Xiu'er, whether the Su family survives or perishes, prospers or declines, all rests on your single decision. Do not disappoint your uncle." Having said this, he turned and left. Su Xiu watched her uncle's retreating figure, 2 trails of tears sliding down her breathtakingly beautiful face. She murmured, "But what value does a mere empress hold compared to my love?" It was a long while before Su Xiu's tears finally ceased. Yet the grievance in her heart still seethed like boiling water. For the sake of this Su family, she had even forsaken her own love. She could have had a beautiful romance, but it was all gone. Now she was to marry a general she didn't even know. She had endured such great injustice for the Su family, but why must she still suffer after marrying into the general's mansion? This Ren Tianye, even before their marriage, showed her such disrespect, refusing to sign the agreement she had drafted. How could he ever treat her sincerely in the future? In this life, she had already enjoyed wealth, honor, and a carefree existence. She desired nothing more than a sincere and genuine love. If that could not be granted, so be it. But why must the man she marries also fail to meet her expectations? A woman must rely on herself. Su Xiu murmured to herself, her gaze gradually growing resolute. If she did not fight for herself, she would have nothing. She had to fight. Though merely a woman, she was by no means inferior to any man. The realm was now ruled by a female emperor. How could daughters ever be worse than men? She rose abruptly and called out, "Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao." There was no response from outside her chambers for a long while. Su Xiu furrowed her brow and strode out, pushing open the door before shouting loudly, "Where is Xiao Tao?" Second miss. A servant girl finally came hurrying over. "Xiao Tao has been locked up by the master. Release her." "No, I'll go myself." Su Xiu knew that within the family aside from her grandmother the master's word was absolute law that no one dared defy. But while the servants and maids did not dare disobey, she could. She went directly to the woodshed, released Xiao Tao, and brought her back to her chambers. She examined Xiao Tao carefully from head to toe. Then she said, "Xiao Tao, I remember you always wore a golden hairpin. Where is it?" "Miss, I pawned it to help my family. You asked me about it before." "Nonsense." Su Xiu cut her off sharply. "Clearly you went to return the betrothal gifts to Ren Tianye on my behalf, and he stole it." "Off." Xiao Tao was stunned. This servant did not even see the general. "You clearly saw him. To claim otherwise, are you seeking death?" Thud. Xiao Tao hastily knelt down. Second miss, this servant did see him. This servant's golden hairpin was indeed stolen by the general. Su Xiu's jade-like face turned cold with indignation. What kind of so-called general steals a servant girl's hairpin? His character is utterly despicable. If I am to marry such a person, I shall teach him a proper lesson, lest he bring shame upon us all. I heard that this Ren Tianye was originally abandoned and cast out by the Ren Duke's mansion. He crawled back, but was not accepted, likely because he lacks all propriety. He lived in poverty and vulgarity for half his life, knowing neither etiquette nor right from wrong. For such a man to marry me is his blessing from 3 past lives and his ancestors' grave glowing with fortune. But I absolutely will not allow him to remain this way forever. I must teach him what proper conduct means. She paused, then said to Xiao Tao, "Take my invitation card and invite Ren Tianye. Tell him I wish to have a small gathering with him, and that he must come. But remember, not a single word of what I just told you may be spoken." Xiao Tao hesitated for a moment, but having served the second miss since childhood, and knowing her quite well, she quickly understood and asked, "Second miss, should I go now?" "Go immediately." "Yes." Xiao Tao hastily rose and left. Before long she came running back. "Miss, the master has sealed the gates and won't allow me to leave." Su Xiu was instantly filled with fury and anguish. "Uncle, we share blood ties. Why do you always side with outsiders?" She paused, then said to Xiao Tao, "Then you go again tomorrow. If someone blocks you again, tell them you are inviting the general for a small gathering. Even if they stop you, the message will certainly reach him." Su Xiu's guess proved accurate. The next day when Xiao Tao went again, she was stopped once more. However, the moment she mentioned inviting the general for a gathering at the mansion, the news was immediately reported to Su Hong. "Invite the general for a gathering." Could my niece have finally come to her senses? Joy spread across Su Hong's face. All this time, to secure the Su family's connection to Ren Tianye's rising star, he had been working tirelessly day and night. Since the female emperor had disbanded the 200,000 soldiers of the northern frontier peace, there was no more. Bandits proliferated and local forces could only gaze upon the chaos from afar, not daring to even glance directly at it. To make matters worse, the barbarians had entered Shana City. This had dealt quite a blow to the Su family's commerce. To ensure all supplies could be safely delivered to the general, he had put in tremendous effort preparing who knew how many contingency plans. Fortunately, things had proceeded rather smoothly. Only the matter of his niece's grand wedding with the general remained. Now, after all his earnest persuasion, had his niece finally seen the light? He knew it. Family honor and prosperity, the temptation of an empress's throne, were these not far greater than anything else? Su Hong was overjoyed and was about to send someone to invite the general. However, before sending anyone, he decided to be cautious. After all, in extraordinary times, one could not afford the slightest carelessness. He sent someone specifically to inquire of Su Xiu. "Old master, the second miss, says she wishes to have a thorough conversation with the general through the night to resolve the misunderstandings between them." Moreover, when she said this, the second miss was smiling so delightedly, looking extremely happy. That's right, the second miss also arranged with the kitchen to prepare the general's favorite dishes. Su Hong was so excited he nearly leapt for joy. Success! Success! His niece had come to her senses. He immediately commanded, quickly go invite the general. Oh yes, inform the kitchen to take out my treasured 3-year-aged deer tendon, the premium camel's hump, and yes, the black bear paw offered by the hunters. Take them all out. Prepare them thoroughly. Su Hong could hardly contain his excitement as he made careful preparations. Not only the food, but the servants' attire, everything in the mansion. Everything was to be cleaned and tidied. Although it was improper etiquette for the groom's family to visit 2 days before the wedding, as long as the general had no objections, the Su household, which always prided itself on being a family of propriety, could certainly overlook such matters. While overseeing everything, he anxiously awaited news. Not long after, the servant returned with a report. "Master, the general has agreed. The general says that once he finishes handling his current affairs, he will come to visit and have a pleasant heart-to-heart conversation with the second miss." Excellent, excellent, excellent. Su Hong exclaimed multiple times. He knew all along that Ren Tianye, though strict in military affairs and decisive in action, possessed great warmth of character. The Su household had shown such kindness to the general before his rise to power. Surely the general would not refuse them this favor. He at once said, "Good, go inform the general again that our Su mansion awaits with utmost respect. Tell him to take his time and not to rush." Yes. After the servant departed again, Su Hong called over the steward, "Put the matter of coordinating with Black Rock City on hold. Master, the clan members are almost here. If we wait any longer, they will be dissatisfied. Never mind. After I finish meeting with the general, I shall rush there post-haste. I would rather go without eating or sleeping, exhausting a dozen horses if I must. Nothing is more important than the general's visit. Nothing is more important than the general's visit." Ren Tianye quickly handled the official business. Since Su Shosher of the Su family had extended an invitation, he would have to grant this favor, considering Su Hong's sake and the Su family's ability to provide a steady supply of materials. When he had finished the matter at hand, Ren Tianye rose from his seat. "Wang Ming." "Yes, sir." "Accompany me to the Su residence." "Yes, sir. Actually, this is my first time visiting the Su residence. I've heard it's the grandest mansion in Yunji City. I must take a look." Ren Tianye was in a reasonably good mood and felt like sharing some light banter with his deputy commander Wang Ming. Soon after following Wang Ming's guidance, they left the Grand Marshal's residence. However, they spotted a rider galloping wildly toward them. Even from afar, the rider shouted, "Marshal! Marshal! Someone has come from the palace." Ren Tianye was slightly startled. From the palace? Had Empress Xiao Mingzhao sent someone? But after a brief moment's thought, he found it quite reasonable. It had been some time since he began his rebellion. Many things had happened during this period, and he had even crossed paths with General Lu Qing of the Wei faction. The matter of his seizure of Yunji City could no longer be kept hidden. It was not surprising that Empress Xiao Mingzhao knew. But, even if she knew what was her purpose in sending someone, was she sending an envoy for negotiations? Or perhaps something else? Ren Tianye did not dwell on it further. In his view, the absurdity of this great Yu world stemmed from Xiao Mingzhao, the root cause of all this. An empress who cared only for romance would naturally inspire her subjects to follow suit. And the mindset typical of female-oriented fiction was beyond the comprehension of any normal person. He asked, "Where are they now?" "They have arrived at the city gate," reported the messenger. "It is an imperial procession coming from the palace. The carriages are painted vermilion with phoenix motifs on top." "That does sound similar to the carriage we used to trick our way into Yunji City back then." Ren Tianye nodded. "Who is delivering the message?" "Soldiers in armor are clearing the way, and it seems an old eunuch is seated inside." "Then bring them to the marshal's residence. I am quite curious about what the Empress intends to do." Ren Tianye then returned to the marshal's residence with his deputy, Commander Wang Ming. He sat upon his tiger-patterned chair and closed his eyes to rest. Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance of the marshal's residence. A group of people filed in, led by a man who was half bent over with a smooth, beardless face covered in wrinkles. "Bold. This eunuch has been sent by His Majesty to deliver an edict. How dare you, Ren Tianye, fail to set up an incense altar and come forth to receive it? Instead, you dare to sit behind your desk. Do you have any respect for His Majesty? For the imperial court?" The old eunuch spoke in a stream of absurd nonsense, putting on an arrogant and overbearing demeanor. However, before his words had barely faded, Sun Xiang, the guerrilla general, who had long since been promoted, delivered a sharp slap. "Presumptuous! Do you not see who stands before you? This is the Grand Marshal. Who do you think you are? You dare speak to the Grand Marshal in such a manner? Want me to castrate you all over again?" The old eunuch staggered from the blow, clutching his face in utter disbelief. "Ren Tianye, you have truly rebelled." Smack! Sun Xiang delivered another slap. "Say what you have to say, or shut up. Why waste words?" Only then did the old eunuch rise, resentfully casting a cold glare at Sun Xiang, as if to imprint his features in his memory. He then said, "This eunuch has come specifically to deliver an edict to you. However, before departing, Duke Ren secretly handed me a note instructing me to give it to his his son. Ren Tianye, take it." The old eunuch took out a letter and handed it to Sun Xiang. After Sun Xiang checked it for any issues, he passed it to Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye furrowed his brows slightly. Duke Ren, wasn't that the biased father of his previous identity? Had the eunuch not mentioned this matter, he would have almost forgotten that his original host was the true young master of the Duke Ren residence, yet was treated as worthless by the Duke Ren family. Therefore, he had basically never used the name of the Duke Ren residence. Otherwise, with the title of Duke Ren behind him, there would have been no need to work so hard to rally support for his rebellion. Once he raised his banner, countless people would have been willing to join him. He wouldn't need to accumulate power bit by bit. Yet his previous identity was merely a guerrilla general. In the Beibei military hierarchy, the highest rank was the Northern Defense General, followed by the pacifying Northern General, then the Beibei Garrison Commander, and below that the Staff Officer. Below the Staff Officer was the Director of Military Training, who was directly responsible for troop training and logistics. And only then came the guerrilla general, a rather inconspicuous mid-level officer in the Bebe military system. With nothing more than a personal guard of about 20 men under his command, he had been forced to seize the military tally and attack Yunji City. Now that his ambitions were fulfilled, that cheap father of his original host was writing to him. Ren Tianye held it in the utmost disdain. Nevertheless, he unfolded the letter. The opening lines hit him like a thunderclap. "You insolent brat, how dare you rebel? The centennial reputation of the Duke Ren residence, generations of loyalty and righteousness, all destroyed by your hands." At these words alone, Ren Tianye lost all interest in reading further. Without needing to ask, he knew it was all nothing but reprimands. The problem was when his original host had returned to the Duke Ren residence, he had been subjected to all sorts of difficulties allowed to be suppressed by the fake young master, while the entire family showed favoritism toward the imposter. They had exiled his original host to the frontier, granting him only the lowly post of guerrilla general, and deliberately placed him under Zhang Wei, a staff officer with influential backing, to keep him suppressed. They had tormented his original host until he died of depression. And now they had the audacity to speak of disgracing the family name. How laughable. Ren Tianye directly closed the envelope, but his eyes inadvertently caught a line at the very bottom of the letter. "Submit immediately and face Lord Eunuch Wang's judgment." Ren Tianye simply picked it up and tore it to shreds with a series of ripping sounds. Good. Upon witnessing this, Lord Eunuch Wang's fury deepened. "Ren Tianye, you are indeed lawless, daring to tear apart your own father's letter. Can you truly not foresee that your rebellion will implicate your entire family?" Smack! Sun Xiang delivered a third slap, grabbing Lord Wang by the collar and hoisting him up. "If you utter another word of nonsense, if you dare show the slightest disrespect toward our Grand Marshal, I will throw you off the walls of Yunji City right now." Facing Sun Xiang's fierce gaze, Lord Wang's already pale complexion turned even whiter, and he meekly shut his mouth. Taking an imperial edict from the young eunuch behind him, he declared, "Ren Tianye, receive the decree." Seeing Ren Tianye remain seated and motionless, he dared not say more. He could only unfold the edict and read aloud the words written in the Empress's own handwriting, pausing between each character. "Among all my substitutes, I have the least hope for you." To everyone's surprise, the edict did not begin with the traditional heavenly mandate formula, but was instead written in nearly vernacular language. However, spoken by this old eunuch in his shrill tone, it made the already awkward atmosphere even more uncomfortable. Lord Wang, however, seemed unaware of this. Instead, he wore a smug expression as he read with great dramatic flair. "But I never expected that your love for me would be so profound and sincere. To attract my attention, you dared to rebel. To seize your place in my heart, you even killed Zhang Shubai. I am deeply moved. However, my heart belongs to another. The third prince of the barbarian tribe, Tuoba Xiangtai, is of noble character. Our love runs deep as the ocean. He is a worthy match for me. Now I have already gifted him the city of Shanha as part of my dowry, and he also has his eyes on Yunji City, which I have agreed to. For the sake of my love, I order you to immediately lead your troops out of Yunji City and commit suicide. I will forever remember you in my heart." After finishing reading the imperial edict, a smug expression once again appeared on Eunuch Wang's face. This power of life and death, though not wielded by him directly, made him the intermediary, watching others obediently meet their end under the imperial decree. This feeling still stirred a perverse pleasure within him. Putting away the imperial edict, he said calmly, "Great General, receive the decree." Without waiting for Ren Tianye's response, he lightly waved his hand, and the young eunuch behind him immediately brought forward a flask of wine. The wine flask was made of pure silver, intricately engraved with fine patterns, exquisite and luxurious. The wine cup was also extraordinary, seemingly crafted from colored glaze with characters engraved upon it. Eunuch Wang had someone pour the wine from the flask. The unknown poisoned wine through the translucent cup rippled with a faint red hue, like the color of blood. Heart-stirring. However, at this moment, Ren Tianye, seated on the tiger throne, slightly furrowed his brow. He understood the meaning of the imperial edict. This was his first communication with Empress Xiao Mingzhao after his transmigration. Even if only through text, it gave him a deeper understanding of her. It was almost exactly as he had anticipated, without a single discrepancy. This left even a ripple of emotion unable to stir within him. Instead, he became interested in the third prince of the barbarian tribe, Tuoba Xiangtai, mentioned in Empress Xiao Mingzhao's decree. Yunji City. Tuoba Xiangtai wants Yunji City. This proves that the movements of Tuoba Xiangtai and the barbarian tribe have deviated from his previous predictions. He originally thought that given the barbarian tribe's style after obtaining Shanha City, they would unhesitatingly raise an army and march south, crossing the Yellow River and directly threatening the capital. At that time, with Empress Xiao Mingzhao captured, the Great Yu realm would be hesitant to act. But unexpectedly, the barbarian tribe did not march south. Instead, they plotted to seize Yunji City. Yunji City is the throat of the barbarian tribe's southward passage. Once they take Yunji City, it's almost certain that they will head for the now undefended northern frontier. I have underestimated these barbarians. They have been enemies of Great Yu for generations, yet now that they have the upper hand they can restrain their immediate anger and head straight for the northern frontier. It seems that not all among the barbarians are simple-minded and physically strong. They do have some wisdom. But a glint of sharpness flickered in Ren Tianye's eyes. My Yunji city, do you think you can take it just because you wanna? If you dare to come, I will make sure you never return. Better go south and capture Xiao Mingzhao obediently. After the battle with the Imperial Guard last time, Ren Tianye was full of confidence in the Yunji city that Zhang Shubai had fortified. This majestic city with its geographical advantage could withstand a siege of 100,000 troops with only a few thousand defenders and hold out for at least several months. The barbarian tribe's design on Yunji city is a delusion. Ren Tianye. Eunuch Wang's words interrupted Ren Tianye's thoughts. Why haven't you acted? His Majesty has personally issued you an imperial decree, commanding you to die swiftly. Why don't you submit and come drink this poison wine? What are you waiting for? Waiting for flowers to bloom? Ren Tianye smiled faintly and shot a glance at Sun Xiang, saying with a chuckle, this fine wine looks excellent. Vibrant color, rich aroma. I can smell it even from this distance. If I don't use such fine wine to entertain a guest who has come from afar, it would make me seem stingy. I am never a miserly person. Please, eunuch, drink first. Sun Xiang had already pressed Eunuch Wang down again, lifting the wine cup to pour it into his mouth, frightening Eunuch Wang, whose face had just regained a little color, turned pale and bloodless again. You Ren Tianye, you are audacious. This was bestowed upon you by His Majesty. Do you know that His Majesty knew of your rebellion, yet did not pursue your responsibility, and did not even touch your Duke Ren's mansion? His Majesty only thought that your love for her was too deep, and thus gave you a chance to reform. His Majesty will always keep a place for you in his heart. What a great honor. You refuse to die, yet you want this eunuch to die. Harming an imperial envoy is a crime punishable by execution of 3 generations of your clan. Do you insist on bringing your Duke Ren's mansion to total annihilation? The smile on Ren Tianye's lips grew even richer. Eunuch, you speak reasonably. Since you have come from afar, you must be deeply trusted by Xiao Mingzhao. Yet if you die because of Xiao Mingzhao, she will surely keep a place for you in her heart. This honor, let the eunuch enjoy it. Please drink. Yes. Sun Xiang exerted force and directly poured the wine into Eunuch Wang's mouth. Eunuch Wang's utterly bloodless face then turned red. Red from choking. His eyes were full of fear. In his life, he had delivered countless imperial decrees, and every time the recipients were submissive, not only carrying out the emperor's will, but also giving him generous bribes. But now, he had drunk that poison wine. A wine that does not kill instantly. For you see, the poison wine had been switched. Originally, it was a fast-acting poison from the palace. But he had accepted silver from the false young master of the Duke Ren's mansion and replaced it with a poison that would cause agonizing pain, humiliatingly killing him only after a long time. And now he had drunk it himself. Fear, agony, collapse. All turned into hysteria. Ren Tianye, you have murdered an imperial envoy, a crime punishable by execution of 3 generations. Now that you have done this, His Majesty will no longer remember your affection. He will surely hold your Duke Ren's mansion accountable. Your esteemed Duke Ren's mansion, a century-old military household, will be utterly destroyed. Even if this eunuch dies, you will not fare well. These words made Ren Tianye frown. Only 3 generations. He ordered Sun Xiang. Your subordinate is here. Isn't that a whole flask of wine? Offering only a small cup to Eunuch Wang makes us seem too stingy. I have always taught you that in life, one should not be petty. Yes. After his trip to Shana City, Sun Xiang seemed to have had his meridians unblocked, his comprehension suddenly extremely sharp. He immediately pressed down the struggling Eunuch Wang and took the whole flask. He poured it directly into his mouth. Eunuch Wang's face grew even redder. Struggling desperately while being continuously fed wine, his face flushed a deep red. At first glance, it almost had the effect of rejuvenation. The fear in his eyes deepened, and his words became even more hysterical. Ren Tianye, you have humiliated an imperial envoy, a crime punishable by execution of 9 generations. The entire Duke Ren's mansion will die. Not even a chicken or dog will be left. Ren Tianye was still somewhat dissatisfied. Only 9 generations. Shouldn't it be 10? He then said coldly, Xiao Mingzhao is nothing but a lowly concubine born of a prostitute, yet she has usurped the throne. For her own selfishness, she massacred the Crimson Beacon army, threw the realm into chaos, made the people destitute, and plunged the commoners into misery. My Duke Ren's mansion, a century-old military household, though obedient to the court, serves the world. How can we sit idly by while Xiao Mingzhao commits treacherous acts? I follow my father's orders, acting according to circumstances in the northern frontier, raising an army. One day I will attack the capital, slay Xiao Mingzhao, and restore the century-old reputation of the Duke Ren's mansion. Eunuch Wang's eyes widened. So your Duke Ren's mansion had long plotted this. Punishable by execution of 10 generations. 10 generations. Ren Tianye let out a breath. Finally, he felt relieved. Execute my entire clan to the 9th degree then. Do you think I, a general, would be intimidated? Ren Tianye declared with righteous indignation. I, the scion of the Ren Duke Mansion, am willing to sacrifice everything for the Great Yu Empire, as long as I can eliminate the female emperor and restore a clear and just world. Even if it meant exterminating my clan to the 10th degree, not a single soul in the Ren Duke Mansion would flinch. My father, even if he knew in the underworld, would surely praise me for this. Ren Tianye, having fervently established the persona of himself and the entire Ren Duke Mansion as fearless defenders of the realm. Even his never-seen father, sensed that his performance had achieved its desired effect. Moreover, palace attendant Wang's face, twisted in agony, had grown increasingly flushed, and he could barely speak. There was no need to prolong the confrontation. Take this eunuch dog out and hang him on the city wall, he ordered. Remember, don't strangle him. I want to use him as a sacrificial offering to the battle flag. Let Xiao Mingzhao witness the unwavering resolve of the Ren Duke Mansion. After speaking, he shot a meaningful glance at Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang nodded emphatically and ordered palace attendant Wang to be taken out along with the entire retinue that had accompanied him. His eyes were fierce and murderous, causing Ren Tianye's heart to skip a beat. Sun Xiang, come back. Commander, what's wrong? Sun Xiang returned and asked. What do you plan to do with palace attendant Wang's attendants? Kill them all, of course, Sun Xiang replied. Does the commander still find this unsatisfying? Rest assured, Commander. Sun Xiang's face instantly turned stern. I have 100 ways to make these people wish for death, but find it impossible. 100 ways. Ren Tianye rubbed his forehead. He knew he had almost gone too far. Ever since Sun Xiang's trip to Shanhe City, he had learned too quickly, sometimes even exceeding expectations. Take now, for instance. He had to say, you may deal with the attendants as you wish, but you must leave one alive and make sure he knows the gruesome fate of palace attendant Wang. And find an opportunity to send him back to the capital to report. Sun Xiang was taken aback. Commander, I thought you were joking. Are you really going through with this? Would the female emperor believe it? Ren Tianye's eyes grew distant. Whether she believes it or not, it will be a thorn in her heart. Besides, with a son accused of rebellion, the Ren Duke Mansion will never have peace. And besides, he paused. Perhaps Xiao Mingzhao might actually believe it. Her thoughts are not something ordinary people can fathom. Commander, I understand, Sun Xiang said promptly, and went out to execute the plan. Ren Tianye finally breathed a sigh of relief. This had completely severed the ties with the Ren Duke Mansion. On the surface, it seemed disastrous. He could no longer rely on the Duke's influence. The result was that when others rebelled, they would shout once and gather followers in droves, their former disciples and old friends spread across the Great Yu. But he was a lone commander without even a single soldier. Still, this was not entirely bad. Without constraints, the future might be smoother. He could not rely on the Ren Duke Mansion at all. Instead, he had to flee far away. Adjusting his mood and realizing the delay had cost him time, he called for his deputy commander Wang Ming. Let's go to the Su residence. Yes. Deputy Commander Wang Ming led the way with Ren Tianye riding in a carriage followed by over 100 elite personal guards carefully selected. This was his request, and also strongly urged by all the officers. After all, his personal safety was now tied to the nearly 10,000 soldiers in Yanji City. Though his own strength was formidable enough to escape any crisis, one never knew when misfortune might strike. No one dared to take that risk. The procession arrived at the Su residence in grand style. As Ren Tianye stepped down from the carriage, he saw exactly what he had expected. The Su residence was adorned with carved beams and painted rafters exuding extreme luxury, at first glance resembling a noble mansion. It seems the Su family has always enjoyed the treatment of a local emperor in Yanji City, he remarked. Deputy Commander Wang Ming immediately chimed in, Indeed, Commander. The Su family holds a remarkable status. They once had officials in the clan, and coupled with their deep connections with many high-ranking officials in the capital, even the former garrison commander of Yanji City, Zhang Shubai, had to tread carefully around them. Ren Tianye nodded. At the Su residence gate, servants were already bowing in welcome. The head of the Su family, Su Hong, did not appear, but Su Xiu's maid Xiao Tao greeted him in the middle. Commander, my mistress has been waiting for you. Please come inside for a conversation. Ren Tianye immediately realized that Su Hong had deliberately created an opportunity for him to be alone with Su Xiu. He was quite attentive and shrewd. This made Ren Tianye quite satisfied with Su Hong. Having such a capable and astute subordinate to manage his business affairs would greatly ease his mind regarding military supplies. He followed Xiao Tao, and soon they arrived at the main hall, where Su Xiu waited respectfully. This was the first time Ren Tianye had seen Su Xiu. She wore a moon-white long dress, her hair adorned with a silver hairpin carved with a golden flower, giving her an elegant, yet noble air. Most striking was her naturally cool demeanor, yet she wore a warm, melting smile. At first sight, it felt like spring blossoms blooming, awakening a delightful joy in all things. Commander, your presence graces my humble home. I am deeply honored. Commander, the meal is ready. Please take a seat and join me. Very well. Ren Tianye did not stand on ceremony, even stealing a few more glances at Su Xiu, realizing that when she was normal, she was quite enchanting. Having such a flower in his inner palace would be a delightful affair. Meanwhile, Su Hong, who had received the news early, was pacing anxiously in his study. Upon hearing the report of Su Xiu's behavior, he immediately spun around in excitement. Excellent, excellent. Xiu has finally grown up and learned to be sensible. The way she treats the commander will only increase his fondness for her. If Xiu can maintain this, she will not only be Empress, but also the commander's favored concubine. He muttered to himself, laughing, and then laughing heartily, unable to contain himself. The steward reminded him, Master, shouldn't you go and see them now? Why would I go? Su Hong shot the steward a glare. This is precisely the moment for the commander and Xiu to deepen their bond. If I go, I would only interrupt them. I'll go after they've finished chatting. But Master, you'll be delayed even more. What's there to fear? I'll just ride swiftly, taking 10 horses with me. Losing a few horses is nothing, or what matters most is serving the commander well. Su Hong waited in eager anticipation. In the main hall, Su Xiu had already raised her wine glass and toasted Ren Tianye. She took a delicate sip, and a rosy flush spread across her fair, almost translucent face, enhancing her beauty. But just then Xiao Tao, who had been smilingly welcoming Ren Tianye, suddenly ran in, crying, Me, mistress. It's him. It's him who stole my gold hairpin. An unexpected incident erupted. Ren Tianye, who was sipping tea, paused in surprise. Beside him, Vice General Wang Ming's eyes burned with fury as he coldly retorted, Nonsense. Who stole your broken hairpin? The great general has never even seen you. Do not slander him. It was you. Your great general stole it. Admit it. Xiao Tao was like a mad dog, snapping at Vice General Wang Ming, and attempted to pin this fabricated accusation onto Ren Tianye. This only fanned the flames of Vice General Wang Ming's wrath. His innate sense of justice kept his heart compassionate, but that did not mean he could tolerate such baseless accusations. And yet accusing the great general. That was the great general. The one who commanded Yunji City, one of the grand fortresses of Great Yu, with nearly 10,000 troops at his disposal. If he wanted wealth, there were countless legitimate ways to obtain it. Would he need to steal a mere gold hairpin from her? He was about to roar in anger, but Ren Tianye raised his hand to stop him. The astonishment on Ren Tianye's face had long vanished, replaced by an expression brimming with mockery. Who would have thought? This invitation from Su Xiu turned out to be a trap, a banquet at Hongmen. Fortunately, he had never held great expectations for Su Xiu. Even if they married, he would not coddle her. His mindset remained remarkably calm. He adopted the air of a spectator watching a drama unfold. Miss, please uphold justice for your servant. I have served you since childhood, you know my character best. Xiao Tao would never dare to slander your future husband, unless she had witnessed it with her own eyes. It was Ren Tianye who, seeing my gold hairpin was valuable enough to sell for several taels of silver, harbored wicked intentions, and stole it. You must uphold justice for me. Xiao Tao spoke, while weeping, her sorrow appearing thoroughly genuine. Su Xiu's jade-like face instantly turned cold with rage. She slowly rose to her feet, her previous warmth entirely gone, replaced by an overwhelming aura of fury. Her posture resembled that of a mistress wielding absolute authority over life and death. Ren Tianye, I truly never expected. You, a distinguished great general, could be so dishonorable. The gold hairpin in Xiao Tao's possession was merely a trinket worth little more than a few bits of silver. The fact that you coveted even such a paltry sum reveals how corrupt your character truly is. How can I ever feel secure marrying a man like you, and entrusting you to manage my household? How can I ever rest easy knowing that you command troops and hold Yunji City in your hands? These words caught Ren Tianye off guard. They sounded strangely familiar. Oomph. Su Xiu let out another cold snort. Given your behavior before our wedding, I must establish certain rules with you. First, without my permission, you are not to touch me. Only when I am in a good mood will I consider granting you certain privileges. Second, all matters within and outside the household must be managed by me. That said, I, Su Xiu, was raised with the teachings of great scholars from the Su family, and will not treat you harshly. From each month's allowance I will provide you with pocket money. As long as you do not squander it, it will be more than sufficient. Third, Su Xiu intended to continue, but upon seeing Ren Tianye's broad, amused smile, she instantly grew enraged. What are you laughing at? Do you think what I say is incorrect? Or perhaps you believe you know better than I how to manage a household? Ren Tianye's smile faltered slightly. Is there still a third point? Go on. Third. No, there are 4 rules in total. Third, you must apologize to Xiao Tao, a sincere apology. She is my servant, and henceforth in the general's mansion, she is equivalent to me. Disrespecting her is disrespecting me. Hearing this, Xiao Tao's spine straightened instantly like a rooster that had just won a fight. Fourth, the guarantee letter I asked you to sign last time. Today you will sign it whether you like it or not. This actually startled Ren Tianye. What guarantee letter? Vice General Wang Ming quickly whispered. That night, when this lowly servant Xiao Tao came, and later, when Su Hong from the Su family visited. Ren Tianye recalled it. That evening outside the general's mansion, quite a commotion had been made. He He had intended to investigate, but Su Hong had presented a substantial amount of money and goods with a respectful and compliant demeanor. He had also learned from Vice General Wang Ming that although the Su family was nominally led by the matriarch grandmother, in reality, Su Hong handled all significant matters. Su Hong was the de facto ruler of the Su family. Su Hong's conduct had been exemplary, and as an ambitious individual seeking to further elevate the Su estate, Ren Tianye felt quite at ease regarding him. It was also a gesture of respect towards Su Hong. He had chosen not to scrutinize what had transpired that night. He never expected that a guarantee letter would be involved. What exactly did he need to guarantee? That he would support both sets of parents after marriage, or double the dowry and gifts. For a moment, he could not piece it together. Su Xiao let out another cold snort. What are you pretending for? As she spoke, she handed over the guarantee letter. Ren Tianye unfolded it and took a look. He laughed, and when he reached the final clause, upon divorce, half of my troops and soldiers shall be divided to Su Xiao. He laughed even harder. What exactly are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. Ren Tianye burst into laughter, reciting, dreams entwine winds and clouds swirl. What does that mean? Su Xiao frowned, feeling that Ren Tianye's reaction was completely at odds with her expectations. Should he not have immediately and obediently signed the document to win her, the renowned beauty of the northern frontier, as his bride? Why was he laughing? Why laughing in such a bizarre manner? And what nonsense was that? Dreams entwined winds and clouds swirling. What did it mean? I misspoke. Ren Tianye offered an explanation, then called out, Wang Ming. This subordinate is present. Where are my personal guards? Vice General Wang Ming summoned his fullest voice and bellowed toward the hall's entrance. Where are the general's personal guards? The over 100 personal guards accompanying him could not all enter the mansion, but given Ren Tianye's precious status, they dared not stray too far. They were stationed at intervals along the path he had taken. Upon Wang Ming's loud call, the guards immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, over 100 personal guards poured into the hall. The Su family's hall was quite spacious. Since they were receiving Ren Tianye, the main hall had been directly utilized, open on all sides with natural light streaming, in a central dining table appearing both vast and comfortable. However, once the over 100 guards entered the space, suddenly felt packed, a dark mass of soldiers like storm clouds pressing upon the city. Moreover, every guard had drawn their blade, the gleaming metal forming an unbroken line radiating powerful and chilling killing intent. Such a display was something Su Xiao and Xiao Tao had never witnessed before. Even Su Xiao's cold and proud expression could not help but shift, her heart racing as she felt for the first time in her life that events were spiraling entirely beyond her control. She could not help but ask, Ren Tianye, what are you doing? Ren Tianye did not answer. Instead, Wang Ming declared, take these two outside and execute them. The guards were as ferocious as wolves. They dragged Xiao Tao and Su Xiao outwards. Xiao Tao's face had turned completely bloodless, her body trembling like a sieve. She had never dreamed that the Grand General who was about to marry her young mistress would dare to draw his blade so brazenly within the Su manor. And all over such a trivial matter as being falsely accused of stealing a golden hairpin. But her heart was boiling with terror, and she screamed in panic, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. I was wrong, I was wrong. Grand General, you did not steal my hairpin. It wasn't you. It was the second miss who made me frame you. It was all the second miss. Before she could finish, the guard's blade fell. A head dropped to the ground. Blood splattered, much of it landing on Su Xiao's face behind her. On her snow-white complexion, she felt only a warm coppery dampness. Her whole body shuddered involuntarily. She had lived half her life in luxury, never even entering the kitchen, never having seen such bloody carnage, let alone imagining that such bloodshed would befall her. Her usual cool and aloof demeanor vanished entirely. Her face, like snow, was filled with sheer terror. I. But when she opened her mouth, she could not utter a single word. She saw only a cold waist saber raised high above her head. She closed her eyes and fainted. Stop! At that moment a voice rang out. The voice was aged but vigorous, filled with furious indignation. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you take lives at will in my Su manor? And dare to lay a hand on my precious granddaughter? Do you think I cannot lift a blade anymore? The guard paused, looked up, and saw a group of people quickly emerging from the rear hall. The one at the front had silver hair and leaned on a cane. Though she appeared old and frail, her steps were urgent, almost like running. Behind her followed a group dressed as servants and maids. Grand General? Deputy General Wang Ming whispered to Ren Tianye. This is the Grand Matriarch of the Su family, the nominal head. Ren Tianye understood. He said, Old Madam Su. My surname is Qin. The old matriarch had already reached them, embracing Su Xiao with a face full of pain, but her gaze at Ren Tianye was filled with hatred. Then in a tone of extreme pride and arrogance, she said, You may address me as Old Madam Qin. I do not bear my husband's surname. Do not bear her husband's surname. These 4 words were shouted by Old Madam Qin with such thunderous force, as if it were something extraordinary. The maids and servants who had come with her, originally somewhat intimidated by the sight of bloodshed, seemed to have their pride ignited by her shout, and they straightened up. This rather surprised Ren Tianye. Did the 4 words, "do not bear husband's surname," really possess such magic? Still, he could not be bothered to dwell on it. Marrying the legitimate daughter of the Su family, Su Xiao, to secure ample and long-term supplies of money and grain was his current optimal solution. But it was not the only solution. If the path of proper etiquette and decorum was blocked, he had countless other ways to choose. If the Su family could be used, he would naturally treasure it. But if the Su family turned out to be a hidden powder keg, he would discard it without hesitation. He raised his hand to order the guards to continue. But old Madame Qin, holding the fainted Su Xiao in her arms, burst into tears and cried, "From the very beginning, I opposed this marriage. I have been married into the Su family for so many years. What storms and waves have I not seen? Mere turmoil under heaven is nothing to fear as long as I am still here. It is all because of that unfilial son Su Hong, whose mind was clouded by greed, insisted on forming an alliance with this grand general. Now look what has happened. He has brought chaos into my Su manor, killing my people and daring to lay hands on you. I am not dead yet. How dare anyone act so insolently in my Su manor?" Saying this, old Madame Qin handed Su Xiao to a maid behind her, then turned a cold gaze to Ren Tianye, and bellowed, "Today you will not leave my Su manor. Guards, seize him. Subject him to private torture." The last phrase, private torture, was shouted with such commanding force, as if she were a 3-army commander issuing orders. Inspired by her momentum, the maids and servants behind her immediately burst into action, charging toward Ren Tianye and his 100 guards. Ren Tianye's hand raised mid-air froze. He was stunned. Are they that brave? A dozen or 20 maids and servants charging at his 100 elite guards, selected from over 7,000 soldiers. Ren Tianye could not comprehend. From old Madame Qin's momentum, it seemed she had long held power in the Su manor, developing an air of superiority. But the question was, wasn't the actual manager of the Su family Su Hong? How had she cultivated such an imposing yet absurd authority? Or had she truly trained a group of servants and maids with terrifying martial skills and awe-inspiring prowess? Reality soon gave Ren Tianye the answer. The moment the maids and servants rushed forward, the guards' blades swung wide. 1 stroke per person. In the blink of an eye, the screaming servants and maids had all become corpses. The opulent hall of the mansion instantly turned into a battlefield of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Old Madame Qin's face changed completely, and she could no longer protect the unconscious Su Xiao, because a blade was now pressed against her neck. A bloodstained blade. The gleaming edge exuded a cold, penetrating chill that seeped into her skin. You. Old Madame Qin shrieked, her voice harsh and jarring. She felt everything had turned out completely different from what she had expected. She had controlled the Su family, holding the power of life and death over everyone in it. Even in Yunji City, due to the Su family status, she could coldly reprimand and command anyone. But now, why wasn't it working? She was the jade pillar that propped up the Su family's sky, the golden bridge that spanned its sea. How could she be so humiliated by a mere grand general? Yet the blade at her throat, the murderous intent chilling her to the marrow, was so real. The instinct that she would soon lose her head was so clear. She trembled all over in terror, but still summoned the greatest courage to shout, "No, you cannot kill me. My Su family is the leading merchant clan in Yunji City. If you kill me, the Su family will never forgive you, and the merchants of Yunji City will never tolerate you." Wait. Ren Tianye raised his hand, stopping the guard about to strike. His eyes narrowed. Old Madame Qin's words had reminded him of something. The merchants of Yunji City. While the plan to obtain a steady supply of money and grain through the Su family had already encountered trouble, he had to think of another way. There were many merchants in Yunji City, none as wealthy as the Su family, but many hands make light work. Old Madame Qin's words had enlightened him. He ordered, "Hang this old woman on the city wall, and have all the merchants of Yunji City come to watch. They are not allowed to leave for an hour." "Yes." Deputy General Wang Ming immediately agreed, then asked, "And what about Su Xiao?" "Hang her up too. Let the merchants of Yunji City see clearly." "Yes, Grand General." The table was laden with exquisite delicacies crafted from rare ingredients, their aromas stirring the appetite. Yet Ren Tianye had no desire to eat. He turned and left with his deputy, General Wang Ming. No sooner had he stepped out of the hall than he saw a man hurrying toward him. It was Su Hong, the actual head of the Su residence. Su Hong had evidently heard the news and rushed over. His breath came in ragged gasps from the speed of his arrival. But when he saw the scene before him, especially his mother and his niece Su Xiao being held by guards, his vision went dark. What is this? What has happened, General?" No one answered him. Growing anxious, he edged closer to Ren Tianye. "General, what is going on? Why have you arrested my mother and niece? Did they offend you?" "General, I beg you to show mercy. Our Su family is willing to devote all our resources to assist you. Please, I implore you, show mercy." Perhaps in his agitation, Su Hong slightly blocked the path of the returning guards. Ren Tianye, who had been ignoring him, furrowed his brow. "What's this? Su Hong, do you also seek justice for me?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, his expression indifferent. Yet the words carried the weight of thunder. The guards flanking him immediately drew their sabers. The clang of steel rang out repeatedly. Su Hong promptly dropped to his knees with a thud. "General, I dare not, I dare not." Ren Tianye paid him no heed and led his men out of the Su residence. Only when his figure had completely vanished beyond the gate did Su Hong wipe the cold sweat from his brow and stagger to his feet. Just a single glance from Ren Tianye had conveyed a chilling, murderous intent, a lethal promise that at the slightest disagreement a blade would be pressed against his throat. Though he was the wealthiest merchant in Yunji City and normally held considerable status, he would never dare to defy such a great general. But this general was supposed to be the Su family's prized son-in-law. Everything had been fine just moments ago. The general had come cheerfully to attend his niece, Su Xiu's banquet. How could it have turned into this in the blink of an eye? What on earth had happened? Su Hong took a few steps toward the hall and peered inside. His heart, already half frozen, turned completely cold. Overcome by a momentary shock, he collapsed to the ground. Before him lay dozens of bodies starkly arranged. So, General Ren Tianye had not only taken away his niece Su Xiu and his mother, but had also unleashed a massacre in the Su residence. Why? The anguished question escaped his lips almost involuntarily. Everything had been fine just moments ago. How had it come to this? He had known something of General Ren Tianye's character. Though ruthless in his actions, he was not a man who killed indiscriminately. Since arriving in Yunji City, he had not troubled the populace. Why then this sudden fury? Bewildered, he looked around and spotted a servant hiding in the distance. He called the man over and demanded harshly what happened just now. Why such a commotion? How did the general's anger flare so greatly? The servant was so terrified he nearly wet himself. With a mournful expression, he replied, "Master, it was the second young lady's maid Xiao Tao. She said the general stole her golden hairpin." What? Before the servant could finish, Su Hong's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure? That wretch Xiao Tao actually slandered the general like that?" "Why, yes," the servant stammered. "When Xiao Tao said it, I was right there serving tea. I heard it clearly. Xiao Tao said the general stole her golden hairpin." Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded above his head. Su Hong's mind reeled in that moment. He felt he might go mad. Stole a golden hairpin. How could Xiao Tao have concocted such a brainless accusation? That was a great general. Though not yet officially recognized by the court, he commanded over 7,000 soldiers and held the strategic city of Yunji. Even if he were morally corrupt and a habitual thief, he would be a thief of the realm. What did he care about a mere golden hairpin? Did he lack such a trifle? But then Su Hong realized even if Xiao Tao were bold, she was only a lowly maid. How could she dare to threaten a general? The only one who could truly dare to threaten the general was Xiu'er. It was Su Xiu's idea. Darkness swam before his eyes, and he nearly fainted. He suddenly recalled Su Xiu's demeanor, so smiling and pleasant a sight he had rarely seen. He had foolishly thought she had come to her senses. It turned out she wanted to rewrite their family genealogy. Madness, madness. I have toiled to build the Su residence, raised her like a precious flower, shielded her from the wind and rain. How could she be so determined to drive our family to ruin? Su Hong let out a piercing cry, but then a thought struck him, and he hurriedly asked the servant, "And my mother? What about my mother?" Even before finishing the question, he already had a rough idea. His mother was strong-willed, always proud of her maiden name, and he as her son had indulged her vanity. But it had only made her overbearing. She was quick to enforce family discipline and had acted with impunity throughout Yunji City. Most likely when she heard of Su Xiu's trouble, she had come out to defend her niece and ended up offending the general. Sure enough, the servant stammered. Old Madame Qin said the general was being insolent, then ordered someone to subject him to private punishment and even tried to have him bound. In his fury, the general. Before the servant could finish, Su Hong's eyes rolled back, and he fainted, causing the steward behind him to cry out in alarm. They carried him back to his room, sent for a doctor, and pinched his philtrum. The whole Su residence was in chaos. Finally, Su Hong slowly regained consciousness, his face etched with remorse. He should not have done it. He should not have done it. Over the years, he had been far too lenient with his family. He had raised people who were blind to reality, arrogant and domineering, even daring to slander and provoke a general commanding a great army. And now this was the tragic result. All the preparations he had made to curry favor with the general had gone to waste. The Su residence was doomed. Utterly doomed. Second uncle, please don't worry. Perhaps there is still a chance to salvage things. By the bedside, a young girl in a peach-pink dress with eyebrows as delicate as willow twigs spoke softly to comfort him. The general did not execute the mistress and elder sister in public, which shows he does not intend to kill them immediately. If our Su family can think of some way during this time, might we still have a chance? Su Hong, lying on the bed, was momentarily stunned. Then a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. The sudden upheaval had left him confused, and he had failed to grasp this crucial point. The Grand General had not immediately killed his mother and niece, which meant that during this time, he could indeed maneuver something. The Su mansion had faced troubles before, and had he not always managed to smooth them over. However, this time was more brutal, more perilous, more turbulent. A single wave could utterly collapse the Su mansion. With this thought, he quickly leaped out of bed. He cast a rather approving glance at his third niece, Suli, before him. Both were daughters of his elder brother. The eldest daughter had been willful in the past, but had since reformed. The third daughter had been obedient and sensible since childhood, gentle and naive. It was only the second daughter who, bearing the identity of the Su mansion's legitimate daughter, looked down on everyone and refused to listen to reason. If only he had known, he would have arranged for his third niece, Suli, to marry the Grand General by any means. But for now the problem still needed to be resolved. The Su mansion possessed extraordinary foundations wielding considerable influence in the officialdom and throughout the northern frontier. Yet upon reflection, it was virtually useless now. No matter how powerful the high-ranking officials they had befriended in the court, they held no deterrent power over Ren Tianye, the Grand General of Yunji City. Seeking those people would not only be a matter of timing, but given the current status of Grand General Ren Tianye, would only backfire. Thus, after a long while, he could not devise a good plan. Uncle, how about we first inquire about the whereabouts of my second sister and grandmother? We don't even know if they are alive or dead now. Right. Su Hong, whose mind had been frozen, snapped back to alertness at Su Li's reminder. He immediately ordered, "Send someone to investigate at once. Remember, don't be stingy with the silver. As long as we can find out the news of my mother and show her, no amount of silver matters." The steward, who had followed Su Hong for many years and had learned much of his shrewdness, promptly dispatched several nimble servants to gather information. He himself left the Su mansion to seek out military officials he had previously befriended. Yet he knew in his heart that after Grand General Ren Tianye's purge of Yunji City, the military officials he had once associated with were essentially useless now. He only clung to a faint hope. Thus the members of the Su mansion left one after another. Before long, before the steward had returned, the servant sent to investigate rushed back like a galloping horse. "Master, I have news of the old lady and the second young miss. They are now hanging at the city gate. Many soldiers are going door to door ordering all merchants in Yunji City to go and view them. Those who refuse will be beheaded, and they must watch for a full hour." Su Hong's heart gave a lurch. In that moment, he understood Ren Tianye's intent to make an example of them. And the Su mansion was that example. This tragic situation filled Su Hong with sorrow. When had the Su mansion ever become the sacrificial lamb? Yet he forced himself to control his emotions and asked, "How is my mother?" The servant quickly replied, "Master, when I first went to the city gate, the old lady was still struggling despite being hung there. But by the time I returned, she had stopped struggling." Those words clearly indicated the situation. Su Hong's body swayed again. Gritting his teeth, he asked in Shiore. The servant replied, "The second young miss is the opposite. When I arrived, her head was drooping, and she was unconscious. When I returned, she had started struggling. That meant there was still hope." Su Hong's body slightly stiffened. After all, she was his elder brother's own daughter and his own mother. No matter how much he tried to encourage himself, he could not suppress his inner turmoil. He immediately said, "Come, let's go take a look. Lear, you come along too." The two of them left the house, not even daring to take a sedan chair, and rushed quickly toward the city gate of Yunji City. Before they even arrived, they were swept up by the surging crowd, pushed to the edges like waves washing over them. They had never experienced such congestion before. But now they could not afford to care. Under the protection of several servants, they forced their way to the city gate, where the voices of the assembled merchants filled their ears. "Aya, isn't that the old Madame Qin of the Su family? Why is she hanging here? And the one struggling over there is Su Xiao, the second young miss of the Su mansion. Why is she hanging here too? Wasn't she about to marry the Grand General? Aya, could it be that she... Haven't you heard what the soldiers are saying?" The Grand General treated the Su mansion with courtesy, but the Su mansion demanded that the betrothal gift be half of the army's soldiers and horses. "Aya, is the Su mansion courting death? It's over. The Su mansion is finished. But why are they making us come here to watch? For a show? What do you think, Aya?" The merchants of Yunji City buzzed with discussion. However, after the initial shock, surprise, and even gossipy expressions, they soon became fearful. The scene before them clearly conveyed a distinct message. If the Su mansion, the wealthiest merchant in Yunji City, met such a fate, what would become of them if they defied the Grand General's orders? Inevitably, they began calculating their own assets and purses. Amidst this chaos, Su Hong had already understood and paid no attention. He fixed his gaze firmly on the two figures hanging beneath the city wall. His mother had completely stopped moving. It was clear she was gone. At such an advanced age, subjected to this ordeal, and hanging there, she likely had not even a breath left. But beside her, Su Xiao still had life. Not only life, but she was flailing about. Perhaps due to the bond of blood, when Su Hong looked at Su Xiao, her eyes met his. She immediately cried out as if grasping at a lifeline. "Uncle, save me, I'm in pain, I'm in so much pain." Hanging from the city gate with ropes tied to her wrists, even a strong man might not endure such strain, let alone Su Xiao, who had been pampered all her life, and would call for a doctor if she so much as stubbed a finger. How could she bear such torture? Though Su Hong was angry at her for ruining the Su mansion, he still felt a pang of distress. Su Li beside him was even more distressed, her large round eyes brimmed with sympathy. As she opened her mouth, two dimples appeared. Uncle, please save second sister quickly. Second sister can't hold on much longer. Su Hong's eyes widened. What can I use to save her? The servants of our Su mansion. Even if we gathered them all, do you think they could match a single fully armored soldier under the Grand General? She brought this upon herself, she deserves it. Su Li knew Su Hong was speaking in anger, so she quickly said, Uncle, that's not what I meant. I was thinking, maybe we could ask Brother Yifan for help. Although he only met second sister once, I know he has always been deeply in love with her. He would never stand by and do nothing. Let's go find him. If he is willing to help, there might still be a turn for the better. Yifan. Su Hong was somewhat bewildered. Who is he? Second uncle, have you forgotten? He once made a 3-year pact with you. A 3-year pact? Su Hong grew even more confused. Who had made a 3-year pact with him? And what was the pact about? However, reminded by Su Li, he quickly caught on and said, Ah, that person. He vaguely recalled a young man shabbily dressed, yet always carrying an air of arrogance, as if he were the lord of heaven and earth. Merely by catching a distant glimpse of his second niece, Su Xiao, at the market, he had dared to come to their doorstep to propose marriage. Su Hong was no fool. How could he possibly hand over his beloved second niece raised with such care to such a destitute fellow? He immediately ordered the young man to leave. But that young man, with an inexplicable pride, dared to make a 3-year pact right in front of him, declaring that he would return to seek justice in 3 years. This incident had once infuriated Su Hong, but he merely dismissed Yifan as a reckless youth who did not know his place, never taking him seriously. Now, Su Li suddenly brought up this Yifan. What had Yifan actually made something of himself? And could he even match the Grand General in strength? Impossible. With his shabby and impoverished appearance lacking any background, he should have faded into obscurity like everyone else. What does that Yifan do now? Su Li shook her head. Second uncle Lear does not know. Since we parted ways back then, I have never seen him again. You haven't seen him, yet you trust him so much. Su Li quickly replied. It's mainly because second sister often told me that young Master Yifan was extraordinary by nature and would not remain an ordinary man in time. She also said that even if she managed to poke a hole in the sky, Brother Yifan could mend it for her. Second sister was so certain and confident, so I thought Brother Yifan must be extraordinary thus. Su Hong was enraged. With your second sister's mind, if she had any sense, would she be hanging from the city gate tower right now? And you still believe her? Are you afraid our Su family's collapse isn't fast enough? But, Su Li said timidly, the way second sister described Brother Yifan was so confident that I couldn't help but believe. Enough. Su Hong was agitated. If he really entrusted the fate of the Su family to that destitute, penniless Yifan, he would be the one with a mental problem. A major problem. He directly cut off Su Li's suggestion and racked his brain for other solutions. The only possibility he could think of was his eldest niece, Su Jin, who might be able to help. But he knew that Su Jin's status before the Grand General was not high. If he sent Su Jin to plead on their behalf, she might end up being trapped as well. It was not a good plan at all. What should I do? His heart was tormented, and after long deliberation, he found no answer. Suddenly Su Li's face showed a hint of determination, and she said, Second uncle, how about I take second sister's place and marry the Grand General? You? Su Hong was taken aback. He had never considered this angle, mainly because Su Li's status was that of a concubine's daughter. She was neither the legitimate heir nor the eldest. It would be difficult for her to represent the entire Su family. If Su Li married the Grand General, he could surely control the clan in Yunji City and gain their full support, but the clan members scattered across the northern frontier might not be entirely willing to back him. After all, if the Grand General Ren Tianye married a concubine-born daughter of the Su family, it would signal that he did not fully recognize the Su family. Consequently, they would not stake everything on the Grand General Ren Tianye. They would surely rely on the legitimate sons and daughters of the Su family to seek other alliances in this chaotic world, thus not putting all their eggs in one basket. But if it were a legitimate daughter, the situation would be entirely different. Su Hong could mediate, and the clan would pour all their resources into supporting the Grand General, betting everything on a desperate gamble. Yes, second uncle, I will marry the Grand General. Lyra knows that her status is humble, and she would not dare to aspire to such a high position, but now to save second sister, and to save the Su family, Lyra wants to try. Su Hong fell silent. Su Li was right. The current situation had far exceeded expectations. Su Xiao's audacity had already cost the Su family the Grand General's favor. They had to offer a more sincere gesture. Having Su Li marry him might not secure the full support of the clan, but if he exerted himself, negotiated earnestly, and even dealt with those who disobeyed, he might still achieve a good outcome. More importantly, he had no choice. He made up his mind and said, What do you mean humble status? You were raised in the main wife's chamber since childhood, so you can be considered a legitimate daughter. As long as you are willing, my Su residents will follow the proper rites for a legitimate daughter and let you marry the Grand General in grand style. Su Li bowed and said, Second uncle, I am willing. Her large eyes were clear and bright, her expression gentle and innocent. Su Hong was momentarily startled. From childhood to adulthood, the eldest and second nieces had never been easy to manage. Only this third niece was obedient and attentive, never stepping out of line, even overly cautious. If only she had a better background, she would have been the most recognized member of the Su residence. Thinking this, he felt a pang of guilt towards Su Li. Lear, it's all second uncle's fault. If only I had insisted on you marrying the Grand General when he first came to propose. How could the Su family have ended up in this situation? Even if we try our best to make amends, the rift will always remain, never to be erased. The Su residents only needed to put in 10% effort to gain wealth for generations to come. Now, even if we give 12% effort, our status is still doomed. He paused and sighed, but it's still better than the entire Su family being wiped out. I am very glad you have this intention, second uncle. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back. He took Su Li back to the Su residence and began to seriously consider how to arrange matters so that the Grand General Ren Tianye would overlook the Su family's previous transgressions. But before he could figure it out, his heart suddenly lurched. The incident with his second niece, Su Xiao, had made him paranoid. Now that he was about to send his third niece, what if she also had some problem? Then the Su family would be utterly finished. He quickly summoned Su Li again and asked, Lear's second uncle asked you, are you truly willing to marry the Grand General this time? Do you have any dissatisfaction? Can you truly accept it? Or are you just forced by the circumstances, harboring resentment toward the Grand General? Su Li knelt obediently, her expression sincere. Second uncle Lear is genuinely willing to marry the Grand General. If the Grand General does not despise me after I am married, I will serve him day and night, and never let him worry about affairs in the inner court. Su Hong nodded. This gesture of Su Li was very much to his liking, and it was exactly how a proper woman should behave. It was already fine. However, the shadow cast by Su Xiao was far too deep. It forced him to be cautious, even overly cautious. He asked, if you marry him, what kind of betrothal gifts would you ask from the Grand General? Su Li hastily replied, the Grand General is a favored son of heaven. He should marry a woman of equal standing. The betrothal gifts he gives, even the lowest, should befit the daughter of a poor scholar who is also a loyal descendant. Our Su family, though distinguished in the northern frontier, is merely a merchant clan. As a mere concubine-born daughter, how dare I presume to seek betrothal gifts? If only the Grand General would send a sedan chair to bring me to his mansion, I would be more than satisfied. Then, Su Hong asked again, if after marriage the Grand General makes you unhappy, what would you do? Su Li said in fear, the Grand General is busy with military affairs, handling countless matters daily. He is meant for great deeds. How could I dare to let my trivial emotions delay him? The Grand General never makes Lear upset. It is only I and my lack of discernment who might cause him displeasure. If I am truly so careless as to upset the Grand General, I will surely bear brambles and beg for forgiveness, and then restrain myself even more, never allowing him to be distracted by me. Su Hong nodded, then said, if you and the Grand General were to divorce, what would you want from him? Su Li was even more alarmed. Second uncle, once I marry the Grand General, whether as wife or concubine, I am his. How could I dare to divorce? If one day the Grand General finds me old and faded and no longer loves me and wishes to divorce, I would never cling to him. How could I dare to ask for anything from him? Su Hong let out a long breath. Very good, very good. Indeed, she was the most obedient and sensible daughter of their Su residence. But he still asked, if your maid's gold hairpin were lost, what would you do? Su Li was surprised. Naturally, I would search for it with her. If we truly cannot find it, I would be willing to buy her a new one. But what if that gold hairpin appeared in the Grand General's hands? The Grand General is so busy, yet he still takes the time to help my maid find the hairpin. I can only be endlessly grateful and serve him with all my heart. Would you not suspect that the Grand General stole your maid's hairpin? Su Li was startled. Second uncle, what nonsense are you speaking? The Grand General may not own the 4 seas, but he commands the entire city of Yunji. He is a man of high rank and great power. Why would he steal a mere gold hairpin? Would that not be an insult to him? Su Hong let out a long breath, feeling immensely relieved. What a relief. If only he had known this earlier, he would have arranged for Su Li to marry him without hesitation. If Su Li had married him, how could there have been all these messy troubles? Nevertheless, he finally added a final safeguard. He said to Su Li, Lear, are you willing to swear by your biological mother's memorial tablet that what you have said is true? Su Li was a concubine-born daughter, but according to custom, she had been raised in her eldest aunt's chambers, recognizing her as her mother. However, her biological mother was the one Su Hong referred to as the Little Mother. Generally, a concubine-born daughter shares a deep bond with her biological mother, and Su Li was especially close to hers. Swearing before her biological mother's memorial tablet would surely come from the heart. Lear dares to swear. Soon they arrived at the Su family ancestral hall. Before the incense and tablets, Su Li knelt down solemnly and began, if I am fortunate enough to marry the Grand General, I will never violate the following vows. After marriage, I will wash his clothes, polish his armor, and warm the wine as I await his return to the camp. I will also manage the household affairs with clarity and order. If the Grand General returns victorious, I will personally prepare a celebratory feast. If he is troubled, I will ease his worries by the lamp and guard him as he sleeps. If the Grand General leads an expedition, I will strictly manage the servants and ensure he is never disturbed by household matters. If the enemy attacks, I will hold a blade to defend the residents and await his return. If I break this oath, may heaven thunder strike me. Su Hong helped her up with excitement. Lear, with such a heart, your second uncle, is greatly comforted, greatly comforted. You rest in the residence. I will handle the rest for you. The Grand General is benevolent. If he is willing to accept you, he will surely not let you marry into the General's mansion in a shabby manner. There will be fine horses and a grand welcome for Miles. Rest assured. Second uncle, I will go now. After finishing his instructions, Su Hong immediately left the Su residence and headed for the General's mansion to seek Ren Tianye. Now that his mind was made up, he felt an indescribable energy surging through him. His previous dejection was gone, and even his steps were lighter. He soon arrived outside the General's mansion. Several guards stopped him. Who are you daring to charge into the General's mansion? I dare not. Su Hong quickly said. I am Su Hong of the Su residence. I request an audience with the Grand General. Please announce me. The Grand General is busy with countless affairs. When would he have time to see you? Be gone. Su Hong felt a pang in his heart. Previously, he could come and go from the General's mansion as he pleased, and the guards would always announce him immediately. The Grand General, no matter how busy, would make time to see him. But now all those privileges had vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, Su Hong was resolute. He did not give up, but bowed, and said with a smile, Sir, I know the Grand General is occupied with official matters. Could you please announce me? I wish to see Deputy General Wang Ming. The guard glanced at him and ignored him completely. Su Hong's heart sank deeper into the abyss. It seemed that after this incident, the relationship between their Su family and the Grand General could never return to what it was. He thought it over. Su Hong could not mind the Grand General's massacre in their Su residence, but the Grand General might not believe that he truly did not mind. Once a crack appears between hearts, repairing it is exceedingly difficult, but he had to try his best to repair it. They were the meat on the chopping block, and the Su family had no choice. He stood outside the gate waiting. After a full hour, he saw Deputy General Wang Ming coming out to change shifts, and he hurriedly approached him. General Wang Ming, it's me. Deputy General Wang Ming looked at him, his gaze filled with profound disappointment and despondency, which quickly turned icy and indifferent. Who are you? I don't know you. General Wang Ming, I was wrong. The Su family was wrong. Please be magnanimous and give me another chance. I wish to discuss some financial matters of the Su family with the Grand General. Donating money. Yes. The merchants of Cloud Ridge City are already donating money at the City Gate Tower. If you are interested, just go and queue up. I have no authority to grant you such favoritism. Wang Ming's voice fell coldly. After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Su Hong with an immovable back. Cold water seemed to pour over Su Hong's heart. Now before the general, he had been reduced to being no different from any other merchant of Yunji City. He could only go stand in line to pay with not even the slightest special treatment, even though he was more willing to spend, even though he could offer more. Anguish churned within him, making him unwilling to accept this fate. Looking at the high walls of the general's mansion, Su Hong suddenly leaped up, his appearance comical, rather resembling a kangaroo. He wanted to peer over the high wall to see Su Jin in the courtyard, hoping she could speak a few good words for him before General Ren Tianye. However, after jumping for a while, he stopped. It was not that he was tired, but that he understood Su Jin's situation. She could barely protect herself. If she did not cause trouble, the general would not harm her, but Su Jin held no influence within the general's mansion. If they again caused Su Jin to be humiliated by the general through these messy Su family affairs, then their Su family would have no connection with the general's mansion whatsoever. Enough. If I must queue, then I queue. If I must pay, then I pay. Su Hong turned back, making a special detour to look at Su Xiao hanging beneath the city walls. His second niece, who had always been so high and mighty, now truly understood her mistake, suspended on the wall, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, he could not rescue her. Walking along the side of the city wall, he saw that many merchants of Yunji City were already queuing there. Getting closer, he discovered that there were surprisingly many people willing to pay, and it seemed almost voluntary. After careful inquiry, he learned that the general gave a contract to those merchants willing to pay voluntarily, calling it a loan from the merchants. The contract came in triplicate: one copy for the merchant to keep, one for Yunji City to preserve, and one for the general's military forces. Everyone knows the barbarians have already reached Shanghai City. At any moment, they may march south. Our Yunji City will bear the brunt first, and will likely fall soon. The only one who can save us is the general. The general merely borrows our money and gives us contracts. For this alone, I am willing to serve the general. Someone said this to Su Hong, secretly alarming him. General Ren Tianye treated their Su family like a chicken while using contracts as carrots. His masterful application of both kindness and severity employed to perfection left the merchants of Yunji City with no choice but to submit. Yet the more he observed, the deeper his regret and resentment grew. This general, by all appearances, had an excellent chance of contending for dominion over the realm. But their Su family had clearly missed an opportunity that was within reach. He could only suppress the turmoil in his heart and step forward to pay. What do you mean cutting in line? Go back and queue properly. A soldier maintaining order coldly rebuked Su Hong. No, brother. I am from the Su family. The Su family. That Su family that attempted to slander the general. Su Hong. He had no choice but to quietly join the queue. Su Hong swore that from childhood to the present he had never suffered such humiliation. Standing in line with merchants of all sizes from Yunji City, watching the queue slowly grind forward, his mood was gradually worn down as well. Their Su family was the largest merchant in the northern frontier, always enjoying an esteemed status. Now reduced to such circumstances, his heart grew desolate, yet it intensified his resolve to restore the Su family's former glory. Finally reaching the front of the line, with just one person ahead before his turn. My lord, I am willing to contribute 100,000 taels of silver. When these words were spoken, the soldier collecting the money showed no reaction, but Su Hong was greatly astonished. He recognized the person ahead. It was the female proprietor of Jinhua Pavilion, dealing exclusively in high-end women's intimate goods. The profits had always been substantial, but no matter how high, it was merely a single small shop. How could she offer 100,000 taels of silver directly? Was she not emptying her entire fortune? Very well. The accounting soldier agreed. Following regulations, he produced a triplicate contract. After both parties signed, he handed the merchant's copy to her. Receiving the contract, the Jinhua Pavilion proprietor's face immediately brightened, as if she had obtained a protective talisman. With this merit, if the barbarians invaded in a couple of days, the general would surely protect them, would he not? This was a lifeline. All right, next, the accounting soldier called out. As the Jinhua Pavilion proprietress departed, Su Hong stepped forward. Do you wish to lend money to the general's mansion? You should understand clearly. Our general does not encourage Yunji City merchants to lend to us. But if you truly insist, we would be remiss to refuse. However, we will write a contract in triplicate, one copy for you. In time, the general will naturally provide appropriate compensation. The accounting soldier spoke the exact same scripted words which fell into Su Hong's ears. He naturally understood what was happening, yet his heart trembled with shock and fear. The merchants of Yunji City numbered not in the thousands, but in the hundreds. If even a small half were as generous as the Jinhua Pavilion proprietress, the already precarious position of their Su family would be utterly unsalvageable. Why are you standing there dazed? If you are unwilling, then leave. The accounting soldier said to the person beside him. Make a note. This merchant is not enthusiastic about lending to us, merely following the crowd. We cannot disappoint his good intentions. Record his name. If anything happens in the future, we need not inform him, so as not to trouble him. Only then did Su Hong snap back to reality. My lord, this one is willing to lend. This one is willing. Oh, you are willing. We are not forcing you. How much do you wish to lend us? This one. Su Hong took a deep breath, then suddenly raised his voice and shouted. This one wishes to lend 2 million taels of silver to the general's mansion. Boom. Like thunder crashing into the crowd. Around him, silence fell instantly, as everyone turned their gaze to Su Hong. For this moment, Su Hong finally felt a trace of the Su family's former glory. You truly wish to lend this much? Su Hong nodded emphatically. The barbarians have invaded Shanghai City, and signs of great turmoil appear across the realm. We merchants are merely fish on a chopping block. Without the general's protection, what good fate awaits us? The general loves his people as his own children. How can we begrudge some wealth? Very well. The accountant glanced at Su Hong with approval and asked, what is your name? Come sign your name here. As Su Hong wrote on the contract, he quietly said, My lord, this one has another request. This one has a son who wishes to train in the army. I wonder if you could inform the general and request his approval. The accountant was somewhat surprised. Would someone who could part with 2 million taels of silver truly send their son to the perilous realm of military life? Only when someone nearby quietly reminded him of Su Hong's identity did understanding dawn. Training under the general. More like sending a hostage. He then said, Very well, I will report to the general. Return home and await news. Whether it succeeds or fails, you shall receive a reply. Then I thank you, my lord. Su Hong breathed a sigh of relief before returning home. This entire ordeal left him increasingly heavy-hearted. Not only would he have to part with the 2 million taels of silver kept for emergencies, but he might gain little benefit. His son would be sacrificed as well. However, if successful, perhaps much of the Su family's losses could be recovered. With a goal and direction, one could not afford the slightest relaxation. And now the key issue remained with his third niece, Su Li. He needed to see Su Li again and absolutely avoid any further mistakes. Returning to the Su residence, he went specifically to see Su Li. He saw Su Li actively packing, organizing all her belongings. It brought him comfort. Alas, if only we had chosen Lear back, then none of this troublesome mess would have occurred. People raised under the same roof, how can their conduct differ so greatly? He sighed, then strode over with a smile. Lear, there is no rush. Do not exhaust yourself again. Seeing Su Hong arrive, Su Li quickly curtsied, then showed a gentle, innocent smile. Second uncle, it is nothing serious. Lear is not tired. And you claim you are not tired. Look, you are sweating. Su Hong said with heartache. If there is work to be done, let the maids handle it. Why must you do it yourself? Lear is already accustomed to it. It is no trouble. Su Hong's heart sank further. Over the years, because Su Li was born of a concubine, the Su family had never shown her much care. She had been assigned only one maid. While this had cultivated Su Li's habit of doing everything herself, it felt rather neglectful, especially now that the Su family's honor, disgrace, wealth, and poverty all depended on Su Li alone. He said, your second uncle will assign you more maids. I believe that in the future, if you truly marry into the general's mansion, the general will not treat you unfairly. Also, Su Hong pointed to the things Su Li had packed on the ground. Many things, if they are old or not particularly important, need not be packed. On your wedding day, the Su family will prepare a generous dowry for you. The Su family had actually already prepared a dowry for her second niece, Su Xiao. It was quite substantial, absolutely comparable to that of princes and nobles' daughters in the imperial capital. Now that Su Xiao had no chance, these dowry items became unclaimed. But Su Hong would never use them to substitute. He would prepare a new set, entirely new and even more abundant. As for what was prepared for Su Xiao, it could be sold, even discarded, but not a single item would be allowed to enter Su Li's dowry list. He continued, that dowry your second uncle will prepare with the utmost care. I ensure that even when you go to the general's mansion, you will live the rest of your life without worry about food or clothing. Su Li said anxiously, second uncle, it is too valuable. Merely. Su Hong interrupted. You are now the legitimate daughter, and you will always remain the legitimate daughter of our Su family. As for the clan members, your second uncle will persuade them one by one. From now on, you are the face of our Su family. Pausing, Su Hong continued, so some things that are not very important you should discard, like this jade pendant. He reached out and took a broken jade pendant from Su Li's hand, about to casually cast it away. These old mementos are no longer necessary. But before he could throw it, Su Li, always obedient, sensible, and gentle, suddenly let out a sharp cry, don't. She snatched the jade pendant back as if driven mad. Su Hong was startled and immediately realized that this jade pendant must be of utmost importance to Su Li. The most precious possession to Su Li was clearly left behind by her mother, given the deep bond between the two. He immediately offered an apology. Liar, I'm sorry. Your second uncle had no idea this belonged to your mother. It was my rashness. Su Li clasped the jade pendant tightly, the panic surging within her heart gradually subsiding. She quickly replied, second uncle, I apologize for my loss of composure. Please do not hold it against me. Su Hong breathed a sigh of relief. How could I possibly blame you? The fact that you are so devoted fills me with nothing but joy. Then let me arrange for some maids to attend to you first, and I shall have your dowry prepared. Remember, do not overexert yourself. Leave all matters to the maids. Yes, second uncle. Su Li responded gently. Only then did Su Hong depart with peace of mind, a smile still lingering on his lips. It was only now, after surviving such tempests, that he truly understood whom he could entrust his future to. Su Li, the concubine-born daughter, whom the Su family had always overlooked, had now become their greatest hope in these troubled times through her outstanding virtue. Even a simple jade pendant reflected such deep affection. When she eventually married the great general, how could she fail to be cherished? The rift between the Su family and the great general might yet be healed over time, with him managing affairs outside, and Su Li providing thoughtful care within. But the character on that jade pendant, since only half remained, the strokes were reduced to something like 3 dots. Yet reasoning it through in his mind, he could barely make out what character it might be. It should be the character Fan, don't you think? Yes, it is indeed the character Fan. Does it mean ordinary? As Su Hong pondered this, his heart ached more deeply for Su Li. As a concubine's daughter who had never been valued since childhood, even within the high-walled compound of the Su family, she must have endured considerable hardship from a young age. Her mother likely wished for her to live an ordinary life, not seeking prominence or standing out, so as to avoid stirring jealousy among the wives in the inner quarters and spare herself countless troubles. I have shown far too little concern for Lear in the past. After all, she is a daughter of our Su family, yet she lives so timidly. As her uncle, I have failed in my duty. His guilt deepening, he immediately assigned 20 maids to Su Li, both as compensation and as a gesture to curry favor with Ren Tianye by arranging her marriage to the great general. Then he busied himself preparing the dowry while awaiting news. When fortune favors you, opportunities tend to arrive in clusters. That very afternoon, Su Jin, the eldest daughter of the Su residents, hurried over. Su Hong hurried out to meet her. Though only a few days had passed since they last saw each other, both felt as though an eternity had elapsed. Just days before, the Su residence had been filled with celebration, basking in the joy of the alliance with the great general Ren Tianye. Su Jin had even believed that once her second sister Su Xiao entered the general's mansion, her own status would rise accordingly. Now she no longer hoped to find a worthy husband. Instead, she wished to rely on the calligraphy, painting, and literary skills she had learned since childhood, combined with her familiarity with military documentation, to carve out an accomplishment for herself. Everything had seemed so perfect. Yet in an instant it all collapsed. The heavens overturned, rivers reversed, and the world dimmed into darkness. Sigh. Su-hong spoke first. Jin, you must already know what has happened. Su-jin nodded. I only learned of it not long ago. I just went to the city gate to see grandmother and my second sister. I first visited grandmother. She passed away early. Su-jin's eyes held an indescribable sorrow. Grandmother is gone. Su-hong nodded, his face betraying little emotion. His mother had favored his eldest brother since childhood, and after his brother's death, she had ruthlessly seized control of the Su family. Their relationship had never been close. Nevertheless, he would still fulfill his duty as a son. If the opportunity arose, he would find a way to properly bury his mother's remains. And your second sister? She fainted several times, but Su-jin's expression showed both frustration and disappointment. She has not truly admitted her mistake. Unfilial child. Su-hong cursed angrily but dismissed it. He knew there was no point. The great general has learned of your donation of 2 million taels of silver and sent me here. The underlying meaning should be clear to you, second uncle. Su-hong's spirits lifted. You were sent by the great general. It seems there may be a turn of events. There is hope. Su-jin perked up as well. Second uncle, do you perhaps still have a way? Su-hong sighed. It is a last resort, and it mostly depends on your third sister Su-li. She is willing to marry the great general, with genuine sincerity. I never realized before how understanding your third sister is. It is I as second uncle who failed to care for her properly. Su-jin's eyes dimmed momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. She had no chances left. None had ever been given to her. And she should hold firm to this boundary, free from delusions and false hopes, for only then could there be room to move forward. She said, if third sister is willing to do this, it would be nothing short of wonderful. The great general might show leniency. But we must confirm. Third sister truly and sincerely wishes to marry the great general. Don't worry about that, Su-hong assured her. I have confirmed it multiple times. Your third sister even swore before her mother's memorial tablet that if she marries the great general, she will manage everything with great care, otherwise may heaven strike her down. When she said these words, she was sincere. I could feel it. Then that is good. Su-jin breathed a sigh of relief, then added with a heavy heart. If I had known this back then, I should have insisted that third sister marry the great general no matter what. How could our Su family have faced such disaster? Third sister is gentle and naive. She would fare far better than second sister. Even now, second sister keeps muttering about how brother Yi Fan will come rescue her. It is pure fantasy. Yi Fan. Su-hong paused, feeling as though he had heard those two characters before, but he could not quite place them after being so busy these past few days. So second uncle doesn't know this person either. Then perhaps second sister is just talking in her sleep. No, I seem to have heard it. Su-hong struggled to recall, then suddenly his eyes widened. That Yi Fan who made a 3-year pact with me? No. Su-hong's face instantly turned pale with shock. I only remembered because your third sister reminded me just now. And on the jade pendant she held. It bears the character Fan. Fuck, no way. What's wrong with that? Su-hong, who had always maintained his refined demeanor for half his life, suddenly burst out with a curse. His face drained of color instantly, his body swaying unsteadily, as if on the verge of collapse. He was nearly driven mad. Su-jin's countenance abruptly shifted as she realized something was amiss. She hastily inquired, and when Su-hong recounted Su-li's reaction to the jade piece bearing the character Fan, her face instantly turned pallid. Fan Yi Fan. The Yi Fan Gij that second sister mentioned. Third sister also called him Yi Fan Gij. Relying on her feminine intuition, she had already conjured up a scenario of 2 women vying for 1 man. She quickly said, second uncle, we must get to the bottom of this. Even if our Su family ultimately cannot form a marriage alliance with the Grand General, we must never allow a problematic Su family woman to marry into the General's residence. Otherwise the consequences would be unthinkable. Don't I know that? Su-hong was nearly bursting with anxiety. But how could I have imagined that things would go wrong time and again? Let's go. We'll ask Su-li right now. I want to know, has she been blinded by greed, or what? How could she be just like her second sister? The two of them walked together and quickly arrived outside Su-li's room. By then Su-li had stopped tidying up and only her maid was outside. When they questioned the maid, she replied respectfully, Master, the third miss was in high spirits earlier, but after you left her mood turned sour. She said she was tired and went back to her room to rest. This only deepened their suspicions. They exchanged a glance and, no longer caring about propriety, strode straight into Su-li's boudoir. However, at the doorway, Su-hong stopped and let Su-jin do the questioning while he stood outside to listen, worried that his generation gap and gender difference with Su-li might make her reluctant to speak in front of him. Lear. Su-jin was naturally sharp, and after her time in the Grand General's residence her keen and composed nature had gradually emerged. She knew that in such questioning, one must never force the issue lest it backfire. A bright smile graced her face. I heard from second uncle that you're about to marry the Grand General. How do you feel? Nervous? Seeing her elder sister Su Li's previously dim expression brighten slightly. The innocence in her big eyes and the rosy flush on her cheeks were utterly captivating. Big sister, you're here. I'm a little nervous, but you've always said the Grand General is a good man, so I think I'll be fine. That's good. By the way, Su Jin swiftly changed the subject. Second uncle mentioned earlier that he almost lost your jade pendant and was quite regretful. Now he sent a craftsman to make a new one for you. What jade pendant? Could big sister take a look? Su Li's entire demeanor radiated resistance, utterly unfeigned, or rather utterly incapable of feigning. It's nothing. It's just a little trinket I picked up. Not worth big sister's notice. Picked up. In Su Jin's heart the truth was now certain. That jade pendant was definitely problematic. Most likely a gift from a lover. Yet she had grown up with Su Li and knew her quite well, but she had never noticed Su Li having any lover. As for this Yi Fan, it was even less likely. Just now when she asked second uncle, he said Yi Fan had only met second sister Su Xiu a few times. How could he possibly be entangled with third sister? Thus, though her heart tightened, she maintained a calm facade. Alright, it's your thing. If big sister doesn't look, I won't look. But I must say this time you've been wronged. Your second sister's life hangs by a thread, and only by marrying the Grand General can you save her. Her life or death rests on your decision. The entire family depends on you. Big sister, rest assured. Su Li immediately replied, I will definitely marry the Grand General to save second sister's life. Alas, the family relies on you too. Our entire Su residence is placed in your hands. Big sister, after I marry the Grand General, I will serve him with all my heart. Though my abilities are shallow and my talents cannot compare to my two sisters, I will never let the Grand General think that the women of our Su family lack virtue. As she spoke, Su Li's expression was sincere and unadorned, hardly seeming like pretense. Given her temperament and experience, it was nearly impossible for her to fake it. This left Su Jin bewildered. Nothing seemed wrong. Truly nothing wrong. But that jade pendant remained unexplained. While she was lost in confusion, Su Li said earnestly, Big sister, you and second uncle can rest assured. Since I am to marry the Grand General, I will do my utmost after the wedding. In life I belong to the General's residence, in death I am a ghost of the General's house. I alone can make the Su family better and make second sister better. Lear is very happy. Her words were even more sincere, like a clear spring flowing through the heart, stirring emotions in Su Jin. How can the Su family be better? How can your second sister be better? Su Li immediately replied, Second sister has Yi Fan Gage to take care of her. How could she not be well? Second sister's blessings are yet to come. Thump! Su Jin's heart skipped a beat. She quickly seized this crucial piece of information, her brow furrowing slightly, but she instantly regained composure, maintaining a smile. Yi Fan. Second uncle said he's nothing but a destitute brat. Unable to pass the imperial examinations and letters, unable to fight in battle, without power or wealth. How can he make your second sister happy? Lear, I'm afraid you've misjudged Yi Fan. This struck a nerve. Su Li, who was not particularly cunning, grew agitated at the belittlement of Yi Fan. She hastily said, Yi Fan Gage is very good. Second sister always said that Yi Fan Gage is the best man in the world. Though he was once down and out, his ambition soared above the heavens, and his heart was broad. Given time, he would surely return on a noble steed to marry her. In second sister's eyes, Yi Fan Gage is a celestial being. How could such a divine figure fail to take good care of second sister? Second sister's future fortune will surely far surpass Lear's. Outside the door, Su Hong frowned slightly. Similar words had been spoken by Su Li at the gate of Yunji City when she saw her second niece, Su Xiu, hanging and wanted to find Yi Fan. At the time, he had thought Su Li was simply echoing Su Xiu's words and hadn't taken it seriously. But now she said it again. What did it mean? Yet to Su Jin, a woman, these words carried a completely different weight. Second sister says. It was all from second sister Su Xiu. But Su Li believed it all. Did she believe what second sister Su Xiu said? Or did she believe in Yi Fan himself? Su Jin's feminine sensitivity clearly perceived Su Li's emotions, the feelings suppressed beneath a calm, even innocent countenance like a volcano about to erupt. Her doubts had mostly dissipated. With only a few questions left, Su Jin continued, From what you say, this Yi Fan is indeed extraordinary. A man like that should be paired with you. No. Su Li said urgently, Lear is of humble birth, a concubine's daughter. How could I be worthy of Yi Fan Gage? Second sister is the true match for Yi Fan Gage. Yi Fan Gage once asked Lear to deliver a message to second sister saying he would definitely return to marry her, to love her until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. Yi Fan Gage's love for second sister is as deep as the ocean. Later, when Lear marries into the general's residence, second sister can be with Yi Fan Gage. With second sister, Yi Fan Gage will be happy. If Yi Fan Gage is happy, then Lear is happy. As if speaking with deep emotion, Su Li murmured like a sleep talker. Before I was a concubine's daughter in the Su household, unable to take second sister's place. Now I can marry in her stead, and I am truly happy. Su Jin understood everything. Her mind went blank, a thunderous roar echoing within. Her face was a picture of utter disbelief. This third sister, gentle and obedient since childhood, though not particularly favored in the Su residence, was still the third miss of the Su family, raised in luxury, attended by servants. How could she go to such lengths for a man? From her words it seemed she had only met Yi Fan once or twice, yet she was so infatuated. How could this be? Even in her own reckless past, she had chosen her husband wisely, selecting from many suitors a man of strong background and easy to manage, Zhang Wei. How had the family ethos changed so drastically with her second and third sisters? Inside the room, Su Jin was still in shock. Outside, Su Hong was utterly bewildered. He felt a mess of confusion, a chaotic tangle. He tried to sort it out carefully. The Grand General wanted to marry Su Xiao. Su Xiao was in love with Yi Fan. Yi Fan was pursuing Su Xiao, and Su Li seemed to have fallen in love with Yi Fan at first sight. So Su Li was to marry the Grand General to serve and care for him day and night. The more he sorted, the more tangled it became. Su Hong felt a headache. This was messier than balancing accounts. He wanted to go mad with frustration. Kicking the door open, he glared at Su Li and shouted, "Su Li, explain yourself clearly. What is going on?" Second uncle. Don't call me second uncle. I have no such niece. Su Hong roared. What are you thinking? I can't understand a word you're saying. Aye. Su Li stood up hastily, and when her peripheral vision caught Su Jin's expression, she knew her secret thoughts could no longer be hidden. Nervously clutching the hem of her clothes, she looked pitiful as a stray cat left out in the wild. Explain yourself. Su Hong shouted again. Have you always had that scoundrel Yi Fan in your heart? Second uncle brother Yi Fan is not a scoundrel. So that means it's true? Very well. Let me ask you this. Su Hong fixed his gaze on Su Li. From the very beginning, when the Grand General wanted to marry your second sister, you weren't happy about it, were you? Just that you couldn't stop it. Su Li remained silent, and Su Hong continued. Because you think your second sister Su Xiao and that scoundrel Yi Fan have some kind of pathetic true love. You want to help your second sister. No, you want to help that scoundrel Yi Fan, don't you? Su Li still remained silent. Su Hong grew angrier. So you willingly marry the Grand General? That way not only is your second sister saved, but she can also be with Yi Fan. From beginning to end, all you wanted was to make that scoundrel Yi Fan happy. As he asked, Su Hong finally understood. But he wished he hadn't. For years he had managed the Su household's affairs, big and small, elevating its business and status, maintaining the family's reputation in the northern borderlands. It had worn him out. Thus he had honed the ability to navigate complex interpersonal relationships with clarity and precision. Yet today, even his skill almost failed him. When he finally unraveled the truth, he realized that all his hopes and efforts were but a futile endeavor. His heartfelt efforts seemed like a joke. The figures of Su Jin and Su Li before him blurred and distorted. Only when he waved his sleeve did he realize that tears had blurred his vision. He quickly wiped them away, unwilling to show weakness. The anger in his heart had long turned numb and hollow. Finally, he let out a roar that was neither a cry nor a laugh. You and Su Xiao, I have never treated you poorly. Can you really bear to see the Su family destroyed? Our entire clan wiped out. Su Li fell to her knees with a thud and said urgently, Second uncle, no. The Su family will be fine and second sister will be fine too. After I marry the Grand General, I will strictly abide by my duties as a concubine, humble myself, serve with deference. I will never dare to show any temper or displease him in the slightest. Second uncle, rest assured. I will definitely make the Grand General satisfied with me. I will never let him think ill of me, causing him to think ill of me, and thus affect the Su family. These words, as sincere as ever, struck the heart, yet the hall held no joy. Then Su Jin, who had been standing silently nearby, spoke. What if one day Yi Fan comes to you for help, begs you to help him behind the Grand General's back? Would you help or not? Su Li was stunned, clearly never having considered this situation. But she quickly found a solution. Eldest sister, second uncle, please rest assured. I will never let the Grand General find out. As long as I marry the Grand General. Before she could finish, Su Hong roared, enough of that. Still marry. If you marry, our entire Su family will be visiting our ancestors. The whole clan. Su Hong turned and strode away, his steps staggering yet urgent. Su Jin, fearing something might happen, quickly followed him out. Second uncle, don't worry. Luckily we discovered this before it was brought up to the Grand General. There is still room for redemption. These words eased Su Hong's anxiety slightly, but he was still worried. But our Su family has already committed such a grave offense. That worthless second sister of yours has humiliated the Grand General like this. How can the Su family survive? Su Jin quickly said, Second uncle, the Grand General's thoughts are hard to fathom. I dare not speculate too much, but I believe he is a man of practicality and principle. Otherwise, given what second sister did, the 7,000 soldiers of Yunji City would have already massacred our household. The fact that he still spares us suggests he has a deeper purpose. Su Hong knew this well. Keeping the Su family alive meant one thing: resources and grain. That was no problem. The Su family would fully support him. With the marriage alliance gone, the clan members might not be willing to contribute, but that didn't matter. He would do his utmost to persuade them. Even if the result wasn't perfect, he would ensure the Grand General knew that Su Hong was worth every bit of his investment. But the problem now was how to appease the Grand General's anger and regain his trust in the Su family. He could only discuss with Su Xiao, but neither had any good ideas. As they were talking, they suddenly heard a commotion outside the residence. What's happening? Are the Yunji City troops mobilizing? Could they be coming to annihilate our family? Su Hong's face turned pale. Su Jin was also worried, but she mustered the courage to go out and inquire. When she returned, her already anxious face was filled with fear. Second uncle, something terrible has happened. Someone has rescued second sister from the city gate tower. What? Su Hong was terrified. Someone? Will the Grand General think it was our people? It's over, it's over. The Grand General will definitely think we were involved. Now the Su family is truly doomed. Second uncle, don't be anxious yet. I heard them shouting that the person they want to catch is Yi Fan. It should be Yi Fan who rescued her, and it has nothing to do with our Su mansion. Su Jin quickly tried to persuade him, but Su Hong felt dizzy. Yi Fan. That makes it even more related to our Su mansion. The evidence is ironclad. We can't explain this away. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly returned to Su Li's boudoir, demanding, Su Li, tell me, was it you who tipped off that Yi Fan? Was it you who had Yi Fan come to rescue your second sister? Su Li's dim eyes suddenly sparkled with light, and she instantly gained more confidence. Brother Yi Fan is like a divine being. Why would he need me to send him a message? He must have foreseen it. Su Hong breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't Su Li, thank goodness. But then he immediately realized. Did it matter that the Su mansion knew it wasn't Su Li who tipped off? The most important thing was to make the Grand General believe that it wasn't their mansion that had tipped him off. But why would the Grand General believe them? It's over, really over. This time, even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash us clean. Su Hong's mood, which had just slightly relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, a state he hadn't been in for many years. Yet in this period it had happened repeatedly. He suddenly shouted, gather the house servants, attendants, everyone in the Su mansion who can move. Arm yourselves with whatever you can find. Hurry, hurry. Go catch the thief for the Grand General. We must capture that brat Yi Fan. Su Hong was a man of his word in the Su mansion. Now that old Madame Qin had died, he held all the power. With a single command, the Su mansion moved swiftly. A team of nearly 100 people was quickly formed. There were house servants, maids, and old nannies, each holding brooms, wooden sticks, and the like. Some wanted to take out kitchen knives, but Su Hong stopped them. This was to show loyalty. If they carried swords or blades, it would be hard to explain. Soon the group, led by Su Hong, rushed out of the Su mansion shouting, catch the thief, and followed the soldiers in searching the entire city. Half an hour later they heard soldiers shouting, we've got him cornered. He quickly led his people there, and found a small alley. If he remembered correctly, that end was a dead end. It seemed Yi Fan was trapped in a dead end. While breathing a slight sigh of relief, he ordered the house servants to check for any gaps, and fill the openings that the soldiers had missed due to unfamiliarity with the terrain. After quickly arranging things, he squeezed forward. He saw many soldiers of Yunji City clad in golden armor and dressed as imperial guards gathered at the entrance of the alley behind a general riding a tall horse. It's General Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang was not like the Deputy General Wang Ming, who had dealt with the Su mansion many times. But Su Hong had long known him, and not just Sun Xiang, he knew all the guerrilla generals under the Grand General, whether they knew him or not. With General Sun Xiang here in person, that poor boy Yi Fan can't escape, right? Su Hong felt a little relieved in his heart, but also a bit curious. How had Yi Fan managed to rescue his second niece? Not only Su Hong was puzzled, but Sun Xiang was also quite puzzled. Although there were not many guards at the foot of Yunji City's walls inside the city, and so close to the inner city barracks, it seemed like a foolproof situation. But this Yi Fan shouting his own name had rushed over. And then, he had rescued the person. He's not a fierce and valiant general like Zhang Shubai, and he didn't go on a killing spree. How could he rescue the person so easily? How is that possible? Sun Xiang was dumbfounded. Even more bewildering was Yi Fan's outfit. He was carrying a long, narrow box on his back. The box was obviously prepared in advance, just big enough to hold a person, with ventilation holes on all sides. From close up, one could even see that it was lined with bedding inside. It must have been prepared for the rescue. But, rescuing someone, shouldn't you first save the person and then arrange for transport later? Carrying a big box to the rescue was very strange. Sun Xiang couldn't figure it out. The only plausible explanation was that this young man, named Yi Fan, seemed unwilling to have physical contact with Su Xiao. But, that was even less plausible, wasn't it? He shook his head, slightly dismissing these messy thoughts, and brandished his spear. Facing Yi Fan, who was cornered in a dead end, he said coldly, where does this insolent brat come from, daring to snatch someone in Yunji City? Put her down now. While saying this, Sun Xiang was already gathering strength in his hands, ready to strike Yi Fan at any moment. The main reason was that Yi Fan was carrying Su Xiao on his back. After all, she was the woman who had once been engaged to the Grand General. Sun Xiang could not recklessly charge, because if Su Xiu got hurt it would be hard to explain. Judging by your appearance. Yi Fan finally turned around, completely revealing a delicate face. Though surrounded by countless people, his face showed no trace of fear, but rather was full of confidence and pride. You must be Ren Tianye. This counts as our first meeting. He paused and habitually placed his left hand behind his back, but because the large box he was carrying blocked at his hand, couldn't quite settle, resulting in an awkward position in midair. But no matter how comical his posture, the confidence and strength in his expression did not change one bit, and there was even a smile on his face. He said calmly, "Although you are the Grand General, I am not afraid of you. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully a young man for being poor. Now I am indeed inferior to you, but in the future that may not be the case. Wait for some time." Yi Fan's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if he had the momentum of a tiger swallowing the world. This sight made Sun Xiang's heart tighten, and he felt that this man was extraordinary. Having spent time with the Grand General recently, and influenced by him, Sun Xiang had become enlightened and immediately guessed what Yi Fan would say next. He would surely say that after some time, once he had grown stronger, he would come to the Grand General to seek revenge and make them all pay a tremendous price. A thought leaped into his mind. This boy must not be left alive. Then he heard Yi Fan continue, "In the future Yi Fan will ensure that love between men and women in this world will no longer be divided by family status, no longer be distinguished by wealth or poverty, and no longer be forced. Those I love and those who love me will surely be together. Yi Fan mean what I say." Sun Xiang. "Wait bro, what you said is not what I expected. Never mind, strike first. This is not right." His spear suddenly shot out, and with the charge of his horse the strike was as heavy as 1,000 jin. Just as it was about to pierce Yi Fan turned around and easily dodged. Then, despite carrying a large box on his back, which should have slowed him down and caused inconvenience, he used a swift movement, kicked off the wall, and leaped out of the dead end. "I make a 3-year pact with you. See you in 3 years." The words came from afar, more like a provocation. Sun Xiang immediately roared, "Search for him. Do not let this boy escape." The soldiers roared in acknowledgement and immediately dispersed. Su Hong took the opportunity to step forward and said respectfully, "General Sun Xiang, our Su mansion has been rooted in Yunji City for 100 years, and we know the terrain best. I have brought some house servants. Let us help you search." Sun Xiang cast a cold glance at Su Hong. Then he ordered, "Escort Master Su back to the Su residence, and station guards to protect it lest thieves appear and harm his life." Though these words outwardly promised to protect Su Hong and his family, Su Hong's face turned pale. He understood the implication clearly. General Sun Xiang still suspected him. Although he also understood that in the heavily guarded Yunji City, a young lad suddenly appearing and rescuing his second niece would most likely be the work of the local Su family. But he truly had not. Heaven be his witness, it was not the Su family. Su Hong wanted to plead further, but Sun Xiang had already spurred his horse to give chase. From morning to noon, from noon to afternoon, until evening, it was as if Yi Fan had vanished into thin air. No matter how much effort was expended, he remained hidden like a needle in the deep sea, impossible to find. "Continue searching tonight. Search with lanterns if you must. This Yi Fan must be found." Sun Xiang issued a strict order, had painters sketch Yi Fan's portrait, posted it throughout the streets and alleys, and offered a substantial reward. Whoever had news of Yi Fan would be rewarded. Whoever captured Yi Fan would be greatly rewarded. Inside a dilapidated thatched hut, a single lamp flickered like a bean. The dim light shone upon Su Xiu's pale, almost translucent complexion, casting an indescribable aura that made her appear even more ethereal and pitiable. At that moment, she who had fainted inside the chest slowly regained consciousness. A fiery pain shot through her bound arms, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Xiu, you're awake." A gentle voice sounded. Su Xiu turned her head, and immediately saw the person she had dreamed of day and night. She sat up in surprise. "Brother Yi Fan, you. How did you come?" "To rescue you." Yi Fan smiled. "When I heard you were in trouble, I came specially to Yunji City to save you. Are you all right now?" Though Su Xiu was still in pain, she replied at his gentle inquiry, I'm fine, Brother Yi Fan. I truly never imagined, Brother Yi Fan, that you would really come to save me." Yi Fan smiled, a confident and somewhat domineering expression appearing on his face. 3 years ago, I told you that I would marry you in this life. Though the 3-year period is not yet complete, how could I not come when you are in danger? Moreover, I will not only save you, but also come with a tall horse and lavish betrothal gifts to marry you." Su Xiu shook her head like a rattle drum. "No, Brother Yi Fan, I don't want your betrothal gifts. I don't want a single coin. As long as you are willing to marry me." As if speaking of her long-cherished wish, a blush crept onto Su Xiu's face, and she began to envision a sweet life with Yi Fan. "Brother Yi Fan, after I marry you, I will take care of you wholeheartedly. From then on, whether at home or abroad, in big or small matters, I will listen to you." Saying this, Su Xiao tried to stand up and extended her slender hand, hoping Yi Fan would help her. But when she saw him shake his head and step back, she immediately understood that Yi Fan was a gentleman who would never touch her before marriage. Her heart filled with sweetness, and her smile grew even brighter. Her smile was like a flower blooming, and Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. He sighed, "Alas, Sister Xiao, a person as good as you has to suffer such a calamity. I am an outsider and should not comment on your second uncle, but seeing the wounds on your body, I cannot hold back." Su Xiao did not stop him, but instead gave an encouraging look. Yi Fan stood up, one hand behind his back, his gaze deep with a hint of regret. "After sneaking into Yunji City, I heard something about the Su family's plight and understand your difficulties. But this matter could have been solved in countless ways, yet your second uncle chose the worst one. He groveled without integrity and ended up causing you such suffering." Yi Fan clearly wanted to use a harsher word, but meeting Su Xiao's gaze, he stopped immediately. Su Xiao looked somewhat bewildered. "Brother Yi Fan, are there many ways? My second uncle and elder sister told me that now Ren Tianye has stationed in Yunji City with a heavy army. Our Su family is a merchant household most despised in this chaotic world. They said marrying me to Ren Tianye was a last resort. Though they felt sorry for me, they had no choice. Is there another way?" "Of course," Yi Fan said immediately. "There are plenty of ways." He stood before the candle, and the lamplight cast his shadow on the wall, flickering with the flame, making him appear as steadfast as a mountain. With his hands behind his back, he looked even more composed, calm, and shrewd. He continued, "Just off the top of my head, I can think of several methods. Take the simplest one: rally all the merchants, citizens, and commoners of Yunji City to unite. Ren Tianye has only a few thousand men, while Yunji City has tens of thousands. The Su family has long been established here and holds great sway in winning people's hearts. You are 10,000 times stronger than Ren Tianye. Yet your second uncle abandoned this approach." Su Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded. "Indeed, we should rally everyone in Yunji City to oppose Ren Tianye. He has only a few men. How can he defy the entire city?" "This is but one of the methods I thought of," Yi Fan said calmly. "There are many more. Brother Yi Fan, please tell me." "Very well, Sister Xiao, since you wish to know, I will speak. After you hear it, you will understand that your second uncle Su Hong is truly as stupid as a pig." Yi Fan finally let out a curse, but Su Xiao did not mind her. In fact, she seemed to encourage him. He continued, "Method 2, slightly more humiliating. Bribe the officers. Ren Tianye has many officers under him. They were originally a few hundred soldiers stationed outside, each merely a guerrilla general with a monthly salary of at most 2 taels of silver. How wealthy is your Su family? Offer each officer 100 taels, and they would surely sell their loyalty. If 100 taels cannot move them, offer 1,000. Then they will definitely serve the Su family. At that point, how would Ren Tianye dare to strike at the Su family?" Yi Fan was warming up to his topic. Method 3, send assassins to kill Ren Tianye. With the Su family's wealth, you can recruit fearless men. Choose one with agile skills and martial prowess, and assassinating Ren Tianye would be a simple task. Once Ren Tianye is dead, what can those in Yunji City accomplish? Method 4, your second uncle has been in business for many years, weathered many ups and downs, and is quite eloquent. Why didn't he think of using his persuasive rhetoric to win over Ren Tianye? If your second uncle had demonstrated his extraordinary ability, Ren Tianye would surely have treated the Su family as honored guests, and none of this would have happened." Yi Fan spoke eloquently, listing over a dozen points, causing Su Xiao's eyes to gleam with brilliance as she nodded incessantly, like a chick pecking at rice, her admiration for Yi Fan deepening. Yi Fan then paused, letting out a sigh, and said, "Your second uncle. If only he had applied any of the suggestions I mentioned, your Su mansion wouldn't have ended up in this wretched state. Your second uncle, the de facto ruler of the Su mansion, has controlled the family's enterprises in Beijing for so many years, yet his vision and scope remain narrow, stubbornly clinging to old ways, resistant to change. It is truly distressing." Su Xiao immediately said, "Brother Yi Fan, thank goodness you've come now, or I would have been truly finished." Yi Fan nodded, his face brimming with confidence, and said, "However, you should rest a bit. Then we must set off again." "Where to?" "Naturally to leave this Yunji City." Su Xiao was startled. "Brother Yi Fan, can we really leave Yunji City?" "Of course," Yi Fan declared proudly. "Without boasting, with my unparalleled wit, what place could ever trap me? Besides, I have my master to support me. With my master here, a mere Ren Tianye, in a paltry Yunji City, how could they ever trap me?" Seeing the lingering worry on Su Xiao's face, he continued to comfort her. "Xiao, I once told you about the 3-year promise. Now the time is almost upon us. I, Yi Fan, am no longer the same as before. You are the woman I love most, so I won't hide anything from you. My master is so powerful that even Ren Tianye must show respect. Moreover, in these 3 years, I have transformed from an insignificant branch member of the clan into the most trusted person of the family. The clan leader of the Yi family treats me like his own son, and the future of the Yi family will surely be placed in my hands. Now the entire clan follows my every word. I have long ordered them to. As he spoke with growing excitement, the light in Yi Fan's eyes intensified. To stockpile vast quantities of warhorses, wealth, provisions, weapons. If I am given another 3 years, I will surely command 300,000 troops to surround this Yunji city. When that time comes, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he gazed toward the direction of the general's mansion. Ren Tianye will regret everything he has done. I will use 300,000 troops to tell him that Ren Tianye was wrong. I will make him apologize to me in person and have his apology notices plastered all over Yunji city. Know every street and alley in the entire Beijiang region. Let Ren Tianye admit that love between man and woman is a natural and righteous thing, that there should be no class distinctions, no oppression by power. As he uttered those final words, Yi Fan's voice was like gold, each syllable emphatic and imposing. Su Xiu listened with a look of longing on her face. If that day truly came when all men and women in the world could freely pursue their love without any external interference, what a wonderful scene it would be. Filled with sweet joy, she said to Yi Fan, "Brother Yi Fan, you haven't changed. You are still as ambitious and extraordinary as you were 3 years ago. Xiu, I deeply admire you. How could I ever disappoint you since I am loved by you?" Yi Fan smiled, then paused. "But for now we must leave Yunji city as soon as possible. We cannot delay." "Why?" Su Xiu asked habitually by Yi Fan's side. She had almost lost the ability to think for herself. Yi Fan looked at her with fondness. "Xiu, as a player in this world, one must never let others guess their thoughts nor reveal even a hint. Only thus can one command awe. But you are different. You are the one I deeply love. I am willing to reveal everything to you." Su Xiu's face flushed with even more delight as Yi Fan continued, "Xiu, you are a woman and you cannot understand the hearts of men. That is not your fault. But your second uncle at his age still fails to understand a man's heart. That is truly inexcusable. He probably still thinks that Ren Tianye's marriage alliance with your Su mansion is for the sake of your family's influence and wealth in Beijiang. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Although the Su mansion has some wealth is but a trivial thing. What is there to covet? What Ren Tianye truly covets is you." Su Xiu's eyes widened. "Me? Exactly," Yi Fan declared with conviction. "You possess a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Calling you the most beautiful woman in Beijiang is no exaggeration. How many men in Beijiang have fallen for you? How many men would give up everything for you? How could Ren Tianye be an exception? However, this man is too insincere, using only despicable tricks. Does he not know that without sincerity one cannot win true affection?" Su Xiu thought carefully and found it very reasonable. The secret dealings between Ren Tianye and her second uncle all revolved around her. In fact, when she resisted, Ren Tianye flew into a rage and hung her on the city wall, all to coerce her through brute force. What a villain! Yi Fan continued. "Now that I have rescued you, Ren Tianye knows he is no match for me, but how could he be willing to give up? He will first surround your Su mansion and extract your whereabouts from your second uncle. Second, he will impose a citywide lockdown, casting a net to search for us. After that, he will intensify the search, unwilling to let you leave him. Finally, at the slightest hint of our whereabouts, he will spare no effort, leading his army personally, without any slack." He paused. "So we must leave first." Inside the general's mansion, Ren Tianye was reading several reply letters. They were from former Beijiang generals. After being disbanded by the Empress's decree, they had no place to go, most turning to banditry or seeking their own livelihoods. But their prospects were not good. Ren Tianye naturally would not let such an opportunity slip. He had already communicated with them through scouts and envoys, inviting them to Yunji city. After all, he now controlled Yunji city, a place easily defended and hard to attack. In recent days, he had gained support from many wealthy merchants, amassing ample wealth and grain, which could certainly attract these men and strengthen his forces. However, things that seem simple in theory are often complex in practice. He could not rely on a few letters and grand speeches to make these battle-weary soldiers pledge their loyalty. Everything had to be down to earth and actionable to come to fruition. Otherwise, if mere wishful thinking could sweep everything away, then he would be holding the omnipotent Protagonist script, able to conquer the world just by showing off. Just as he was pondering how to lure them with benefits and intimidate them with might, General Sun Xiang of the guerrilla troops staggered in his face, full of exhaustion. "General, I am incompetent. I have not yet found that villain." "Huh." Ren Tianye looked up with a cold sneer. "I never expected that Su Hong, a man so shrewd, would be burdened by familial ties and devise such a scheme. What? Is the entire Su mansion really worth less than one Su Xiu?" "General, I am also puzzled," Sun Xiang said. "Su Hong seems quite farsighted. He shouldn't be that kind of person. But within Yunji city, aside from the Su mansion, who else could have such ability? To rescue Su Xiu right under our noses? He is walking the path of self-destruction. In that case, I will show him no mercy." Ren Tianye had no time to waste words with Su Hong. Since he didn't want to live, then let him die. Go and invite Su Hong to the barracks and give him a proper reception. Su Hong will not fail to speak the truth. "Yes, General." Sun Xiang accepted the order, a grim expression on his face. I have long wanted to properly interrogate Su Hong. He is quite capable to have found someone like Yi Fan. What a price he must have paid. As he was about to leave, Ren Tianye suddenly stood up. Wait, what did you just say? Yi Fan. That villain is named Yi Fan. His name is Yi Fan. Sun Xiang was quite astonished, for such an expression on the great general's face was rarely seen. He said it himself, his name is Yi Fan. Such important matters, why did you not report them to me? Off. Sun Xiang was stunned. But I did report it. I clearly told the great general that someone rescued Su Xiao, and the general simply remained composed, instructing me to send men to find them. I also ensured the Su residence was kept under control. I had done everything as instructed. So why didn't I report it? Name, why didn't you tell me? Name. Sun Xiang was even more bewildered, stammering, Great General, it was just an ordinary name. I didn't think it was particularly special, so I didn't mention it. Ren Tianye sighed, and said, never mind, never mind. It's not your fault. I was negligent in my own calculations. I had thoroughly considered every possibility, assuming the Su family was behind this, but I never thought. It was Yi Fan. It really is Yi Fan. Sun Xiang asked curiously, Great General, do you know this Yi Fan? I don't know him, but this name. This name? Very ordinary. Ordinary. This name was ordinary. It contained both Yi and Fan. Anyone who had read a few novels would be thoroughly familiar with such a name. Damn it, this was the unmistakable aura of a protagonist. When such a person appeared, it would be accompanied by extraordinary fortune. Subduing someone like this required considerable effort. Just like that young master of the Li family he had once killed. Absolutely monstrous. Then he thought of something and added, didn't you say you had an artist paint his portrait? Bring me a copy. Yes. Sun Xiang truly couldn't understand why the great general had suddenly become so tense. But whatever the great general did had never gone wrong, which made him somewhat nervous as well. Soon Yi Fan's portrait was presented, handed to Ren Tianye to examine. At a single glance, Ren Tianye felt cold sweat break out on his forehead, his heart utterly shocked. Whether it was psychological suggestion or something else, upon seeing the portrait, the image of that young master of the Li family involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He felt that this Yi Fan bore a peculiar similarity to that young master of the Li family. He immediately ordered Sun Xiang. At this shout, Sun Xiang stiffened with fright, standing at attention. Your servant is here. Order you to go to the military camp now. By my command, apart from the 1,000 soldiers guarding the city, all remaining 9,000 odd, whether new recruits or veterans, are to conduct a city-wide search. Yes, General. Where is Zhang Shi? A messenger ran to relay the orders. Soon after, Guerrilla General Zhang Shi hurried in. Great General, your servant is here. Order you to lead your troops to patrol within Yunji City. All dwellings within Yunji City, whether of the poor or the wealthy merchants, must keep lights burning throughout the night. Those who violate this order or practice fraud shall be beheaded. Meanwhile, have the artists draw more portraits of Yi Fan and distribute them to as many citizens of Yunji City as possible, so they may join the search. Also notify that anyone providing information leading to Yi Fan's capture shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. For those who can slay Yi Fan, the reward shall be 100,000 taels of silver. Remember, if you can kill him, chop him into mince for me. Go issue these orders immediately. No mistakes allowed. Zhang Shi was equally bewildered, yet he executed the orders without hesitation. Ren Tianye continued, where is Wang Ming? Your servant is here. Go notify the scouting camp. Dispatch the entire camp to fan out along the outskirts of Yunji City. Someone must maintain surveillance every 10 li. If Yi Fan has left the city, report immediately. Any negligence or failure to report knowledge of his whereabouts shall be punishable by death, without mercy. Yes. Oh, you go to the Su residence again. Ren Tianye was saying, when he suddenly paused. Forget it, go fetch Su Jin instead. Yes. The attendants acknowledged, and were about to leave when Sun Xiang hesitated before asking, General, what about Su Hong? Should we arrest him first? The Su residence is now surrounded. If you want to arrest him, he won't escape, even with wings. Ren Tianye shook his head. Never mind, it probably wasn't Su Hong. Sun Xiang was again somewhat astonished. Because the thief was named Yi Fan, the primary suspect, even confirmed object Su Hong was now cleared. What kind of person was this Yi Fan indeed? How could he command such attention from the great general? Thinking as he might, his movements didn't stop. He immediately carried out his orders. Soon chaos ensued throughout Yunji City. Those who had pursued the thief throughout the day all thought the evening would be quiet. They never expected the commotion to be even greater at night, with virtually everyone mobilized to capture Yi Fan. With Ren Tianye's great sword held high, and incredibly generous silver rewards, the people of Yunji City were indeed diligent. Yet even so, Ren Tianye showed no sign of letting his guard down. Facing a potential protagonist from this female-oriented world, he had only one principle. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. If pressed to add another, it would be better to kill the wrong one than to miss the right one. Therefore, beyond these mountainous military orders, Ren Tianye also gathered more information about Yi Fan through Su Jin and the soldiers who had seen him that day. His impression of Yi Fan deepened. This Yi Fan was once a destitute, impoverished boy. This Yi Fan once made a 3-year pact with Su Hong. This Yi Fan mistook Sun Xiang for me, yet still spoke words showing no fear whatsoever. This Yi Fan could even proclaim 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. This Yi Fan managed to escape effortlessly even under the encirclement of Sun Xiang's army. Damn it, if this Yi Fan isn't a protagonist, I'll eat shit. Ren Tianye had thoroughly confirmed Yi Fan's physique. He possessed absolutely protagonist-grade qualifications. However, there were certain aspects that left him deeply puzzled. This Yi Fan to rescue Su Xiao found it difficult enough, yet he specifically carried a chest clearly intending to avoid any physical contact with Su Xiao. And then there's. He actually desires that all romantic pursuits between men and women in this world should have no distinction of social status, no difference between rich and poor, and no coercion whatsoever. It doesn't quite match those true protagonists. Every one of them is a lust-driven glutton sparing neither mothers nor daughters. Could they maintain such polite behavior towards Su Xiao? Moreover, why pursue romantic equality? Shouldn't he establish his own harem, preferably with a chief wife who is neither jealous nor opposed, helping manage the harem while he freely seeks pleasure? That's quite different. Ren Tianye pondered for a long while before a sudden inspiration struck. Could it be because this is a female-oriented world that even those with protagonist qualifications are completely different? Yes, that's it. That must be it. Only the fools of female-oriented worlds would pursue fairness and justice. Male-oriented protagonists resort to direct violence. They all believe that truth only exists within the range of artillery. Having clarified this point, Ren Tianye breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as it's not those outrageous protagonists from male-oriented stories. After all, once such a protagonist gains momentum, even if you attack with an army of 800,000, he could casually summon meteorites from the heavens. It's better to have a protagonist from a female-oriented world. Their minds are slightly deranged, giving him an opportunity to handle them. However, even so, Ren Tianye dared not let his guard down. After all, his name was Yi Fan. But precisely because his name was Yi Fan, he had to die. Beyond Yunji City, Yi Fan and Su Xiao, accompanied by 20 unarmored soldiers, galloped at a breathtaking pace, swiftly putting distance between themselves and the city. Looking back, the towering lights of Yunji City gradually dimmed, swallowed by the dense night, and hidden within the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Having escaped with their lives, Su Xiao still felt as though everything were a dream. She had believed her fate was sealed, certain of death. And now, she had actually left the city. They had truly escaped. It was absolutely incredible. Brother Yi Fan. Su Xiao had received instruction in horsemanship, for among the daughters of wealthy families in Yunji City, polo was a common pastime. Though not particularly skilled, she could manage a ride. At a moment like this, survival was paramount. Mounted on her steed, she urged it forward with all speed. Riding alongside Yi Fan, her eyes brimming with admiration, she exclaimed, "Brother Yi Fan, you are truly remarkable. I never imagined we would escape so smoothly." She spoke with a tremor of lingering fear. After all, as they had slipped past the city gates, Yunji City had descended into chaos. Lanterns flickering on one after another, armored soldiers flooding the streets in a comprehensive search. Yet somehow they had made it out. Hearing her words, Yi Fan offered a faint smile, his demeanor effortlessly confident as he replied, "It was but a minor matter. In all my years have I ever miscalculated? When I said Ren Tianye would surround the Su residence, he did exactly that. When I said he would place the entire city under martial lockdown, he followed through without fail. When I told you he would intensify the searches, he did so. When I said he would commit every resource at his disposal, sending his full army the moment word of us reached him, he has already done just that." Beneath the night sky, Yi Fan's composed confidence was evident. Su Xiao was completely convinced, for nearly everything he had predicted had come to pass. Yi Fan's ability to read the situation with such precision was undeniable. Yet a shadow of worry crossed her mind. His final prediction that Ren Tianye would pursue them with an army. Having encountered Ren Tianye before, she genuinely feared him. "Brother Yi Fan," she asked anxiously, "what if Ren Tianye sends troops after us? With only 20 of us, can we really stand against him?" Those 20 soldiers had been lying in wait beyond Yunji City's walls, poised to provide horses and escort them to safety the moment they emerged. Yet how could 20 men possibly resist Ren Tianye's tens of thousands? "Do not worry," Yi Fan said calmly. "Not far ahead lies Qingyou Town, already under my master's control. We will reach it shortly. With my master's aid, what threat does Ren Tianye pose?" Qingyou Town. The town was only a half-day's ride from Yunji City, and Su Xiao knew it well. But unease grew as she asked, "Brother Yi Fan, to my knowledge, Qingyou Town is merely a small settlement. It has no city walls. Have you hidden soldiers there? Otherwise, how could you hope to resist Ren Tianye's elite forces?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Fan laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself. "Sister Xiao, you do not understand. Would I fight without preparation? Just what kind of man is my master? Alone he could hold off an army of 100,000. With him guarding Qingyou town we are entirely safe. Then he deliberately slowed his steed, drawing closer to Su Xiu and lowering his voice. Moreover, Qingyou town is far more than it appears to be. A humble village on the surface. I have already arranged for 800,000 sure of military grain to be stockpiled there. Su Xiu's eyes widened. Born into a merchant family, she understood the magnitude of such a figure. She clearly recalled her uncle mentioning that the first batch of dowry provisions meant for Ren Tianye had included 50,000 sure of grain. Her uncle Su Hong had boasted that this single shipment would sustain the Yunji city garrison for 3 months. Yet here was Yi Fan having amassed 800,000 sure. 800,000 sure. That could supply 10,000 elite soldiers for well over 3 years. But then doubt surfaced. Brother Yi Fan storing such an enormous quantity of grain in a tiny place like Qingyou town. It seems perilous. What if someone discovers it? After all, that is 800,000 sure of grain. Su Xiu had already begun thinking like Yi Fan's wife, worrying over every detail of his plans. But Yi Fan's smile only widened his confidence, seeming to pierce through the darkness as he replied, Sister Xiu, that is precisely what makes it brilliant. Consider it. Could anyone possibly imagine that such an inconspicuous location would harbor 800,000 sure of grain? Could Ren Tianye ever suspect it? Would the imperial court foresee it? Could the barbarian tribes detect it? Yi Fan rely on the very principle of hiding in plain sight. By stockpiling provisions where no one would think to look, I ensure that should unrest erupt in the northern frontier, these stores can raise an army of 100,000. And with that the course of war will be irrevocably altered by those 800,000 sure of grain. Su Xiu was deeply impressed, realizing there were so many layers to his strategy. Her gaze toward Yi Fan grew ever gentler. The woman who had always carried herself with cold dignity now seemed soft as water. Brother Yi Fan, you are incredibly remarkable. If I may marry you, it would truly be my greatest fortune. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed triumphantly. He had spent half his life outmaneuvering every opponent, treating the greatest heroes of the world as mere playthings. Yet nothing mattered more to him than the beauty before him. The foremost lady of the northern frontier. To win such admiration from a woman of her caliber was a source of immense pride. Loudly he proclaimed, Sister Xiu, rest assured. With me, Yi Fan, by your side, our future will exceed anything you can imagine. Then urging his horse, they galloped toward Qingyou town. Within Yunji city, Ren Tianye waited throughout the night for news. Report. The scout dispatched 2 hours earlier had returned. General 22 riders were spotted fleeing beyond the city walls at high speed. We suspect they are Yi Fan and Su Xiu's party. Impossible. Before Ren Tianye could speak, Sun Xiang burst out. I have fortified Yunji city so thoroughly that not even a fly could enter. How could Yi Fan, who possesses neither 3 heads nor 6 arms, possibly escape? And taking someone with him. If you dare falsify military reports, I will have your head. Ren Tianye raised his hand to stop Sun Xiang's outburst, his expression unreadable. He had anticipated this very scenario. Had Yi Fan been so easily captured within Yunji city, he wouldn't bear that name. Turning to the scout, he commanded, continue your reconnaissance. As before, maintain distance and track their movements without letting them leave your line of sight. Do not approach. If possible, avoid detection entirely. Yes. The scout departed. Sun Xiang grew increasingly agitated. General, this cannot be. There is nothing impossible, Ren Tianye cut in. Go to Yunji city immediately and search the walls thoroughly for any breaches or signs of escape. Confirm whether Yi Fan actually got out. Yes. Sun Xiang replied with difficulty. It was not dissatisfaction with the military order, but a sense of incredulity. Nevertheless, he immediately went to execute it. Wait. Ren Tianye stood up. I will go with you. I am also curious. Can that Yi Fan really leave Yunji city? The two left the general's residence together and soon arrived at the foot of Yunji city's wall. Sun Xiang ordered men to search inch by inch. After about an hour, the soldiers reported the results to Sun Xiang, who tremblingly went to report back to Ren Tianye. GG, General. Found traces? Why, yes. Sun Xiang's teeth chattered. Traces were found beneath the wall. It appears Yi Fan took Su Xiu and escaped over the wall. With that, Sun Xiang fell to his knees with a thud. General, it is my fault. I failed to guard the wall properly and let that Yi Fan escape. Please punish me, General. Sun Xiang bowed his head to the ground and gave a heavy kowtow. His heart was filled with regret and anguish. From the general's demeanor, one could see how highly he valued this Yi Fan. The general had sent him to guard the walls of Yunji city. Just one wall, and he still let someone escape. This was more than negligence. According to military law, he deserved execution. The soldiers following Sun Xiang also knelt down one after another. Their faces were filled with shame. So many of them, yet a mere Yi Fan had managed to carry someone over the wall and escape. The general's kindness to them was as heavy as a mountain, and Yunji city had become their home. How could their hearts not seethe? Rise, Ren Tianye said calmly. Yi Fan is no ordinary person, so I do not blame you. Come take me to see the signs of Yi Fan's escape. Soon they arrived at the spot. Below the wall there was a very clear mark, and on the wall itself there were also traces including the path down the wall, all clearly visible. In other words, Yi Fan had escaped by climbing over the wall, just like that. But Ren Tianye glanced at the wall of Yunji City. After Zhang Shubai reinforced and heightened it, the wall stood over 10 meters high, too tall for the Imperial Army's scaling ladders to reach. The surface was polished smooth by Zhang Shubai, so even the Imperial Army's arrows slid right off upon impact. Moreover, soldiers had been guarding and patrolling the wall all along. After his orders, Sun Xiang had intensified the patrols. Yi Fan, carrying a large crate with Su Xiu stuffed inside under the bright lights of the entire city, and with soldiers constantly on the lookout, had climbed over the wall of Yunji City like a gecko. Huh. Reasonable, very reasonable. That's how female-oriented stories work. Just then the scouts sent out returned to report. General, that group of 22 has stopped to rest and lit a fire to keep warm. We can clearly see that it is indeed Yi Fan and Su Xiu. The 20 men following behind are all strong and powerful, likely soldiers. The scouts came one after another. General, Yi Fan's group has mounted their horses and is heading south. General, the direction of Yi Fan's group is Qinyo Town. General, Qinyo Town has sent out 100 men to reinforce Yi Fan. Ren Tianye's eyes sharpened. Qinyo Town. He knew this place. A rundown little town, not far outside Yunji City, with no walls to defend and no soldiers stationed, completely a perilous ground. Was Yi Fan heading there? Was there something he relied on? Or was he merely passing through Qinyo Town? However, none of that mattered now. Continuing to order all scouts to report and investigate, ensuring no trace of Yi Fan was missed, Ren Tianye then commanded Sun Xiang. Beat the drums, summon the entire army. Assemble. Assemble. Sun Xiang was stunned. Unless something of utmost importance happened, the entire army would not be casually assembled for beating the drums to issue orders was the highest command. Once the drums sounded, every soldier in Yunji City, regardless of what they were doing, had to immediately report for assembly or face military punishment. Now there was no barbarian invasion, no threat from the Imperial Army. Why assemble? Sun Xiang did not understand. Nevertheless, not understanding did not mean he would disobey. He immediately ordered the drums to be beaten, and a rumbling like thunder echoed through the inner camp of Yunji City, spreading far and wide. Inside Yunji City, the lights were still bright. Countless soldiers who had gone out to search for Yi Fan, not yet back in camp, immediately turned their horses and returned upon hearing the drums. None dared to linger. The drums also alarmed half of Yunji City. The night in Yunji City was already restless, and the sound of the drums kept even more people awake, fearing that something tremendous had happened. Inside the Su residence, Su Hong rushed out. Staring into the distance toward the drums, his face turned pale. What? What is happening? Is it a barbarian invasion? If it truly is a barbarian invasion, it would be a great opportunity for our Su family. No longer do we need to place our hopes on two nieces. I can also restore the Su family's glory and elevate it further. After 3 rounds of drum beats, all the soldiers of Yunji City assembled. On the vast open ground of the inner camp, Ren Tianye stood on the command platform, sweeping his gaze across and nodding with satisfaction. Over this period, through continuous recruitment of new soldiers, the troops in Yunji City had reached a scale of 10,000. After training, and especially under the incentive of high monthly pay, this 10,000-strong army could be considered elite. Moreover, they were all clad in Imperial Army equipment, and most had experience fighting against the Imperial Army. It could be said that these 10,000 men were not to be underestimated. Perhaps they were not as formidable as the former Chiefing Army, nor quite on par with the Great Yu Imperial Army, but they were definitely a formidable force. I hereby announce a few matters. Ren Tianye's voice rang out. Zhang Shi, here. I order you to select 1500 light cavalry, 1500 heavy cavalry, and bring the 800 soldiers. Follow me out of Yunji City. Zhang Shi was stunned. Was this to sweep the northern frontier? But for sweeping the northern frontier, wasn't the number a bit small? Besides, hadn't the general said the barbarians were about to attack? At a time like this, they were going out to sweep the north. He was puzzled, but it did not prevent him from immediately executing the order. Yes. Sun Xiang, here. During my absence from Yunji City, the city will be under your command. At that time, the barbarians are very likely to invade. You must be cautious and not be negligent in the slightest. You must protect Yunji City well. Sun Xiang felt a loud bang in his head. His first reaction was panic and fear. It was not that he worried about being unable to defend it. After all, having experienced the last Imperial Army siege, he understood that given Yunji City's position and the wall built by Zhang Shubai, even 700 elite Imperial troops would be frustrated, let alone barbarians not skilled in siege warfare. The general had left him 7,000 men. He was confident that 7,000 could hold off a barbarian attack. His fear was mainly the anxiety of being without Ren Tianye's personal command. Initially, he had followed Ren Tianye because Ren Tianye was the most exceptional and the most obedient among the guerrilla generals. Later, one deed after another by Ren Tianye deepened his reverence and trust in him. Now the general was leaving the city. he would have no one to rely on. Sun Xiang, I trust you. General. Sun Xiang gritted his teeth. I will guard Yanji City well. Even if it costs me my life, I will guard Yanji City. Good. Ren Tianye nodded with satisfaction. He valued Sun Xiang the most, and had entrusted him with many matters. Sun Xiang had long been capable of handling things independently. Sending Sun Xiang to Shanhe City to fetch the families of the 800 soldiers was a training exercise for him. It turned out that Sun Xiang had trained well. Now, it was time to give Sun Xiang an even greater challenge. He paused then announced loudly, "Hear me, all troops. After I leave Yanji City, you must obey General Sun Xiang's orders. Also, Zhang Shi, order the 3,000+ men following me to each carry 7 days' provisions. In half a stick of incense's time we depart immediately, no delays." With everything settled, the army was ready to march. However, the surrounding men were all bewildered, unable to understand why a mere Yi Fan would warrant such a colossal commotion from Ren Tianye, even to the point of abandoning Yanji City to pursue him. Only Ren Tianye himself understood. Yanji City would not fall. Even if it did, he had the means to stage a comeback. But if Yi Fan escaped and came back for revenge later, his troubles would be immense. After all, this was the kind of person who could at any moment cause a river to thaw or a meteor to fall. Utterly unreasonable. Soon the army was fully assembled. Just as they were about to depart, Su Jin emerged from somewhere and fell to her knees before Ren Tianye's horse with a thud. "General, my younger sister has committed such a grave error. Our Su household bears the blame. I implore you to grant our household a chance and allow me to join the pursuit of my sister." Su Jin's words were earnest. Ren Tianye frowned slightly. Marching an army rarely involved women, especially in such a rapid advance. But this involved Yi Fan. What if Yi Fan escaped? What if he fled to a place beyond pursuit? With Su Jin here, she might be able to locate Su Xiu, offering an additional option. So he said, "Wang Ming, your subordinate is here. I order you to take 100 men and accompany Su Jin. You may act freely, but you must stay near the main army. Once you find any trace of Yi Fan or Su Xiu, report immediately." "Yes." Having given his orders, Ren Tianye waved his hand. The army of over 3,000 men marched out of Yanji City in a mighty procession, heading straight for Qingyou Town. When the sky was bright and a hint of red tinged the horizon, Yi Fan's group had already sighted Qingyou Town, and a smile appeared on Su Xiu's face. Once they reached Qingyou Town, they would be safe, wouldn't they? With her Yi Fan brother and his master, they could finally be free from harm. But as she looked up, she saw people coming to greet them in the distance. Not just a few hundred, but a dense crowd of thousands. As they drew closer, the sight became clearer. Su Xiu's face registered astonishment. Those thousands of men were all stout and sturdy, clearly no ordinary folk. They looked like well-trained soldiers. "Brother Yi Fan, why are there so many people?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Fan laughed heartily. "These are my 3,000 troops stationed in Qingyou Town, all personally trained by my master. Every single one is a seasoned elite. Even compared to the former Red Blazing Army, they are no less." 3,000 troops. Su Xiu was stunned. Ever since being beaten in Yanji City, she had gradually come to understand the power of a large army, knowing that with troops one could act with impunity like Ren Tianye. But she had never imagined that her Yi Fan brother also had a substantial force stationed in Qingyou Town. 3,000 men, and all elites. But then she noticed something odd. "Brother Yi Fan, why are they not wearing armor or carrying weapons? Shouldn't soldiers be clad in heavy armor and wielding long weapons?" That was Su Xiu's stereotype, judging all soldiers by the image of the Yanji City garrison. Faced with this question, the smile on Yi Fan's lips grew even more pronounced. "Little sister Xiu, this is precisely my brilliance. These 3,000 troops in Qingyou Town have no weapons or armor to distribute. Their drills consist of moving goods and organizing granaries. This way the 800,000 share of grain I have hidden here become even more inconspicuous." Su Xiu's eyes lit up with admiration. "Brother Yi Fan, you are so amazing." Yi Fan smiled without replying, but his face revealed his pride. After a few more steps, an elderly man broke away from the group and approached. He had white hair and a wrinkled face, yet his spirit was vigorous, his eyes as sharp as lightning, and a pair of heavy-looking golden hammers hung from his saddle. "That's my master Xiang Gui," Yi Fan whispered, then led Su Xiu forward. "Master, how could I trouble you to come all this way to greet me?" Xiang Gui shot Yi Fan a glare. "Humph, went to the dangerous Yanji City behind my back. How could I be at ease? If you hadn't returned today, I would have stormed into Yanji City myself. I wanted to ask the garrison commander there how many guts he had to stop my disciple. Has he grown tired of living? Or has his entire clan grown tired of living?" Yi Fan quickly placated him with a smile. "Master, see, I'm perfectly fine. And I rescued Xiu'er as well." "Xiu'er, greet master." Facing Yi Fan's master, Su Xiu felt a surge of nervousness like a new bride meeting her husband's elder. Quite shy, but she suppressed her emotions and displayed her graceful demeanor. "Xiu'er pays respects to master. So you are Su Xiu." Xiang Gui's face was expressionless, even cold. "You do have some charm, no wonder my disciple is infatuated with you." Master flatters me. I am but a humble willow branch, being favored by brother Yi Fan is my fortune. At least you have some self-awareness knowing you are unworthy of my disciple. Xiang Gui said, leaning closer to Sushio. Just as Sushio wondered what he was about to do, a palm shot out, and then a loud crack resounded. The slap landed squarely on Sushio's face. She staggered and was knocked off her horse, her face burning with pain, utterly bewildered. She covered her cheek with her hand, tears welling in her eyes, and stammered in shock, Master, you little vixen. You seduced my disciple into risking his life for you. What do you think you are? How dare you make my disciple take such a risk? A single strand of his hair is 10,000 times more precious than you. Do you understand? Still not appeased, Xiang Gui's chest heaved as he roared, my disciple's life is worth more than heaven and earth. Thank goodness nothing went wrong today. Otherwise you, your Su family, the entire Yunji city, and even the whole northern frontier would have to be buried with my disciple. His voice thundered like rolling thunder echoing for 3,000 li. Sushio's mind went blank. Yi Fan quickly dismounted and comforted her softly, Sure, don't take it to heart. I am my master's life. He cannot bear even the slightest harm to me, which is why he acted this way. Don't let it bother you. After I speak with him properly, I'm sure my master will not be difficult. After all, he dotes on me. If I persist gently, he will surely agree. Sushio sobbed without answering, feeling an overwhelming surge of grievance that swelled like a mighty river, impossible to dispel. She had been pampered since childhood, raised like a golden branch and jade leaf, never suffering a single wrong. Her father could not bear to lay a hand on her while he lived, and after his death her second uncle doted on her endlessly. Yet in these few short days she had first been hung on the city wall by Ren Tianye, exposed to the entire city like a courtesan, leaving her utterly despondent. Finally her Yi Fan brother had come, and they should have been immersed in tenderness, destined to be together. But upon meeting his master, she was given a grand gift, a slap that was heavy and painful. In an instant pain flooded her entire body, making her wish for death itself. But what had she done wrong? She only wanted her love. Why did fate torment her, so refusing to grant her peace and safety? Master, Yi Fan could only plead with Xiang Gui first. Xiao is the one I love, and she is the foremost beauty of the northern frontier. For her, what is a little sacrifice? Don't blame her, all right. Your disciple will come to your room tonight and give you a good shoulder rub. Oomph. Xiang Gui snorted coldly, not seeming to appreciate the gesture, but his words had softened somewhat. You never let me rest easy. For a woman you would walk into danger. Don't you know how precious you are? Don't you know that I cannot live without you? Yi Fan continued to appease with a smile. Master, this is for Xiao. For her sake, what harm is a little risk? Besides, rest assured. This once and never again. Oomph. The moment Sushio was mentioned, the emotions that had barely been suppressed erupted again. Xiang Gui said angrily, this woman, does she deserve it? Master has already made preparations for you. You possess a celestial countenance, a rare and extraordinary man in this world. You deserve the finest wife. If there is an opportunity, you should become the husband of the current emperor. Even though the emperor has already married the third prince of the barbarian tribe, and you have lost that chance, the next best would be a daughter of a noble family. At the very least, she should come from a scholarly family with a pure lineage. What is this woman? Xiang Gui pointed accusingly at Sushio. She is nothing but a lowly merchant's daughter with only a bit of beauty and the title of the foremost beauty of the northern frontier. What makes her worthy of you? Today I will make this clear. I do not agree to you marrying her. If you insist, at most you may take her as a concubine. As for a wife, do not even think about it. Sushio's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Yi Fan quickly said, Master, are you not making things difficult for your disciple? Besides, I am still being hunted at this moment. Under such circumstances, can we not discuss my marriage first? Someone is hunting you. Xiang Gui frowned. Who has the audacity to plot against you? Let him show himself. Let him taste my pair of war drum golden hammers. Seeing that he had successfully diverted Xiang Gui's attention, Yi Fan pressed on. Master, the one hunting me is none other than Ren Tianye, the current garrison commander of Yunji City. He covets Xiao's beauty. Knowing that I have taken her away, he will certainly not let the matter rest, and will surely come after me to seize her. Right now he is likely already on the way. Xiang Gui did not doubt Yi Fan's words for a moment. After all, his disciple had never made a miscalculation. Though he did not know how his disciple deduced these things, the results were always flawless. The information about Ren Tianye immediately surfaced in his mind. He said, according to some soldiers in the northern frontier, this Ren Tianye does have some skill, immense strength, and passable martial arts. He somewhat reminds me of my younger self. However, Xiang Gui still dismissed him with disdain. Though I am old, I still wield my war drum golden hammers. I am merely not as good as my younger self, not inferior to others. If that Ren Tianye dares to come, I shall make him taste my power. I'll twist his head off and make it a chamber pot for you, my disciple. Yi Fan smiled faintly, instantly assuming an air of wisdom and strategy, feather fan in hand. Twisting off his head would be such a waste. I see that this Ren Tianye does indeed have some ability. If we can subdue him, he will surely aid me in the future. That's simple. Xiang Gui immediately declared, I will wait for him here. If he comes, I will beat him into submission, making him your servant and vassal loyal to you. If he does not come, I will go to Yunji City myself, beat him until he kneels before you, kowtows, and obeys your commands. Yi Fan was overjoyed. Thank you, master. Master truly knows how to care for his disciple. Xiang Gui shot him a sideways glance. See that you remember. Then your disciple will retire to rest. I am weary from the journey. Xiang Gui grew anxious. Yes, I was careless. I should have let you rest earlier. It's all this woman's fault for making you suffer so. She is truly a bane, not a good match. I still say if you insist on marrying her, you may only take her as a concubine. Do not think of making her your lawful wife. With that, Xiang Gui led his people into Qinyo town. The town had always been barren, sparsely inhabited, so much so that even small bands of barbarian raiders could not be bothered to attack it. Even now, as they walked along the muddy streets, desolation and dilapidation flanked them on both sides. However, after a few turns, a vista opened up before them, a finely built manor with carved beams, painted rafters, artificial hills and waters, exuding a certain charm. After Xiang Gui left on his own, Yi Fan immediately settled Su Xiu in a fine room and spoke gently to comfort her. Xiu, a master does not understand my feelings for you, hence his words. In time it will not be so. Rest assured for now. We will discuss the rest later. But how could Su Xiu be at ease? Her cheeks had been flushed red before, and after this journey her eyes were also reddened. Seeing Yi Fan about to leave after his instructions, she quickly called out, Brother Yi Fan, wait. What is it? Brother Yi Fan, I do not agree to being only your concubine. Of course not. Yi Fan promised immediately. But your master. Rest assured on this matter, I will never let you be a concubine. Yi Fan declared with conviction, a confident and proud expression on his face. Nothing can stop me from what I want to do. Not even master. I said I will marry you as my lawful wife, and I will. There are many ways. Any one of them will succeed. You can put your mind at ease. But how could Su Xiu put her mind at ease? She, the legitimate daughter of the Su Manor, was once called lowly and told to be a concubine. How could she accept that? Brother Yi Fan, what exactly is your plan? Tell Xiu. All right. Yi Fan had to relent. I was originally going to let you rest first before telling you, but since you are anxious, I will not let you down. I have many methods. Each one is enough to make you my lawful wife. I will not be as short-sighted as your second uncle. He paused and said, the first method is the simplest. It is to first marry you in the capacity of a concubine. Before he could finish, Su Xiu shrieked, what? So I still have to be a concubine? Of course not. Yi Fan said, it's only to marry you as a concubine for now. Later, I will naturally elevate you to the position of wife. You are my wife and no one can stop that. But, Su Xiu's face was full of anguish. That still means entering as a concubine. A small sedan chair through the side gate, not a grand wedding with a high horse and a dowry procession of 10 miles. Xiu, are you unwilling to endure some grievance for my sake? Yi Fan paused, then said, however, if you truly cannot accept it, I still have many other methods. I will go plead with him. As long as I appeal on your behalf, my master will surely agree. He cannot do without me. The importance I hold in his heart goes without saying. If I beg earnestly, he will certainly accept you. Su Xiu's aggrieved emotions finally subsided. If this were the case, it would be acceptable. Although she would suffer some grievances, she could bear it. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Yi Fan continue, after I plead with my master, I will go to your uncle for assistance. After appealing to my uncle, I'll go to my aunt, then to 6th uncle 6th aunt, 7th uncle 7th, and 8th uncle 8th aunt. Su Xiu could barely hold herself together again. How long would this pleading go on? After all, the Yi family is vast. I have risen from a branch lineage to the core of the clan, and naturally, I must maintain harmony within the family. This is my wish, and I must accomplish it. Yi Fan spoke, gently comforting her. Sister Xiu, do you still not agree? Rest assured, I still have a third method. We can first retire to a secluded place. After I marry you, and you bear me a child, the deed will be done. Even if the family objects, they will have no choice but to accept it. Su Xiu felt her composure crumbling. A secluded retreat. Have a child first. Where would her dignity go? This was a woman's most important matter in life. How could it be so rashly handled? Xiu, do you still find this unacceptable? Yi Fan said, I still have other options. I could first take a principal wife to silence the clan, and then wed you with the ritual of an equal wife. Wah! Su Xiu could no longer restrain herself. She broke down in tears, her wails haunting and mournful. Earlier, when Yi Fan had analyzed her second uncle, his reasoning had been so sharp and impeccable that she admired him. But now when it came to their own matter, why did everything become so difficult? This unexpected turn left Yi Fan momentarily stunned. He had not expected Su Xiu to misunderstand him so deeply. As the brightest rising star of the Yi family, he naturally had to consider the interests of the entire clan, not merely Su Xiu alone. Nevertheless, his confidence remained unshaken. He believed that one day Su Xiu would come to understand him and stand beside him as a partner. The Yi family Su Xiu, he must have both. What too perfect solution exists in this world? That was for ordinary people. For him the world was full of such solutions. After comforting Su Xiao, once more Yi Fan left the room. When he had entered the room his face carried an air of confident pride. And when he emerged from Su Xiao's chamber, that same confident bearing remained entirely unchanged. Yi Fan never miscalculated. This time would be no different. Meanwhile inside Su Xiao continued to weep. Her sobs started as quiet hiccuping then grew louder into uncontrollable wailing. Gradually her strength faded, and the crying softened back into occasional sobs. Those captivating eyes which had stirred the hearts of countless men across the northern frontier had grown completely red. But then unexpectedly she stopped crying. It was not because her grievances had been fully expressed nor because she had run out of tears. Rather it was because a growing commotion came from outside the house. The soldiers of Yanji City are charging. Quick go summon General Xiang Gui. Prepare for battle, prepare to defend. Fear soon replaced Su Xiao's tears. Ren Tianye was back again. Was he really mobilizing such a massive force? All for her sake. She quickly opened the door and looked out. Inside Xinyo town those burly men with sharp piercing eyes were all donning simple cloth armor gathering and streaming outward. The man leading them forward was none other than Xiang Gui, the same man who had once struck her. The mere Ren Tianye dares to hunt down my disciple. His courage knows no bounds. Then let us leave him here today. My disciple has taken a liking to you. Prepare to serve as a steed. Carrying a pair of drum-beating, cauldron-forging golden hammers, and riding a warhorse, Xiang Gui led 300 troops out of Xinyo town. They encountered Ren Tianye's charging forces somewhere between the town and Yanji City. Halt! Are you Ren Tianye, the defending general of Yanji City? Do you recognize your grandfather? Swinging his twin hammers, Xiang Gui radiated an imposing aura. Even Ren Tianye was caught off guard. A single general leading 300 cloth-armored soldiers daring to face his 3,000 cavalry, including 1,500 heavy cavalry. What advantage did he rely upon? Or was he simply mad? Ren Tianye did not dare underestimate him. Until the situation was fully understood, caution was essential. He ordered his entire army to halt and responded coolly, I am indeed Ren Tianye. Who are you to dare block my path? Who am I? As though hearing the funniest joke, anger flickered across Xiang Gui's face. Young officers of the border army today truly have forgotten their roots. You dare forget the name of your grandfather. It seems when Lenny was in command, he was far too lenient with you. Had he dealt with you more severely, perhaps you would not all be so arrogant. Hearing this, Ren Tianye grew even more puzzled. Only someone who had themselves served in the military would dare mention Lin Yi so casually and with such attitude. At that moment Xiang Gui continued, I am Xiang Gui. His voice rolled like thunder carrying across the entire battlefield. Instantly shock rippled through the ranks. Despite strict discipline, many soldiers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Over 3,000 men drew in their breath in unison, creating a spectacular wave of sound. Yet Ren Tianye remained bewildered. Having served in the border army for only a short time, he had never heard of this Xiang Gui. General. Brigadier General Zhang Shi approached and whispered, this Xiang Gui originally belonged to the border army sequence. In name he was under the command of the former chiefing army, but in practice he did not directly belong to them. Unlike our 800 men. However, over these years in the border regions, Xiang Gui has been a target of chiefing army's persistent efforts to recruit him. Even Commander Lin himself visited his residence on multiple occasions hoping to bring him aboard, but he refused every time. This man is not someone to provoke. Oh, Ren Tianye's curiosity deepened. Does he come from an extraordinarily powerful background? Not at all. Zhang Shi replied his current status was earned entirely through his own abilities, or rather earned entirely through the pair of drum-beating, cauldron-forging golden hammers in his hands. At the mention of the drum-beating, cauldron-forging golden hammers, Ren Tianye himself was startled. In the history of his arrow, wielders of such heavy hammers were legends, like Li Yuanba. This old man before him could wield such weapons. He must be a terrifying warrior. Indeed, Zhang Shi confirmed, in campaigns against the barbarian Xiang Gui has repeatedly established extraordinary merit. The most astonishing feat that forever shook our border army was when he faced 10,000 barbarian soldiers, alone. He charged through their ranks, 7 times in and 7 times out. Is it not a rumor, he asked. Zhang Shi hurriedly replied, General, of course not. That year when the barbarian tribe led 100,000 troops southward, General Lin ordered the gates of Shanhe City shut tight, refusing to engage in battle. He intended to exhaust the barbarians' patience while summoning reinforcements from all corners of the northern frontier. Xiang Gui was among them. But his fiery temper led him to disregard military orders entirely. He charged alone into the barbarian camp. That year, Zhang Shi sank into recollection, his face etched with awe. I stood on the city wall with my own eyes. Many of the 800 army behind us witnessed it too. Xiang Gui, clad in heavy armor, his horse also armored and sealed airtight, wielded a pair of huge bronze warhammers. With such ferocity he stormed into the barbarian camp. He swept through left and right, turning the camp upside down inside out. That scene, it shook us all to the core. Never had I imagined that a general could be so overwhelmingly valiant. That very battle, because of Xiang Gui's charge, gave General Lin the opportunity to shatter the barbarians and crush their southern ambitions. Though after that battle Xiang Gui was severely wounded, had it not been for his heavy armor, he would have perished. His exploits still set the entire frontier army ablaze with fervor. They all respectfully called him the Hammer King of the northern frontier. Even General Lin praised him endlessly and tried every means to recruit him into the chiefing army. Xiang Gui refused every time. Then no one knows how he suddenly left the camp and vanished. As he spoke, Zhang Shi looked towards Xiang Gui. Though nearly 20 years had passed, and the Xiang Gui before them was certainly past his prime, he remained a force that Zhang Shi could not hope to shake. His gaze was filled with reverence. Ren Tianye too felt a chill in his heart. 100,000 barbarians, and he had cut through them 7 times back and forth. This was nothing short of a human weapon. Even though he had heavy armor to protect him during his charge, this man was not to be underestimated. Thus Ren Tianye clasped his fists. So it is General Xiang Gui. I have been remiss in my respects. If you know my name then. Xiang Gui, having regained his face, grew even more arrogant. Without further ado, he stated bluntly, my disciple Yi Fan went to your Yunji city, and when he returned you dared to pursue and kill him. It seems you are tired of living. Now I am giving you a path to survival. Dismount at once, swear from this day forth to serve my disciple Yi Fan faithfully, and I will spare your worthless life. From the moment Xiang Gui burst forth, he had guessed that there was an extraordinary connection between Xiang Gui and Yi Fan. He simply had not expected it to be a master-disciple relationship. A master-disciple relationship. The kind of relationship found in women's fiction. Could there be something special between them? After all, he had a deep impression of those peculiar master-disciple relationships in women's novels. Previously, he had mostly seen a male master with a female disciple. Now it was a male disciple and a male master. Seemingly unlikely, but that was not important. What mattered was finding a way to kill him. He scrutinized Xiang Gui carefully. The man still appeared formidable, not to be underestimated. But he was not wearing his heavy armor, and his horse, though a warhorse, was of ordinary quality. Then there was a chance. Hey, I am talking to you. What are you dawdling about? Can't you hear me? Answer quickly. Are you willing to pledge yourself to my disciple Yi Fan? Or do you want to be pounded by my hammer first, and then pledge yourself to my disciple Yi Fan? He paused, then spoke in a leisurely tone. I'll tell you the truth, you have caught my disciple Yi Fan's eye. And once he has set his sights on someone, that person never escapes my grasp. Still, this counts as a stroke of fortune for you. My disciple Yi Fan is as majestic as the sun, gifted with extraordinary talent, and unfailingly calculates every move. In this age when the world is about to fall into chaos, he is destined for great achievements. To be able to follow him is the greatest honor of your life. You should be laughing in your sleep at night. Xiang Gui rambled on for a while, but saw that Ren Tianye remained motionless, his gaze calm and thoughtful, as if scheming something. He frowned, yet this time he did not reprimand him. Instead he said, Ren Tianye, I have taken the trouble to inquire about you. I know that in battles against the barbarians you have been quite valiant. Your heavenly halberd is wielded with consummate skill, and your strength is immense. You remind me of my younger self. I am also a man who cherishes talent. If you come over and pledge your allegiance right now and gain the approval of my disciple Yi Fan, I will consider teaching you my treasured, chaotic wind hammer technique in its entirety. What do you say? Ren Tianye smiled. Old General, I am deeply grateful for your trust. However, this matter is of great importance, I need some time to think it over. I beg the old general to grant me a moment. Having thus stalled him, he asked Zhang Shi in a low voice, in your judgment, those 300 men behind Xiang Gui, is it possible that they have all been trained by him, and each possesses half his skill? Zhang Shi shook his head at once. General, that is impossible. General Xiang Gui and you yourself are both exceptional talents. How could ordinary men easily learn such prowess? Moreover, Zhang Shi's gaze sharpened. Among those 300 many are former frontier soldiers. That one carrying the iron shovel, I recognize him. He was part of the frontier army. I suspect that after the Empress ordered the disbandment of the frontier forces, he had nowhere to go and somehow ended up following Xiang Gui. Still, given Xiang Gui's immense prestige in the army, it is hardly surprising that he came to him. Ren Tianye felt relieved. Good. It was not the case that every man was a champion capable of charging through 7 lines. He now had a foundation to stand on. Yi Fan had the bearing of a protagonist, but Xiang Gui was merely fierce. He should not be of the protagonist caliber. Hey, have you made up your mind? Such a trifling matter, and you dawdle like an old woman. Do you expect me to wait forever? Xiang Gui was clearly losing patience. Stop dragging your feet. I have crossed more bridges than you have walked roads. If you ignore the advice of an old hand, you will suffer for it. Dismount now, lay down your weapon, and come over to pledge your allegiance. Otherwise I will have to let you taste my hammer first, and knock that arrogance out of you. Ren Tianye, now confident, grinned, and said, General Xiang, I have made my decision. A scum like Yi Fan is not even fit to be a common soldier under my command, and you still expect me to pledge allegiance to him. I would sooner laugh at him. If you cherish that brain-addled fool, keep him at home, and treat him like a treasure. Xiang Gui exploded with fury. Ren Tianye, you dare insult my disciple. Very well, very well. Even if my disciple has taken a fancy to you, I will kill you today. He waved his hand grandly. All men fall back 100 paces. Clear the battlefield. Today if I let Ren Tianye survive 10 exchanges under my hammer, I will consider myself useless. The 300 men behind Xiang Gui immediately obeyed. Ren Tianye also brandished his heavenly halberd. As Xiang Gui strode to the center of the field, he issued a cold command, Troops of the army, hear me. Knock your arrows. Release. The next instant arrows descended like rain. Xiang Gui's eyes widened. You scoundrel, how can you be so devoid of martial ethics? But he had no more time to speak. The arrows engulfed him in a flash. Xiang Gui was a formidable man. Even amid the rain of arrows, he still managed to swing his drum-beating golden hammers to deflect them, so only a few arrows struck him. Yet he stood firm, unyielding, and even showed signs of advancing. If one volley of arrows is not enough, let us have another. Ren Tianye commanded. Second wave released the arrows. Once again, arrows descended like rain. Under 2 volleys of arrows, Xiang Gui, who wore no heavy armor, could no longer withstand the assault. He was soon riddled like a hedgehog. The pair of drum-beating golden hammers, symbols of his glory, slipped from his hands and fell to the ground. With a clatter, man, hammers and horse all fell to the ground. Like a centipede that dies but does not stiffen even on the brink of death, he kept his eyes wide open, his gaze filled with unwillingness. Ren Tianye, you are shameless. Disciple master can no longer protect you. Then he closed his eyes forever, unable to utter another word. Ren Tianye did not pause his actions. He galloped forward, first delivering a finishing blow, and then he and his horse, the Night Jade Lion, charged like a whirlwind toward the 300 soldiers. The 3,800 troops behind him followed closely, charging madly. General Ren, we are willing to surrender. Before he arrived among the 300 sturdy men, someone had already knelt. Like a domino effect, a whole row of them fell to their knees in a rustling cascade. General Ren, we were originally border troops, but after being disbanded by His Majesty, we had nowhere to go and came to join Xiang Gui. We have never done anything to harm you. We beg you, General, to spare our lives for the sake of our former comradeship. We are willing to serve as your vanguard. Whoa! Ren Tianye pulled the reins and halted. Zhang Shi also approached and whispered, Great General, there are indeed many former border troops among them. I have dealt with them before. Ren Tianye nodded. He bore no particular ill will toward these men. On the contrary, with 300 of them, even if they were not fully trained, many were former border soldiers who could be thrown onto the battlefield with almost no training. He was inclined to keep them. Waving his halberd, he declared, If you truly wish to surrender, I will spare your lives. General Ren, we are sincerely devoted to you. That master and disciple Xiang Gui and his apprentice have always treated us harshly. That Yi Fan said we should never be fed fully, only then could we work, so they withheld our promised monthly salary of 1 tael and constantly scolded us. It was only because of Xiang Gui's formidable martial prowess that we dared not flee. Now that we have met you, it is like seeing the sun and moon. We beg you to take us in. Amid the crowd, they loudly denounced Xiang Gui and Yi Fan. Their indignation seemed genuine, and then someone shouted, General Ren, we have 3,000 men in total. We are willing to serve as your vanguard and persuade them to also join you. General Ren, there are 800,000 share of grain stored in Qingyou town. We are willing to guide you there, please accept it. Hearing this, Ren Tianye was stunned. 3,000 men. 800,000 share of grain. He had only brought 3,800 troops with 7 days' rations. Now he would suddenly gain 3,000 more men and 800,000 share of grain. He was somewhat excited but remained rational. Zhang Shi, at your command, I order you to incorporate these men. He gave Zhang Shi a meaningful glance. Zhang Shi understood immediately. Having risen with the general from the days of the 800 army, he knew how to control troops whose loyalty was not yet certain. Yes, I will do it at once. 800 army, follow me to kill Yi Fan. Ren Tianye spurred his horse and galloped away. In the room, Yi Fan rushed in. Xiao, my master has been killed in battle. What? Su Xiao was stunned. Fear of Ren Tianye instantly rose in her swollen eyes, but also mixed with a trace of joy. Joy at Xiang Gui's death. My master treated me like his own son, yet he was shot to death by a rain of arrows from that Ren Tianye. This blood feud is irreconcilable. I swear to take Ren Tianye's head to avenge my master. Yi Fan's eyes blazed with sharp light, and suddenly he exuded an aura of commanding the world. Brother Yi, are you now going to lead your men to fight Ren Tianye? Foolhardy. Yi Fan frowned slightly. My master bought me a chance to live with his life. How can I not preserve this useful body? Su Xiao was confused again. But didn't you say? Xiaoert. Before she could finish, Yi Fan's gaze was filled with righteous resolve. As a player of the game, one must remain calm and rational. Never let emotions cloud your judgment. That is a cardinal taboo. I must leave immediately, not even shed a single tear, nor go to collect my master's body. To delay would be a waste of time. He died a worthy death. In the underworld, he should be at peace. Yes, Brother Yi. Then what should we do now? First head to Sifang City. Yi Fan said, my uncle heeded my advice long ago, slaughtered all the officials in Sifang City, and has already risen in rebellion. There are now countless provisions and 20,000 troops in Sifang City. Most of these troops are northern border soldiers who have scattered down, and they are formidable in combat. His eyes shone with deep hatred. Once I reach Sifang City, I will summon Song Wan to aid us. Then our two armies will converge and encircle Ren Tianye, and he will learn my might. As he spoke, a strong confidence radiated from his face, as bright as the morning sun, making it hard not to believe him. But Su Xiao's heart wavered. Although she disliked Xiang Gui, she knew the bond between Yi Fan and his master, and how important Yi Fan was to Xiang Gui. Now that Xiang Gui had been killed because of Yi Fan, he was fleeing immediately. Was this truly rationality? Yet she dared not say much, nor did she wish to. She only hoped that this time, after reaching Sifang City, they could escape Ren Tianye's relentless pursuit, and that brother Yi Fan would love her well with no more troubles disturbing their love. The two immediately mounted their horses and galloped away. At that moment, Ren Tianye had just caught up in pursuit, catching sight of Yi Fan and Su Xiao's figures from a distance of several hundred meters. After them, Ren Tianye ordered again. He led the 800 army like a golden dragon, galloping without pause, arrows flying continuously from afar. But the arrows fell short of Yi Fan and Su Xiao, dropping to the ground exhausted before reaching them. Ren Tianye led his men in pursuit for a full day and night, yet both Yi Fan and Su Xiao had inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving Ren Tianye utterly frustrated. These 800 men were the most elite troops in Yunji City, with all the finest equipment prioritized for them, and warhorses sourced directly from the Imperial Guards. Their speed was like the wind, and that was no exaggeration. But damn it, how could they possibly lose such elusive targets? Damn it. Those destined to be protagonists truly are extraordinary. Ren Tianye ordered the 800 army to halt first, then unfolded a crude map of the northern frontier, quickly orienting themselves. They were stranded in nowhere, with the nearest fortress being Sifang City. Judging by this, Yi Fan is most likely heading towards Sifang City. Otherwise, wandering aimlessly across these desolate wastes would only hasten their demise. Ren Tianye weighed his assessment. However, he didn't leap to conclusions hastily. When dealing with a prodigy like Yi Fan, one must think more carefully and ensure nothing goes wrong. If this opportunity slips away next time, Yi Fan might return leading an army of 800,000 against him. Report. General, there is a force ahead marching with torches heading directly toward us. Ren Tianye's brow furrowed slightly as he asked about the number. The scout couldn't make out exact details, but estimated around 5,000 men. 5,000. Were these Yi Fan's hidden ambush forces? Ren Tianye refused to let his guard down, ordering the 800 army to maintain their defensive posture. He moved ahead to the vanguard, and as the dragon of fire grew nearer, he could make out that they were not a combat formation. Most of these men wore cloth armor and carried weapons, pushing carts loaded with supplies that carved deep ruts into the road. Their pace was neither slow nor particularly swift. Ren Tianye had no idea what these people were or whether they served Yi Fan, so he held back and sent his personal guards to shout a challenge at them. Halt. Who goes there? What is your purpose at this place? The opposing side had clearly spotted Ren Tianye's party and appeared quite tense, sending forward a middle-aged man in elaborate robes to respond. Honorable officers, we are from the prominent families of the northern frontier, specially tasked with delivering grain and supplies for General Ren Tianye of Yunji City. We beg you for the sake of General Ren Tianye to let us pass. General Ren Tianye will surely be grateful for your kindness. Hearing this, Ren Tianye was taken aback before breaking into laughter. What a twist, going out and actually encountering members of noble families claiming his banner. Their familiarity suggested they'd employed this tactic numerous times before. With their well-organized gear and composed demeanor, showing no signs of panic, it was clearly working remarkably well. But then again, it made sense. The northern frontier was descending into chaos, or rather hurtling toward it. The barbarians held Shanha City as their stronghold against the Great Yu. The elite forces of the northern frontier had either been slaughtered or disbanded, leaving countless noble families and warlords to either seize this moment or face destruction. Yet at precisely this moment, he rose in rebellion. Not by openly declaring defiance to the world, but by capturing Yunji City and defeating 70,000 imperial troops at its gates. He had seized their entire arsenal. This victory had already spread throughout the northern frontier, and he'd ensured it was embellished and amplified for maximum impact. Every person in the northern frontier now knew that Yunji City commanded formidable forces capable of defeating even the imperial guards. In their minds, Yunji City stood as the most powerful faction in the region. This explained why Ren Tianye could successfully recruit the dismissed border soldiers, stirring their ambitions and drawing them toward Yunji City. And now someone was flying his tiger banner. A clever scheme indeed. Still uncertain whether this was Yi Fan's decoy tactic, Ren Tianye confided in his guards and had one shout out sharply, "You claim these supplies are bound for Yunji City. We'll need to inspect them thoroughly first. Otherwise, every last one of you will be detained today." The 800 elites, though not heavy cavalry, each radiated formidable presence and were equipped to the teeth. They viewed the 5,000 before them as little more than an easy meal. Unexpectedly, the man in the distance called back, "Since you gentlemen insist on this requirement, we naturally dare not refuse. However, if your actions delay General Ren Tianye's affairs, and he investigates afterward, don't say we didn't warn you." Using his own tactics against him. This certainly resembled a stratagem Yi Fan would devise. Ren Tianye commanded, "Let them approach and speak with us." The guard immediately barked, "Stop wasting time. Come here, so we can inspect you properly. Since you insist, we have no choice but to comply." Soon after their agreement, several figures emerged from the 5,000-strong force, all dressed in fine garments with distinguished bearing, clearly members of noble families. As they drew near, the leader introduced himself. "I am Wang Hai of the Wang family, having received." But before he could finish, his gaze fell frozen upon Ren Tianye. The commander sat astride a jade lion steed, wielding a sky-piercing halberd, his countenance refined, yet his eyes sharp and commanding, radiating an aura of immense power. How remarkably it matched everything they'd heard about Ren Tianye. Stammering, Wang Hai gasped, You're Ren Tianye. You are the heir to Duke Ren's lineage." Ren Tianye. Ren Tianye responded coldly, "What is the Ren Duke's mansion to me? I don't know such a thing." "No, you are the descendant of the Ren Duke." Wang Hai cried out excitedly. "Our ancestors were deeply indebted to the Ren Duke's house and could never repay them. Now that the Ren Duke has been imprisoned by the Empress with his fate unknown, only you, General Ren, can save him. How can you deny your relation to the Ren Duke?" It wasn't just Wang Hai. Several others behind him also began shouting in agreement. The Ren Duke's influence extends throughout the northern frontier, with students and former officials everywhere. We who owe him such great kindness have united specifically for this moment, sent 4,000 troops and countless supplies ahead of you, yet you claim not to know the Ren Duke. Are you mocking us? General Ren, have you been instructed by the Ren Duke to claim our enmity runs deep, thereby distancing yourself from his household so the Empress might show mercy? So that's it, General Ren. You truly are the dutiful son of the Duke. We misunderstood you. We swear our loyalty to the Ren Duke's house with all our hearts. Beyond the troops and equipment already sent ahead, we have gathered substantial supplies and allied with numerous factions. With just a single cry from you, we shall rise together. Please, General, do not deceive us." Ren Tianye, seated upon his horse, paused briefly. Then, dismounting with visible emotion, he said, "I never expected you to be so perceptive, to see through my thoughts at a single glance. Indeed, it is precisely because I do not wish to implicate the Ren Duke's house that I deliberately distanced myself from it. In truth, I act under my father's command to restore order to the northern frontier, to counsel the Empress by force, and to restore justice to this world.